Chunji was driving along his delivery route when his phone rang again. Seeing it was a local number, he instinctively. To his surprise, the local call turned out to be another debt collector. The moment the call connected, they hurled all kinds of threats at him, saying they would expose his contact list, come to his home, and even initiate forced enforcement. Enraged, Chunji shouted into the phone, "Push, push, push. That's all you ever do? Let me make this clear today. I have no money, only this life. Do whatever you think you must." This was an era in which nearly everyone was in debt, and Chunji, keeping pace with the times in the worst possible way, had just seen his own liabilities explode. His debts came from nothing more than a mortgage, a car loan, and the heavy expenses of engagement and marriage. Then he was laid off from a major corporation, and with his income sharply reduced, he had no choice but to borrow new loans to repay old ones. The final straw that broke him was being swindled out of more than 500,000 yuan by the younger brother of his cousin. Half a year earlier, that shameless scoundrel had drawn him in under the pretext of forming a business partnership. Yet as soon as their factory was completed, it was shut down for violations. The man vanished without a trace, and the cash in the accounts disappeared along with him. Because the man had been introduced by his cousin, Chunji, now at the end of his rope, could only turn to this cousin for help. His cousin was the village director of Beitan village and came from a rather well-off family. By the time he finished returning his delivery vehicle in the afternoon, night had already fallen. Without even stopping for dinner, Chunji drove his white Qashqai onto the elevated road out of the city, heading toward his cousin's home. When his car reached the entrance of Beitan village, its headlights illuminated two vehicles parked by the roadside ahead, a Mercedes and a Land Rover. Two men were just getting out of the Mercedes. From the front passenger side stepped none other than his cousin Qin Guomin, while behind the wheel was his son Qin Yuhui. Beside the Land Rover stood two bald men, each as massive as a bear. One of these bears lifted a box of liquor from the vehicle and walked toward the Mercedes. Instinct told Chunji he had just stumbled upon something unspeakable. As his Qashqai drew close to the two vehicles, he hurriedly turned on his phone's video recording. Sure enough, after a few perfunctory refusals from Qin Guomin, that bear-like man shoved the liquor into the Mercedes trunk. Behind Beitan village lay the Daqing River, where sand digging had brought in hefty profits in recent years. If he guessed right, these two bald men were most likely sand pit owners bringing gifts to the village director. Chunji put away his phone, turned off the engine, and stepped out of his car. Ignoring the presence of the two burly men, he strode straight over. Only when he drew near did he realize that Qin Yuhui's Mercedes GLE 350 was brand new, still without plates. A surge of anger rose in him. "Well, cousin, a freshly picked up G-Class, huh? Truly a fine car. Your nephew's house and car are about to be auctioned off by the court, yet when I begged you for help you dodged and stalled, saying you had no money. No money. Did this G-Class get blown here by the wind?" "Xiaoji," Qin Guomin replied, displeasure clouding his face, "you're being unreasonable. Your debt crisis is of your own making. What does it have to do with me? I only agreed to think of something because of our family ties, but your cousin truly has no money. Yuhui's car was bought on a consumer loan. The down payment wasn't much," he added, making his intent to shrug off responsibility perfectly clear. Chunji had been forced to the brink and no longer cared about preserving familial niceties. "Playing dumb with me, cousin? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You're the one who introduced me to your younger brother-in-law for that so-called business partnership. He ran off with the money. Who's to say the two of you weren't colluding to fleece me? Slandering me out of thin air?" Chunji's words made his cousin react, as though someone had stepped on his tail. Pointing at Chunji's nose, he erupted, "Xiaoji, I'm warning you. You will answer for what you're saying." As the village director's son Qin Yuhui stood behind his father. Seeing him angered, the hot-blooded young man grew even more incensed. He stepped forward, pointing at Chunji's nose. "What kind of filthy nonsense are you spouting? Watch your mouth." Chunji fixed him with a frosty stare. "Yuhui, you dare curse at me? Curse you? I'm going to hit you." Qin Yuhui yelled, swinging a fist straight at Chunji's face. Chunji slipped to the side, dodging the right punch, and in the same motion seized his left wrist, twisting it sharply behind his back. With a cry of pain, Qin Yuhui dropped the car key clutched in his hand. Chunji snatched it out of the air, and using the momentum flung Qin Yuhui several steps away. Fortunately, the two bald brutes reacted quickly and caught him. Grinding his teeth, Qin Yuhui snarled to the two men, "Help me beat him up, and I'll treat you tonight." Sand pit bosses lived on the edge of society. The two big men had been itching for a fight already. At his words, they lunged toward Chunji as if injected with adrenaline. Yet the bald man in front had barely lifted his fist when his plump face was struck by 7 or 8 blows in an instant, sending him sprawling to the ground, screaming in pain. The second bald man saw a whip kick flash through his vision, then felt as though a sledgehammer had slammed into his neck. He too collapsed to the ground in an instant. Qin Guomin and his son stared dumbfounded. They had seen nothing clearly, yet these two hulking brutes were already lying on the ground. Chunji jingled the Mercedes key at the father and son. "This car is far better than my Qashqai. I'll borrow it for a few days." In a rural family like yours, you know perfectly well where the money for a Mercedes comes from. I've already recorded the scene of you accepting that gift. The present is still in the car. That's evidence. Within 3 days, come up with 300,000 so I can pay off part of my debt. If you don't, I'll report you. Seeing the bloodshot fury in Chunji's eyes and hearing the crackle of his clenching fists, the father and son were so terrified they did not dare utter a single word. They watched helplessly as he drove away in the Mercedes. Damn, Qin Yuhui, grinding his teeth, yanked out his phone and dialed 110. Yet before he could send the call, Qin Guomin grabbed his hand and forced it down. We can't call the police. There's evidence of us taking gifts in that car. Didn't you hear him say he recorded everything? Then what do we do? Yuhui fumed, nearly jumping with rage. That's a brand new car. I just started to really enjoy it. Shut up. Qin Guomin roared, his face dark as a soot-blackened pot. When Chunji was a child, his mother ran off with a rich man. His father went to catch them in the act and got his legs broken for it. I heard he trained in Sanda from a young age to take revenge. I didn't expect him to become this skilled. All these years his father has been bullied in the village and he never lifted a hand. That shows how deep this kid's city-bred cunning runs. We need to tread carefully. Meanwhile, the two bald men who had brought the gifts had struggled back to their feet and were on the phone calling reinforcements. Qin Guomin hurried over to stop them. With Chunji holding video of their bribery, he dared not let the situation escalate. Elsewhere, Chunji was in an excellent mood. The sound system in Qin Yuhui's car had been upgraded. This had to be a 4D Burmester setup, right? He had to admit the texture and ambience of the sound were superb. It was truly enjoyable. He had long suspected that his cousin's tenure as village director was far from clean. Now, he was certain the old fox had money. Of course, Chunji could not push things too far by actually reporting a relative for taking bribes. Thinking of the bribe, Chunji pulled over nearby. He was curious to see what exactly was hidden in those bottles of liquor. In his view, a wealthy sandpit boss would never bring just 2 simple bottles as a gift. He lifted out the 2 bottles, opened the liquor boxes, and inside were bundles of 100 yuan notes. 10 bundles, in all a full 100,000 yuan. This was dirty money. Chunji knew he could not touch it. If he used it to repay loans, he would be hard-pressed to explain the source should anyone investigate. Yet the thought of returning this illicit cash intact to a corrupt official left him feeling deeply aggrieved. He could not report it, could not spend it himself, and could not simply hand it back. What was he to do? Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into his mind. He would donate this ill-gotten money to public welfare on the corrupt official's behalf by spending all 100,000 yuan on lottery tickets. Spending 100,000 yuan on lottery tickets meant 50,000 bets. Chunji bought all 50,000 bets on one number, deliberately picking 2 sets of consecutive high numbers. Knowing that a single number would hardly win, he made the number selection deliberately absurd. The lottery shop owner packed the 50,000 bets into a large bag, looking at Chunji as if he were a monster. Chunji tossed the large bag into the trunk of the big G, planning to return it along with the car when he swapped vehicles. Imagining his uncle's face when he saw that the 100,000 yuan of illicit money had turned into this, Chunji couldn't help but chuckle. This big G was an unfamiliar vehicle and couldn't enter the residential compound, let alone be recognized by the underground garage system. He had to find a spot outside the compound to park. He found a random noodle shop and had a bowl of beef noodles before walking into the compound. It was the height of summer, hot at night. He walked home from outside covered in sweat. As he pulled open the entrance door, he couldn't help but shiver. The indoor air conditioning was set very low. The moment he entered, his sweat turned icy cold. He grabbed the remote and raised the temperature a few degrees. His wife Lu Hong, who was sitting on the sofa looking at her phone, glared at him. "What's wrong with you?" She snatched the remote and deliberately lowered the temperature even further. Chunji tried to grab the remote back. "I'm drenched in sweat. You're making it so cold I'm freezing. Aren't you afraid I'll catch a cold?" Unexpectedly, Lu Hong grew angry. Dodging his grab, she smashed the remote against the wall with a crisp crack. The remote shattered into pieces and the batteries rolled out. "Afraid of catching a cold, are you?" Lu Hong stared at him angrily. "You only think about how sweaty you are, but what about my feelings?" Chunji was stunned. "It's just a small thing, why get so angry? You're making a mountain out of a molehill." "I'm making a mountain out of a molehill." Lu Hong's eyes brimmed with tears. "This life is unbearable. Is that a small thing? Today my phone was bombarded with collection calls. Do you know how my colleagues looked at me? I had to silence my phone, and I missed a call from the department head, who gave me a scolding." Lu Hong's voice choked. "I really can't go on. Let's get a divorce." Chunji stared at Lu Hong, his heart a turmoil of emotions. He could see clearly that ever since the debt crisis exploded, the thought of divorce had been written all over her face. Or rather, ever since he lost his job at the big tech company, Lu Hong's attitude toward him had completely changed. He didn't let her rage sweep him away, but calmly said, "Divorce. I can agree to it. Now that the debt has exploded, I shouldn't drag you through the suffering with me. But have you considered that once we divorce, both our families will be hurt too? Chenji. Lu Hong whipped her head around. Are you even a man? Using family to threaten me. Ultimately, you just want to drag me down with you. Those words weighed heavily. Chenji's face turned cold. Fine, I am a man. Divorce if that's what you want, suit yourself. Divorce it is, those are your words. Then tomorrow we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chenji uttered one firm word, fine. Lu Hong was clearly waiting for this answer. Now that she had her way, she stopped arguing and continued looking at her phone. After a while, Lu Hong stood up and went into the bathroom. The sound of running water came from inside. She was taking a shower. From the lightness of her movements, Chenji could sense she was in a good mood. No. No content. No content. No content. No content. Chenji immediately transferred 30,000 to his father. As soon as the money was sent, his father did not accept it, but called him right away. Xiaoji, why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Is there a need for a reason to give money to my own father? Chenji chuckled. I am currently in a more comfortable financial situation, so I want to contribute a bit to the family. The family has been struggling in recent years, and the small supermarket at home has to purchase goods on credit. Just use it to settle the bills for now. Aren't you just delivering hot dogs with Xingyu? How come you've saved up so much money in just a few months? His father seemed a bit skeptical. Chenji fabricated a small lie. The money from delivering hot dogs isn't much to my main income, now comes from doing research and development for a machinery factory. This 30,000 is from the RD side, and it will only increase in the future. Chenji currently had nearly 4 million in liquid funds, and with over 60,000 in interest arriving every month, he initially wanted to send more to his father, but was worried it might frighten him. If he suddenly sent him several 100,000, his father would definitely suspect that the money was not legitimate, so he decided not to scare him. After reassuring his father to accept the money without worry, Chenji immediately sent 5,000 to his sister Chenxian. The family's conditions have always been poor. Their single-parent father, who limped on one leg, raised 3 children, one of whom was mentally challenged, and the 4 of them have endured a lot of hardship. His little sister has always been so sensible that it was heart-wrenching. After entering university, she has been working part-time in her spare time. Today's college students often complain that the living expenses given by their families are too little, not enough to spend, and they just keep asking for money from home. In contrast, Chenxian would sometimes refuse the living expenses given by their father or Chenji, saying she still had money. Now that Chenji has money, he certainly cannot let his little sister suffer anymore. As expected, just as he sent money to Chenxian, she called him immediately. Did you send the money to the wrong person? I'll return it to you. Chenji was quite speechless and had to send it again. Xian, your second brother, isn't so confused yet. I wouldn't make a mistake in a transfer. It's for you, so hurry and accept it. Why did you suddenly give me so much? I'm not short on money. My onion tutoring is quite lucrative. If you have money, give it to my sister-in-law and save it for the mortgage. Chenxian did not return home for the summer vacation, but found a tutoring institution to teach summer classes. What money can a student make? Chenji said, your second brother is earning more, and more of our family won't have to struggle anymore. From now on, come home during the holidays and don't look for part-time jobs anymore. Your second brother can comfortably. The 2 siblings argued on the phone for quite a while, and only under Chenji's stern insistence did Chenxian reluctantly accept the money. After hanging up the phone, Chenji thought about how he needed to go back to his hometown soon and send some money to his grandfather's favorite granddaughter-in-law has passed away, and he must be heartbroken upon learning this. It's better to shower the old man with money beforehand. If he was overwhelmed with money, he wouldn't be too shocked to hear the news of his divorce. Thinking of Lu Hong, Chenji couldn't help but glance at the bag of money on the passenger seat. There was no need for her to know about his billions, or as long as she saw the cash of over 1 million, that woman would surely fall head over heels for him again. However, that kind of love bought with money was worthless in Chenji's eyes. The reason he took out 1,100,000 cash was that 100,000 was to be returned to his cousin. He could win the lottery, which was still thanks to his cousin, so he wouldn't fuss about it. He would just put the 10,000 in a wine box and call it even. Even though Qin Yuhui threatened him with that audio last night, and this morning someone named Qin called Lu Hong, making Chenji quite upset. But now that he has billions and is someone who wants to do big things, he doesn't have the time to dally with someone named Qin. As for the remaining 1 million in cash, Chenji just took it out to play with. Having real cash in hand would enhance his sense of reality. Chenji didn't dare to stay outside for too long and headed home directly. Getting rich suddenly is great, but the large sum of money came too unexpectedly, making it hard for one's mentality to adjust. The biggest feeling was one of anxiety and insecurity. He kept feeling that since such a large amount of money could fall from the sky, could it also suddenly disappear? After returning home, he hastily cooked something to eat and started fiddling with the 1 million in cash. 100 stacks of bright red bills were neatly piled up, looking quite spectacular. After admiring it for a while, he pondered how to hide this cash. Wealth should not be flaunted. If not hidden well, it could easily attract thieves. After circling around the house, he finally placed the 100 stacks of cash neatly under the mattress of the guest room. This bedroom was reserved for his father and brother, but they had only stayed there for one night. Chen Xian had also stayed for 2 days. Chun-Ji decided that for the time being he would sleep in the guest room, and he would take the time to clear out everything in the master bedroom as garbage. Moreover, the room needed to be disinfected and repainted to completely eliminate Lu Hong's traces, as just thinking about that woman bringing her dog of a man into the house made Chun-Ji feel disgusted. Every piece of furniture and every inch of the floor seemed to be tainted by her betrayal. He wanted to make this home feel brand new, as if she had never existed. Only by doing so could Chun-Ji completely rid himself of the shadows of the past and start his life anew. He hadn't slept well last night and had been bustling around since early morning, making him feel utterly exhausted with heavy eyelids. He decided to take a nap first to recharge before making further plans. Sleeping beside 1 million in cash was quite thrilling, which made it hard for him to fall asleep. He tossed and turned for a long time before finally managing to doze off. After waking up, he first called Xingyu. "Hey, I didn't go today. How are you doing alone?" "You old six still have the nerve to call," Xingyu said angrily. "You didn't quit without giving prior notice, leaving me caught off guard. Luckily, I called my cousin from my second aunt's side, or else I would have been exhausted today." "Stop complaining." Chun-Ji laughed. "I'll treat you to dinner after work as an apology." Xingyu snorted. "Come on, what's there to apologize to a brother? Save your money to pay off debts and get back on track sooner. Who do you look down on?" Chun-Ji said, "I'm not in such dire straits. I just picked up a brand new Benz." "Stop talking nonsense. What are you talking about?" Xingyu didn't believe him. "I know how many holes are in your underwear. With your current financial situation, how could you possibly buy a Benz? Whether I can afford it will be clear by dinner time." Hearing him speak so confidently, Xingyu began to doubt. "Then let's wait and see tonight. Don't try to fool me with a toy car then." The two agreed on the time and place, and after work in the afternoon, Xingyu and his cousin would go together. Because Xingyu delayed the delivery time today, he would be late returning the car, and Chun-Ji waited until it was almost dark before heading out. Just as he was approaching the agreed hotel, his phone rang. It was a local unknown number. Chun-Ji initially thought it was another collection call he hadn't cleared, so he considered not answering, but curiosity made him press the answer button. A timid voice came from the phone. "Is this brother Chun-Ji?" Chun-Ji was taken aback. "Who are you?" "I am Zhu Haoyang. Oh, I'm Chen Xingyi's cousin. You should come to the police station." Chun-Ji's heart sank. "What happened? Where's Xingyu?" Zhu Haoyang's voice trembled. "Cousin got beaten up, but the police handcuffed him and are going to detain him. Your sister-in-law is here too." Upon hearing his cousin's incoherent words, Chen-Ji thought to himself, what on earth is this? He interrupted his cousin, saying, "Whose sister-in-law? Who are you referring to as sister-in-law? What's her name?" "It's your family's sister-in-law," Zhu Haoyang timidly replied. "I think her name is Lu Hong." All right." Chen-Ji seemed to begin understanding the situation and asked, "Who told you that Xingyu was beaten?" Zhu Haoyang weakly said, "It's a particularly strong person, very tall and muscular." Chen-Ji's heart stirred. He asked, "Did that man speak with great power?" His voice sounding robust. Yes. That person clearly looked like a fighter." Just hearing his voice felt incredibly intimidating, Zhu Haoyang hurriedly replied. "That man was truly formidable. I didn't dare say anything when he was beating my cousin, but he kicked me twice as well." Now Chen-Ji was even more certain of his suspicions. He told his cousin, "Don't panic. Tell me which police station you are at now. I'm coming over right away. Please explain the situation to me in detail." As Chen-Ji drove, he listened to Zhu Haoyang recount the events. Actually, this matter wasn't complicated. Xingyu had arranged to have dinner with Chun-Ji that evening. After parking his car, he drove his cousin to the designated hotel. On the way, Xingyu saw Lu Hong. At that moment, Lu Hong was facing a tall and well-built man holding a large bouquet of flowers, and then she threw herself into the arms of that handsome man, embracing him in the street. Xingyu couldn't hold back and immediately parked his car, walking over to question Lu Hong. Lu Hong was completely indifferent, as she claimed she was already divorced from Chun-Ji and scolded Xingyu for meddling. Xingyu didn't believe Lu Hong's words and started arguing with her, accusing her of being unfaithful to Chen-Ji, insisting that he would call Chen-Ji. At that moment, the tall and muscular man approached, and without saying a word, he grabbed Xingyu by the neck, telling him to scram. Although the man looked very capable of fighting, being choked in the street was intolerable for Xingyu. The two of them immediately started to fight. Xingyu was no match for the man, who unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving him battered and on the ground. Zhu Haoyang, terrified by the man's ferocity, didn't dare to move a muscle or even make a sound. He quickly took out his phone to call the police, but was kicked twice by the man, causing his phone to fly away. Surprisingly, the man called the police instead, and the police soon arrived, taking everyone to the station. Zhu Haoyang said the police who responded were from the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau Security Division. "We are currently at the Security Division," Since I wasn't involved in the fight, and it wasn't my turn to call the police, I just came out from the security division. Cousin Chen Ji, please hurry over and find someone you know. We need to get my cousin to the hospital. He was beaten so badly, we can't just leave him like this. Zhu Haoyang said with a quivering voice. Hearing this made Chen Ji even more anxious. He slammed the gas pedal, disregarding that he was in the city. The car sped along like a slippery loach, weaving through gaps, only stopping for red lights, pushing through wherever possible. Upon arriving at the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau, he couldn't drive in, so he parked and told the guard that his classmate had been detained by the security police and that he was there to secure his release, which allowed him to pass. In the courtyard of the police station, he saw his cousin pacing anxiously. Although they had never met before, they immediately recognized each other once their eyes met. Zhu Haoyang jogged over. Chen Ji, you finally made it. What should we do now? Do you know anyone at the police station? Hurry and call someone you know. The guy who beat my cousin has acquaintances. He assaulted my cousin, and yet the police want to detain my cousin and impose a fine. The assailant seems to be getting away with it. Chen Ji thought to himself, how could I know anyone? We're from the countryside, and I've only just graduated and started working. In this city, we're still a disadvantaged group. But he reassured Zhu Haoyang, cousin, don't worry. It's fine. They'll go in and check the situation first. Zhu Haoyang hurriedly followed Chen Ji into the main hall, whispering as they walked, the police at the security division are very fierce. This is the municipal station, not the security division. It's the security team, Chen Ji corrected him. By now it was dark, and generally most offices would be closed at this hour, but the police station's office building was still brightly lit, with busy police officers coming and going. This could only mean that frontline officers don't adhere to regular working hours, because criminal activities don't care if you're off duty. At this moment, Chen Ji saw police escorting several thugs toward the elevator. However, it was evident that the thugs were unwilling to comply and resisted entirely. One particularly muscular thug kept shouting, why are you arresting me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I associate with? You better treat me with respect and let me go quickly, he shouted while continually trying to break free from the police's grip. Just then, the elevator doors opened and two police officers attempted to push him inside, but he suddenly exploded with energy, breaking free from the police's grasp and turning to run. Several officers scrambled to catch him, but this guy was completely wild and like a bull ran through, knocking aside the officers who tried to stop him. At that moment, several police officers stepped out of the elevator, one of whom was a tall and commanding officer adorned with 2 stripes and 3 stars. Seeing the situation, this officer reacted swiftly, chasing down the thug with incredible speed and grabbed. The bull-like thug attempted to use the same trick to shake off the officer, but this officer was agile and executed a beautiful takedown, bringing the thug to the ground. With a confident gesture, he commanded the arriving police officers put him in handcuffs. It must be said that the officer's series of actions was simply impressive. This scene made Zhu Haoyang involuntarily give a thumbs up to Chen Ji. Impressive, really awesome. Chen Ji, however, turned his head away, pulling Zhu Haoyang and swiftly turning into the corridor. Cousin Chen Ji, the security division is on the 2nd floor, Zhu Haoyang said urgently. Don't talk, Chen Ji whispered to stop him, deliberately walking ahead of Zhu Haoyang to shield his own silhouette. As they approached the end of the corridor and saw the restroom, Chen Ji quickly turned inside. Zhu Haoyang sensed something was off and quietly asked, what's wrong, cousin Chen Ji? It's nothing, Chen Ji said, but inside he felt quite frustrated. Zhu Haoyang was supposed to help him find connections, yet now not only was there no one he could rely on, but he also unexpectedly encountered an enemy. Zhu Haoyang sensed something and couldn't help but ask him, Brother Chen Ji, do you know that incredibly handsome police officer from just now? Chen Ji completely ignored the question. Hurry up and check how Xin Yu is doing. In fact, the impressive officer from earlier was Chen Ji's high school classmate Ding Haowei, who had recently been promoted to the head of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Division. In high school, the two were in different classes and had little interaction. Moreover, due to family circumstances, his mother being a mistress, Chen Ji was often ridiculed by his classmates and felt marginalized at school. In contrast, Ding Haowei was a prominent figure at school, known for his flamboyant personality, arrogance, and tendency to show off in front of others. He was the type of person who thrived on the attention of others. Few liked such arrogant individuals, and Chen Ji felt a deep-seated aversion toward him. The main issue was that, according to classmates, Ding Haowei had an influential uncle, which further fueled his arrogance and led to him being surrounded by a group of followers. Chen Ji and he were completely different types of people. He always went out of his way to avoid Ding Haowei, fearing. However, he was overly concerned that Ding Haowei was the type who acted heroically and had little interest in students like Chen Ji, who kept a low profile. What he couldn't stand were those students who aspired to be the boss. Anyone who dared to be more arrogant than him could expect a beating. At the time, there was a genuine second-generation official in school, surrounded by his own group of followers. The official's son and Ding Haowei were rivals who never backed down from each other, having fought numerous times with mixed outcomes. On several occasions, Ding Haowei actually stepped in to defend Chen Ji. The official's son enjoyed bullying others, targeting anyone, including Chen Ji, who had become a laughingstock among peers. Ding Haowei couldn't stand it and defended Chen Ji, which resulted in a few fights. Feeling grateful, Chen Ji wanted to treat Ding Haowei to a meal, but Ding Haowei looked down on him. The two truly interacted during their senior year. One evening after study hall, Ding Haowei found himself alone, without his usual entourage. Suddenly, someone emerged from the darkness, stabbed Ding Haowei, clearly intending to kill him. After the first stab, the assailant attempted to stab him again. At that moment, Chen Ji happened to pass by and rushed over, knocking the attacker to the ground with a series of punches and kicks, capturing him alive. Later during the interrogation, it was revealed that the assailant was hired by the official's son, who, used to being domineering, couldn't tolerate being suppressed by Ding Haowei and was intent on killing him. Having saved his life, Ding Haowei then realized just how capable Chen Ji was. Despite being so formidable, Chen Ji had endured constant bullying at school without ever striking back. Ding Haowei immediately took an interest in Chen Ji, and after being discharged from the hospital, constantly sought him out. Chen Ji, being the low-key and tolerant type, was unlikely to appreciate Ding Haowei's boisterous demeanor. However, the warmth of friendship can't be ignored. Over time, their relationship improved, though Chen Ji never joined Ding Haowei's little clique. After the college entrance examination, Chen Ji enrolled at Beijing University of Technology, while Ding Haowei went to the police academy, but as old classmates they kept in touch. Upon graduation, Ding Haowei passed the civil service exam for police academy graduates and was recruited into the public security agency. Initially, he was assigned to a remote township police station as an ordinary officer. Chen Ji heard from classmates that Ding Haowei was possibly being suppressed and punished by enemies intentionally sent to the remote township. After all, they had shared hardships in high school, and during their university years they kept in touch. Chen Ji even visited Ding Haowei at that township police station. At that time, he indeed appeared to be under pressure. The once flamboyant and arrogant person was now in a state of despair. Seeing that his old classmates still thought of him and came to visit was quite touching. He spoke dejectedly, saying, "I've given up. The word effort is just a scythe for reaping ordinary people. Life is but 30,000 days, living happily for a day is worth it." He had given up and laid flat, resigning to a life of guarding the township police station until retirement. Given his neglected state and lamenting the coldness of human relationships, Chen Ji often took time to visit and cheer him up. After more than a year, Ding Haowei was promoted to deputy chief, showing a clear improvement. He no longer sighed and began to regain his arrogant nature. Meanwhile, Chen Ji was busy with dating, getting engaged, marrying, and then losing his job. Life became chaotic, and he lost contact with classmates who were in different cities. During Chen Ji's difficult years, Ding Haowei's career flourished, achieving consecutive successes while serving as deputy chief and getting promoted. He was first transferred to the District Public Security Bureau, and within 6 months, he was appointed as the squad leader in the city bureau's criminal police team, subsequently solving 2 major cases, earning him great fame in Jiangzhou's public security system. His achievements were featured in the provincial media, and he was prioritized for training, becoming a shining star in Jiangzhou's police force. Chen Ji heard from classmates that the once showy and arrogant Ding Haowei was back in full force. Naturally, those classmates who had previously ignored him became enthusiastic. When he was transferred to the District Public Security Bureau, some classmates took the initiative to organize a gathering to welcome him. By the time he entered the city bureau, even more classmates sought to curry favor with him. In contrast, Chen Ji, having lost his job at a large factory, was reduced to doing odd jobs, feeling ashamed and not attending any of the gatherings. Later, some classmates informed Chen Ji that at the banquet Ding Haowei had openly expressed dissatisfaction. Just a few months ago, Ding Haowei cracked a major case, received an exceptional promotion, and was directly appointed as the head of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Division. It's worth noting that he was only 29 years old. Achieving such a rank at such a young age, especially in such a vital position, was rumored to be aided by his uncle's influence as he moved into the central government. Upon receiving this exceptional promotion, Ding Haowei didn't wait for classmates to organize a gathering. He proactively hosted one, inviting all old classmates in Jiangzhou to attend. Ding Haowei even personally called Chen Ji, inviting him to the gathering. However, Chen Ji knew that such gatherings were merely platforms for classmates to showcase their superiority, where only those who had succeeded would attend. Meanwhile, he was mired in a debt crisis, unable to extricate himself, having fallen from an elite position at a large factory to delivering goods, working at society's lowest level. At the gathering, if asked about his situation, should he lie or tell the truth? One must have self-awareness and not go to gatherings just to become a stepping stone or a live target. Chen Ji politely stated that he was currently not in Jiangzhou, so he wouldn't attend Ding Haowei's gathering. After the gathering, Chen Ji heard from his classmates that Ding Haowei had a bit too much to drink that night, and shamelessly berated Chen Ji in front of everyone. That kid is nothing but an arrogant ingrate. He must have forgotten how he was bullied in high school and who stood up for him. Now that he has succeeded, he looks down on us old classmates. It's simply ungrateful, and he turns on us faster than flipping a page. If I ever run into him, I will teach him a lesson as an old classmate, making him understand the difference between heaven and earth. The classmates who usually flattered him chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Yes, Chen is indeed no longer the same. He is a top student from Bailey University of Technology with a master's degree and remarkable abilities. He entered a nationally recognized company in the new energy sector right after graduation, earning easily over $200,000 a year. I heard that not long after joining, he became a core member of the company's intelligent manufacturing team. We can't compare to him at all. Another classmate added, you guys may not know this, but he left Ligon and jumped to Jiping Motors just under a year into his time there. Jiping Motors is a major company formed by two of the largest conglomerates in the country with immense strength. I heard that with this move, his salary skyrocketed to over $300,000. At this rate, it's probably already $600,000 now. The gap between us and him is only getting larger. In the future, it'd be embarrassing to invite him to our reunions. He probably looks down on our little gatherings anyway. These classmates, eager to please Ding Haowei, made all sorts of sharp and sarcastic remarks. Listening to these words, Ding Haowei was undoubtedly getting angrier and began to speak without thinking. He declared, I, Ding Haowei, am making it clear here that I hope Chen Ji behaves himself and doesn't do anything illegal. If I catch him at it, HM. His words were filled with a threatening undertone, clear to anyone that he was warning Chen Ji not to fall into his hands, or else it would not end well for him. Although Ding Haowei was being excessively arrogant, Chen Ji was also aware of his own guilt. As old classmates who used to be close when Ding Haowei achieved success and stood up to congratulate him, he should have been the first to do so, but he chose to avoid it. Anyone in his position would feel resentment thinking that others looked down on him, especially someone as high profile as Ding Haowei, who valued face more than anything else. But now that it had come to this, there was nothing he could do. Chen Ji could only pray for himself, hoping that he wouldn't get into trouble, let alone fall into Ding Haowei's hands. Currently, the situation with Xingyu being beaten was already troublesome enough. The other party clearly had connections, and if Ding Haowei got involved, things would only get worse, leaving Xingyu in real trouble. At that moment, the chaos in the hall had gradually subsided. Chen Ji cautiously peeked out to see if only then did he grab Zhu Haoyang and hurriedly exit the restroom, quickly making his way upstairs. Upon arriving at the second floor of the security team, Chen Ji's eyes were immediately drawn to the dejected Xingyu, his face bruised and bloody, clearly badly beaten. Crouching in the corner with handcuffs on, it seemed he had just finished giving a statement. Lu Hong sat in a nearby chair, her expression cold, as if everything happening before her had nothing to do with her. Next to her sat a man wearing a neck t-shirt sporting a glaringly shiny Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. This man matched Zhu Haoyang's description. His exposed arms were muscular and well-defined, clearly someone who worked out. Even just sitting, he exuded an imposing stature. Looking at the severely beaten Xingyu, Chen Ji realized that in front of such a strong opponent, Xingyu had no ability to fight back at all. The scene before him was clearly not a fair fight, but a one-sided brutal beating. But now the beaten Xingyu was cuffed to the ground, while the assailant leisurely sat there holding a disposable cup and casually sipping water. He looked like a distinguished guest here. Instinctively, Chen Ji could tell that this man was the one Lu Hong had brought to his home before. Seeing his enemy, Chen Ji suppressed the urge to smash him to a pulp, but his sharp gaze and uncontrollable hatred betrayed his emotions. The man also guessed Chen Ji's identity. Their eyes met, both filled with hostility, and they stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Seeing Chen Ji enter the battered Chen, Xingyu looked like he had found a savior. Old Ji, you're here. Shut up. The investigating officer immediately scolded him. Who told you to speak? Officer. Chen Ji suppressed his anger, trying to keep his tone calm. Why is the person who got beaten handcuffed while the one who beat him can sit comfortably? What is the logic behind this? Who are you? Who let you in? The officer turned his head, glaring at Chen Ji with an unfriendly look. What do you? Chen Ji pointed at Xingyu and said, this is my brother. Then he pointed at Lu Hong. The one sitting is my ex-wife. Today's incident is all because of her. Ex-wife. Hearing this, Xingyu's previously dull eyes lit up with surprise as he looked at Chen Ji, asking urgently, Old Ji, have you really divorced her? What happened between you two? He then angrily turned to Lu Hong. How heartless. I just got beaten up like that, and you didn't even try to pull me away. Given how good our family's relationship is, I never expected you to be so ruthless. I told you to shut up. Can't you hear? The officer impatiently kicked Chen Xingyu. Xingyu's body trembled, and he could only grit his teeth and swallow the rest of his words, his eyes seemingly ready to burst into flames. At this moment in the police station, Chen Ji understood that even if he was furious, he couldn't act recklessly here. Since there was no acquaintance to help, he began to wonder if he could pay a fine to bail Xingyu out. "Officer, I would like to discuss something with you. Is it possible to pay a fine to get my brother released?" Chun-ji spoke in as calm a tone as he could manage. The investigating officer sneered, mocking, "Do you think this police station is your family's? You think paying a fine can exempt someone from administrative detention? Is that your own rule? Stop wasting time." Chun Xingyu caused a disturbance and disrupted public order. He will be detained for 5 days and fined 1,000. Since you want to pay a fine, pay up first. Chun-ji was anxious now. Without a guarantee, was it possible that Xingyu would truly be detained and suffer that fate? He hurriedly spoke. According to the regulations of the Public Security Administration punishment law, if the punished party applies for administrative reconsideration or files an administrative lawsuit and provides a guarantor or pays a deposit according to the standard of 200 yuan per day for administrative detention, they can apply for a stay of execution. We now request to apply for administrative reconsideration. He knew that several of the investigating officers were clearly biased towards the other party, but his own power was limited, and arguing with the police at this moment would be futile. He could only cite legal provisions attempting to fight for a glimmer of hope for Xingyu, while also hoping that the police would truly act according to the law and not go too far. Before the police could respond, the handsome man who had been sitting beside them drinking water suddenly sneered, his face full of disdain. "Ha, coming to the police station to spread legal knowledge." He didn't even look in the mirror to see what was he even worth? Lu Hong also snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "You even talk about paying fines as if you have money to spare. You even take out the fine right now." While mocking, he cast a sideways glance at Chun-ji, his face full of... The man continued to ridicule money. If he had money, even a sow could climb a tree. He's probably being hounded by collection calls every day, barely able to make ends meet, yet still acting like a big shot. I'm embarrassed for him. These words struck Chun-ji like thousands of steel knives, igniting the fury within him. It was clear that this woman had already told this dog of a man about his financial troubles. Recalling the conversations in the audio Qin Yuhui had sent where these two scoundrels mocked his childhood misfortunes, Chun-ji felt a surge of blood rise and an unstoppable impulse wash over him. Anyone would find it intolerable to endure their wife's betrayal and the humiliation of her colluding with another. Moreover, as the handsome man continued to mock and insult him, he stared at Chun-ji with a provocative gaze while setting down the paper cup in his hand. Seeing the tension in his taut muscles, it was clear he was ready for a fight, waiting for Chun-ji to get angry. In fact, everyone on the scene could see that Chun-ji's anger had reached its peak. However, to everyone's surprise, the next moment Chun-ji smiled, but it was a particularly cold smile that sent chills through everyone. Chun-ji knew that despite his overwhelming anger, he had to restrain himself at this moment. The other party had connections, and these public security officers were clearly biased in their favor. If he made a scene with them at the police station, he would surely come to no good end. He absolutely could not fall into the other party's trap. Chun-ji sneered. "Lu Hong, this man is the reason you are so eager to divorce me, isn't he? What nonsense are you talking about?" This made Lu Hong react like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Chun-ji, I tell you, you can say whatever you want about me, but you cannot insult General Wang. I have a normal friendship with General Wang, or rather I work out at his gym, and he is my fitness coach. Is it wrong for me to want to have dinner with a friend to cheer myself up after the divorce? I was unjustly insulted on the street by Chen Xinyu, and even directly assaulted General Wang. And now you speak such insulting words again. I command you to apologize to General Wang immediately." At this point, Chen Ji finally confirmed the identity of this man. It turned out this person was the owner of the gym Lu Hong had been going to. Chen Ji had accompanied Lu Hong there twice. He had never met the owner, but knew his name was Wang Chuyang. "Fine, I remember you." Chen Ji had no time to entangle with Lu Hong, no longer paying her any mind, and instead turned to the investigating officer. "Officer, I am now Chen Xinyu's guarantor. I am willing to pay the full deposit for him and apply for a stay of execution on his detention." After all, he had plenty of money. The amount of the deposit didn't matter. Right now, Chen Ji only wanted to pay to rescue him and quickly bring Xinyu out. This is a society governed by law, not a place where some people can wield power through connections. Justice must be served, but the premise is that Xinyu cannot suffer here. However, the police still rejected Chen Ji's request and ordered him and Zhu Haoyang to leave. But how could Chen Ji just walk away like that? In desperation, he began to consider whether he should call his cousin. He had a cousin named Chen Shaoi who was a standing committee member of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee and the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. He was an official, and the life that Chen Ji's family led was so dismal that it made his high-ranking cousin look down upon them. The two families hardly ever interacted. Therefore, Chen Ji had never thought that he had someone above him. But now, with Xinyu receiving such unfair treatment, being beaten like this, and still facing detention, Chen Ji felt that when pushed to this point, he could no longer hold on to his pride and could only grit his teeth and give his cousin a call. Just as he took out his phone, he saw Wang Chuyang stand up from his chair and point at Chen Ji. "Haven't you apologized to me?" Are you deaf? Chun-Ji shot him a cold glance, ignoring him as he turned to walk outside, preparing to call his cousin. In this place, he was the weaker party and could not afford to confront Wang Qiuyang. Seeing Chun-Ji about to leave, Wang Qiuyang jumped over and grabbed him by the collar. You stop right there. Just as it seemed the two were about to fight, a police officer shouted angrily, What are you doing daring to fight in the police station? Chun-Ji defended, Officer, you saw it. He was the one looking for trouble. Did you not lay hands on him? The officer frowned and said to his colleague, They are indeed all of a kind. Take him away and let him cool down. The officer took the handcuffs from the wall and walked towards Chun-Ji. At that moment, a tall police officer emerged from the side of the door and smiled. What a commotion! Who dares to fight in the Public Security Bureau? Several officers inside laughed at him. Captain Yang hasn't gone back yet. Who said it wasn't? Some people are just too outrageous these days. Captain Yang replied, Indeed outrageous. I see these two seem to have a deep-seated grudge. They both need to cool off. Why don't we find them a quiet room to reflect on things? The officers in the office were momentarily stunned. It was clear they hadn't expected Captain Yang to make such a suggestion. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. Captain Yang continued smiling. I just happened to pass by and casually offer a small suggestion. You guys can take it as a reference. If you need a place, our criminal investigation team has a detention room available. The surveillance is broken anyway, so it's quite quiet. If you need it, we can take these two to that room for a few hours of reflection. Several public security officers immediately understood Captain Yang's implication, and they exchanged meaningful smiles. Chun-Ji also realized that this Captain Yang was actually from the criminal investigation team. Chun-Ji and Wang Qiuyang were brought into a room marked detention room. The police locked the iron bar door and said to the two inside, You two should reflect on yourselves while you're in there. Come out when you've figured out your issues. After Chun-Ji realized that the officer Yang was actually sent by Ding Haowei, he began to think nervously. He wondered if this was just a coincidence. He had just encountered problems at the security brigade, and coincidentally, a police officer from the criminal investigation unit passed by and even offered a rational suggestion. Did Ding Haowei see him in the lobby downstairs? Once locked in the detention room, he managed to piece together the connections. First of all, he was certain that Ding Haowei had definitely seen him. Officer Yang from the criminal investigation unit wouldn't come to meddle in the affairs of the security brigade for no reason, which meant he was sent by Ding Haowei. Ding Haowei's motives could only be one of two possibilities. The first was to deliberately cause trouble and make the security brigade personnel uncomfortable. The second was that he actually wanted to help. Wang Qiuyang looked at Chun-Ji, who was lost in thought, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Hearing that the police had walked away, he sneered at Chun-Ji. Kid, it's just you and me here now. Let's see what you've got. The detention room was an empty space with nothing inside. If one got tired of standing, they could only sit on the floor. However, this empty room seemed to suit Wang Qiuyang just fine. As he sneered at Chun-Ji, he pressed his elbows together, producing a cracking sound. It was clear he was warming up. Chun-Ji looked up at him and calmly said, I can now be certain that you and Lu Hong definitely have issues. But one thing I can't understand is why after you and that cheap woman betrayed me, I haven't sought revenge yet you insist on making things difficult for me. Wang Qiuyang snorted arrogantly. It's because I find you displeasing. From the moment you entered the security brigade, the look in your eyes has already angered me. So this beating is inevitable. It's just to teach you a lesson. In the future, when you see me, be more obedient, and if you give me that look again, every time you do, you'll get hit. As he pressed his elbows, his muscular arms clearly bulged, showing he was quite formidable. Chun-Ji clearly felt intimidated. He suddenly lunged to the door, shaking the barred door and shouting, Help. Someone wants to beat me. This person wants to kill me. But at that moment, the corridor was empty and no one paid him any heed. Wang Qiuyang slowly approached Chun-Ji, his voice cold. Don't waste your energy. Can't you see what's going on? It's just giving us a chance for a fair duel. This opportunity for you is just to let you feel how your brother was knocked down under my stormy barrage of punches. While speaking, his fist whistled through the air towards the back of Chun-Ji's head. Chun-Ji quickly dodged. Wang Qiuyang wouldn't let him off, pressing in with his fists. Chun-Ji could only evade in circles, shouting for help as he dodged. Wang Qiuyang chased him for a few rounds, but didn't manage to land a hit. Gasping for breath, he stopped and cursed, Coward. If you have the guts, hit back. Is running all you know how to do? Does that make you a man? Chun-Ji also halted and smiled slightly at him. After throwing so many punches and not hitting me once, do you even count as a man? Wang Qiuyang's expression changed as he roared, How dare you talk back when death is at your doorstep? He gathered all his strength and charged again. This punch was with all his might. But Chun-Ji no longer ran away. Instead, he sidestepped and accurately grabbed Wang Qiuyang's wrist, pulling him towards the wall. With a loud bang, Wang Qiuyang's punch hit the wall. Before he could retract his hand, Chun-Ji delivered an elbow strike right on his forearm. With a crisp snap, Wang Qiuyang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Without waiting for him to react, Chun-Ji grabbed his left wrist and repeated the maneuver, delivering another elbow strike that broke his other forearm. With both arms broken, Wang Qiuyang spun around in pain, his screams sounding inhuman. Such a piercing scream echoed in the building, causing the police to come rushing over to check the situation. 2 security officers rushed in and saw Wang Qiuyang's face twisted in pain, his screams chilling to the bone. They immediately shouted, "What's going on here?" Chun-Ji, reveling in his misfortune, laughed. "This coach, Wang, didn't practice today and got restless, so he started hitting the wall to calm down. I guess he got hurt." While speaking, he pointed at the dents made by the punches on the wall. Wang Qiuyang jumped up and wailed, "It was him. He broke my arms. Quick, arrest him." Only then did the 2 police officers notice Wang Qiuyang's forearm swaying, clearly lacking support. His bones were broken. Chun-Ji remained unfazed, smiling nonchalantly. "Even if your arms are broken, it's because you hit the wall yourself. Don't pin this on me." With both of Wang Qiuyang's arms broken, he would surely need to be rushed to the hospital. Until the matter was clarified, Chun-Ji would definitely remain in the detention room. Before the security officer could lock the door, Officer Yang happened to appear, saying, "They've calmed down long enough. It's time to let them out." A security officer replied, "Officer Yang, we didn't expect such a small matter to become so complicated. The one we just carried out had both arms broken." Yang said, "Get him to the hospital quickly." Pointing at Chun-Ji, he added, "Is he all right?" The security officer replied, "These 2 were locked in here. One has a broken arm, and he's the prime suspect. We can't let him go." Chun-Ji immediately shouted, "Officer, I made it clear earlier that Coach Wang was just restless and hit the wall with his fists, breaking his own arms. You can't wrong an innocent person." Officer Yang scrutinized Chun-Ji with a discerning gaze, entered the detention room, and examined the dents made by the punches on the wall. "Isn't this quite clear? He obviously broke his arms by hitting the wall himself. Besides, look at the physiques of the 2. That one is a trained fighter. If he hadn't broken his own arms, do you think this Chun could overpower him?" The security officer hesitantly said, "Officer Yang, a suspect, had both arms broken in the detention room. Such a major issue requires an explanation, right? He broke his own arms by hitting the wall. Should we be responsible for him too?" Officer Yang was getting a bit angry. "The surveillance in this detention room is inconsistent. Just a while ago there was a signal. I saw Wang chasing Chun, and Chun was screaming for help. I wanted to inform you about it. Isn't that how it went? If you don't believe me, go check the surveillance. This isn't anyone else's fault." Before the security officer could say anything else, Officer Yang impatiently said, "Let Chun-Ji come with me. Ding's team wants to see him." The security officer was surprised and asked, "Ding's team wants to see him? What does that mean?" "It means nothing." As Officer Yang walked away, he said, "Ding's team and this Mr. Chun-Ji are old classmates. When an old classmate comes, of course we catch up." He left with Chun-Ji without looking back. "He is an old classmate of Ding's team." The security officer repeated this phrase in disbelief as he watched their figures disappear. In front of a door marked Captain's Office Team, Leader Yang knocked and brought Chun-Ji into the office before stepping out. Ding Haowei's office was quite spacious, as his rank warranted a large office according to standards. Moreover, the new office building of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau had only been completed a few years ago, featuring particularly advanced layouts and office facilities. Behind a large desk, Ding Haowei sat confidently in his executive chair, exuding an air of authority. Seeing Chun-Ji enter, he deliberately placed one foot on the desk, spinning in his chair with a face that could not hide his pride and showiness. Chun-Ji chuckled to himself, knowing that this guy would always be like this. As long as he could show off in front of old classmates, he would feel immensely satisfied. Thinking this, he casually walked over to the nearby sofa and sat down. Ding Haowei shot him a glare. "Who told you to sit? Stand up properly. How did Wang Qiuyang's arm get broken? What does it have to do with me if he broke it himself?" Chun-Ji replied nonchalantly with a smile. "What are you going to arrest me if I don't stand up?" From what had just happened, he could roughly deduce that Ding Haowei must have intervened, meaning this guy not only held no grudge, but had secretly helped him. On the surface, it appeared that Team Leader Yang was in cahoots with the law enforcement officers, deliberately favoring Wang Qiuyang, seemingly giving him an opportunity to beat up Chun-Ji. In reality, only Ding Haowei would know that despite Wang Qiuyang's muscular build and larger frame, when it came down to a fight, that bastard was no match for him. Ding Haowei was merely helping him in a different way. This aligned with his nature. He wasn't inherently bad, but simply loved to show off and was overly ostentatious. If he were truly tasked with doing anything despicable, and while he wouldn't be able to manage it, Ding Haowei said solemnly in an official tone, "Do you know that if it weren't for me, you guys would have been in deep trouble tonight?" Chun-Ji responded, "Honestly, I figured it out that was you who helped. It seems that an old classmate really comes through it." Ding Haowei smiled proudly. "Haha, you still remember we're old classmates. I'm sure others have told you, right? At that gathering you missed, I scolded you fiercely at the banquet and even vowed to give you a hard time. Weren't you scared?" Chun-Ji pretended to tremble. "Of course I was scared. Look at me, I'm shaking all over." "Get lost, don't pretend in front of me," Ding Haowei said. "But to be honest, I was really mad at you during those days. I thought you had really made it and looked down on us low-income folks. But despite the scolding after so many years as classmates, I would never do anything to turn against you. You know my personality. Oh, I'm straightforward. If you provoke me, I just need to vent a little. Don't take it to heart. Chenji laughed. As long as you don't really want to take revenge on me, then I forgive you. Ding Haowei scoffed. You're getting a bit too cheeky. You forgiving me is actually me forgiving you, right? To be honest, after that gathering, a classmate told me you might have run into some trouble because he saw you sweating profusely doing hard labor on the street. Moreover, not long ago, Jipeng Automotive was disbanded, and it caused quite a stir. Of course, we thought that with your education, your expertise, and your abilities, even if Jipeng Automotive dissolved, you could find opportunities at other new energy companies. But when I heard from classmates that you were doing manual labor, I couldn't help but investigate a bit. Of course, it wasn't abusing my power. I simply inquired as a classmate. I then learned that when you resigned from Jipeng Automotive under the team's supervisor, the company's owner, Zhai Xiangxing, personally spoke with each one of you to try to retain you. When he failed to do so, Zhai Xiangxing became furious and declared that unless you worked to the death at Jipeng Automotive, you wouldn't find any jobs in this industry after leaving. The team that jumped ship is now all unemployed, essentially blacklisted from the industry. I understood then that you didn't attend the gathering because you felt down on your luck, afraid of being mocked by classmates and too embarrassed to show up right. I thought to myself, why are you being so petty? This is nothing. If they don't want you here, there are other places that will. Zhai Xiangxing may have power in the Jiangzhou new energy sector, but why not look for opportunities in other cities? Chen Ji said, you're right. When I had no other options, I did consider leaving Jiangzhou. When I first graduated and started working, didn't I come to visit you and mention this? Family circumstances were tough, and after graduating, I hurried back home to find a job to take care of my family. So with Jipeng Automotive disbanding and being blacklisted from the industry, I couldn't continue in this field, and not wanting to leave Jiangzhou, I had no choice but to take on other jobs. I don't mind your mockery. I've done all sorts of jobs in the past few days. Driving for ride-sharing, delivering food, working as a rebar worker on construction sites, just trying to make ends meet, especially with loans on my back. I didn't care about the hardship, just that I could earn money. But how much can you earn from these odd jobs? The wages barely cover the loan payments. So you ended up in debt, right? Ding Haowei interrupted Chenji. Chenji stared at him in surprise. You dare to say there's no abuse of power? Don't put it that way. Ding Haowei said, do you think I have nothing better to do than investigate you? I just happened to learn about your current situation while inquiring about you as a classmate. It's no big deal, but it's just a bit of debt. With your abilities, as long as you leave Jiangzhou quickly and find a job at another new energy company earning hundreds of thousands a year, you'll turn things around soon. I know you're definitely having a hard time now. An old classmate can't help you much. Don't be fooled by my apparent success. My salary isn't too high, and I haven't saved much over the years, living extravagantly with only about 100,000 saved up. Let me lend you 100,000 for now, but when you have money, make sure to pay me back quickly. As he spoke, he took out his phone. The mobile transfer limit is 50,000 a day. It'll transfer 50,000 to you now and another 50,000 tomorrow. Don't think about defaulting on me. I'm a police officer. If you default, you'll regret it. Chenji's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw a notification that 50,000 had been deposited. I must say Chenji was moved by Ding Haowei's gesture. He looked at the notification for the 50,000, lowering his head to avoid looking at Ding Haowei, fearing that his eyes might betray him, becoming moist and worried about being mocked for being sentimental. Ding Haowei continued explaining, back in school, I admired the police's authority, and my biggest dream was to become a police officer one day. But once I actually became a police officer, I realized that the job isn't easy, the pay isn't high, and especially for those of us working in criminal investigation, the work is particularly tough. Sometimes after taking on a case, we might work day and night for long stretches without being able to go home for days on end. Of course, someone in my position has plenty of opportunities to make money. But you know me, I can't stand wrongdoing and refuse to turn a blind eye to evil. I say this without shame. It's a sense of justice. To uphold that sense of justice, I must first keep myself clean. To rectify others, one must first rectify oneself. Only by being upright and unashamed can I face down evil and wrongdoing with integrity. Chenji knew Ding Haowei was not putting on airs. He was simply genuine. Every word he spoke came from the heart, unvarnished and true. Since that's the case, you must already know about my friend being beaten and then detained. Clearly Wang Qiuyang pulled strings to make it happen. Don't you feel compelled to stand up and speak out against such blatant abuse of power? Chenji smiled. This matter falls outside my jurisdiction, Ding Haowei replied. Still, I've instructed my subordinates to file an official complaint with the oversight department. And my friend, where is he? Chenji asked urgently. He's been taken to the hospital. You can call to find out which one. Chenji sprang to his feet. Old classmate, no words can express my gratitude. I'll repay this kindness another day. I'm heading to the hospital now. As for the 50,000 yuan Ding Haowei had just transferred to him and promised another 50,000 tomorrow, Chenji accepted without hesitation. Though he himself commanded assets worth hundreds of millions, he understood Ding Hao's pride. Granting him this opportunity to help was in essence granting him dignity. What he truly sought was psychological fulfillment. He'd simply inform Ding Hao in a few days that his cash flow had stabilized and return the money then. Leaving Ding Hao's office, Chunji immediately dialed Xinyu's number, only to hear the automated message, "The phone is switched off." He quickly called Zhu Haoyang instead and learned that Xinyu's phone had been dropped and crushed underfoot during the assault. At that very moment, Xinyu was at Jiangzhou City People's Hospital. "Good. Tell him I'm on my way right now." Before he could finish, Xinyu's voice crackled urgently through the line. "Lao Ji, how are you? Did you get released so soon? That bastard didn't lay a hand on you, did he?" Chunji laughed loudly, deliberately, for reassurance. "I'm fine." Emerging from the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, he spotted Lu Hong standing on the sidewalk beside the gate. Beside her stood a woman holding a toddler and leading an older child. Upon closer look, it was none other than Xinyu's wife, Su Meiwan. Su Meiwan was chasing Lu Hong, demanding, "Lu Hong, what's going on? I'm asking you. Why are you avoiding me?" Lu Hong shrank back, visibly desperate to escape. Yet Su Meiwan pressed forward with her children in tow, shouting, "Did you come here for Xinyu too? What's wrong? Don't frighten me." Her voice trembled with rising tears. Seeing Lu Hong evade her questions and behave as though she longed to flee, Su Meiwan feared something catastrophic had befallen Xinyu, her terror threatening to break into sobs. The more Lu Hong retreated, the more fiercely Su Meiwan pursued her, clutching her children tightly. Chunji rushed over and called out, "Lao Wan, stop questioning her." Su Meiwan turned, and spotting Chunji, hurried forward with her children, breathless. "Lao Ji, you're here too. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Don't keep me in suspense. What's happened to Xinyu? Is something terribly wrong? Otherwise, why would Lu Hong dare not face me?" At a loss for how to answer her cascade of questions, Chunji instinctively lifted the child she held. Xinyu had two children, a 5-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son. Casting a glance at Lu Hong's retreating figure, Chunji said to Su Meijuan, "Let's go. Get in my car." Desperate, she pleaded, "Then tell me first, what really happened to Xinyu? Is he even alive?" "Don't say such things. He's perfectly fine," Chunji assured her. "He got into a fight, took a few punches, filed a police report, and now he's receiving treatment at the hospital." Su Meiwan glanced back once more at Lu Hong's fading silhouette and asked, "Why won't she come with us? Where is she going?" "Leave her be," Chunji said flatly. "From now on, treat her as a stranger." "What happened? Did you two quarrel?" "No quarrel, just divorce." "What do you mean, divorce?" Hearing those words, Su Meijuan's anxiety flared anew. Chunji gave a cold, quiet laugh. "Go ask Xinyu yourself at the hospital. He took that beating because of her. Why on earth would you divorce? Was it because of your debts?" All the way to the hospital, Su Meiwan kept pressing Chunji about the divorce. He knew she worried for him, yet his tone grew impatient. "You're young. Why all this fuss? What good does it do to ask so much? Who else will ask if I don't? Can I just stand by and watch you two split up?" she snapped. "We bicker constantly. I yell at Xinyu sometimes, even raise my hand. But we still live in peace and harmony. Every household has its arguments. If every spat led to divorce, the national divorce rate would hit 100%. Enough. Mind your own affairs and tend to Xinyu first." Su Meiwan hailed from their neighboring village. Chunji, Xinyu, and she had all attended junior high together. Xinyu had struggled academically, failing the senior high entrance exam, and after graduation, he left school to work. His life had begun humbly, and his expectations for the future were modest: to marry steadily, find a loyal wife who'd stand by him through thick and thin. That alone brought him deep contentment. Within those modest bounds, Su Meijuan represented the pinnacle of beauty he believed he could ever attain. Chunji often teased them mercilessly, "Shameless, dating your own classmate." Having grown up together since childhood, and with Su Meiwan married to his dearest childhood friend, Chunji's bond with her ran unusually deep and sincere. Arriving at the People's Hospital, Su Meiwan only now registered aloud, "Ah, Lao Ji, where did this car come from? Given your current finances, how on earth can you afford a Mercedes-Benz?" Earlier at the Public Security Bureau's gate, her anxiety had blinded her to the vehicle she'd climbed into. Now calmer and more observant, she realized, with astonishment, that she'd arrived in a gleaming new Mercedes. Chunji grinned. "Just picked it up. What do you think? Who says my financial situation doesn't allow for such a car? Are you underestimating someone?" Su Meiwan paused, then murmured thoughtfully, "If you truly drive a car like this, would Lu Hong really have walked away? Listen to you, painting her as some shallow opportunist." With that, Chunji scooped up her elder daughter again and strode toward the ward building. Upon entering the hospital room, it was evident that Xingyu was hooked up to N4. In front of the hospital bed stood 3 police officers, the inspectors Ding Haowei mentioned, who were taking statements from Xingyu. The inspectors have basically figured out the situation. Through reviewing the surveillance footage from the scene, they have completely proven that Wang Xiuyang was the one who initiated the assault. Moreover, throughout the entire ordeal, Xingyu never had a chance to fight back. He was wholly subjected to Wang Qiuyang's beating. After the incident, it was Wang Xiuyang who called the police, which was merely an evil act of the aggressor turning to report the victim. Additionally, he used his connections to contact the deputy chief of the public security team who was leading the response, and as a result the beaten Xingyu was detained and fined while the assailant Wang Xiuyang became the so-called victim. Such a blatant reversal of right and wrong and the abuse of power constitutes serious dereliction of duty, and the inspectors indicated that it would certainly be dealt with severely. They also needed to consult the victim to see if he wished to pursue further accountability from the aggressor. After the inspectors left, Chun Ji looked at Xue Meijuan, who was still wiping her tears. She was heartbroken seeing her man beaten to a pulp. Which wife wouldn't feel that way? Chun Ji pondered, as the saying goes, an ugly wife is a burden like a tattered cotton jacket, and it's absolute. Though Xue Meijuan was not particularly attractive, she was self-aware and knew that she looked quite ordinary. Only Xingyu, who had low expectations for family and career, treasured her. Thus, she cherished their relationship deeply and was genuinely heartbroken for her man. Shinji advised her, "Old one, don't cry anymore. You're still young, why act like an old lady? It's just a few punches. Don't think that because he's bruised and battered now it won't be visible in 3 to 5 days. You say that because it's not happening to you, right?" Xue Meiwan retorted, "In the end, isn't Xingyu getting beaten because of you? You really are blind. You had such a good university classmate, what was her name? Oh, Xinlin. Instead of pursuing her properly, you ended up falling for someone like Lu Hong. Now that you've just accrued a little debt, she can't wait to divorce you. It's just inhumane." Xingyu mumbled through his swollen lips. "Not just inhumane, she's practically a femme fatale. You know how well our families get along. Usually you and that woman are like sisters. This afternoon when I approached her to question her, that man was beating me, and even if she had just pulled him back or said something to me, I would have felt a bit better inside. But she just stood by coldly. Watching me being beaten to the ground, she even sneered. I will remember her. If that woman ever crosses my path again, I will definitely take her down. Had I known she was such a person, I would have torn her apart right at the entrance of the police station." This couple truly matched each other, starting to curse Lu Hong in unison. Zhu Haoyang stood nearby, and Chen Ji felt quite awkward. Although he had applied for a divorce, he hadn't received the certificate, yet, even if he did, she would still be his ex-wife, a lifelong mark. As they were cursing the woman, Chen Ji felt embarrassed, realizing in the end wasn't it his own blindness that led him to choose such a venomous woman. As they continued cursing, Xingyu suddenly recalled something, saying to Chen Ji, "Ah, old Ji, it seems your uncle really was accurate. Don't you remember, when you went to see him, I went along. He read your fortune, saying you were destined for a late marriage, and must not marry early, otherwise you would definitely end up divorced. You must marry after 32 for it to go smoothly." It seems he was spot on about everything. Uncle is a blind, old man who uses coins to tell fortunes. Because he's blind, he never married and is just an old bachelor with few visitors from relatives and friends. Chen Ji and his father were among the few who went to see him. The year Chen Ji graduated, he went to visit him, and because he was entering society, Uncle had once predicted about his career and marriage. The old blind bachelor said Chen Ji would face a period of misfortune. The prophecy was quite fluent, stating family fortunes diminish, kin are powerless, slander and disputes arise, encountering officials brings misfortune, marriage is hard to achieve, and one meets the wrong people, a pair of hands for making money, yet no savings. In summary, it meant that Chen Ji would be unlucky. At that time, Chen Ji had just graduated with his master's degree and was about to join a big company, full of confidence and optimism about the future. Naturally, he dismissed the words of the old blind man, feeling a bit angry, thinking, I kindly brought gifts to visit you, and you cursed me. Looking back now, Uncle was right about everything, even predicting that he would meet the wrong person while looking for a wife. Chen Ji decided that when he goes back home in a few days, he must visit Uncle again to have his fortune told. He wanted to see if Uncle could predict that he would win a big lottery and forecast his upcoming luck. Xue Meijuan, upon hearing Chen Ji say he would visit Uncle for fortune-telling, suddenly became interested. When you go to have your fortune told, take me along. I want to see if Zingia's fate this year is cursed by official punishment. How could he suddenly suffer such a huge loss? Just drop it, Xingyu said impatiently. What do you mean by cursed by official punishment? Don't make wild guesses. At that moment, the nurse came in again, asking the family to pay the hospitalization fee first. Xue Meiwan felt troubled. She had just paid the mortgage 2 days ago and didn't have much money left. She said to the nurse, Miss, can we delay the payment a bit? You know, my husband was beaten up like this, and the police just said they would have the assailant cover the medical expenses first. Due to special circumstances, the assailant couldn't come over right now, but when he does, he will surely cover the costs. Indeed, the inspectors had said that the assailant would initially cover the medical expenses, but they received a call in between learning that Wang Xiuyang had suddenly broken both his arms, and couldn't come to pay the hospitalization fee. The inspectors were also somewhat concerned about how Wang Qiweyang's arms suddenly broke. However, Chunji was not worried. He knew Ding Haowei would handle this matter well. Earlier in his office, Ding Haowei had said a very philosophical statement: true justice is not merely about rigidly adhering to legal texts, but ensuring that those with malicious intent cannot exploit loopholes in the law. Chunji stood up and said to the nurse, "I'm his friend. I'll pay the hospitalization fee for him first." Xue Meiwan became anxious. "Old Ji, what are you doing? Whoever strikes is responsible for the medical expenses. Not only do we need to demand the medical expenses, but we also have to pursue his legal responsibility. Why should we pay this money?" As she spoke, she gestured to Chunji. In fact, she felt embarrassed to say anything else in front of the nurse. However, Chunji didn't listen to her and followed the nurse out. Xue Meiwan was extremely anxious and wanted to run out to bring him back, saying to Xingyu, "How could old Ji have money? He's overdue on his online loans and is struggling to make ends meet. He even lost his wife over this issue. How can he pay the hospitalization fees? How much money do you have left on your phone? Let's gather some together. We owe old Ji for his advance on the medical fees. We can't put him in a difficult position now." At this moment, Chunji returned, watching the couple huddled together with their phones, even borrowing 1,000 from his cousin to pay for the hospital fees. Chunji took out his phone and showed them the text message he had just received about a transfer of 50,000 yuan, saying, "Look, isn't this a windfall? Another 50,000 just came in. The debt from online loans is nothing. I can pay it off in a minute." Xianyu was left dumbfounded by his words. "Old Ji, what on earth is going on? A few days ago, the collection calls were relentless. How come suddenly you have money?" Su Meiwan seemed to have an epiphany. "Right, Xian, you let me tell you something. Old Ji is actually driving a brand new Benz. He said he just picked it up and he came here in that Benz." Xianyu was even more puzzled. "Old Ji, have you done something illegal? How did you suddenly become wealthy? Isn't it simple to get rich?" Chunji smiled proudly. "I won the lottery, over 500 million. What does driving a new Benz even mean?" Xianyu and Old One both displayed disdainful expressions. Chunji chuckled to himself, knowing that they wouldn't believe the truth anyway. However, regarding this Benz, Chunji decided he would quickly swap it back. The next morning, he called Qin. "He'll come by after breakfast to swap the car back. You all just wait at home," he said. On the other end, Qin Guomin was overjoyed, repeatedly agreeing, "Sure, I'll wait for you with Xiao Hui at home." "I won't go to your house," Chunji replied. "I'll wait for you at the village entrance where we swapped the car that night. I'll swap it." The reason he didn't want to go to Qin Guomin's house was to avoid seeing his aunt's sour face. Ever since his brother-in-law fled with the money, Chunji had visited his uncle a few times, and Qin Guomin had pretended to agree, saying he would find a way. But his aunt's attitude was terrible. She was narrow-minded, and most rural women are like that. Once there's a bit of conflict, if you go to her house again, she won't even pretend to be nice, just throwing a fit and hurling insults. Chunji didn't want to stoop to a woman's level. The only way was to avoid her altogether. After breakfast, he drove off and arrived at the entrance of Beitan village, the very place he had taken the car from last time. Once there, he called Qin Guomin. "I've arrived, bring the car out. Have Xiao Hui put my dashcam's memory card back exactly as it is, and it's best to delete everything stored on the computer. Those things won't threaten me. I'm divorced. Now even if they get out, they'll just cause a stir among relatives and friends before being forgotten. But uncle, if your little tricks get out, it won't just be a passing matter." Qin Guomin hurriedly replied on the phone, "Don't worry, I'll make sure he deletes all the videos. Besides, that matter will definitely not come from our family's lips. We're close relatives and family matters shouldn't be aired. Oh, we must keep everything confidential." Though Chunji said he wasn't afraid of Qin Yuhui exposing the dashcam video, how could he truly not? During the marriage, Lu Hong had brought a man home. Even though he had divorced that scoundrel, if this got out, it would be. After hanging up, Chunji got out of the car. There was air conditioning inside, but he felt stifled sitting there. He walked to the other side of the road, standing in the shade of a tree, enjoying the gentle breeze. After a few minutes, a car drove out of the village. It was a white Audi A4. The car wasn't speeding as it left the village, but as it got closer to Chunji, the driver apparently saw him and immediately accelerated, rushing towards him almost recklessly. Chunji's heart jolted. "What the hell? Who wants to kill me?" He quickly jumped to the side, hiding behind a tree. "I'm just hiding behind a tree. If you have the guts, crash into the tree." The Audi A4 approached and slammed on the brakes, kicking up a cloud of dust on the cement road. The smell of rubber from the tires against the ground filling the air. The car door didn't open immediately, evidently waiting for the dust to settle. At that moment, Chunji saw who it was, and a wave of immense joy surged within him, accompanied by an uncontrollable smile, as he hurriedly jumped from behind the tree onto the road. As the door opened, a stunning figure stepped out of the car. Seeing this familiar silhouette, Chunji instantly felt a warm breeze on his face. What is a true beauty? It is the kind of person who, even with just a glance, can sweep away any gloom, leaving you feeling refreshed with every pore radiating sweetness. The beauty smiled at him and said, "How about it? Isn't this a creative way to greet?" Chunji exaggeratedly responded, "So creative. To hit is to be affectionate, to scold is to love. I can only say you love me to the extreme. The beauty laughed charmingly and kicked him. Let me love you again. Chen-ji couldn't help but scrutinize the woman. She wore a refreshing white sleeveless sports top that perfectly outlined her slim, yet strong waist paired with light blue sporty joggers, strikingly bright and full of vigor. Her dark hair was casually tied in a high ponytail, her flawless skin glowed a light pink under the sun, and her large eyes, reminiscent of black grapes, sparkled with lively light. Her lips, as bright as ripe cherries, smiled at Chen-ji, revealing pearly white teeth. Chen-ji was captivated. She was Shun Qinglin, his classmate from high school and university, the campus belle of Beiyuan University, his ex-girlfriend, and his white moonlight. It had been 4 years since they last met. Not only was she more beautiful than before, but her aura had matured too, making her even more enchanting, leaving a refreshing impression with just a glance. So have you seen enough? Have I changed since before? Shun Qinglin asked him. I haven't seen enough, or a lifetime wouldn't be enough. You're just being sour. Shun Qinglin laughed. I heard you got married a year ago. Now that you have a wife, is it still interesting to say sour things? You're well-informed, Chen-ji chuckled. It's not that I'm well-informed. Ooh, I've been keeping an eye on the most important man in my life, someone I'll never forget. So what does your wife do? Is she prettier than me? Mentioning Lu Hong made Chen-ji's expression slightly awkward. He didn't want Shun Qinglin to notice, but in front of this clever woman, he found it hard to hide. When it came to talking about his so-called wife, he couldn't show any joy because he knew that if he pretended, it would be transparent to Shun Qinglin. Shun Qinglin blew lightly on his face. What's wrong? Did my question hurt you? As your ex-girlfriend asking about your wife, do you think I don't care about you? I know you got married, and am not jealous at all. Am I wrong for not being jealous? Don't forget we broke up amicably. Chen-ji shook his head and grabbed her small hand, gently rubbing it in his own. This is a taboo topic. Isn't there a saying that you shouldn't talk about another woman in front of a woman? All right, you're right, and my question was abrupt. Then I wish you happiness. May you have a blissful family and grow old together. Ugh, Chen-ji made a disgusting sound. That sounds so fake. It's not fake. I'm sincere. Shun Qinglin looked at Chen-ji seriously. This is an era of not marrying, and there aren't many reliable women to live with, including me. You understand me. I'm someone who loves to roam. If it weren't for my personality, it would be me marrying you, not someone else. I can't settle down and be a good wife, so you should cherish your good wife. Shun Qinglin was right. Her thoughts were unconventional, showing no trace of the traditional image of a woman marrying and raising children. Even the so-called feminism seemed outdated in her. She believed that women shouldn't get married while pursuing their careers, and even if they did marry, it would be in a modern partnership similar to a dink dual income, no kids family, resolutely refusing to have children. Unfortunately, her mindset did not suit Chen-ji, who came from a single-parent family. His grandfather was still old-fashioned, valuing boys over girls. Although his second uncle was relatively successful, he was not favored by his grandfather because he had 2 daughters. Officially, his grandfather had 2 grandsons, but the eldest Chen Daji was mentally challenged, leaving the hope of continuing the family line solely on Chen-ji. How despairing would his grandfather be if Chen-ji married without having children? What was worse was that Shun Qinglin was ambitious. She had a long-held wish to never marry a rich second-generation or a bureaucrat's son. She wanted to become a strong woman, relying on herself, refusing to marry until she earned $1 billion. Having visited Chen-ji's home a few times, she understood the situation and realized she was not suited for the Chen family, as she could not delay Chen-ji's responsibility of continuing the family line. Though they had once loved each other deeply, in the end reality and rationality triumphed over emotions, leading them to choose a peaceful breakup. At this moment, Chen-ji looked at his ex-girlfriend, whom he hadn't seen for 4 years, feeling as if those 4 years were just a fleeting dream, as if they had only parted yesterday and were now reunited. The memories of their time together flooded his mind. It was truly a case of fate playing tricks. Society had become so civilized, yet differing ideologies prevented lovers from being together. But who could they blame? It was not wrong for his grandfather to long for great-grandchildren. It was also not wrong for his father to hope for a complete family. The mistake lay in their broken family, which desperately needed a housewife to manage household affairs, support her husband, raise children, and carry on the family line. Shun Qinglin observed Chen-ji's expression. What's wrong? You seem unhappy to see me. Chen-ji shook his head. No, I was a bit unhappy, but seeing you instantly lifted my spirits. What made you unhappy? Shun Qinglin asked, glancing at the luxurious Mercedes G-Class. Look at you driving such a nice car. Your life seems good. What could possibly make you unhappy? This car isn't mine, it belongs to my cousin. Chen-ji explained the origin of the Mercedes G-Class and shared his debt crisis, omitting the part about winning the lottery. Finally, he said, my debts have exploded and my wife is gone. I submitted my divorce application at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday. In 29 days, I can get my divorce certificate. Shun Qinglin looked at Chen-ji with a complex expression. No wonder I sensed something was off with you when we first met. You seem happy, yet it feels like you're hiding something. Is it that seeing me feels like a child who has returned home wanting to cry, eh? She said, opening her arms. Come here, let's hug and comfort each other. Understood. Chun-Ji reached out to pull her in the soft fragrance, enveloping him instantly. This familiar scent had lingered in his dreams countless times, and now it returned. Oh, or perhaps she could no longer be considered a girl. She was the same age as him now, 29, truly matured like the ripest apple on the branch with certain parts more ample and firmer than before. Just as Chun-Ji was immersed in this warm, sweet, dreamlike sensation, he noticed Shin Qinglin's hands moving restlessly. He immediately stopped her. What are you doing? Be still, don't move around. Don't distract me from enjoying this moment. Stop making a fuss. Shin Qinglin shook him forcefully. I'm just trying to use my phone in your arms to input your bank card number. I'll transfer 300,000 to you. It's the maximum I can manage without affecting my finances. Don't feel pressured. You'll pay me back when you have money. If you don't, I won't ask for it. Chun-Ji shook his head, saying, It's not necessary right now. My debt crisis is basically resolved. I appreciate your kindness, but you don't need to transfer any money. Shin Qinglin gently tapped her chin on Chun-Ji's shoulder. Is it the resurgence of male chauvinism? Is your pride coming back? Is it that the most painful and embarrassing thing for a man is to show weakness in front of the woman he loves, letting her see his most incompetent side? That's what you can't stand, right? Chun-Ji chuckled lightly. The reasoning is correct, but it doesn't apply to me now. He then pondered. He definitely couldn't disclose the lottery win to anyone, but how could he explain to Shin Qinglin that his financial situation had improved? At this moment, he heard the sound of a car engine approaching. Glancing sideways, he saw his white Nissan Qashqai quickly coming out of the village. He quickly said, The one named Qin is coming. I really don't want to part ways. Unexpectedly, Shin Qinglin tightened her embrace. If you don't want to part, just keep holding me. What can the one named Qin do? Chun-Ji smiled helplessly, thinking Shin Qinglin is still that rebellious girl. He gently patted her back, and eventually the two reluctantly separated. At that moment, the Qashqai had already pulled up close. Inside, the Qin father and son had long seen Chun-Ji and Shin Qinglin in each other's embrace. Qin Yuhui spat angrily. How shameless. In broad daylight, and in public, they're hugging. Qin Guomin nonchalantly replied, Aren't they a couple from college? They broke up because Shin Qinglin didn't want children. They broke up, so why are they back together now? Qin Yuhui shouted indignantly. Clearly, he was filled with envy and jealousy. Shin Qinglin was the campus belle of Bailey University of Technology, a top beauty that couldn't be found in the entire neighborhood. Every young man in the village regarded Shin Qinglin as his dream girl. As the son of the village head, Qin Yuhui felt superior, and he fantasized even more. But she was unattainable. The two got out of the car, and Chun-Ji conducted himself formally. First greeted. Qin Guomin nodded, and then said to Shin Qinglin, Why haven't you left yet? Your third grandfather is waiting to hear from you. Chun-Ji didn't understand what they were talking about, and looked at Shin Qinglin. Shin Qinglin explained, My third grandfather deposited some money in the bank, and has been unwell lately. It seems he has only a day left. The family wants to withdraw the money, but the bank insists he must do it in person. They explained that he is now mobility impaired and cannot go out. There are no branches in our town, and taking him to the county branch isn't feasible due to his health. The bank staff said their doorstep service only covers urban areas and cannot accommodate rural needs. They basically told us to figure it out ourselves. Earlier, we tried to get my third grandfather into the car to take him to the bank, but as soon as he got in, he had an accident, and we had to carry him back. I was so angry that I wanted to go to the bank to argue. It's simply inhumane. Qin Guomin said, You should hurry and go. I think the bank is just following regulations. You probably won't achieve anything by going there. If the bank insists on not providing service in the countryside, we'll have to think of another solution. Hearing this, Chun-Ji's heart stirred, and he asked Shin Qinglin, Which bank did your third grandfather deposit in? Construction bank. Why? Shin Qinglin asked. Upon hearing that her third grandfather's money was deposited in the construction bank, Chun-Ji understood and said to Shin Qinglin, Don't go to the county town just yet. Wait for me to get my car changed, and I'll go with you to have a look. Perhaps I can help in some way. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuhui disdainfully opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed back the words that were about to come out. His greatest focus now was on his own Mercedes, only thinking about quickly getting his car changed. Eagerly handing the key of the Nissan Qashqai to Chun-Ji, he said, Cousin, this is your car key. I haven't touched anything in the car. Do you want to check it out? In fact, he was hinting that he had left the storage card of the dashcam intact. Chun-Ji glanced at him and took his car. He got into the car to check the situation inside, then opened the dashcam, pressed the playback button, and confirmed that the videos on the card had not been deleted. Only then did he get out of the car and lead the Qin father and son over to the Mercedes. He opened the car door and said to Qin Yuhui, You go up and see if there are any issues. I haven't touched anything in your car either. If you have any problems, bring them up now. After this, I won't take responsibility. Qin Guomin was certainly the first to check the box of alcohol in the trunk. Seeing that the box of alcohol was still there, he visibly sighed in relief, picked it up to weigh it, looking eager to open it and check. However, seeing Chunji staring at him, he had to suppress his impulse to open it and forced a laugh at Chunji, saying, "It's just 2 bottles of alcohol. It doesn't look like anything valuable. He'll taste it tonight, okay?" Chunji sneered, "Uncle, if you can drink such fine alcohol, I'll give you 500 million. If you can't drink it, you give me 500 million. Do you dare to bet?" Qin Gumin's face turned green all of a sudden. He knew that Chunji must have opened the box and saw that inside was not alcohol, but 100,000 yuan. Without asking, Chunji must have also recorded the 100,000 yuan in the box on video to keep evidence. If he really angered Chunji, including the video of himself accepting bribes recorded that night, it could form a complete chain of evidence. He hurriedly pressed the electric tailgate, closing the trunk as if afraid of being scalded. Then he pulled Chunji to the other side of the car, mysteriously took out his phone, and whispered, "Xiaoji, I know you're having some financial problems right now. Look, Uncle has emptied his savings to help your cousin buy a car. I've managed to gather 50,000 yuan these days. He'll transfer it to you." While saying this, he glanced toward the car, indicating that their transaction should not be seen by Shin Qinglin. He would keep it a secret for Chunji and not let Shin Qinglin know about his debts. In fact, his real intention was to prevent Shin Qinglin from discovering that he and Chunji were splitting the illicit. Chunji was very clear that he wanted to share the ill-gotten gains with him, just to drag him down and silence him. Even if he had money now, he absolutely would not take such money. He directly refused, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle. I already know that you're not in a good financial situation either, so I won't make it difficult for you. I partnered with Uncle to do business. That's a matter between him and me, and I shouldn't come to you. Besides, he ran away with the money, which is illegal, and I'm not the only one who got scammed. Others have reported it to the police. I, due to the family relationship, felt embarrassed to report it. I've already thought it through. I'll go to the police to file a record. When the case is solved and the suspect is caught, I can get my money back." As he spoke, he walked towards Shin Qinglin, saying, "Then it's settled. You guys take care of your business. I will go with Shin Qinglin to have a look." Qin Gumin's expression was uncertain, but he still followed behind him, feigning politeness. "Look, it's already this late, and you've arrived home. Come back with me. I'll have your aunt cook some nice dishes, and we can have lunch at my place." Shanji rejected his false invitation, wrapped his arm around Shin Qinglin's waist, and said to her, "Turn around. I'll go with you to see your third grandfather." Qin Yuhui watched the affectionate interaction between the two and felt jealousy burning in his eyes. Earlier, when the car hadn't been changed, he didn't dare to say much, but now that the car key was in his hand, he finally couldn't hold back. Cousin, don't waste time. Let Sister Qinglin hurry to the county town. Whether it works out or not, let her come back quickly. What can you observe by going along? The bank regulations say they don't provide door-to-door service to the countryside. Do you think you can change the bank's rule?" Chunji shot him a glance and ignored him. This disdainful attitude made Qin Yuhui even angrier, and he directly said, "Cousin, if you had connections at the bank, or if you were a big depositor at the bank, I might believe you could help. Now you have debts exploding. The bank is about to sue you, so don't get involved. You can't help it all, you'll just make things worse." Chunji knew very well that this kid was deliberately exposing his flaws to make him look bad in front of Shinji. This is the nature of people. He thought that if he were in his place, he would never show weakness in front of the woman he loved, and would certainly try to conceal his debt issues. Little did he know that Chunji had already told Shin Qinglin about his true situation. This is perhaps what is called: a gentleman is open and above board, while a villain is always fearful. Before Chunji could say anything further, Shin Qinglin looked at him with a surprised and angry expression. "What? Chunji, you actually have debts exploding. Is that true? How could you have come to this point? You didn't mention any of this to me earlier." Shin Qinglin was playing her part convincingly, and Chunji chuckled inwardly. At the same time, a sweet warmth flowed through him. What is mutual understanding? What is a tacit connection? It's just like the unspoken cooperation between him and Shin Qinglin. He immediately adopted a look of angry embarrassment, saying, "Xiaohui, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I, a distinguished graduate from Bailey University, a team elite in a big company, be in debt, let alone have debts exploding? If you're going to make things up, at least make it plausible. Besides, what are you trying to achieve with your unfounded accusations?" Qin Yuhui retorted, "How did it become me talking nonsense? I merely spoke the truth, fearing that you would go to her third grandfather's place and end up causing trouble instead of accomplishing anything." Chunji made a bold face, saying, "Xiaohui, if you keep saying that, I'll bet with you. If I can get the matter resolved, what will you do?" Qin Yuhui replied, "If you can really call someone from the bank, then anything." At this moment, Qin Guamin immediately reprimanded his son. "Xiaohui, what are you talking about? What kind of bet? If Xiaoji can really call someone from the bank, then that would solve a big problem. Don't bet anymore." Qin Guomin, being wise, knew that Chunji's financial situation must be dire, but even so, it was possible that he had acquaintances in the bank. What if he really could call the bank staff through connections? Qin Yuhui completely failed to understand his father's thoughts and insisted on betting with Chunji. Chunji said, "If you lose, I won't make things difficult for you." How about this, you come along, and if I can get it sorted out you have to shout 3 times I Qin Yuhui, look down on others, and then bark like a dog and crawl out. Qin Yuhui burst into laughter. That's easy. If I lose I'll accept the bet, and do as you say. But what if you can't resolve it? Chen Ji replied, if I lose I'll do the same as you. Shen Qinglin said, then it's settled, I'll be the middleman, and you all can go to the third grandfather's house together. Qin Guomin had no choice but to follow along. Qin Guomin felt quite helpless about his son's stubbornness, yet his thoughts were not far from those of his son. He believed that Chen Ji would never admit to the debt crisis in front of Shen Qinglin, for he couldn't bear the shame. Thus he deliberately put on a show and bet against Qin Yuhui, intending to intimidate him into retreating. Now that the two had made a wager, Chen Ji was certainly in a bind, or it remained to be seen how he would resolve it. The group arrived at Grandfather Shen's house, and Chen Ji followed inside for a look. Indeed, Shen Qinglin's grandfather was in very poor health. The elderly man lay on the bed, unable to rise. It was truly as Shen Qinglin had said, he was in a state where one day felt like the next could be his last. If they didn't hurry to withdraw his savings once he passed away, the family would face the absurdity of proving your father is indeed your father, or having to bring him in person to the bank. Now, while the old man was still alive, they wanted to quickly withdraw the money, but his condition made it impossible for him to go to the bank. The bank, citing that they were outside the service area, also refused to provide door-to-door service, which was indeed somewhat inhumane. Chen Ji immediately took out his phone to call Fong Xinyan. As soon as the call connected, Fong Xinyan grew. Chen Ji said, hello manager Fong, are you busy right now? I have a small matter I'd like to trouble you with. Fong Xinyan quickly responded, not busy at all, Mr. Chen. Please feel free to let me know what the issue is. It's like this, my grandfather is having some issues right now. Chen Ji explained the old man's condition and provided the location of Beitan village. Fong Xinyan immediately said, no problem, I'll speak to the bank manager and ask him to notify the county branch to send staff over. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Manager Fong. You've really helped me out. Fong Xinyan chuckled lightly on the phone, saying, Mr. Chen, you're too polite. This small matter is nothing. Serving our clients is our duty. Besides, isn't your reputation on the line here? You are one of our most valued clients. Chen Ji thanked her again and exchanged pleasantries before hanging up. The Qin father and son were listening nearby. Chen Ji had intentionally put the call on speaker so they could hear every word exchanged. From the conversation, it was clear that Chen Ji was not just a casual acquaintance, but a valued client of the bank. At that moment, the Qin father and son were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances. How could this be? A debtor in crisis, yet he was still considered a valued client of the bank. How could someone who couldn't pay back debts be seen as such? Qin Yuhui's eyes darted around as if he had an epiphany, and suddenly, he burst into laughter. Cousin, you truly live up to the title of my cousin. You really came up with a brilliant plan. Chen Ji asked, what do you mean? Qin Yuhui replied smugly, I understand now, you must have arranged this beforehand with someone to put on a show for us. Chen Ji scoffed, just wait and see if this is a show. As long as she notifies them, it will only take 20 minutes to drive from the county to here. Let's wait and see if the bank staff will come, then everything will be clear. Confident in his assumption, Qin Yuhui said, let's wait just a few dozen minutes. If the bank staff doesn't arrive, they'll be waiting to see certain people crawl out here like dogs. Less than 30 minutes later, a black Passat stopped outside the gate, and 2 bank staff members walked in. Chen Ji warmly welcomed them, leading the 2 staff members inside to handle business for the old man. The Qin father and son were left gaping in disbelief the moment they saw the bank staff. Earlier, Qin Guomin had somewhat agreed with his son's guess. He thought Chen Ji must have found someone to call and put on a show for them. He could never believe that a debtor in crisis could be a valued client of the bank. Yet here were the bank staff actually providing service in the countryside. Although the father and son couldn't understand the situation, one thing was clear: Qin Yuhui had lost the bet. He had to shout 3 times, I Qin Yuhui have eyes but failed to see, and then crawl out like a dog. But how could Qin Yuhui do such a thing? He was in his 20s, and in front of everyone to say he had eyes but failed to see, then crawl out like a dog. How would he face the villagers as the son of the village chief after that? Thinking of this, as Chen Ji went into the room, he lowered his head and tried to sneak away quickly. However, Shen Qinglin mercilessly shouted at him, Yuhui, where do you think you're going? You made a bet with Chen Ji, and I was the intermediary. No matter who loses, they must accept the terms. If anyone tries to back out, I won't be polite as the intermediary. Qin Yuhui ignored her, quickened his pace to escape, but Shen Qinglin grabbed his clothes. At the same time, she shouted into the house, Chen Ji, come out quickly, he wants to back out. Before Qin Yuhui could break free, Chen Ji rushed out from the house and grabbed his wrist. Applying pressure, Qin Yuhui cried out in pain, hey, easy there, you're going to break my wrist. Qin Guomin had already seen Chen Ji's strength, and seeing him act against his son, he immediately panicked and hurried over to advise, don't fight, shall we? You must accept the terms of the bet. He urged his son with his eyes, signaling him not to provoke Chen. If he got angry, the two of them couldn't take him on. The humiliation Qin Yuhui felt was beyond words. He was the son of the village chief, a big shot in the village, and everyone had to bow and smile at him. Yet now he was being forced to act like a dog. It was an incredible disgrace. However, circumstances were stronger than man, and with Chunji's fighting ability, if he resisted, it would be even worse. With no choice, he reluctantly followed through with the earlier agreement, shouting 3 times in the yard, "I Qin Yuhui have eyes, but fail to see," and then let out a few wolves crawling out on the ground. The people in the yard couldn't help but burst into laughter at his miserable state. Qin Guomin had already slipped away before his son started barking. It was his son who had eyes, but failed to see, not him. Shin Qinglin held onto Chunji's arm, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Chunji looked at his former girlfriend, feeling that their connection had never truly been severed. For years had passed since they last met, and their reunion still felt like the natural emotional connection they once shared. He couldn't help but say, "Lin, you haven't visited my home for years. Grandpa and the others often mention you, they miss you." According to the principle of reciprocity, Shin Qinglin should visit Chunji's family, as Chunji was already in her hometown Beitan village, and thus he should first pay a visit to Shin Qinglin's parents. Recalling their time together, Shin Qinglin's parents had a favorable impression of Chunji during their courtship. Although they had some reservations about his single-parent background, they were overall quite satisfied with him. Moreover, they understood their daughter's unconventional thinking and hoped that through her marriage to Chunji, she could be more grounded and ideally follow him back to Jiangzhou for work. However, Shin Qinglin was ambitious, and the two ultimately did not end up together. After their breakup, due to family reasons, Chunji quickly found another partner and got married. Thus, in the eyes of Shin Qinglin's parents, Chunji was now a married man. If he were to visit Shin Qinglin's home again, they might think too much of it, so Chunji decided not to go. Chunji's hometown Nandan village was only separated from Beitan village by Zhongtan village with a straight distance of about 7 or 8 li. There was no need for both of them to drive separate cars. Shin Qinglin wanted to get into Chunji's car and have him take her there and bring her back. However, to her surprise, Chunji locked his car and asked to take Shin Qinglin's Audi A, suggesting she drive him home. Shin Qinglin looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean? Why not take your car?" Chunji smiled and replied, "If you drive your car, won't it save me some gas money?" Shin Qinglin stared at Chunji's face for a few seconds and with certainty said, "There must be another reason, you just don't want to tell me." Feigning helplessness, Chunji spread his hands and said, all right, I admit that I can't hide anything. I thought since you like to go against the norm in your actions, usually it's the man driving while the woman is in the passenger seat, so I wanted to do the opposite. Letting you drive while I sit in the passenger seat suits your style of doing things." Shin Qinglin pouted, "Forget it. If you don't want to say, I won't ask you. Let's get in the car." In reality, the true reason was that Chunji felt repulsed upon seeing the white SUV. Previously, Lu Hong had driven this car to and from work most of the time and had taken other men to his home. He thought the car was too dirty. Such a clean girl like Shin Qinglin was not suited to sit in it. He decided to sell the car after driving it back and buy a new one that was low-key yet luxurious. The two got into the car, and Shin Qinglin started the engine, but instead of heading south, she drove north. Chunji questioned, "Is this the new age version of going against the grain? We agreed to visit my grandfather. Where are you taking me?" Shin Qinglin huffed, "I haven't seen Grandpa in years. Can I go empty-handed? I'm going to the town to buy some gifts." Chunji said, "What gifts?" "My family runs a small grocery store. Oh, we lack nothing. Grandpa has an orchard with watermelons and cantaloupes. Oh, what else can you buy?" Shin Qinglin rolled her eyes at him and said, "I would rather buy 2 pounds of peaches to carry than go empty-handed. That's the most basic etiquette." When they arrived in town, Shin Qinglin originally planned to go to the largest supermarket, but upon reaching the entrance, she changed her mind. She felt the supermarket only had cigarettes and alcohol and didn't want to bring those to her grandfather. Instead, she found the best tea shop in town and finally chose a type of Waishan de Hongpo. She even asked the shopkeeper to brew it for tasting. The tea was bright orange-yellow, fragrant, and rich with floral and fruity notes and a unique mineral quality. The tea leaves were tightly rolled, dark and lustrous, and the price was considered relatively high in this shop. Shin Qinglin was very satisfied and had the shopkeeper package it into 2 boxes. Chunji understood that she was preparing 2 gifts, one for Grandpa and one for her own father. After that, Shin Qinglin went to the largest supermarket and bought a lot of snacks. Chunji didn't need to ask to know that these were for his older brother Chundaji. Even though Chunji's family ran a small grocery store, it didn't stop Shin Qinglin from expressing her feelings through these snacks. It was almost noon, and the scorching July sun mercilessly baked the earth. Occasionally, heavily loaded trucks passed through the town, and the asphalt road under the blazing sun seemed to soften under the weight of the tires. The two drove to Nantan village and parked outside Grandpa's orchard. As soon as they got out of the car, they felt that it was slightly cooler here than elsewhere, with a faint aroma of fruit trees in the air. Grandpa's 3-room brick house was right in the center of the orchard. As soon as they entered the orchard with the gifts, they heard barking from inside. Shen Qinglin glanced at Chen Ji and laughed. De Huang seems to have forgotten me. I came a few times before and he could recognize my footsteps. Now that we're here, he's barking you. It seems he doesn't even recognize your footsteps. Chen Ji laughed. Maybe De Huang is getting older and his hearing isn't what it used to be. As they approached the three-room brick house, De Huang finally recognized Chen Ji's footsteps, immediately stopped barking, and joyfully ran over on three legs. One of his front legs was curled up, clearly indicating that De Huang was limping. De Huang first affectionately nuzzled Chen Ji, then turned to sniff Shen Qinglin, seemingly trying to recognize this familiar girl before rushing over to interact with her. At this moment, Chen Ji's grandfather Chen Kajian emerged from the orchard, holding a basket of fragrant pears. Grandpa was nearly 80 years old this year, but his health was still robust. He had good hearing and eyesight, and his back was straight. He wore a somewhat worn straw hat, and his sweatshirt had several holes, but was very clean. At first glance, Grandpa spotted Shen Qinglin, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on his wrinkled face. Isn't this Qinglin? You still think of Grandpa, and come to see this old man? From Grandpa's happy smile, it was clear he was genuinely delighted to see Shen Qinglin again. Shen Qinglin smiled, and said, I've always thought of you, Grandpa. I haven't seen you in years. You won't hold it against me, will you? Grandpa pretended to be stern and said, of course I will. How could I not? You've not come to see me for 4 years. You must come every year from now on, and I will forgive you. Saying this, he urged Shen Qinglin to hurry, and Chen Ji stroked De Huang's head and asked Grandpa, how did De Huang injure his leg? Grandpa's expression darkened. Isn't it because of that bastard Hao Chang's big wolf dog? Chen Ji was puzzled. De Huang has always been in the orchard. How could he possibly get bitten by a wolf dog? Grandpa said angrily, the day before yesterday, Hao Chang brought some town workers to the orchard claiming he wanted to remeasure our orchard because the previous acreage was incorrect. Who knows what that bastard is up to? He could have just come, but he also brought his big wolf dog. As soon as that dog came in, it pounced on De Huang, or at that rate it could have killed De Huang with a few more bites. I grabbed a hoe and swung it a few times, but didn't hit that dog. If I had hit it, I would have killed it. Truly a wicked man raises a wicked dog, that's for sure. Chen Ji remained silent. The Hao Chang that Grandpa spoke of was the village chief. Speaking of which, that bastard was also one of Chen Ji's enemies on his little account book. Hao Chang was a small-time thug in the city when he was younger, but after returning to the village, he was elected as the village chief. He essentially returned to the village to reap benefits from the collective since he couldn't make money outside. Now many village chiefs have some connections to the underworld. When they can't survive outside, they return to harvest collective profits. Of course, Hao Chang controls the village committee and encroaches upon collective interests. Chen Ji can ignore him and does not regard Hao Chang as one of his enemies. The reason he lists that guy as an enemy in his little ledger is that back in the day, when Hao Chang was mingling in the county town, he got close to the wealthy man who was involved with Chen Ji's mother. Later, when Chen Ji's father went to catch them in the act and got his leg broken, although Hao Chang was not one of the assailants, he was part of the group that did the beating. Moreover, after this incident, he helped that group cover up the aftermath, intimidating and threatening the old Chen. Later, when the wealthy man's business expanded and moved to the big city, Hao Chang returned to the village as the village head and has been bullying Chen Ji's family ruthlessly over the years. All these events accumulated, and Hao Chang has become a fully qualified enemy. Chen Ji took the basket from his grandfather and walked back with the three of them and the dog. Walking out along the small path between the fruit trees, he arrived at a moderately sized open space considered to be a yard. 3 houses made of blue bricks and green tiles clearly had some years behind them. At this moment, a woman with flour on both hands hurriedly walked out from the house. Oh, isn't this Qinglin? This girl is getting more and more beautiful. I haven't seen you in years. While speaking, she reached out to take the gift from Shen Qinglin, wiped the flour off her hands on her apron, and affectionately pulled Shen Qinglin's hand towards the house. You are such a thoughtful child, remembering to come and see your grandfather. How is it? Have you gotten married? Where is your partner from? Are they also working in the capital? While she warmly led Shen Qinglin into the house, she merely glanced at Chen Ji and ignored him. Chen Ji felt a bit perplexed and shouted from behind the 2 women, Aunt, when did you arrive? And why are you so biased, not even glancing at your own nephew yet being so warm to an outsider? This woman, looking to be around 60, was indeed Chen Ji's grandaunt Chen Yufang. From childhood to adulthood, his grandaunt was the one who cared for Chen Ji the most, especially after Chen Ji's mother left home. She frequently came to take care of their family of 4. However, he didn't know what was wrong today, as his grand seemed to have some grievances against him, appearing somewhat huffy. His grandfather also went into the house, leaving Chen Ji standing alone in this so-called yard, staring at the 3 blue brick houses in a daze. These 3 houses were built by the collective back in the day. His grandfather had been working in the orchard since his youth, and one could say he had spent his entire life tending to fruits. In terms of fruit tree management techniques, he claimed to be second in the village, and no one dared say they were first. After the collective ended, his grandfather contracted the village's orchard. At that time, it was just as the reform and opening up began, with the rural areas rapidly developing and many specialized households emerging. During that time, his grandfather was the village's fruit tree specialist and was among the first batch of people to become wealthy in the village. A few years later, when the family had money, he even bought a car for Chunji's father to do transportation, making their family the richest in the village. Later, when Hao Chong returned to the village as the village head, coveting this orchard, he instructed his brother to compete against Chun Kajin in bidding. Through a series of underhanded operations, he seized most of the orchard, leaving Chun Kajian with only a small portion. This was still because Chun Kajian's nephew Chun Shaoi was a high-ranking official in the city, which made Hao Chong refrain from being too excessive. However, he knew that Chun Shaoi's family was not on good terms with Chun Kajian's family, which is why he dared to brazenly contend for the orchard. Nevertheless, managing fruit trees requires very specialized skills. Hao Chong and his group only saw that growing fruit trees was profitable, but if they truly had to take care of them, they would be complete amateurs. In just a few years, they ruined a well-maintained orchard. Later, seeing that the orchard was no longer profitable, they cut down all the fruit trees. Just now, he heard his grandfather say that Hao Chong came with staff from the town to stir up trouble, clearly with ill intentions. He wondered what kind of crooked schemes they were plotting again. However, at this moment, Chunji had already made up his mind. He now had money and a certain degree of confidence. Moreover, even if he were to clash with Hao Chong and his group in the past, they had the townspeople shielding them and were familiar with the local police, but now he was no longer afraid. Ding Haowei had told him that he would not be a protective umbrella for anyone, but as long as he encountered those who abused power and distorted the truth, he would definitely not turn a blind eye. This gave Chunji a sense of reassurance. Simply put, Ding Haowei was his backbone. He would not create difficulties for Ding Haowei, forcing him to act unethically on his behalf. As long as he could provide him with fairness and justice, that would be enough. Thus, he could say that he was now someone with both money and power. Therefore, the long-held plan for revenge that he had sworn to carry out since childhood would start today. Hao Chong wanted to lay his hands on his grandfather's orchard. He must make that bastard suffer greatly, so that no one could dare to harbor any crooked intentions. Moreover, Chunji thought his grandfather had actually had a very hard life, never enjoying any blessings. Now that he finally had money, he must ensure his grandfather enjoys a good life. Today, he brought cash back to give his grandfather some money. Of course, he also knew that even if he gave his grandfather a lot of money, the old man would be reluctant to spend it on himself. So Chunji wanted to buy some furniture and appliances for his grandfather. Since the old man wouldn't buy them for himself, he would buy them for him, forcing the old man to use them. Thinking of this, Chunji immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. "Jinyu, are you off work yet?" Chun Jinyu, like Chun Xian, Yu was one of Chunji's best buddies since childhood. A few months ago, Chunji was facing a job change again. At that time, he had two choices. One was to follow Xian Yu to deliver goods, and the other was to follow Jin Yu to the cold storage to slaughter chickens. Later, he chose to go for deliveries. Because delivering was in the city after returning in the afternoon, he could still run a designated driver job. But Jun Yes chicken slaughtering cold storage was in the town here, and going back to the city after work was quite inconvenient. Returning to his hometown after work was nice, but during that time, he noticed something was off with Lu Hong. He was afraid that if he lived separately from Lu Hong, it would accelerate the deterioration of their relationship. The day before yesterday, Chunji told Xian Yu that he wanted to resign and stop delivering goods, giving the reason that he wanted to go back to slaughter chickens with Jin Yu. Now it was almost 11:30, and on the other end of the line, Jin Yu said, "He'll be off work in about 10 minutes. What can I do for you, sir?" Chunji said, "I transferred 30,000 yuan to you." Just as he finished speaking, Jin Yu on the other end of the line clearly jumped in surprise, exclaiming, "Why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Aren't your credit card and online loans overdue? Where did you get the money to transfer to me? Oh, I understand you want to move your assets, right? You brat, how come your imagination is so rich?" Chun Jishuan scolded. "Money is a scoundrel. We can earn it back after spending it. If debts explode, I can still work hard to get back on my feet. Can I really be in debt forever? The overdue debts have long been repaid, but don't think about that. This money is for you to buy things. After work, go to the town's appliance store and buy a large air conditioner for around 10,000 yuan, and also get a big television around 70 to 80 inches. Bring them to Grandpa's orchard. Let them have lunch before installing. Also go to the surveillance installation place and let them come over to take a look at the orchard's layout. Now they have those surveillance cameras that can be installed independently without needing to charge, powered by solar panels, right? Tell them to bring several models for me to choose from. After finishing these two tasks, buy some roasted chicken, pigs, trotters, and other marinated goods, then come over to Grandpa's for dinner. Your aunt is making dumplings." After Chunji finished speaking, Chun Jinyu on the other end of the phone fell silent for over 10 seconds, seemingly still recovering from the shock. Then he said, "I saw it, you sent 30,000 yuan. Okay, then I'll take care of it right away." At the same time he mumbled, "You really are quite mysterious. A few days ago when the debts exploded we were discussing if we could gather some money to help relieve your debt pressure. You've suddenly become a nouveau riche. How did you manage that?" Shinji asked. "I won the lottery. Do you believe me?" "I don't believe you at all. Alright, enough of that. I'm about to get off work. See you in a bit." When he entered the house, he saw his aunt holding Shun Qinglin's hand, still chatting warmly. Clearly his aunt was most concerned about Shun Qinglin's marriage. When she learned that Shin Qinglin was not only unmarried but had always resisted marriage, she began to persuade her again. "Qinglin, our ancestors have always been farmers, and the old saying goes men should marry when they grow up, and women should marry too. Don't think that just because Xiaoji got married over a year ago, I don't think he married too late. Many young people in the village around his age already have children in school. You see, you're also 29 this year. If you don't hurry to get married, won't that delay having children too? This woman must have children while she is still young. If it's too late, it will be hard to give birth." Shin Qinglin playfully said, "Auntie, if that's the case, maybe I shouldn't have children at all. Thinking about having children is terrifying you. I can't handle it." His aunt glared at her reproachfully. "Why do you still have this mindset? If you don't get married and have children, who will you rely on when you're old? Living in a nursing home, why would the caregivers take care of you diligently? Even one's own children may not be filial, let alone outsiders. You're still young now, thinking everything is fine. But when you grow older and your parents have passed, you'll realize having no relatives in this world is truly difficult. Why are you so disobedient? If you were obedient, you would have married Xiaoji early. You two are such a perfect match." As she spoke, his aunt's eyes turned red. At this moment, Grandpa also sighed sincerely. "Qinglin is a good girl. To have such a wonderful daughter-in-law like her would be a blessing I earned in my past life. But why must you work in a big city? What's so good about the capital? I've heard the smog there is particularly severe, and it's especially cold in winter. You say if you come back here it's not cold in winter and not hot in summer, our climate is the best for people. Let's not mention the trivial matters. Look, Xiaoji is married and you're still single. Listen to Grandpa and your aunt, hurry up and find a reliable young man to marry." Shunji immediately took the opportunity, saying, "Grandpa, you're still thinking of Qinglin. Since she's not married now, I might as well divorce Lu Hong in a couple of days. Marrying Shin Qinglin is the best. This is the real match." What he meant by this was actually to give Grandpa a warning, because the matter of his divorce from Lu Hong would eventually be discovered, and it wouldn't be long before Grandpa found out. He didn't know how sad Grandpa would be upon hearing this news. He was giving him a psychological expectation of divorce in advance so that the old man wouldn't be too shocked. Grandpa immediately widened his eyes and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Marriage is a lifelong commitment. If things are going well, how can one casually get a divorce? You need to work hard and let me hold my great-grandson soon. That's the real matter." "Qinglin, don't you think so?" Shunji's words made his aunt immediately alert. She glared at her nephew and then looked at Shin Qinglin as if sensing some dangerous aura. Thus, she stopped persuading Shin Qinglin to hurry up and get married, but instead pulled Shin Qinglin, saying, "Qinglin, you two are fortunate. Your aunt is making dumplings here. Let's have lunch here today. With the two of you, I'll definitely need to make more, so you should help your aunt out a bit." Shin Qinglin immediately made a face. Since childhood, she had been most resistant to doing housework. It can be said that this girl has always had different aspirations from others. She believes that women should not only revolve around household matters, so she has never been willing to learn to cook or do housework with her mother since she was little. Her mindset had long been understood by her aunt. However, it was evident that her aunt was intentionally making things difficult for her at this moment. Shin Qinglin did not hide it. "Auntie, you know me. I can't do housework. I can't help you with anything." Her aunt forcefully replied, "It's precisely because you can't do it that I have to ask you to do it. As a girl, if you can't even cook or make dumplings, how will you live in the future? Let's not talk about serving others. Even if you want to eat, you should know how to cook for yourself. It's more convenient after all." Without further ado, she pulled Shin Qinglin to sit across the table. "I'll roll the dough, you wrap the dumplings. I'll wrap a few first, you watch carefully. The dumpling skin should be held like this, steady and firm. Don't put too much filling, otherwise it will be easy to leak out when wrapping. Then pinch the edges tightly and make pleats. This way the dumplings will look good and taste delicious." Shin Qinglin had no choice but to learn half-heartedly. From childhood to now, when her mother forced her to learn how to make dumplings, she would resolutely refuse, but now she was embarrassed to refuse her aunt. After much effort, she awkwardly pinched out a dumpling and held it out to her aunt. "Aunt, look, is it like this?" Her aunt with flour-covered hands grabbed Shin Qinglin's wrist and used her other hand to count the number of pleats on the dumpling. "You must pinch out 12 pleats for good luck. Back in the day when Xiaoji's mother came to our place for the first time, we made dumplings to entertain her. Xiaoji's mother also helped make dumplings as she was truly skilled. The dumplings she made could stand upright in clear water without sinking. It was her excellent skills that made this marriage happen." Shunji knew his aunt very well. She was a shrewd person. Now in front of Shin Qinglin, she brought up the subject of his mother. the heartless woman who abandoned her husband and child. It was evident that his aunt was doing this on purpose. In fact, my aunt has an unspoken implication of what she really wants to say is about Lu Hong. Because Lu Hong excels at household chores. When she first visited the family to meet the parents, she was not shy at all and directly took charge of the kitchen, showcasing her excellent cooking skills. Isn't it said in books? To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Lu Hong not only captured the man's stomach, but also won over the hearts of his family. My aunt knew that Shin Qinglin was exceptionally intelligent, and she deliberately hinted at this to subtly remind Shin Qinglin and Shinji. She understood that Shin Qinglin had a rebellious personality and never played by the rules. If Shin Qinglin were still hung up on her past love, this worldly rebel might not even consider that Shinji is now a married man. Moreover, disregarding societal views, if she were to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Chunji, wouldn't that be ruining someone else's family? Now the entire Qin family is eagerly waiting for Lu Hong to get pregnant and add a member to the family. If any chaotic situation arises, how could they even think about having children? Chunji knew that his aunt was overthinking, but he couldn't explain. At least he couldn't tell the family yet that he had submitted a divorce application. He had to let them slowly come to terms with it. Besides, Shin Qinglin was still the same Shin Qinglin. Earlier on the way to the town, the two of them had already discussed Shin Qinglin's career. Currently, Shin Qinglin has established a moderately sized AI model team and has developed several multilingual pre-training models. She has also made some achievements in deep learning strategy modeling and algorithm research, starting to provide AI model intelligence services to various enterprises. In other words, Shin Qinglin's ambitious career has just begun to see some success, and her views on marriage and motherhood are even more resolute than when she graduated. How could she suddenly have the whim to marry again? My aunt was truly overthinking. Once the dumplings were wrapped, she really didn't treat Shin Qinglin as an outsider. She instructed Shin Qinglin to tidy up the place. Then she mysteriously pulled her nephew outside and found a corner. Chunji thought his aunt was going to admonish him not to rekindle old flames with Shin Qinglin and ruin the family. Unexpectedly, my aunt turned around and asked him, "Xiaoji, tell me the truth. Have you run up a lot of debt that you can't repay?" Chunji asked, puzzled, "How did this news spread so quickly? Who told you, aunt?" My aunt sternly replied, "Don't worry about who I heard it from. Not only have you racked up unpayable debts, but many creditors have also come to collect from you. Additionally, you've taken Xiao Hu's brand new Mercedes, and I heard they're looking for someone to arrest you." Chunji immediately understood. "Aunt, did you hear this from someone with the surname Qin?" My aunt, realizing her nephew had guessed correctly, admitted, "Yes, I heard it from your cousin's wife at the market yesterday. Just tell me the truth. Have you really taken on a lot of debt and stolen Xiao Hu's car? This is no small matter. You must be honest with me. You know why I'm here today, or it's about this situation. I'm worried you might be causing trouble. If you really get into trouble and get arrested, think of all the hardships you've endured since childhood." My aunt's voice choked with emotion and tears began to fall. Chunji hurriedly wiped her tears, saying, "Aunt, I know you mean well. I won't hide anything from you. A few days ago I did have some debts, but you know your nephew is a top student from a prestigious university, and my abilities are evident. These debts have already been resolved. As for taking Xiao Hu's car, that is also true. I was just venting my anger at them. Oh, I've returned the car now, and everything is fine. Moreover, not only have I settled my debts, but I also have a substantial savings now. Really? Xiaoji, please don't deceive your aunt. I worry all day, afraid that something might happen to you all. I'm not lying. I had debts a while ago because the work I did for other companies in design and development hadn't been settled yet, but it's been resolved now, and I truly have significant savings. Just now I also asked Jinyu to buy an air conditioner and a large TV for Grandpa from the town, and I want to install surveillance in Grandpa's orchard." Oh, my aunt was astonished. "Really? Why are you spending money so extravagantly? Now that you have money, save some up. You still have a mortgage. Once Lu Hong gets pregnant, you'll be the only one working, and once the baby is born, family expenses will immediately rise. How can you not save up some money?" "No worries, aunt. You can trust me. I've planned everything." As the aunt and nephew were talking, they heard Da Huang barking loudly for a while before falling silent. Chunji knew Jinyu had arrived. Along with Chun Jinyu, there was someone from the town who installs surveillance, carrying several samples of surveillance equipment. Seeing them discussing surveillance, my aunt felt that what Chunji said should be true. If he were deeply in debt, he wouldn't have leisure money to buy so many things for Grandpa. Finally, my aunt felt relieved. She hurried over today to confirm whether her nephew had indeed stolen someone else's car and accrued a lot of debt. But she couldn't just ask her father directly, fearing it would make him anxious too. She initially planned to hint and see if the family knew about it. After not finding any issues with her father, she planned to make him dumplings for lunch and then head to see Chunji's father to check if he was aware of the situation. Now seeing her nephew's seemingly affluent demeanor, her anxious heart finally settled. During lunch, Jinyu asked Chunji, "Yesterday Sinyu called me saying you wanted to join me in slaughtering chickens and that you had already informed me. When did you call me?" I just had that thought I didn't say I had already informed you. Jinyu replied, it wouldn't matter if you dig him not planning. Oh, Chenji looked up at him, why not? Didn't you say slaughtering chickens was profitable with extra reward? That was in the past, Jinyu said. Our company is likely going to be sold possibly to Day Group. I heard their people have started negotiations with the boss these days. Chenji was a bit puzzled. If things are going well, why sell? Jinyu replied, it was certainly going well before. And you know that Yaotian Group is among the best in breeding enterprises in our area, or rather in our entire city. However, the market has been bad for the past 2 years, and it has lasted a long time. Do you know? Breeding, hatching, and cold storage industries depend on market conditions. When the market is good, you can earn a fortune, but when the market is bad, sometimes you can lose hundreds of thousands daily. Think about it back, then how many breeding specialists were there in our area? Many of those breeders made a lot of money initially and became rich. But then, as the saying goes, the waves wash away the sand, and gradually all were eliminated. Only Yaotian Group persisted. However, unexpectedly this time the bad market has persisted for too long. Our boss invested several $100 million over 2 years, but really can't hold on anymore. Day Group is one of the top feed and breeding companies in the country and is financially robust. Even in a poor market, they can withstand it. So they like to buy up those breeding enterprises that cannot withstand poor market conditions. A few years ago, during bad market conditions, Day Group also wanted to acquire us, but our boss held out. This time we truly can't hold on, and Day Group is deliberately pressing for a lower price, seemingly wanting to pick it up for free. If the acquisition is successful, I heard their management is very strict, and we probably won't earn any extra rewards. Thus, everyone has decided that once Day Group acquires us, we will quit. Hearing this, Chen Ji felt a stirring in his heart. Chen Ji was moved because he heard Jinyu say that Yaotian Group had reached a point where it could be easily taken. Yaotian Group was at a point of collapse, meaning the company had turned into a non-performing asset. If Day Group wants to take advantage, are there no other entities that wish to do the same? He asked Jinyu, is Day Group deliberately lowering the price to snatch Yaotian Group for free? Does he take your boss for a fool? Does he think he can just take it for free? Jinyu replied, otherwise how do you call it taking advantage of a crisis? I heard from an official that our boss has reached a dead end, unable to secure further loans from banks, and has borrowed a considerable amount from private sources. Up to now, he might be unable to turn things around. However, the market remains sluggish, and no one knows when it will. At this point, one could say he is left completely vulnerable. Chen Ji asked, how much is Day Group offering? It is said that Day Group is only offering 100 million. 100 million. Chen Ji asked, how much should Yaotian Group be worth? Jinyu said, I can't say how much it is. However, I heard from others that our boss has invested 500 to 600 million into Yaotian Group. If the market were good, a valuation of 1 billion would not be a problem. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Ji felt indignant for Yaotian Group. He said Day Group doesn't just want to take it for free, they are trying to rob it. A company valued at 1 billion, and they want to buy it for just 100 million. If it were me, I would rather throw it away than sell it to them. Jinyu chuckled, your thinking is classic. It's typical of someone who lets their anger dictate their decisions. Day Group has considerable experience in this area. They have long investigated that our boss owes approximately 100 million in external debts. If the business is sold for 100 million, our boss may not have much left, but he can exit unscathed. However, if he doesn't sell, the whole company cannot operate. Once production stops, it leads to bankruptcy. Just imagine a bankrupt company, including its hatcheries, breeding farms, and cold storage. Regardless of the location or equipment, how much can it sell for? One could say that the initial investment of 500 to 600 million would yield only a few tens of millions when selling equipment and factories. At that time, our boss could owe tens of millions in debts, possibly unable to repay them for the rest of his life. Now Day Group is forcing him to make the final choice. Chenji nodded. The principle of weighing two evils to choose the lesser is something he understands. What he just said was merely out of frustration, feeling that Day Group was too ruthless. He had also heard that in the 1990s, there were dozens of sizable breeding enterprises just in this county. There was a breeding enterprise called Tongjiang Group, which grew to a considerable scale. In the eyes of Tongjiang's boss, Yaotian Group was still a small fry back then. The boss of Tongjiang Group transformed from a small breeder into a large breeding enterprise in just over a decade, expanding tremendously. In addition to extensive construction and reckless expansion, his personal expenditures were also extravagant. It is said that at that time he couldn't find a meal that suited his taste locally. Every weekend, he needed to go to the provincial capital to dine. However, because he expanded too quickly with high leverage when he encountered an unusually prolonged industry winter, Tongjiang Group was among the first to collapse. In traditional breeding industries, enduring through tough times is seen as a standard strategy to cope with cyclical fluctuations. Thus, when facing an industry winter, even if he loses tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, daily production cannot stop. He can only pour money in, struggling to endure, waiting for the industry winter to pass. In other words, the characteristics of the breeding industry determine that they cannot simply cease operations. For instance, once chicks are hatched in a chicken farm, they require continuous feeding and health management. If production stops midway, it can lead to massive deaths or disease spread among the flock, resulting in losses far exceeding daily deficits. Additionally, there are rigid fixed costs and the loss of customers if production stops, not to mention the need to rebuild the market and rehatch chicks after resuming production, which incurs even higher costs. Therefore, even when a winter arrives, they can only persist through hardships. However, that particular industry winter lasted too long, and in the end the boss of Tongjiang could no longer hold on. He simply vanished, taking the last of his money and fleeing. The company suddenly halted production, and all the backlog in the cold storage was instantly snatched by the employees. Creditors came knocking, and anything of value was taken away first. In the end, even the tiles on the factory roof were stripped away by the creditors. The outcome was truly death. The boss of Yaotian Group, regarded as a prominent figure in the town, was someone Chen Ji had heard others discuss. It was said that many breeding magnates who had succeeded and outperformed him faced wave after wave of bad market conditions. Those who expanded too rapidly and leveraged too high gradually collapsed in the turbulent tides. For years, the boss of Yaotian Group has sought stability in his operations and dared not take on too much leverage, cooking only as much rice as he has while also reserving a certain amount of risk capital. However, this time the market conditions are not only fierce, but have lasted far too long, over 2 years without improvement. There is a saying in rural areas, a family with a fortune does not count the ones with blemishes. These blemishes are all liabilities requiring daily expenses, losing hundreds of thousands continuously. It seems that even though the boss has always sought stability, he eventually had to leverage to maintain operations. Now he has reached a dead end, helplessly letting others take advantage of the situation. Dahe Group is a national enterprise deeply rooted and financially robust. Many small and medium enterprises have been pushed to the edge of a cliff by this rare industry winter, but Dahe Group can afford to hold on for another 2 years without concern. Thus, they are bold enough to purchase such so-called non-performing assets. Once the industry winter passes, Yaotian Group in their hands could become a quality asset worth over 10 billion. This might be what they call the phenomenon of winner takes all. Chen Ji was contemplating that he could invest over 200 million to acquire Yaotian Group easily. The question is, after purchasing, will he acquire a quality asset or a non-performing one? No one can say for sure. It all depends on when this industry winter will end. Even if he buys it for 100 million and uses another 100 million as operating capital, what if the market still doesn't improve after a year? He might end up wasting over 200 million. The critical issue is that he knows nothing about the industry. Without a strong team loyal to him, he wouldn't be able to manage it. In other words, Yaotian Group in the hands of Dahe Group is a quality asset that could yield tenfold returns, but in the hands of others it might just be a hot potato. Chen Ji began to hesitate, feeling that his desire to venture into the breeding industry was completely uncertain. Perhaps it was better not to think about such good fortune. Having reached this point in the conversation, he lost all interest in the topic. Meanwhile, his aunt and the others were even less interested in it. His aunt was more focused on the marriage prospects of the children. Jinyu is his distant nephew, the same age as Chen Ji, both at 29 and still without a partner. His aunt asked Jinyu, "How is it going with your significant other? Are you dating anyone now?" Chen Ji pretended to cover his aunt's mouth and said, "Aunt, haven't you heard? When you meet someone at work, don't ask them how much they earn in a month. When you see a single person, don't ask if they have a partner. When you see a student, don't ask how much they scored. It's not even New Year yet, and you're already urging marriage." Aunt opened Chen Ji's hand and said, "Stop talking nonsense with me. You're already 29 and still not married. It's about time to hurry up. Jinyu, tell Aunt the truth. Are you dating anyone? To what extent?" This question made Jinyu look troubled, truly unsure how to answer. At this moment, Da Huang came hopping into the room on 3 legs with its tail tucked and a flickering gaze, appearing quite frightened. Grandpa immediately became alert, placing his chopsticks on the table, and said, "Is that bastard Hao Chong bringing in the old dog again? He'll go all out with him." At the same time, everyone heard a group of people arguing loudly, clearly indicating that a lot of people had entered the orchard. Chen Ji pulled Grandpa down again and said, "Grandpa, you eat your meal and drink your little wine slowly with me here. You don't need to worry about anything." Jinyu stood up, wanting to follow Chen Ji outside, but Chen Ji held him back, saying, "Don't anyone move. Continue eating your meal. I can handle this." Saying this, he grabbed a handful of chopsticks and walked out. As he came out of the house, he saw quite a few people among the fruit trees, all laughing and joking while picking and eating fruit as if they were at home. Though he couldn't count them at once, there were probably about 10. They were picking fruit while walking deeper into the orchard, specifically choosing the biggest and best to eat. They picked fruit from the trees, wiped it with their hands, took a bite, and threw it away, cursing, "Damn it, this looks big, but isn't sweet at all." Walking in from the orchard gate, both sides of the main road were made of concrete beams supporting grapevines. Grandpa's orchard had fragrant grapes large as eyes, thick-fleshed, and with a rich aroma perfectly ripe for the season. A few people were tearing at the grapes, specifically picking the big and black ones to eat, while wasting more than they. Chunji was instantly furious, shouting, "Stop it!" This scene infuriated Chunji. This orchard represented Grandpa's painstaking efforts. The old man was nearly 80 years old, managing such a large orchard by himself. Even a young person would have to expend significant energy and effort. For such hard-earned fruit to be wantonly wasted by this group of bastards, their consciences must have been eaten. He pointed at the closest person ruining the grapes, saying, "Listen, pick up the grapes you've thrown on the ground and eat them one by one." These guys were all young, each with brightly colored hair, clearly a bunch of delinquents. One of them retorted to Chunji, saying, "What a joke. Can you eat grapes that fell on the ground? Show me how you eat one." Though it sounded like a joke, there was a hint of malice. At this moment, a young woman ran over from the thicket, shouting at Chunji, "Chunji, what do you mean? I brought my friends to Grandpa's orchard for some fruit picking. What business is it of yours? My friends, do you want them to eat grapes from the ground?" This young woman was Chunji's cousin Chun Yin, the youngest daughter of his second uncle. Chunji's grandpa Chen Kijin had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The elder daughter was married, and the 2 sons were younger, with the second son born in 1974. He had 2 daughters, the elder already married, while Chun Yin, the second daughter, was 24 this year, and still unmarried, although she had gone through several boyfriends. Hearing Chun Yin say this, Chunji understood that this group was not sent by Hao Chang to cause trouble, but rather brought by Chun Yin for fruit picking. But is this really called fruit picking? Such large apples bitten into and thrown away, a whole bunches of grapes picked by them one by one, had become so incomplete. How is Grandpa supposed to sell this? Just as he was about to speak, another woman came up from behind. Judging by this person's small tank top and ample chest, it should be a woman, but it could also be a special person from Thailand, as it was hard to tell gender by appearance. This person had deep-colored eyeshadow resembling a panda with black-purple lip gloss on, and was bald with sparkling earrings that were larger than her own ears. This woman looked quite aggressive, pointing at Chunji and saying, "Chun Yin, who is this brat? This is your grandpa's orchard. What business does he have? Which blind guy is this not wearing proper pants exposing such a thing?" For some reason, Chunji felt particularly irritated looking at this delinquent girl. He pulled out a chopstick and pointed it, saying, "You better watch your mouth. If you dare insult again, that ring on your ear will disappear immediately. Do you believe it?" "I believe your mother, you big-head ghost." This woman immediately put on a fierce expression, cursing, "I dare to curse you 800 times. I fuck your mother." Before finishing her sentence, the bald woman let out a scream. At this moment, others also gradually gathered around. This group was startled by the bald woman's scream, yet they hadn't seen Chunji do anything, and he was still over 10 steps away. It was impossible for him to have done anything. However, seeing is believing. Some noticed that the earring on the bald woman's left ear was gone, and her earlobe had been torn with blood dripping down. Some nearby also noticed that just now Chunji had raised his hand, as if something had flown out of it. Now it seemed to be the chopsticks he had weighed earlier. In other words, from a distance of over 10 steps, tossing the chopsticks could knock off the bald woman's earring, while also tearing her earlobe. This person has some skills. Chunji's display stunned everyone instantly. The bald woman was still holding her ear and screaming. Chun Yin was so angry her face turned pale, pointing at Chunji and shouting, "Chunji, are you even human? They are all your sister's friends, just here to pick some fruit from Grandpa's orchard. Why did you have to resort to violence? Look what you've done to her ear." Chunji's face was as cold as frost, saying, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get them out of Grandpa's orchard. They are not welcome here." Now Chun Yin was even angrier, charging at Chunji like a feisty quail, hands on her hips, neck out, shouting, "Chunji, what right do you have to yell at me? This orchard belongs to your grandpa, but it also belongs to my grandpa. Everyone who truly has a say in this orchard has taken their turn, and it's not your place to speak. You say you've worked for Grandpa's orchard, put in effort, made contributions. You should know that the fertilizer for Grandpa's orchard comes from my dad's processing factory." Chun Yin seemed to grow angrier as she spoke, her eyes squinting full of disdain. "Chunji, let me tell you, you are just a guy with a debt explosion. Don't think we don't know. Now everyone in the village knows about this. You owe a pile of debts that you can't pay back, and the creditors have been blocking your door. Is it that you couldn't survive in the city and came back to hide in the orchard?" Hearing what was said, wasn't it infuriating? "You're holding a handful of chopsticks, clearly intending to use them as well." She was shouting and arguing with Chunji when a young man walked over from deep within the orchard, adjusting his pants as he approached, clearly having just taken care of some urgent business. This young man was evidently the leader of the group. He was particularly tall and robust, his physique imposing, and his face bore a wild and unruly expression. Upon arriving, he wrapped his arm around Chun Yin and said, "Darling, who is this son of a BTCH? Don't be angry, your husband will take care of him. Do you prefer breaking one of his hands or making him search for his teeth on the ground?" Chun Yin understood Chen Ji. She knew he had practiced martial arts since childhood and was determined to avenge his father. Moreover, Chen Ji had indeed trained in throwing knives since he was young, a fact known to their close relatives. At this moment, Chen Ji was holding a pair of chopsticks, and she had just witnessed him throw them with both force and despite the group being over 10 people, if a fight broke out, Chen Ji's chopsticks could strike anyone indiscriminately. Chun Yin pressed on the large man's arm, signaling him not to act impulsively, saying, "Don't interfere, he is my second brother. I am simply reasoning with him. He is a poor wretch drowning in debt, hiding in Grandpa's orchard to escape his—" Just as she was saying this, several people entered from outside the orchard using a small cart to drag large boxes. They asked, "Excuse me, is this the orchard of Chun Kujin?" Seeing them, Chun Ji realized the people who were installing an air conditioner and television for his grandfather had arrived, and answered, "This is the place, you can go in." He turned to Chun Yin and said, "See, the air conditioner costs over 10,000, and as for that TV, I don't even know if it's 70 or 80 inches, I just bought it without a second thought. You have made a significant contribution to Grandpa's orchard. Did you buy these things yourself?" Another person entered, also using a small cart dragging several small boxes. Chun Ji pointed at that person and said, "Look, this is the surveillance system I installed for Grandpa's orchard with an independent solar power supply. If you are so filial, why not install surveillance for Grandpa's orchard? Moreover, think about it with a clear conscience. Grandpa is nearly 80 years old, and managing such a large orchard alone is not easy. Many of the villagers around the same age as Grandpa, not to mention those who have passed away, either have children to wipe their bottoms or are struggling. Grandpa doesn't need our help. He is still working hard. Haven't you heard the saying, an inch of silk is worth 1,000 lives? Every grain of rice is beaten with 100 lashes. How much sweat must Grandpa shed for every apple and grape? It's understandable if you brought people to pick fruits, but you can't let them ruin things. I said, anything thrown on the ground, you must pick it up and eat it, then get out immediately." Chun Yin was momentarily speechless, her face twisted in anger. She looked at the backs of the installers, feeling confused. The village was already abuzz with rumors that Chun Ji was drowning in debt and had gone bankrupt, so where did he get the money to buy such a large air conditioner and television for Grandpa? And he was also installing several surveillance cameras. Buying all this must cost several tens of thousands, so could it be that the village rumors about him are false? Could it be that the truth is the opposite of the rumors, and Chun Ji has become prosperous with plenty of spare cash? For all these years, her family has been doing much better than her uncles, not only living happily, but also financially well off. Now suddenly being overshadowed by Chun Ji, the feelings of jealousy and resentment surged strongly. Although her family had money, asking her to take out several tens of thousands to buy things for Grandpa was simply impossible. How frustrating. Of course, these feelings of resentment could be temporarily set aside. The key issue now was that Chun Ji was giving her no face at all. The scene was filled with her friends, or rather her boyfriend's close buddies. She had boasted earlier that she would take them to the orchard to pick and eat freely, as if they were at home. But before they even officially started picking, they were about to be kicked out. How could she hold her head high in front of these people? However, if these people really went all out to fight with Chun Ji, she feared he would throw his chopsticks like darts and hurt someone, escalating the situation beyond control. While she was in turmoil, Shin Qinglin walked over from the house, saying to Chun Ji as she approached, "Chun Ji, forget it, don't stoop to their level. These are all Chun Yan's friends. Let them each pick a little to take back with them to eat." Shin Qinglin wanted to prevent Chun Ji from clashing with these people, feeling someone needed to step in to mediate. Giving Chun Yin some face would allow everyone to save face, while ensuring Grandpa's orchard would not suffer any losses. Chun Yin had seen Shin Qinglin before and knew she was Chun Ji's ex-girlfriend. Hadn't they already broken up? Why were they together again now? Chun Yin felt astonished and malicious. She could capture the moment of Chun Ji with Shin Qinglin together and send it to Lu Hong. Show Lu Hong that her man was rekindling old flames with his ex-girlfriend. Let Lu Hong stir things up with Chun Ji. If they ended up divorced, that would be perfect, making him pay for not giving her. It must be said that Shin Qinglin's looks were truly stunning. Her appearance made the group of ruffians instantly captivated. Nearly everyone was mesmerized. The large man who had his arm around Chun Yin did not hide his greedy gaze at all. He unconsciously squeezed Chun Yan's arm and asked, "Hey babe, who is this beautiful girl? She's a real stunner." Chun Yin glared at her boyfriend's drooling expression, infuriated, and suddenly, "You love-struck fool, be careful not to blind yourself. Why are you angry? What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Sister Faye's ear has been torn off. What do you want to do? Are you all just going to swallow your anger and leave in disgrace?" Originally, Chun Yin didn't want to escalate the situation, but her boyfriend's lovesick look thoroughly enraged her. Not stirring up a scene would not quell the resentment in her heart. Now she just wanted her boyfriend and Chun Ji to tear each other apart, both suffering heavy losses. "Chun Yin," Shin Qinglin shouted, "can you calm down for a moment? Don't think that just because you have numbers you can take Chun Ji on in a fight. You know him better than I do." Chunyin shouted hoarsely, kicking her boyfriend. Fight. Go up and fight. The large man sneered, cracking his knuckles. This is easy. He was about to attack Qinji when he heard someone shout, Xiao Gu, and ran over. It was Chun Jinyu holding his phone as he rushed over from the house, saying, Xiao Gu, phone Gu wants you to take a call. The large man froze for a moment. Chun Jinyu. He took the phone from him, his face instantly displaying a flattering smile. After mumbling a few words, he returned the phone to Chun Jinyu, chuckling awkwardly. Phone Gu has something to discuss with me. I need to leave now. He waved to the others. Let's go, hurry up and go back. The bald woman known as Sister Fei had her large earrings found with someone's help and was now glaring at Chun Ji with malicious intent, poised to attack. However, upon hearing that Feng Gu was calling Xiao Gu, she realized she was going to leave empty-handed today. Smart enough at Xiao Gu's command, she and the others turned to leave, only casting Chen Ji a fierce you-wait glance as they turned. But Chun Yin was unwilling to let it go, grabbing her boyfriend's shirt from behind. Coward bastard. Dums, are you going or not? Chun Yin walked away with a sense of unwillingness, her face filled with anger and resentment. In truth, Chen Ji also felt a bit reluctant to just let it go. The orchard that Grandpa painstakingly tended was now in ruins, trampled by these rascals. By all rights, they should be made to pay for the damages. But then Shin Qinglin approached and quietly pinched the flesh on his waist. Chen Ji understood that she was hinting at him to back off and settle the matter peacefully, so he fell silent. As they walked into the house, Chen Ji asked Jinyu, what were those people doing just now? And who is this Feng Gu you mentioned? Are you getting involved with those shady characters? Jinyu replied, others may not know me, but you should. Do you think I could ever get involved with those gangsters? Then how do you know them? Jinyu explained, the leader among them is Duan Xiao, who is what Yin Yin calls her boyfriend. He is the chicken head for a dozen villages in this area. Chenji interrupted, what do you mean by chicken head? Why not call it duck head or goose head? Why specifically? Shin Qinglin couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you asking so many questions? Let Jinyu finish. Jinyu continued, in the breeding industry, a chicken head refers to a small leader within the supply chain. This small leader specifically serves local breeders. They provide chicks feed and medicine and are responsible for contacting sales channels and buying back-grown chickens. In a town, there can be several chicken heads, like Duan Xiao, each responsible for a particular area. When breeders purchase chicks from our company, they must sign a sales contract stipulating that they must use our company's feed and medicine. Our company also provides technical guidance, and even if market conditions are poor, we will buy back-grown chickens at a guaranteed price. Of course, this is all clearly stated in the contract, but in practice, breeders often try to cut corners to make more money, such as buying cheaper feed and veterinary medicine from other sources. If the market is good and the price of broiler chickens is high, breeders may falsely claim high losses, saying many have died, leaving only a few to sell to the company, while secretly selling the rest at a higher price. This violates the contract, which is why the profession of chicken head exists. Chicken heads are responsible for monitoring and managing the breeders in their area to prevent them from engaging in dishonest practices. These chicken heads generally have two characteristics. One is a bit of a gangster nature, which allows them to keep breeders in line and deter them from misbehaving. The second characteristic is that those who become chicken heads often have some connection to the company leaders or supervisors, as this job is quite lucrative. The Feng Gu I just called is a supervisor named Gu Rue Feng from our cold storage, and you can think of him as a general chicken head who oversees several local chicken heads. Duan Xiao is following Gu Rue Feng. He often visits the cold storage, which is why he knows him. When I saw Chun Yin acting that way, fearing you two might fight, I quickly called Gu Rue Feng. Despite Duan Xiao's bravado outside, he wouldn't dare act up in front of Gu Rue Feng. As you saw, with just one call from Gu Rue Feng, the guy immediately left obediently. The three of them entered the house and saw the seller installing an air conditioner, while Grandpa and the eldest aunt looked on in shock. As soon as Grandpa saw them come in, he immediately said, Xiaoji, all the things in this broken orchard of mine don't even amount to the cost of this air conditioner. Why did you waste your money on this? Grandpa then pointed at the large television that had just been unpacked. Look at how big this TV is. Where will I put it in this room? Do I have to go outside to watch it? At this, everyone burst into laughter. In truth, who doesn't like good things? Grandpa was just lamenting the expense, but his eyes were glued to the large TV, and he couldn't hide his delight, asking the installer all sorts of questions. When he learned that it was a laser TV 80 inches costing over 10,000 yuan, Grandpa's expression was a mix of joy and pride with a hint of pain at the expense. He couldn't help but mutter, I never expected at my age to catch up with the new society and be able to afford a laser. In the past, I heard people talk about lasers and thought they were amazing, but I didn't expect they would be used for TVs. Indeed, the eldest aunt chimed in, there was a movie called Light from the Coral Island, and it was all about lasers. Watching the enthusiastic discussion between the eldest aunt and Grandpa Chen Ji could truly feel the happiness radiating from them. Making the elders happy was exactly his intention, and it filled his heart with joy. Thinking of this, he pondered that he should buy Grandpa a refrigerator as well. Grandpa was right, being older he had caught up with the new society, yet he still hadn't used a refrigerator. No, he absolutely needed to buy one for Grandpa. So after asking the installer about the air conditioner, he placed an order on the spot for a large refrigerator as well. Grandpa and the eldest aunt couldn't stop him even if they tried. With the purchases already made, Grandpa truly didn't want his grandson to spend any more money. Grandpa complained, "Xiaoji, you want to buy a refrigerator again? Are you deliberately trying to compete with Yan Yan? Just now Yan Yan said you hadn't made any contributions here, but what has she contributed? She even claimed that the fertilizer used in my orchard came from your second uncle's processing plant, which is simply nonsense. Your second uncle's processing plant can't even produce fertilizer. I only asked him to call the poultry farm because he was familiar with them, and he helped connect a few truckloads of chicken manure, and I paid for it myself. What does that have to do with Yan Yan?" The eldest aunt indignantly added, Yan has indeed gone astray. Why is she associating with such people? Just look at the kind of characters she brought with her. One of the women is bald with black lipstick looking like a monster. And that man, is he the one she is dating? It's obvious they are not good people. If it were someone else as her eldest aunt, I would definitely go out and scold her. But that child doesn't seem to regard her elders at all, so I can't even be bothered to go out. Grandpa sighed, this child, Yan is indeed a bit misguided. As her grandfather, I can't control her. I feel she doesn't have any affection for me. At this age, I see no affection from the second child for me, let alone the next generation. Grandpa's second child referred to Chun Ji's second uncle Chen Xiaoxin. The eldest aunt also sighed deeply. The second child isn't devoid of affection. He only has affection for those who are well off. Among the siblings, he doesn't recognize those who are struggling. What the eldest aunt said made both Chun Ji and Grandpa fall into silence. She was right. The second uncle was indeed a sycophant and an ungrateful wretch. In fact, in Chun Ji's memory, the second uncle was not only a sycophant, but also a backstabber. Over the years, while their family faced internal and external troubles and were bullied, the second uncle not only failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a brother, but instead cozied up to people like Hao Chong. Back in the day, my grandfather was the go-to expert in fruit trees in the village, and the family was well off. He treated both of his sons equally, first allowing the elder son to learn to drive, and later letting the younger son learn as well. After the elder son finished learning to drive, he bought a large truck for transportation. The younger son, however, was lazy and initially followed his brother for transportation, but couldn't endure the hardships of long-distance travel. So he used connections to find a large breeding farm and drove a sedan for the boss. Later, when that breeding farm went bankrupt, Chen Xiaoxin found himself without a car. While driving for the boss, he spotted a business opportunity and began trading in chicken feathers, eventually opening a chicken feather factory. A chicken feather factory involves collecting feathers from poultry farms and slaughterhouses and processing them through sorting, cleaning, disinfecting, drying, and crushing into various products for different uses. These chicken feather products can be used in animal feed, fertilizers, medicine, and various decorative industries. Since Chen Xiaoxin started his chicken feather factory early, he earned his first pot of gold. As more people entered this industry, competition became fierce, raw material prices increased, while product prices dropped significantly, leading to decreasing profits for the chicken feather factory. Chen Xiaoxin eventually sold the chicken feather factory and opened a processing plant for duck intestines. Despite the dirty and smelly nature of this industry, the profits were considerable, and it was a good time for Chen Xiaoxin, as almost every young person in today's society enjoys eating duck intestines. Especially spicy duck intestines, which can be quite addictive. By now, his processing plant employs about 100 people. Though not large in scale, it is quite profitable. Rumor has it that Chen Xiaoxin's net worth exceeds 10 million. In Nantan Village, he is considered one of the wealthiest individuals. Although Chen Xiaoxin has a house in the city, his family mostly lives in Nantan Village. Since duck intestines are byproducts of cold storage, his processing plant is located next to the cold storage in Sha Creek town of Yaodian Group, making it convenient for him to live at home. However, living at home, he is largely indifferent to his father and elder brother's family, who also live in the village, while he maintains close ties with his sister's family in the provincial city and several cousins. There is no special reason. Some of his cousins either make a lot of money in business or hold high official positions. His brother-in-law is particularly impressive, being the owner of a large private enterprise in the provincial city, truly a member of a wealthy family. Regardless of whether his sister's family looks down on him, Chen Xiaoxin frequently travels to the provincial city to get closer to her. As a result, the four siblings have effectively formed two camps. The eldest aunt is closer to Chun Ji's family, while the younger son is seen as part of his sister's group. These two camps generally avoid each other and seldom interact. The saying, "a family's discord invites outsiders to bully them," is a rather helpless situation for the old man. His family has always had a poor relationship with the elder brother Chen Kikin's family, and this relationship is not something that can be improved by his efforts alone. It is rooted in a complex past. His second daughter Chen Yumei was adopted by her aunt since childhood, harboring resentment towards her parents. After growing up, she married into a wealthy family and hardly admits to being a daughter of the old Chen family. Because of this, although Chen Qijian's second daughter is rich and powerful and her nephew is a high-ranking official, he still suffers from bullying. This directly led to Hao Chang's audacity to instruct his brother to compete with Chen Kajin for the orchard, blatantly engaging in underhanded tactics that ultimately resulted in Chen's loss of most of his orchard. Chen Kajin could only endure the bullying with no strength to resist. This situation arose because, apart from his second daughter harboring resentment towards the family, his nephew's relationship with the second uncle's family is poor, coupled with his own son turning against him, leading to the outcome of a family's discord invites outsiders to bully them. At this time, the eldest aunt packed the dumplings that had been set aside earlier, intending to send them over to Chen Ji's father Chen Xiaoxing. She had already called him before lunch, telling her younger brother not to prepare lunch. After eating with the old father, she would send the dumplings to the two of them. As she packed, the eldest aunt muttered, "It's fine if the dumplings are cold, or after I get there I'll fry them in some oil for him and his grandfather. Fried dumplings taste even better. Pour them with no woman in the house. The two grown men can't even have a proper meal of dumplings. It's only when I come over that their lives can improve a bit." Lu Hong is also busy with work and can't come back often. If they lived closer, she would surely find time to come over every now and then to make dumplings for the two of them. The eldest aunt's words expressed heartfelt sentiment, but also served as a reminder for Shen Qinglin. In reality, it was a reminder of the family's special situation, indicating that what they truly needed was not an exceptionally capable woman nor a workaholic, but rather a homemaker who could manage the household efficiently. Shen Qinglin, being exceptionally intelligent, surely understood the meaning behind the eldest aunt's words. She secretly gave Chen Ji a helpless expression, then leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "I used to be quite attached to you, but now it seems I should completely abandon that thought." Chen Ji was speechless. Grandpa, knowing that his eldest daughter was going to his elder son's place, had already prepared some fruits for her to take to them. Seeing that there were too many fruits for the eldest aunt's electric bike to carry, Chen Ji said, "Aunt, don't ride your bike for now. Let's go together. Qinglin also wants to visit my dad and brother." "That works too," the eldest aunt said, no longer packing the dumplings on her bike, but instead letting Chen Ji and Shen Qinglin carry them. Originally, Chen Ji had brought cash back, intending to give his grandfather several thousand, but now, with outsiders present, adhering to the principle of not showing off wealth, he planned to wait until the workers left before coming back to deliver it. After getting into the car, the eldest aunt remarked, "Qinglin, this car isn't cheap. Ooh, I've heard that cars with 4 rings are quite expensive. And you seem to know your stuff. However, my car is the cheapest among those with 4 rings and isn't worth much at all. Still, it must be worth tens of thousands, right?" The eldest aunt said with a somewhat complicated expression. "Why does a young girl like you need to earn so much money? Haven't you heard? In today's society, the more outstanding a girl is, the harder it is to marry. If it's hard to marry, then I'll just live my life alone." Shen Qinglin said playfully, "Just right, I never intended to get married." The eldest aunt was so exasperated, she could only roll her eyes, unsure of what to say. Chen Ji's home is located at the southern end of the village, not far from the orchard. After passing the 2 rows of the newest houses, turning onto this east-west street, and walking further, the third house on the west side, with a large poplar tree at the entrance, is Chen Ji's home. Under the old locust tree at the corner of the street, several women were sitting trying to cool off. When they saw the car approaching, their attention immediately focused on the Audi A4. As the car turned, one of the women exclaimed, "Isn't that Chen Ji in the car? How strange, why has he changed cars? The driver doesn't seem like his wife." Among them was a woman sitting in the center with a proud expression, holding an ants climbing a tree dish in her hand. She was Chen Ji's second aunt, Niu Jinju. The ants climbing a tree dish in her hand had just been bought from Chen Xiaoxin's convenience store by other women. She despised her uncle's store, which was filled with poverty, and had never set foot there. It was only because the weather was hot that she sent other women to buy ice cream for her. Niu Jinju's family runs a duck intestine processing plant with assets exceeding 10 million. Among these women, she is undoubtedly a wealthy lady, always acting high and mighty. Moreover, as a wealthy woman with over 10 million in assets, the only reason she deigns to mingle with these ordinary rural women in this rural information base is to seek a sense of superiority and enjoy the feeling of being adored. At that moment, hearing the woman say that Chen Ji had changed cars, Niu Jinju's lips curled even more disdainfully. "He could change cars. Haven't you heard? Chen Ji owes a mountain of debt and is being blocked at his door by creditors every day. The court is about to auction off his house and car. I suspect that his car was taken by the court and he could only rent a car to come home. The woman driving must be a Didi driver, right?" At that moment, the woman who had gone to buy ice cream said, Just now, when I went to buy ice cream, I saw Chen Shali chasing after Hao Shun, not letting him leave. Hao Shun bought a lot of cigarettes and liquor claiming it was for the village committee. Chen Shali asked him to write an IOU, but he refused, and Chen Shali grabbed him, not allowing him to leave. Some women remarked, "Isn't this obvious? Hao Shun is not buying things for the village committee, he has guests at home today, and it's clear he just came back for more alcohol." Another woman said, "That must be the case, but it's not the first time. I figured it out. As long as Hao Shun brings Hao Chang's big wolf dog to buy things, it's like he's wielding a feather as a command. It means, look, I brought the village chief's dog, so what I buy is for the village committee. Otherwise, why would he bring a dog when he comes to buy things?" The woman running errands said, "What I mean is Hao Shun always bullies Chen Shaoli and deliberately defaults on debts. Isn't it just right that Chen Ji has returned now? Will they get into a fight?" Neo Jinjil disdainfully curled her lips and said, "Those two useless fools wouldn't dare to fight anyone. Now that his son is back, he might even give Hao Shun a little more." Another woman said, "Chen Ji has been hitting a sandbag at home since he was young, claiming he wants to avenge his father. Has he not mastered it by now?" Neo Jinjil suddenly burst into laughter. "He has mastered it, mastered the skill of the cowardly turtle. Haven't you all seen? In the past, when his father was bullied, when did Chen Ji ever confront anyone? He would only protect his father and take a few hits for him." As she spoke, she glanced sideways at the small shop. "Both of them are cowardly turtles, and I feel embarrassed just saying I have any relation to them." An Audi turned the corner, and Chen Ji in the car also saw the electric bike at the entrance of the shop and the big wolf dog tied up. He recognized that big wolf dog as Hao Chang's. His grandfather's leg was crippled because of a bite from that vicious. In fact, this was not the first time this vicious dog had bitten. Several people in the village had been bitten by this big wolf dog. A few small dogs in the village were even killed by it. Grandfather was right, evil people raise evil dogs. This big wolf dog is undoubtedly a vicious creature relying on its owner's power, just like the Japanese devil's big wolf dogs back in the day. Shen Qinglin, however, first saw the old men under the shade of the big poplar tree. They were noisily playing. This chess game using small stones and sticks as pieces is called playing big sticks by the locals. It's also called playing 5 sticks or even 6 sticks. The rules are relatively simple, but also quite interesting. Both men and women among the elderly play. Shen Qinglin smiled and said, "Isn't it said that old men like to find old women to play with? Why do the old men gather together and the old women gather together? Why don't they sit together to play?" Before Chen Ji could reply, his aunt sighed deeply. "Those women don't come to the shop to play. Haven't you heard the saying? Widows often bring trouble, and old bachelors face their share of trouble too. Little Ji's father is a bachelor lacking women, and if those women come to the shop to play, what if little Ji's father looks at them a little too long? Those women won't give him the chance to take advantage of them." Although the tone of the aunt's words was light, seemingly a casual comment, both Chen Ji and Shen Qinglin could sense the deep resentment in her tone. Chen Ji could completely understand his aunt. In fact, he had already felt this point she mentioned. It meant that as a crippled bachelor, the villager's disdain for his father certainly existed. When women come to the shop to buy things, they hurry to leave after making their purchases, unwilling to talk to his father for too long. It seems that if they talked too much, his father would develop improper thoughts about them. A few years ago, when Chen Ji first felt the disdain of the village women towards his father, he felt a strong sense of humiliation. But he was powerless to change this situation. Even until now, he had not been able to change how others viewed his father through colored glasses. But at this moment, Chen Ji felt he had the power to change the status quo. He was determined to find a way to quickly help his father remarry, to find a gentle, considerate, and capable woman to be his father's new wife. As his aunt said, this home lacks a capable woman to manage household affairs. After all, his family has money. Isn't it said that in today's society, a woman's greatest asset is being young and beautiful, while a man's greatest asset is wealth? As long as there is money, there will be plenty of women to choose from. With a stepmother, this home would be lively, and both his father and brother could have warm meals every day. The more Chen Ji thought about it, the more excited he became, to the point where he was almost lost in thought. Until the Audi stopped at the entrance, and when Shen Qinglin opened the car door wanting to get out, the big wolf dog barked ferociously, startling Chen Ji from his reverie. His aunt did not recognize whose dog it was, but seeing the fierce look of the big wolf dog, she was too scared to get out of the car. "Whose dog is this? Why bring a dog to buy things? I won't get out first, I'll wait until it leaves before I get out. I'm afraid of dogs." Shen Qinglin retracted her leg that was about to step out and closed the car door. It was clear she was also very afraid of the fierce wolf dog. Chen Ji thought for a moment. "You two don't get out yet. I'll go see whose dog it is, and let them finish buying things and leave quickly." Actually, at this moment, Chen Ji had already made up his mind. This vicious dog that aided the bad guys could not be left alive. Though dogs are known as man's loyal friends, abusing and killing dogs are uncivilized and immoral acts, but such a vicious dog that has repeatedly attacked does not fall under protection. Killing it would actually be protecting humans and other small animals. Shinji got out of the car wanting to see who brought this big wolf dog. Was it Hao Chang? No matter who it was, he needed to find a reason to eliminate this big wolf dog. Now that he had money and a backing, the days of hiding in the shadows were completely over. The journey of revenge would start with killing a vicious dog. At this moment, inside the small shop, Chenji's father Chen Shaoli was grappling with a middle-aged man in his 40s. The middle-aged man looked presentable, dressed in slacks and a shirt tucked into his pants with a belt around his waist, yet wearing sneakers on his feet, and his long hair was styled in a 3/7 part. This man was Hao Shun from the village, one of the members of the village committee holding the title of mediator. The so-called mediator's main responsibility is to resolve disputes and conflicts among villagers. However, no one has ever seen Hao Shun mediate for any family. As one of Hao Chang's lackeys, he bullies others under the guise of authority, stirring up quite a few disputes and conflicts in the village. He came to the small shop to take 2 boxes of bottled Qing beer, 2 packs of thin Taishan cigarettes, and also packed several sausages and a few cans of fish. The 2 boxes of Qing beer were already moved to the footrest of his electric bike outside. Now he returned to get the cigarettes, sausages, and cans, asking Chen Shaoli to pack them in a convenient bag for him to carry away. Chen Shaoli had long anticipated his move. The moment he noticed the man avoiding mention of payment and turning to leave, he hobbled forward several hurried steps to catch up. Though gripping Hao Shun's shirt with one hand, he wore a meek, ingratiating smile, his voice pleading, "Hao Shun, will you pay by scan or in cash? You're pretending ignorance." Hao Shun glared. "Didn't I just tell you? The village committee is hosting a township inspection team. There's not enough alcohol, so I've come to collect some liquor and cigarettes. Just charge it to the village committee's account. The committee already owes me far too much. Tens of thousands of yuan accumulated over these past few years." Chen Shaoli grimaced. "You know our family's dire straits. It's no easy feat for a man with a crippled leg to run this little convenience store. I simply can't manage the cash flow. At least settle this one first." Hao Shun barked, obstinate. "I didn't bring any money. I can't pay. Then write me an IO. Otherwise, how will I verify the debt when settling accounts with the committee? Just log it in your ledger. The committee has plenty of funds. It won't default on your petty debt." As he spoke, he shoved Chen Shaoli hard, attempting to wrench himself free. But Chen Shaoli held fast, staggering slightly, yet refusing to let go. Enraged, Hao Shun swept an entire row of AD calcium milk bottles off the counter with one violent swipe, roaring, "Let go, or I'll beat you to death." The flying bottles struck a shelf of baijiu. 2 bottles toppled, shattered on the floor with thunderous cracks. A pungent wave of liquor fumes instantly filled the room. Seeing Hao Shun's fury, Chen Shaoli flinched. Seizing the opening, Hao Shun wrenched his hand away and strode out, clutching cigarettes and provisions. At the doorway, however, his head collided with a broad, unyielding chest. He looked up to find Chen Ji standing there, his face dark with wrath. Hao Shun's pulse quickened at the sight of Chen Ji's tall, powerfully built frame. Yet he reminded himself father and son were lifelong cowards, mocked, belittled, and bullied for years across the village. Even when Chen Ji trembled with suppressed rage, he never dared retaliate. So what if his face now burned with fury? What could he possibly do? Reassured, Hao Shun regained his swagger and shoved hard at Chen Ji, shouting, "A good dog doesn't block the road." But the shove failed utterly. Chen Ji stood immovable like a mountain. "Hey, you boy, what do you think?" Hao Shun snapped. "Step aside. Don't obstruct me. The committee's waiting for me to return with supplies for the inspection team." Chen Ji's voice was icy. "Buying is fine, but first settle your bill. Moreover, you've damaged store property. You'll compensate at full value and restore the shop to its original state. Pay first, then clean up the mess." Failing to budge, Chen Ji, Hao Shun's confidence faltered. His tone softened. "I don't have cash on me. Let your father record it in his ledger." Chen Shaoli interjected. "Hao Shun, recording it means nothing. I need your written IOU." Chen Ji declared, "From today onward, this shop operates strictly on cash. No credit extended. Not only are IOUs no longer accepted, you must also settle all outstanding debts owed to us by the village committee accumulated over the years. Go demand repayment from the village chief. That's the committee's affair, not mine." Hao Shun retorted, flushed with indignation. "I hold no authority here. If you insist on cash-only transactions, why should I buy from you at all? I'm walking out, no deal." He hurled the cigarettes and food onto the floor and turned to flee. But he couldn't escape. Chen Ji seized his collar, nearly lifting him off his feet. "Pick up every item. Place them back exactly where they belonged, neatly arranged." Hao Shun, pride stung after years of dominating the father-son pair, exploded, swinging a furious punch straight at Chen Ji. Before his fist connected, Chen Ji clamped down on his wrist, then slammed his clenched fist repeatedly against the wall. "Itching, are we? Let me scratch that itch for you." Hao Shun resisted, but his arm moved as though severed from his will, a lifeless toy in Chen Ji's grip. His hand struck the wall over a dozen times, screaming in agony. Before he could react, several brutal blows landed deep in his abdomen, twisting his organs, buckling him into a writhing, gasping curve. Chun-Ji shoved him hard. He collapsed onto the floor, clutching his stomach curled like a giant prawn, moaning helplessly. Chun-Ji pulled out his phone and began recording, "Don't play dead. Answer plainly. Who sent you here to cause trouble?" Hao Shun Wen's teeth gritted, forcing out, "No one." "Who threw those items on the floor?" Hao Shun fell silent. Chun-Ji commanded, "Return each thing to its exact place, where you took it from." Chen Shaoli stood frozen, utterly stunned. He'd never imagined his son would dare strike back at Hao Shun. He knew instantly that they'd ignited a hornet's nest. Beating Hao Shun was effortless. 20 men like him wouldn't stand a chance against his son. But Hao Shun came under the banner of the village committee, or rather as errand boy for Hao Chong. Strike Hao Shun, and would Hao Chong ever let them live in peace? Seeing his son compel Hao Shun to pick up the debris, Chen Shaoli snapped awake. Limping forward urgently, Shaoji, calm down. Let's talk reasonably. I'll pick everything up myself." Chen Ji said nothing. Instead, he filmed the shop's chaotic wreckage, then aimed the lens squarely at Hao Shun. "You reduced my shop to this. Call that anything but deliberate sabotage." Hao Shun's face contorted purple with pain as he rasped, "I didn't mean to." Chen Ji smiled faintly, pocketing his phone. "That admission is enough, so long as you own it." He then kicked Hao Shun repeatedly, eliciting shrill, desperate cries. Hao Shun flailed wildly, begging, Chen Ji, stop. Please stop." Chen Shaoli rushed to restrain his son. "Shaoji, what's gotten into you? You'll bring utter ruin upon our family." Chen Ji steadied his trembling, terrified father, his voice steady and firm. "Dad, don't worry. Nothing will happen. From today, no one will ever bully our family again." "Impossible, son." Chen Shaoli's face paled with dread. "After all these years, you and I know our reality better than anyone. We simply cannot stand up to them." Chen Ji's tone brooked no dissent. "Dad will provoke no one, but I will allow no one to provoke us." His father lifted his gaze, meeting his son's unwavering resolve, sharp-eyed and resolute, and felt an unexpected stir within his heart. Yet he shook his head sorrowfully. "No, it's impossible, son. Our situation leaves no room for defiance. Never will. I've told you before, when I was young I was fierce and unyielding, bowing to no one. Back then our family prospered, and I wasn't the crippled invalid I am today. In those days of glory, how could I foresee such a fall? We simply cannot fight them. Acceptance is our only path. To resist is to forfeit our very existence. Remember, your elder brother requires constant care and your sister still studies at university. When I was your age, I too refused to bend. I couldn't comprehend why others endured humiliation without resistance. What did death matter? Better to die fighting than cower in fear. But now I understand. We cannot even afford to die." His voice broke, choked with tears streaming down his cheeks. Gazing upon his father's aged, ravaged face, and the ruined leg that marked his brokenness, Chen Ji's heart twisted with unbearable anguish. "My father's words were not wrong. When he was young, he was just as vigorous as I am now. Moreover, at that time my father was far more prosperous than I am now. Oh, among his peers in the countryside, he was outstanding in every aspect. My father was born in 1970, a year of the dog, and obtained his driver's license when he was 18. It is worth noting that in 1988, when my father was 18, although several years had passed since the reform and opening up development in the countryside was still slow. During the era of collective farming, the so-called 8 types of workers mentality deeply influenced the vast rural areas. The 8 types of workers referred to salespeople, service workers, ticket sellers, drivers, and so on. Back then, there was a saying about drivers: once you turn the steering wheel, you wouldn't trade it for even a county chief. Additionally, Chen Shaoli himself was a boss. The large truck he owned was purchased with his own money, and his family had a large orchard. Not only was he the richest man in the village, but he was also among the wealthiest families in the surrounding 10 villages. With Chen Shaoli's tall and handsome appearance, he naturally became the object of affection for many unmarried young women in the area, with matchmakers constantly knocking on his door. In terms of personal qualities and family background, he was top-notch. As a young man, Chen Shaoli was undoubtedly somewhat proud and impulsive, brimming with youthful vigor. He looked down on ordinary rural girls. Eventually, through an introduction, Chen Shaoli married a female accountant from a state-owned enterprise who was once considered a state employee living off government rations named Tan Pei-mei. Tan Pei-mei graduated from a vocational school with a degree in accounting. Back then, as long as one could enroll in vocational school, it was considered a step out of the countryside, becoming a state employee living off government rations. After graduating, she was assigned to a state-owned liquor factory in the county, working as an accountant in the finance department. However, just a few years into her job, she faced the wave of layoffs as the enterprise went bankrupt and workers were laid off with severance packages. The so-called "a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken" rang true. Tan Pei-mei's iron rice bowl was shattered and her value plummeted. Her dream of marrying a man within the system was dashed, and she ultimately had to marry the transportation businessman Chen Shaoli. In the early years of their marriage, Chinshali was seen as a winner in life by others. With wealth at home, a successful transportation business, and having married a beautiful former state enterprise accountant, he was the envy of the neighbors. At that time, who among the neighbors did not envy Chinshali? However, his good days did not last long before he entered a nightmare. The cause of the nightmare was the return of the former factory director of the county liquor factory, Yu Ruiyong, who established a small liquor factory and hired Tan Pei Mei as his accountant, while also taking her as his mistress. The relationship between Chinshali and Tan Pei Mei deteriorated rapidly. After years of constant arguments, it culminated in Chinshali having his leg broken and their eventual divorce. From then on, Chinshali became a disabled man, with a limp, struggling to raise 3 children by himself. To worsen his situation, a few years later, Hao Chong returned to the village as the village head, constantly finding fault and bullying Chinshali. Out of fear of Hao Chong, the villagers gradually distanced themselves from Chinshali, and no one dared to say a word to him. Even his own younger brother Chen Xiaoxin was chummy with Hao Chong, reminiscing about the past. Now when the two brothers recall those days, they can only sigh. Seeing Chinshali holding on to his son, sobbing, and trying to dissuade him, Hao Shun knew this was a good opportunity to escape. He gritted his teeth against the pain and got up, crouching low and tiptoeing out. The small convenience store was converted from 2 southern rooms. It was not large, and although Qin Ji and his father were immersed in nostalgic memories, he could still see Hao Shun making his escape, but he pretended not to notice. Thinking to himself, even if you run 20 steps, it'll still catch you. On the pedal of Hao Shun's electric bike were 2 boxes of beer, and with a big wolf dog tied up, it wouldn't be so easy for him to escape. However, it was clear that Hao Shun had no intention of running as he came out of the house. He quickly moved to the other side of the electric bike, feeling safe now that the big wolf dog was by his side. Then he began to curse loudly at the house. Chinshali, you bastard. Dare to instruct your son to hit me. I'm here doing a job for Chui One, and hitting a village cadre is against the law. They'll call the police immediately. Chinji, that bastard, isn't he tough? Let him try it at the police station. While cursing, he kicked the top box of beer. The 2 boxes of beer were made of glass. When the box was kicked down, it smashed on the ground, making a sound of shattering bottles. Then he kicked the bottom box down too, shouting, don't you want money? Is it cash or a QR code? Screw you, I don't want it anymore. I'll let you 2 dogs drink it until you burst. Chinshali in the convenience store turned pale with anger, but he still held on to his son tightly. Xiao Ji, you mustn't be impulsive. Let him curse, let him curse. We've been through this before, you and I. Bowing your head, what can't you endure? Just endure for a while, and we'll be able to live well again. If we really make a big deal out of it, we won't be able to continue living. Hao Shun was still outside, madly shouting curses, but Chun Ji wasn't in a hurry to go out. He supported his father's shoulder and said, Dad, I told you earlier we're not afraid of him anymore. We won't seek trouble, but no one should think they can bully us again. You also know that I could have beaten them before, but I never did because I knew that if I hit a small shrimp, a bigger one would come after me, and I couldn't provoke them. If it escalated and went to the police station, those people like Hao Chong are always buddy-buddy with the town officials, so we couldn't dare to make trouble with them. But now it's different. I assure you, our family has backing now. Those officials who dare to be biased and unjust will be dealt with all at once. Chinshali stared incredulously at his son, though he found it hard to believe that his son said the family had backing. He knew his relatives and friends well. His cousin Chinshaoi held a high position, but he wouldn't care if anything happened at home. Where could this backing have come from? Chinji said, Dad, I'll explain this to you in detail later. Right now I must go out. This kid is too much of a bully, and I absolutely cannot let him go. Our family has to hold our heads high, starting with dealing with this kid. Hearing his son's resolute words, Chinshaoli instinctively loosened his grip on his son's hand. Although he still didn't fully trust it, he felt his son had a point. Before going out, Chinji took out his phone and dialed Shin Qinglin. I'm heading out now. You need to record everything that happens next. Seeing that he was both cursing and smashing things, and Chunji didn't dare to come out, Hao Shun became bolder, cursing even more energetically and getting more worked up. At that moment, Chunji strode out of the house. Hao Shun felt a surge of joy, having waited for Chunji to come out. His curses became increasingly foul, cursing all his ancestors, aiming to completely enrage Chunji. Taking advantage of Chunji's approach, he had already bent down to untie the big wolf dog's leash. Chunji understood that Hao Shun's harsh insults were meant to lure him in so that the attacked dog could bite him. In fact, this was exactly what Chunji had hoped for from the very beginning. He had been looking for a reason to eliminate this vicious dog. He never expected Hao Shun to cooperate so well, so he would not hold back. Chunji pointed at Hao Shun and said, I didn't think you were so good at cursing. Fine, if you have the guts, keep on cursing. Today I will make you search the ground for your teeth. As Hao Shun saw Chinji approach, he immediately turned to his electric bike, while the large dog had already become restless, barking loudly, its wild nature fully unleashed. He suddenly released the large dog, which let out a furious roar and lunged at Chinji. Chunji feigned panic, raising his hand as if to block the dog's attack. Hao Shun's heart soared with joy knowing that Chun-Ji was finished. This large dog had been specially trained to bite and focused on people's arms. Once it bit, it wouldn't let go. Moreover, the powerful German Shepherd had the strength to snap thick bones in one bite. On a hot summer day, Chun-Ji was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. If his arm were bitten, it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to keep it. Sure enough, Chun-Ji's gesture of blocking attracted the large dog. The large dog moved skillfully, leaping into the air with its gaping maw aimed directly at Chun-Ji's arm. However, this was merely a feint by Chun-Ji, whose intention was to lure the dog to jump. At the moment the large dog jumped, Chun-Ji kicked it right in the softest part of its belly, the most vulnerable area of a dog's body. Moreover, Chun-Ji's kick was both fierce and precise. The leaping large dog was sent soaring into the air with a long, mournful cry. With a thud, the already weakened dog fell to the ground, its limbs twitching, a large amount of blood gushing from its mouth, clearly on the brink of death. Hao Shun's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. How was it possible? One kick had killed such a... In Hao Shun's perception, dogs had a strong vitality. Even a large dog like this wouldn't necessarily die from several stabs or hits from a common mutt. A strong adult bumping into it would cause no harm, yet Chun-Ji had actually kicked it to death. Where did this kick's immense power come from? Hao Shun stood frozen, lost in his thoughts, when suddenly he felt a tightness around his neck. Chun-Ji had him in a chokehold. Realizing he had fallen into Chun-Ji's hands again, he was instantly chilled to the bone. Chun-Ji squeezed his neck, gazing at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, saying, "Grandson, don't you like to curse? Go on, I just saw you were so sharp-tongued, keep it going. If you impress me, I will let you go. I don't want to hear the same old cliches." Hao Shun felt a chill all over. His knees buckled as he wanted to kneel down, but with his neck being choked, it was as if he was being lifted, making it impossible to kneel. Terrified, he stammered, Chun-Ji, please don't hold it against me, spare me, I was wrong." Before he could finish, he received a solid slap across the face. Hao Shun felt as if half of his face had been placed in hot sand, burning with pain. Chun-Ji swiftly delivered a series of slaps, more than 10 in an instant. Hao Shun's face swelled at a visible speed. He felt as if his face was no longer his. Desperately, he pleaded, don't hit me, please, Chun-Ji, grandfather Chun, spare me." Chun-Ji pulled him back to the convenience store, saying, "I told you first settle the bill, then clean up the mess on the ground. Get moving." Hao Shun nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Settling the bill, I'm doing it now, I'm a bastard, I deserve this." As he spoke, he took out his phone. His eyes were swollen, squinting as he scanned the code, still asking, "Brother Chun-Shally, how much is it?" After paying, he looked like a headless fly searching for cleaning tools. Chun-Ji said, "The tools in here are not... I command you to pick up that broken glass with your hands," he said, pulling down 2 plastic bags. "Put everything in the bags and wipe the spilled liquor off the ground." Hao Shun was nearly in tears, saying, "Chun-Ji, grandfather Chun, I'm begging you, I can't pick up broken glass with my hands." "Now you know fear. It's too late. If you can't pick it up with your hands, aren't you dressed like a proper person? Take off your shirt and use it as a rag to wipe the ground clean. I will count to 3. You better start moving immediately, or I will shove these shards into your mouth. 1, 2. Hao Shun trembled in fear, quickly took off his shirt, then squatted down to wipe the ground with the broken glass and spilled liquor, collecting it into a plastic bag. However, with 2 bottles of liquor, the liquid was considerable, and his shirt quickly became soaked. Hao Shun tried to wring out the liquor from his shirt, but during the process, the glass shards pierced his hand, causing him to scream in pain. He looked at Chun-Shally with pleading eyes. "Brother Chun-Shally, please let me go." Chun-Ji raised his hand to stop his sympathetic father, saying, "Dad, don't interfere. He must clean this up today. This is already lenient. If he dares to act like this again, I will definitely make him swallow the glass shards." Hao Shun knew that Chun-Ji was not joking. This kid was genuinely angry. He endured the pain of the glass shards piercing his hand and cleaned up the ground, putting the glass shards and his shirt into the plastic bag. Only then did Chun-Ji coldly utter a single word, "Get lost." Hao Shun felt as if he had been granted amnesty, scrambling out in a hurry. By this time, his eyes were even more swollen, leaving only a slit to see the road. Trembling, he turned the key to the electric bike, wanting to ride away quickly, but both hands were covered in glass shards. When he gripped the throttle, he cried out in agony. Realizing he couldn't ride the bike anymore, he abandoned it and ran away. He needed to hurry to the village committee to find his backer, Hao Chong, to seek revenge. On the way, he became a spectacle, attracting many peculiar gazes from the villagers. After all, Hao Shun was Hao Chong's little lackey. These people usually bullied others in the village. They had never seen them being beaten before. Let alone like today, with Hao Shun shirtless, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood at the corners of his mouth. His hands were covered in blood, making him look utterly miserable. Even more pathetic was his expression, which resembled that of a lost dog fleeing in panic. The villagers immediately began to gossip. What on earth happened here? Who beat up Hao Shun? Yeah, who dares to hit him? Are they looking for death? Look, he's running to the village committee. He's going to find Hao Chong. Hao Shun fled in a panic, leaving the corpse of the big wolf dog behind, abandoning his electric bike as well. This caused quite a stir at the entrance of the convenience store. The ones causing the uproar were the old men playing chess under the big poplar tree. Initially, Chen Ji had beaten Hao Shun up in the convenience store, prompting the 8 or 9 old men playing chess to become restless. They hurried to the entrance of the convenience store, but dared not enter, instead peering through the doorframe to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Soon after, Hao Shun burst out of the store, cursing loudly. The old men on both sides of the entrance looked at him with astonishment, as if they did not recognize him. Hao Shun's appearance resembled that of a foul-mouthed shrew, drastically different from his former self. In the past, if someone in the village provoked him, he would not waste any words and would immediately resort to violence. But today he had encountered a formidable opponent. The old men felt that Chen Ji had changed as well. Chen Ji and his father had always been bullied in the village, but when had they ever fought back, let alone take the initiative to strike? What was going on today? Everyone seemed out of sorts. What shocked the old men the most was that Chen Ji had actually kicked the village chief's big wolf dog to death, which left them in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this had really happened. These 8 or 9 old men had lived in the village for 70 to 80 years and had never heard of a dog being killed by a single kick. In the past, killing a dog in the village was a laborious task. It required tying the dog's neck with a rope, hanging it from a tree, pouring a scoop of cold water down its throat to choke it, and after struggling for a long time, the dog would still be gasping. Dogs had incredibly resilient lives, not to mention killing one with a kick. Even hitting a dog on the head several times with a stick would not suffice. The key was that this big wolf dog belonged to the village chief Hao Chong. The village chief often walked his big wolf dog around the village, and the villagers would keep their distance because the dog was known to bite. Villagers not only refrained from attacking dogs, but also dared not look at them too closely. Yet Chen Ji had killed the village chief's dog. Once Hao Shun had fled, the old men regained their senses and began to chatter. "Xiao Ji, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble. That big wolf dog belonged to the village chief. Do you think the chief will let you off the hook?" One of the old men suggested. "Hurry and run. It's not too late. If the village chief comes with people, you won't be able to escape. Quickly check how much money you have left, Xiao Li." An elderly man trembled as he knocked on the door with his cane, saying, "Give it all to Xiao Ji, so he can leave quickly. The farther the better. Just like back in the day when people fled to the northeast, once you leave, don't come back, or else you'll be in trouble." Hearing the old men's advice, Chen Ji couldn't help but smile. Especially when the elderly man in his 80s suggested he flee to the northeast, it felt like a journey back in time. What era are we in? Fleeing to the northeast? Clearly this Uncle San's mindset is stuck in decades past. The entrance of the convenience store was bustling, and the village intelligence base at the East Street corner was also growing lively. From the perspective of the women like Niu Jinju, even if Chen Ji was being bullied by Hao Shun for taking things from the convenience store without paying, they believed he wouldn't dare to take any drastic action. But what they did not expect was that after a short while, Hao Shun would run out of the convenience store in disgrace. Hiding behind his electric bike, he yelled at the store, clearly putting on a show of bravado. The women had an inkling of what was happening. Niu Jinju observed closely, excitedly saying, "Hey, look. Hao Shun is really going for it. Can't you see? He's deliberately hiding behind his electric bike, cursing loudly, trying to lure Chen Ji out. Look, he's gripping the active clasp of the dog leash. Once Chen Ji steps out, he will definitely unleash the dog to attack." The women were timid, and 2 of them went pale with fright, saying, "Yes, it does seem that way, but that big wolf dog is too fierce. I'm scared to let it loose. Hao Chong's wolf dog is known to bite. Just listen to how ferociously it barks now. Even I'm scared. If it were to get loose and tackle someone, it could potentially kill." Niu Jinju, who came from a wealthy family and was also daring, sneered, "It's not that easy to kill someone, or it can at most bite off a few chunks of flesh from the face. It won't kill anyone." As soon as the big wolf dog lunged at Chen Ji, the women screamed in terror, and the timid ones covered their eyes, fearing they would be traumatized by the bloody scene and have nightmares. But no one expected that not only did the big wolf dog fail to bite Chen Ji, but he actually kicked it to death. Although the women had little experience, they knew that killing a dog was no easy feat, let alone doing it with a single kick. What seemed impossible actually happened right before their eyes. The group of women was stunned, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. It was only when the old men began to chatter excitedly that they snapped back to reality and joined in the discussion. They felt a mix of relief and shock at Chen Ji's strength. It seemed that his childhood practice with sandbags had indeed paid off. Hearing others praise Chen Ji made Niu Jinju feel particularly uncomfortable. She could not stand others praising him. In the past, not many people acknowledged Chen Ji, and even when someone occasionally remarked on his good behavior and studies, it made her uneasy. Her family was wealthy, and her husband was well connected in the village, having good relationships with the town officials, wealthy individuals, and the village chief Hao Chong. In various aspects, they could overshadow her uncle's family. However, there was one thing: her family only had 2 daughters and no sons. Conversely, although her uncle's family was poor, the eldest son was mentally challenged, but the second son, Chun-ji, was talented, intelligent, and had always excelled in his studies. In her father-in-law's eyes, Chun-ji was a treasure. Normally, Nyo Jinju preferred not to think about this, just mentioning it made her feel distressed. Now seeing Chun-ji kick the big wolf dog to death, while the women continued to praise him, felt like salt being rubbed into her wounds. Nyo Jinju shouted angrily, "Are you all fools? Chun-ji just got lucky like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Who knows where he kicked the dog? He might have kicked it in the nuts and accidentally killed it. This time he's finished, doesn't he realize whose dog it is? He dared to strike and even killed it. I bet he'll have to pay with his life." As soon as she said this, the women began to worry for Chun-ji, thinking he was genuinely in danger. Perhaps it was true what Nyo Jinju said, having killed the village chief's dog Chun-ji, he might have to pay with his life. In the nearby Audi A4, the elder aunt was already in tears. If it hadn't been for Shin Qinglin holding her back, she would have rushed out to confront Hao Shun. Hao Shun's intentions were clear: to lure Chun-ji out and set the dog on him. Everyone could see through it. How could the elder aunt not realize this? She absolutely could not let her nephew take that risk. A vicious dog the size of a small donkey could indeed kill someone if it bit down. Fortunately, Shin Qinglin had locked the car door, preventing the elder aunt from rushing out. Though Chun-ji kicked the big wolf dog to death in an instant, it nearly scared the elder aunt into fainting. Now that the dog was dead, she was still sobbing in fear. Shin Qinglin helped the elder aunt out of the car, and seeing her in such distress made Chun-ji feel both pained and warmed. This was indeed a beloved aunt. Having grown up without maternal love, he was grateful that his elder aunt had filled that emotional void. He stepped forward and held her hand, saying, "Aunt, don't be upset. The dog didn't bite me. I actually killed it." The elder aunt clutched her nephew's hand tightly as if afraid he would run away, saying, "Xiaoji, you must never do such things again. Just now I was so scared my eyes went blurry. That big dog could cause serious injuries. Why are you so reckless, child?" At that moment, Qin Shaoli limped over, his face still pale, clearly not having recovered from the shock. He also took hold of the elder aunt's other hand, saying, "Sister, let's talk inside." He sighed deeply as he spoke. Within that sigh was a mix of helplessness and reluctance, yet it also seemed to release a pent-up frustration. He turned to look at Shin Qinglin, a smile unintentionally breaking on his face, saying, "Qinglin is here too. It's been years since you visited Uncle, come on in." Qin Shaoli had always remembered Shin Qinglin, who had almost become his daughter-in-law, and seeing her again after 4 years felt particularly warm. At the entrance, Chun-ji's brother Qin Daji hid under the gate, peeking out, too afraid to come out. Shin Qinglin with keen eyes spotted him and smiled, waving, "Daji, brother, come over quickly. I bought you some delicious food." Upon hearing about the food, Qin Daji mustered his courage and came out from the corner, holding a long plastic gun in his hand. Shin Qinglin asked him, "Daji, brother, what do you need the gun for?" Qin Daji pointed at the dead dog on the ground, saying, "I want to shoot the dog. Just now I saw this dog trying to bite Xiaoji. As his brother, I must protect him." As he spoke, he waved the plastic gun in his hand. Shin Qinglin took the plastic gun from him, pulled the trigger, and fired a shot, saying, "Your gun is nice, but I bought you a better one." After saying that, she went back to the car to get it while shouting to Qinji, "Qinji, what's in your travel bag? Aren't you going to take it down when we get home?" Qinji went over to grab the bag, and while holding it, he gave Shin Qinglin a sly smile. Shin Qinglin glared at him, saying, "That smile of yours is definitely suspicious. Come clean, what are you thinking?" Qinji looked at the snacks and plastic gun in Shin Qinglin's hands and blinked, saying, "It seems we both had the same idea." While saying this, he unzipped his travel bag and took out a plastic gun, stating, "This is one I bought in Jiangzhou. It's bigger than yours and has more functions." Seeing that both of them had guns, Daji rushed over, grabbing both plastic guns, hugging them tightly with a grin as if he had found some treasure. Chunji intentionally said, "Brother, you have 3 guns now. Can you spare me one?" Daji immediately handed one plastic gun to Chunji, saying, "Here you go. Now we both have guns. If a dog tries to bite you again, just shoot it dead." Shin Qinglin looked at the 2 brothers standing together with their guns and felt a bit dazed. She had noticed before that the 2 brothers looked too much alike. If they were the same clothes and had the same hairstyle, it would be hard for outsiders to tell who was the elder and who was the younger. The brothers were both nearing 30. Their intellectual development levels differed, yet their appearances were so similar. Genes were truly fascinating. Andy shouted from the small shop window, "Xiaoji, Qinglin, don't just stand outside, come in and talk." Everyone entered the house, and Shin Qinglin handed the tea leaves she brought to Qin Shaoli. Qin Shaoli ran the small shop and lacked nothing, but he didn't have such expensive tea leaves in the shop. He could tell at a glance that the tea was good and certainly not cheap. Feeling quite alarmed, he said, "Qinglin, you just need to visit Uncle. Why buy such expensive things? Young people should know how to save money and not spend recklessly." Auntie pulled her nephew and pointed outside, saying, "Xiaoji, look, that dead dog is still out there. How Shun even abandoned his electric bike and ran away with his shirt off. He must have gone to call for help. What are your next steps? Shunji understood that, and he was right. As the art of war says, do not rely on the enemy not coming, but rely on having something to wait for them with. Hao Shun must have gone to find his backer Hao Chong. Hao Chong often bullied people in the village, and after this incident, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily. He might bring a group of people, possibly even armed. If too many people come with iron rods and big knives, it would be difficult for him to handle alone. Moreover, Hao Chong would definitely think he was justified this time. First, Hao Shun got beaten, and second, he had kicked his fierce dog to death. If villagers fight over this matter, the police sent by the town would surely favor them. After all, they often hung out together and were all acquaintances. However, Chen Ji was already prepared. For matters where the other side thought they were justified, he intended to turn the tables. As for if a large group came to attack, if he couldn't handle it alone, he would retreat with his family and close the door. If they dared to break in, they shouldn't blame his flying knives for being merciless. He comforted Annie, saying, Annie, what you said is correct. Don't worry, I can handle it. Close the small shop first and don't do business in the afternoon. Aren't you coming over to make dumplings for my dad and brother? Let's all go inside. After sending everyone home, Chun-Ji stood in the street, surveying the surrounding terrain, contemplating that his house must install several surveillance cameras. He had already started to confront Hao Chong and his group. He needed to employ some preventive measures. That evening, he had indeed arrived at Beitan village, but didn't stop by his home because he had driven away a new car belonging to someone surnamed Qin and had also beaten 2 sandpit workers. If Qin Guamin and his group weren't afraid of him reporting them and insisted on seeking revenge on the spot, or if they called the police claiming he stole their car, returning home would surely bring trouble to his dad and them. Today, he finally couldn't hold back and beat Hao Shun, relieving a bit of his dad's grievances, but it would definitely lead to trouble afterwards. It all depended on whether he could handle it properly. At this moment, Hao Shun had already run to the village committee. Upon entering the compound, he saw the village head Hao Chong's Audi A6 parked there alongside a Porsche Cayenne and a Land Rover Range Rover. Hao Shun let out a sigh of relief, his anxious heart calming down. While running to the village committee, he had been filled with misgivings. He knew that Hao Chong had gone to the Green Source Hotel in town for drinks at noon, and he was afraid that the village head would go KTV after drinking, in which case, he wouldn't dare to call the village head back to seek revenge for him. Now, seeing the village head's car in the yard indicated that he had returned. What thrilled Hao Shun even more was that Hao Chong was gathering people to deal with Chen Ji and could only call people from the sand pit in the north. The village committee was a legitimate organization and surely couldn't harbor a bunch of thuggish henchmen. The Cayenne and Range Rover belonged to several sand pit bosses, meaning that the strongest fighters were right there in the village committee. This was great, as long as the village head saw his miserable state and learned that his fierce dog had been killed by Chen Ji, the Chen father and son would be doomed. The village committee courtyard had been newly built a few years ago with a grand 9-room tiled house at the front, wide balconies sealed tightly with dark brown aluminum, clearly built to a high standard. On the east side of the courtyard were the kitchen and storage rooms, while the west side contained several spacious garages. Hao Chong's exclusive office had a sign reading Village Head's Office at the door. Upon entering, the decor was quite luxurious, with a large conference table and a genuine leather boss chair, giving off an imposing presence. Inside, besides soft sofas and exquisite coffee tables, there was also a designated area for kung fu tea, featuring a large black ebony tea table in the center, hard in texture and deep in color, surrounded by intricately carved redwood armchairs. The one sitting in the main chair was Hao Chong. He was in his 50s, short and stout, with a round head and a face full of flesh, his eyes squinting. Though not tall, he exuded a strong presence with thick arms and a protruding belly, carrying a sense of authority typical of village cadres. The air conditioning in the office was set very low. Hao Shun, who had run over bare-chested under the sun, was dripping with sweat. Upon entering the room, he shivered, feeling as if his sweat was freezing. His voice involuntarily rose several degrees as he trembled, shouting, "Village head, it's over. Chun Ji has rebelled. Oh, look at how he beat me. Whom the hell are you cursing?" Before Hao Shun could finish, Hao Chong threw a teacup at his head. Although the teacup was not large, it hurt quite a bit when it hit the head. Hao Shun retracted his neck in fear, saying, "Village chief, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about that little brat Chen Ji." "Who are you talking about?" Before he could finish, someone nearby interrupted him with an angry shout. I'm talking about Chen Ji." Hao Shun, looking at the other man's bear-like physique, stammered. At the tea table, 3 other people were sitting, 2 of whom looked like big bears, clearly brothers. They were the ones who had been beaten by Chen Ji that night, 2 brothers. The elder was nicknamed Big Dog Shit, and the younger was called Second Dog Shit. These 2 were the second and third in command at the sandpit. Sitting on the other side was Zheng Biao, the boss of the sandpit. He was tall and muscular, with a black t-shirt stretched tightly over his muscles, a square face with sharp features, and a scar that slashed from his left eyebrow to his right cheek, resembling a menacing centipede. His triangular eyes glinted with a vicious hunger, as if he were ready to pounce on someone at any moment. At noon, Hao Chong and the three of them were drinking at the Green Source Hotel, and after drinking they returned to the village committee for tea and conversation. Their conversation mostly revolved around topics related to the sandpit, as Hao Chong was also one of the shareholders, albeit a silent one. Zheng Biao, Big Dog Shit, and Second Dog Shit appeared to be the bosses of the sandpit, but in reality they were also working for someone else, as there were other people behind the scenes, including several county officials' family members who held silent shares. That night, Big Dog Shit and Second Dog Shit were the ones who suffered losses at Chenji's hands. They were used to being strong and domineering, so they couldn't swallow this humiliation and immediately wanted revenge. They quickly called Hao Chong to inquire about Chenji's situation and even thought about directly going to Chenji's hometown to deal with his entire family. However, Qin Guomin was afraid of being reported and went to great lengths to suppress the matter, even calling Hao Chong to persuade the two dog shits to temporarily avoid touching Chenji. Because once they acted against Chenji and he exposed the fact that the two dog shits had given him money, many problems at the sandpit would be revealed, harming everyone's interests. They definitely wanted revenge against Chenji, but not now. They needed to wait for another reason later. For the sake of their own interest, Hao Chong helped to calm down the two dog shits for the time being. Today they came to the South Tan Village Committee for tea, and the two dog shits recalled being beaten by Chenji, reigniting their hatred. They had just complained to Hao Chong. When have we ever been this cowardly? We can't even seek revenge after being beaten. The past few days have been unbearable for both of us. Hao Chong replied, if you two are feeling suppressed, what about me? Am I not a person with a good temper? The key is that you two have dragged Qin Guomin into this relationship with the sandpit, and this connection must not be known by anyone. If Chenji reports this, everyone will know you two gave money to Qin Guomin. And if he exposes the major things we've done, even the higher-ups won't be able to suppress it. Hearing Hao Chong mention the major things, the two dog shits immediately fell silent. After all, that matter involved two lives, and they couldn't afford to lose everything over a small issue and attract attention. At this moment, Hao Shun rushed in with a look of horror, saying he had been beaten by Chenji. Upon hearing it was again Chenji who beat him, the two dog shits began to stir with eagerness. Hao Chong was instantly furious and slammed the tea table. What the hell is going on with that Chun? Has he gotten so bold as to dare to hit you? Have those three been itching for trouble lately? Don't worry, we'll find someone to hit back right away. Seeing the opportunity, the two dog shits immediately volunteered. Let us go. Big Dog Shit said, today's matter is different from that night. What happened that night is already in the past. Today he hit Hao Shun. We're going to avenge Hao Shun. It doesn't involve anything else. Hao Chong shot a glance at Hao Shun, gesturing for the two dog shits to stop speaking carelessly in front of others. Some matters were not to be spoken of too much. You two cannot go out in the short term. You think you're going to avenge Hao Shun, but that little brat Chenji may not. If he feels you two are settling old scores and new grudges at the same time, provoking him, and if he sends out a video or something, you two know the consequences. Hearing this, the two dog shits deflated again, clearly unwilling, their faces full of discontent, sitting there panting heavily. Zheng Biao, the boss of the sandpit, was indeed calm, not saying a word, only staring at Hao Shun with a sinister gaze. Seeing Zheng Biao so composed, Hao Chong felt he needed to adopt the same unyielding demeanor in the face of adversity. He calmed himself down, sneering at Hao Shun's sorry state, leisurely taking a few sips of tea before asking, are you once again using the village committee's name to go to Old K's place to collect things? If I'm not mistaken, you even took my big wolf dog over there before going. Hao Shun with a mournful face replied, yes, village chief, that's exactly what happened. I feel that Chen looks down on me. Oh, as long as I say the village committee wants to entertain someone, Chen would obediently give me things. Taking the big wolf dog over there would be even more persuasive. However, I didn't expect that little brat Chenji had become so stubborn. Not only did he make me pay immediately, but he also said that the village committee owed his family money, and it had to be settled immediately. Hao Chong was furious again upon hearing this. This little brat is truly arrogant. Settlement is fine. Let him bring the account book to find me, and see if he dares to come. Hao Shun's eyes flickered as he stammered, village chief, you're right. That little brat Chenji is too arrogant. He not only hit me, but also beat the big wolf dog. What? He dared to hit my dog. Hao Chong suddenly stood up, gritting his teeth as he said, in this village no one dares to hit my dog. Whoever dares to touch my dog is simply asking for death. Hao Shun quickly followed the village chief's lead, saying, yes, that little brat is simply asking for death. He actually killed the village chief's big wolf dog, completely lawless. What did you say? Hao Chong stared at Hao Shun in disbelief. Say it again. He killed my dog. Did it really die? What did he use to hit it? He just... Hao Shun began to stammer again, feeling he could never tell the village chief the truth. If the village chief knew he had let the dog bite Chenji, resulting in the dog's death, would he spare him? He just took a stick and beat and kicked it, or I couldn't stop him. and that's how the big wolf dog was killed. You useless trash, bastard. An enraged Hao Chong slapped Hao Shun twice across the face. Hao Shun's face had already swollen like a pig's head, and now, after receiving 2 slaps, he cried out in pain. Hao Chong looked at Zheng Biao, who had been silent, with a stern face, called the sandpit, and asked for about 10 people to come over. It's only right to teach a lesson to a villager who randomly killed the village chief's dog. Who would have thought we still had the upper hand? Upon hearing Hao Chong's suggestion to gather 10 or so people from the battlefield to deal with Chen, Zheng Biao shot a cold glance at Hao Chong. Are you capable of anything worthwhile? Just a reckless young man. Is it really worth calling 10 people? I see you were just going backward in life. Hao Chong defended. Haven't I mentioned to the boss? And the second one, that Chen Ji, because of that incident with his mother, has been hitting sandbags and practicing martial arts since childhood. I've heard he even practices throwing knives, harboring a strong desire to avenge his father. This kid indeed has some skills, otherwise the boss and the second wouldn't have been at a disadvantage against him. Zheng Biao coldly glared at the 2 fools, saying, you two are also useless. Usually so loud and capable, yet you couldn't even handle 1 person that night. Aren't you ashamed? The 2 fools quickly widened their eyes to explain, that night we were careless. We didn't expect that kid to have some skills. If you let us go now, we would beat him down to his last breath. Don't just talk tough. Zheng Biao stood up, downed his cup of tea, and one go wiped his mouth, and said, you all say that kid has some skills, which piques my interest. I've been feeling restless these days. You all personally pay him a visit and deal with him. Hao Chong breathed a sigh of relief. If Zheng Biao took action personally, that would be perfect. Regardless of how Zheng Biao dealt with Chen Ji, they would be in an invulnerable position. Even if things escalated, they could claim that the big wolf dog belonged to Zheng Biao. If Chen Ji killed someone's dog, wouldn't they seek an explanation? If a fight broke out, it would be mutual brawling, and it was Chen Ji who caused the trouble first. Hao Chong absolutely trusted Zheng Biao's capabilities. Zheng Biao was not on the same level as those 2 fools. The 2 fools relied on their size and had some fighting ability, but that was just brute strength. If they encountered someone trained, that raw power wouldn't count for much. Zheng Biao, however, came from a formal martial arts school. He had always been taller than his peers, and was even taller than middle school students when he was in 3rd grade. However, his studies were a disaster. He simply wasn't cut out for school. He didn't finish primary school before his parents sent him to a martial arts school. Since he couldn't eat from academic knowledge, he decided to pursue martial arts. Looking back now, his parents' life planning seemed quite fitting. If Zheng Biao couldn't fight, he wouldn't be able to be the top dog in the battlefield, owning several apartments in the city, driving a Porsche Cayenne, and enjoying a life of luxury with frequent visits to nightclubs. You go, it's like using a cannon to hit a mosquito, Hao Chong said. But it's good you do have some skills. Consider it practice. Once you subdue him, have him kneel at the village committee's entrance with his head against the big wolf dog. When I feel like it. Zheng Biao kicked back his chair, stepped out, and kicked Hao Shun, saying, come with me and lead the way to find that kid. Okay, I'll lead the way, Hao Shun said eagerly. Hao Shun nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. He had only heard of Zheng Biao's fearsome reputation as the top dog in the battlefield. He had never seen it in person. Now that Zheng Biao was personally stepping in, Hao Shun was both surprised and honored. He hadn't expected the top dog to personally avenge him, which was a tremendous honor. Even before any action was taken, just looking at Zheng Biao's sinister and ruthless aura made Hao Shun's scalp tingle. He knew that this time Chen Ji would either die or be severely injured. Just as the 2 were about to head out, there was a knock on the office door of the village head. After 3 knocks, the door unlocked, and someone walked in. Hao Shun was instantly startled and involuntarily took several steps back, as the person who entered was none other than Chen Ji. Zheng Biao had never seen Chen Ji and didn't recognize him. Seeing a young man suddenly enter, he frowned and coldly spat, who let you in? Get out. Chen Ji ignored him, holding a ledger in hand, and walked straight toward Hao Chong. When Zheng Biao was ignored like this for the first time, he became furious. As Chen Ji passed by him, he kicked out while shouting angrily, get lost. Chen Ji quickly dodged, raising his leg to sweep towards Zheng Biao's left leg. Zheng Biao immediately lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. The floor tiles were hard and the fall was solid. Luckily, Zheng Biao had practiced and instinctively lifted his neck while falling, so he didn't hit his head. Moreover, he reacted quickly, performing a kip-up and immediately throwing a straight punch at Chen Ji. This punch was both fierce and accurate with an extremely fast speed. But Chen Ji's leg was even faster. Before his fist could touch Chen Ji, he was kicked in the chest, sending him rapidly backward. With a loud crash, his back hit the wall, shaking the entire room. The 2 had started fighting, and the 2 fools could no longer sit still. The brothers immediately joined the fray. Yet they seemed to have forgotten how they were defeated by Chen Ji that night. As the 2 rushed up, one received a whip kick and was knocked down, while the other was instantly hit with 7 or 8 punches to the face and fell to the ground, perfectly replicating the scene from that night. Hao Chong and Hao Shun watched in shock, both frozen in place. Zheng Biao crashed into the wall. His combat power was still intact, but he didn't strike again. Instead, he quickly assessed the gap in combat power between himself and the opponent. He felt a wave of intense pain in his chest. A suffocating sensation washed over him, and his throat itched as if he was about to spit blood, which alarmed him. Although Chun-Ji was quite tall, he had a well-proportioned figure, and standing straight gave off an elegant vibe. Such a young man possessed such explosive power. Zheng Biao, with his stout and tough physique, could probably withstand a car hitting him in the chest, yet he never expected that one kick from the opponent could make him feel so nauseous. This could only mean that there was a significant gap in combat power between himself and the opponent. Now, with the two fools on the ground groaning in pain and struggling, even if they were pulled up, the three of them together might not be Chun-Ji's match. Zheng Biao dared not act recklessly anymore. Chun-Ji, however, pointed at the three of them and looked at Hao Chong, asking Village Chief, "What are these three doing?" It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Hao Chong had come back to his senses from the shock, forcing a stiff smile. "They are all my friends. Just now you were having a back and forth with them. Don't be impulsive, everyone, don't be impulsive." While speaking, Hao Chong moved out from behind the tea table, attempting to mediate. Having mingled with tough guys since his youth, Hao Chong was a veteran fighter. Though he hadn't practiced martial arts, he could tell from the moment they engaged that Zheng Biao and his companions were no match for Chun-Ji. This left him utterly astonished. Originally, he thought Zheng Biao, being trained, could surely take Chun-Ji down, but it turned out he had greatly underestimated Chun-Ji's combat power. Since more than 20 years ago, when Chen Shaoli had his leg broken, rumors spread in the village about Chun-Ji hitting sandbags and practicing martial arts, vowing to avenge his father. For years, Hao Chong had taken it lightly. It was normal for a son to vow revenge after witnessing his father being crippled. As for hitting sandbags and practicing martial arts, it was just a momentary impulse driven by hatred. Hao Chong had been surrounded by brave and fierce people for so long that he believed there was no such thing as real martial arts. At most, practicing martial arts and boxing could improve attack evasion ability and agility. True combat power, to put it bluntly, still depended on being physically strong. Height and weight were absolute strengths. Yet Chun-Ji's display today had opened Hao Chong's eyes. Firstly, he hadn't expected Chun-Ji to possess such determination, dedicating over 20 years to diligent practice. Secondly, he hadn't expected Chun-Ji to elevate his combat power to such a level. At this moment, facing Chun-Ji, Hao Chong was clearly intimidated. Hao Chong understood that he was also one of Chun-Ji's enemies. Over the years, Chun-Ji must have remembered everything that had happened with Chen Shaoli. If he didn't find a way to suppress Chun-Ji next, he was likely to suffer a great loss. With 5 people in the room, unable to overpower Chun-Ji, filled with fear and anxiety, Hao Chong could only force a smile, not wanting the conflict to escalate. Chun-Ji pointed at the 2 individuals and sneered, "I know these 2. What a coincidence, I just dealt with them a few days ago. I know they run a sand pit, but I didn't expect them to be friends with the village chief." Hao Chong chuckled awkwardly. "They're just casual acquaintances, they came by to chat today." "Chun-Ji, did you need something from me?" "Of course there is something." Chun-Ji shook the ledger in his hand and glanced at the petrified Hao Shun. "Just now this person went to my little shop to buy things, refused to pay, and even set his dog on me. I just remembered the village committee has owed my little shop money for several years. Running a small business, we can no longer afford to wait. We should settle the accounts." Hao Chong's eyes darted around as he chuckled dryly. Yes, I know the village committee owes your little shop money. However, the village committee is financially strained lately. Let's wait for a while until the funds come in, and we'll prioritize settling your family's account." "Oh, is that so?" Chun-Ji slowly flipped through the ledger. "I took a look and have a question. Since the village committee is financially strained, why have they spent so much on hospitality?" "I calculated that the items taken from my little shop for hospitality are just a small part. The bulk of it is from other areas, making the village committee's hospitality expenses quite substantial. I wonder if someone is using the village committee's name to take things from my little shop for personal use. Should I share the ledger's accounts in our village work group? I can't figure it out, but there must be someone in the village who understands. Everyone has a general idea of the village committee's income and expenses. Sharing it in the group for discussion could reveal if someone is taking advantage of the public for personal gain." He looked at Hao Shun. "For example, this guy went to my little shop earlier and insisted that a work team had come to the village, claiming there wasn't enough hospitality provision for them. Yet when I came over, I saw no work team at all. Could it be that the work team he mentioned was just these few running the sand pit?" Hearing that Chun-Ji wanted to share the ledger in the village work group, Hao Chong was shocked again. Indeed, the hospitality items taken from the little shop are just a small part of the expenses. This alone has accumulated to several tens of thousands. The total hospitality expenses must be a significant amount. Over the years, he has been dominant in the village, but many villagers are aware of the village committee's accounts. They simply dare not voice their anger, question, or report anything. If Chun-Ji were to share the ledger in the village work group, the impact would be disastrous. The work group includes police officers from the town's precinct and local staff, and the information would reach the townsfolk. Thinking of this, Hao Chang feigned anger and shouted at Hao Shun, "Speak to me honestly. Was what Chen Ji said just now true? Did you take things from Chun Shaoli's little shop under the village committee's name? You scoundrel, I think you should quit being a mediator." As he scolded, he turned to Chen Ji and said, "What you reported shocked me. I didn't expect some individuals in the village committee to do such things. It must be investigated thoroughly, and we will never condone it. In the future, anyone who takes items from your little shop must inform your father. It has to be a cash transaction, and no one is allowed to write IOUs to avoid confusion. How about this? The village committee will first settle the previous debts with your family, and you can leave the ledger here. I need to conduct a self-examination among the village officials." While saying this, Hao Chang called over the village accountant Chen Xiaoshan, instructing him to immediately clear the debts owed to Chen Ji. Chen Ji handed the ledger to the accountant and pointed at Hao Shun, saying, "Some officials in the village committee have major issues. They not only exploit the public for personal gain, but also took items from my house under the village committee's name. Just now this guy even deliberately set his fierce dog on me. Village chief, you must thoroughly investigate this and take serious action. This constitutes intentional harm, and I have preserved evidence. If necessary, I will report it to the public security authorities." Chen Ji seemed increasingly furious, and in a fit of rage suddenly lifted his leg and kicked Hao Shun to the ground. "Village chief, you have no idea how dangerous it was at that moment. Thankfully, I have practiced martial arts, otherwise a regular person would either be dead or severely injured." A surge of rage surged through Hao Chang. Chen Ji was too arrogant. This kid had the audacity to take advantage of the situation. Hao Chang had endured and yielded time and again, yet Chen Ji dared to strike someone in front of him, showing no respect for him as the village chief. Hao Chang clenched his teeth, his forehead veins bulging. He was not someone who could easily tolerate such disrespect. During his youth, he was known for his boldness and fierceness in the county town, and as village chief, he walked with an air of authority. Regardless, Hao Shun was still one of his subordinates. In dealing with a dog, one must respect its owner. For Chen Ji to hit someone in front of him was no different from slapping his face. Hao Chang couldn't help but say, "Then let's call the police. It seems the truth must be thoroughly investigated." As he spoke these words, he felt an intense sense of humiliation. Given his past as someone who mingled in society, now being the authoritative village chief with the three strongest individuals from the sand pit beside him, being forced to choose to call the police felt incredibly cowardly. Chen Ji chuckled. "It's about time to call the police. I believe this matter can rise to the level of a criminal." As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened a video showing it to Hao Chang. It was a video of Hao Shun intentionally unleashing his dog on him in front of the little shop, where Chen Ji kicked the fierce dog to death. Hao Chang was once again dumbfounded. The footage was too shocking. He knew very well how resilient the life force of the fierce dog he raised was. Earlier, when Hao Shun said that no one could match Chen Ji, Hao Chang found it hard to believe that Chen Ji could kill a fierce dog with a stick, given how ferocious it was. Now, after watching the video, he realized that Chen Ji hadn't even used a stick. He had simply kicked the fierce dog to death. This was something Hao Chang deemed impossible, yet he had to acknowledge that the video was indeed real. After the shock passed, Hao Chang recalled what Hao Shun had said to him earlier. This scoundrel not only took things from Chen Shaoli under the village committee's name, but also deliberately led the fierce dog to intimidate others. This scoundrel had done such things more than once or twice. In the past, when nothing went wrong, Hao Chang turned a blind eye, thinking everyone was just bullying Chen Shaoli. But at this moment, Hao Chang realized how much trouble Hao Shun had brought upon him. If Chen Ji were to share this video online, he as the village chief would also be put under scrutiny, since the fierce dog was his responsibility. Moreover, the video clearly captured Hao Shun provoking and cursing outside the little shop while holding the dog leash, intending to lure Chen Ji out to unleash the dog. Chen Ji was right. This constituted intentional harm. Even though the fierce dog was killed by Chen Ji, Hao Chang felt a pang of pain, but looking at it from another angle, it was a good thing. If the fierce dog had really bitten someone, he would have been held liable as well. With Chen Ji having this video as solid evidence, what was the point of calling the police? Hao Shun had received a beating for nothing, and his dog had died for no reason. The more Hao Chang thought about it, the angrier he became. Anger surged from his heart, and with nowhere to vent, he jumped over and kicked Hao Shun violently. Hao Shun cried out in pain as he rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. Yet Hao Chang couldn't stop himself, wishing he could just kill this troublemaker who had caused him to suffer. Chen Ji walked away, swaggering with the settlement money. Hao Chang and Zheng Biao stood by the window, watching Chen Ji's figure retreating into the yard, their teeth gritting and anger veins bulging. These gangsters had never suffered such humiliation before. Each of them felt deeply insulted. Zheng Biao and the two others had been beaten, and the intense feeling of humiliation was undeniable. Even Hao Chang, who had not participated in the fight, felt that it would be impossible for him to continue living here. He had always been the one with the final say in the village, acting as the village chief, maintaining an air of authority, and with a background of past gang affiliations, everyone in the village regarded him with a mix of respect and fear. But today Qinji had completely disregarded him, and he had to wear a smile. Just thinking about it made him feel humiliated and nearly unbearable. The two others were fuming, shouting, "Call someone, hurry, and make the call. Get more people here, bring weapons. I want to personally chop that kid into pieces." Zheng Biao shot them a cold glance, his face dark and silent, lost in thought. Hao Chong looked at Zheng Biao with a questioning gaze, cautiously asking, "What do you think we should do about this? We can't just let this go." Zheng Biao snorted coldly, noncommittal. Hao Chong said, "Dealing with this kid can't be straightforward like with others. Even if we bring in more people, that kid has skills. If we can't catch him and he escapes, the consequences would be dire. I believe we need to establish a major principle. First, we can't act recklessly until we are fully prepared. Second, if we do take action, we must eliminate any future problems thoroughly." While what he said made sense, he felt a sense of inner conflict, because at that moment he was overwhelmed by a strong revenge is definitely necessary, but it must be done with complete preparation, striking with certainty to ensure no future troubles. This thought stems from a profound fear. "Let's do it this way." Zheng Biao turned and walked towards the tea table, grabbing his phone and car keys as he headed outside, tossing over his shoulder, prepare for the next few days to give that kid a decisive move. Qinji had not walked far from the village committee when he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around to see the village accountant, Qin Shaoshan. Qin Shaoshan was all smiles, saying, "He'll go with you. The dog you killed was taken care of, right? And Hao Shun's electric bike is still at your doorstep. Ew, I need to go get it back." "Sounds good." Qinji replied with a smile. "It needs to be taken away quickly. Oh, otherwise in this hot summer that dead dog will start to stink soon." Qin Shaoshan and Qin Shali were of the same generation and were quite close by clan relations. However, after Hao Chong returned to the village as the village chief, he formed a committee and brought Qin Shaoshan on board as the village accountant, essentially using him to suppress the other Qin clansmen in the village. Although he wasn't as vicious or cruel as Hao Chong, and the others being part of Hao Chong's group always felt like he was complicit in their misdeeds. Qinji's family had long ceased dealings with him. Yet now as the two walked together, there was no trace of animosity on Qinji's face. They chatted and laughed along the way like old friends. Watching the two of them walking back so intimately, the group of women waiting for a spectacle at the east end of the street was utterly astonished. Qinji had killed the village chief's dog. Surely the village chief would explode in rage and gather a group to beat Qinji to a pulp. If he didn't die head, at least be severely injured. That was bound to happen. But Qin Shaoshan, as Hao Chong's follower and the village committee's main accountant, dared to banter with Qinji after such a major incident. This closeness was shocking. What did Qin Shaoshan mean by this? Was he planning to rebel? Then they saw Qin Shaoshan exerting great effort to hoist the large dead dog onto the electric bike, then bowing and nodding as he said goodbye to Qinji before riding off. The women were all left speechless. It wasn't until the electric bike turned the corner and disappeared that they erupted into chatter, buzzing with questions. What's going on? Does Qin Shaoshan not know that the big dog was kicked to death by Qinji? He definitely doesn't know. If he did, would he still dare to joke around with Qinji? Even if he pretended, he should at least act like he had a deep-seated grudge against Qinji. So what's the deal? Did Qinji make up a lie and trick Qin Shaoshan into believing it? Niu Jinjun listened to the women's gossip and grew increasingly angry. She had eaten lunch and came to this rural information base intending to gather some news, boast a little, and enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention before going for a nap. The reason she had stayed this long without napping was that she wanted to see Qinji's misfortune, to watch him get beaten by the village chief's people, to kneel and beg for mercy, to compensate the village chief for his losses, even to give the big dog a funeral. But to her disappointment, she saw nothing. She did not witness Qinji being beaten or him paying compensation and suffering humiliation. This left her utterly disillusioned. She had wasted her nap time for this. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to help but scold the women. "I think Qin Shaoshan must know what's going on. Didn't you see Qinji just leave? He must have gone to give the village chief money and apologize, compensating a lot of money, so that the village chief spared him. Otherwise, how could he come back alive?" Hearing her say this, the women fell silent. They couldn't continue the previous topic because it was unpleasing to Niu Jinjun, and they couldn't agree with her either, as it seemed implausible. From Qinji's cheerful expression, it was clear he had not gone to give money or apologize to the village chief. The village chief valued his large dog. It wasn't something that could be settled with a mere apology or some cash. Moreover, didn't everyone know the village chief's temperament? It wasn't just about killing his prized dog. Even a slight misstep in conversation could lead to a slap or a kick from him. If Qinji were to apologize over the dog incident, there was no way he would get off easily. But with Niu Jinjun saying all this, who among these ordinary rural women would dare to contradict her? Her family was wealthy with assets exceeding 10 million. For some families in the village that couldn't even scrape together 10,000 a million was practically astronomical. In this rural information hub, when Nyo Jin-jun didn't speak, everyone could express themselves freely, but once she set the tone on a topic, it went by her narrative. Having money makes one the boss, whatever she said went. Seeing the women fall silent, Nyo Jin-jun knew what. In fact, she also understood that her depiction of Chun-ji apologizing was indeed absurd. Everyone knew that if Chun-ji met the village chief, he wouldn't come back unscathed. Nyo Jin-jun felt bored and stifled. Staying any longer was pointless. Xian stood up and prepared to go home for a nap. At that moment, a small delivery truck entered the village carrying several large boxes that clearly contained appliances like refrigerators, air conditioners, and televisions. As the truck drove past, a woman exclaimed enviously, "Look at those huge boxes on the truck. They must be for a really big refrigerator. Plus the boxes for air conditioners and televisions are so big. Who bought these?" Among the women was one nicknamed Little Broadcast, a key figure in this village's information hub, and also Nyo Jin-jun's most loyal sycophant. Seeing Nyo Jin-jun in a low mood this afternoon, she wanted to take the opportunity to flatter her and lift her spirits. Indeed, such big boxes must mean a particularly large refrigerator. A refrigerator that size would cost over 10,000. Not many families in our village can afford that. Looking at Nyo Jin-jun, she added, "Was it your family that bought it? You see, there are also such large air conditioners and televisions I doubt anyone else can afford them." Hearing this, Nyo Jin-jun felt somewhat better. She pouted and replied, "It's not for my family. We just replaced our refrigerator and air conditioner a while ago with the best, and they're still new. But you're right, just looking at the size of the boxes, those refrigerators and air conditioners must be huge. If it's not from my family, then it must be from the village chief's family. No one else can afford such expensive items." Just then the delivery truck that had passed stopped. A person dressed in a work uniform with the appliance brand logo jumped down from the truck and jogged over to the women, politely greeting them. "Hello, Annie, may I ask where Chinshali's house is?" The women were taken aback simultaneously, and the small broadcaster couldn't help but ask, "Why are you inquiring about his family?" The man smiled and replied, "Of course, it's to deliver goods. They purchased home appliances, and we are here." The women exchanged glances, falling silent, unable to believe that these particularly expensive home appliances were purchased by Chunshali's family. This was completely unexpected and dealt a heavy blow to Nyo Jin-jun's face. Just earlier, the small broadcaster had praised Nyo Jin-jun, suggesting that if it weren't for her family buying such large appliances, only the village chief's family could afford them. But in fact, it was Chunshali's family who made the purchase. Moreover, when Chunji Gang returned home, Nyo Jin-jun had claimed that Chunji was deep in debt, with creditors blocking his door every day. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. Everyone could see that Chunshali's family had been living frugally over the years. Over 30 years ago, Chunshali's family was the wealthiest in the village, but ever since Tenpei got involved with a wealthy man, and Chunshali was crippled while catching her in the act, their fortunes plummeted. After all, Chunshali became disabled and could no longer work, while also raising 3 children, one of whom was mentally challenged. No family could survive such circumstances. So when Nyo Jin-jun said that Chunji was in debt, the women found it plausible. But now it appeared to be entirely untrue. Rather than being in debt, his family seemed to be thriving. Seeing the expressions of the women, Nyo Jin-jun understood what they were thinking. This made her feel embarrassed and filled her with jealousy. She angrily questioned the delivery man. "Are you sure it was a person named Chunshali who bought these appliances?" The delivery man was somewhat bewildered, feeling that this group of women was strange, especially this one who was furious and demanding answers. He replied, "Actually, it wasn't Chunshali who made the purchase, but a person named Chunji. He left an address for delivery to Chunshali's home." Upon hearing that it was Chunji who made the purchase, Nyo Jin-jun could hardly accept it and rudely declared, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chunshali's family is nearly destitute. How could they afford such expensive home appliances? The Chunji you mentioned is deep in debt and constantly being harassed by creditors. He couldn't even afford a flashlight, let alone home appliances." The delivery man chuckled. "Then we must be talking about different people. The Chunji who bought these appliances is particularly wealthy. This is the second delivery we've made to his home. At noon, we just finished installing an air conditioner, refrigerator, and color TV for his grandfather, and now we are delivering to Chunshali's side. Right? What? Chunji bought air conditioners, color TVs, and large refrigerators for his grandfather?" Nyo Jin-jun could hardly believe it. "Where does his grandfather live?" The delivery man replied, "His grandfather runs an orchard. We delivered there to install them." Nyo Jin-jun was left speechless, unable to say anything further. She had already felt suffocated earlier, and now she felt even worse. The discomfort in her heart was beyond description. It was hard to tell whether it was anger or jealousy, as she simply felt awful. Fuming, she scoffed and turned to go home. The delivery man was puzzled, not understanding why the woman was so upset. He asked the others, "Excuse me, can you tell me where Chunshali's family lives?" As Neo Jinjev left, the women pointed toward the west, saying, "Over there, there's a big poplar tree at their door, and they have a small convenience store." The delivery man thanked them and turned the delivery truck around, heading for Chun Xiaoli's house. Meanwhile, the women began discussing excitedly. Everyone agreed that Chun Ji must have become wealthy. Neo Jinjev had just said he was deep in debt and being harassed by creditors, so she must be jealous. The villagers were well aware of the relationship between Neo Jinjev and Chun Ji's family. Neo Jinjev's family had economic advantages over Chun Xiaoli's family, but there was one thing: Neo Jinjev had no son, which was her greatest concern. Especially since her father-in-law favored Chun Ji, doting on him greatly, which was something Neo Jinjev could not tolerate and was extremely jealous of. Thus, when Neo Jinjev claimed Chun Ji was in debt, everyone could only regard her as jealous, deliberately spreading rumors to smear him. In fact, Chun Ji not only wasn't in debt, but was becoming wealthier. Some women sighed. Chun Xiaoli has truly suffered and is finally seeing better days. Years ago, his family was so wealthy, but just because he married such a wife, he ruined a good family. Chun Xiaoli, tall and handsome, was once a striking young man, but has become disabled. For so many years, he has struggled as a cripple, raising 3 children. It's been too hard. Some women echoed, "Isn't that right? Look at his house. Over 30 years ago, it was the best in our village, and the furniture and appliances were the most advanced at that time. But in these 30-plus years, the house is still the same, and the furniture and appliances are still the ones bought over 30 years ago. Many families in the village have become wealthy, but his family has seen no change in over 30 years. Now it seems that Chun Xiaoli has finally turned the tide. Chun Ji is ambitious, has always been sensible since childhood, studies well, and even got into a prestigious university. I heard that he works at a car factory in Jiangzhou, earning a salary of several thousand a month." The women chattered, praising Chun Ji one after another. As long as Neo Jinjev was not around, they felt free to express their opinions. If she were present, they certainly wouldn't dare to speak like this. After a while, Neo Jinjev indeed returned after taking a nap. This was completely within the women's expectations. They knew that upon seeing Chun Ji buy such expensive air conditioners and large refrigerators for his family, Neo Jinjev would be unbearably jealous and couldn't stay home for long, eventually coming out. In fact, she had come out to torment herself. Sitting at the street corner, she kept looking toward the west. Seeing the installation personnel coming and going, Neo Jinjev was so furious that she felt like exploding. Especially upon discovering that Chun Ji had bought not just one air conditioner, but also installed one in the convenience store, making Neo Jinjev feel even worse, as if she might have a heart attack. Before the appliances had even finished installation, she saw Chun Ji chatting and laughing with the woman driving, and they both got into the car with the woman driving. As they passed the village information base, the women craned their necks, trying to identify who the woman in the car was. At that moment, one woman finally recognized her and exclaimed, "I know her. Isn't she Chun Ji's?" They were college classmates. The girl was from Beitan Village, a beauty known throughout our 10-mile radius with both figure and looks. "I don't know why they broke up later." Another woman remarked, "How strange. Chun Ji has been married for over a year. How did they end up together again? Could it be like they say on TV, the lotus root breaks, but the threads remain?" The women burst into laughter. Neo Jinjev did not laugh. Along her face turned a bit pale with anger. She viciously said, "What lotus root threads? I see this as an affair. That woman isn't a good person either, as she's already married and still trying to seduce him." Shen Qinglin originally planned to just take a quick look at her grandfather and Chun Xiaoli, then hurry back. She was particularly busy at her company in the capital, and this visit was only due to family matters. Unexpectedly, while coming to visit in Nantan Village, she saw Chun Ji handling several big tasks. She witnessed Chun Ji installing large appliances at her grandfather's house, and also at his own. More importantly, Chun Ji had already begun his revenge plan that he had been preparing for over 20 years, allowing Shen Qinglin to witness the dawn of a new era. However, Shen Qinglin definitely could not stay any longer. She needed to quickly return to pack her things and go back to the capital. Chun Ji also had to drive back his car from Beitan Village. Shen Qinglin was quite worried about Chun Ji and couldn't help but say on the way, "I know you can fight, and it seems like you've made a fortune living lavishly. But that doesn't mean you have power or influence. Today you have offended the village chief without mercy. This village chief used to be involved in the underworld and is still connected to that circle. I can guarantee he will not let this go easily. The fact that he hasn't caused you trouble directly means the situation is more serious. It shows he is scheming behind the scenes while your family is out in the open, making it hard to defend against." "There's nothing I can do about it," Chun Ji replied. "I'm afraid of their retaliation. I've been enduring all this time, but what has it brought me? As you saw today, even the village mediators dare to come to my house under the village committee's banner to take things for free. It will only get worse from here. Pushed to this point, even if I can't win after training for so many years, I can't endure it anymore." Shen Qinglin nodded. Endless tolerance only leads to further oppression. When you can't endure it any longer, there's no choice but to act. but you still need to be prepared. They are planning their revenge. You can't just wait around, but must think of countermeasures. Tell your dad not to run the convenience store too late, close it in the evening, and don't go out at night without reason. Didn't you agree with the person installing the surveillance cameras? After finishing with your grandfather's place, they should come to yours. When you return, discuss it well with him. Don't be afraid to spend money. Install multiple cameras in both visible and hidden spots for comprehensive coverage. When you're not home, check the surveillance on your phone frequently, especially at night. Just open it up and take a look if there's nothing going on. Also, you need to be extra careful in Jiangzhou. After all, you are the real target they want to deal with. Chen Ji fell silent, staring at Shen Qinglin's face with a dazed expression. Shen Qinglin couldn't help but turn to glance at him, saying, "Why are you looking at me like that? Can't get enough." Chen Ji blurted out, "Why do I feel like you look more and more like an old lady?" This comment infuriated Shen Qinglin, who pressed down on Chen Ji's arm and pinched it hard. "Are you asking for a beating? How dare you speak such blasphemous words?" Chen Ji grimaced in pain, rubbing his arm, and said, "I meant your nagging tone sounds like that of an old lady. Since you care so much about me and are so worried, why don't you stay and help me solve my problems? We can talk about life when there's nothing else going on." Shen Qinglin shot him a resentful look. "You think too beautifully, big brother. Why don't you come to the capital to help me? We could start a couple's business together." Back then I begged you not to leave, but you still resolutely returned. I actually understood at that time that two people in love can't be together because of various issues, and it's no different from not being attracted to each other. The outcome is the same. The car fell silent, and neither of them spoke anymore. Although their faces showed little, the atmosphere inside the car was filled with a palpable sadness. After a while, Shen Qinglin adjusted her emotions and calmly said, "Although you speak of divorce so nonchalantly, I know that no matter how much you pretend not to care, you will need time to overcome the psychological trauma. Try to forget the unpleasantness as soon as possible and start a new life. The hopes of the entire family rest on you. You can't live just for yourself. You must consider your family. Find a reliable and honest woman to marry. Once married, quickly have children, or at least wait until you're pregnant before getting your marriage certificate. Time waits for no one. If you don't hurry, by the time you have children, your grandfather may not be around to see them." Speaking of this, Shen Qinglin smiled. "Your criteria for a partner should be someone who can cook well and knows how to make dumplings. Make sure to find time to come back and cook dumplings for uncle and brother Daji." Chen Ji quietly nodded, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart, just feeling miserable. Upon arriving in Beitan village, Chen Ji said to Shen Qinglin logically, "Since you came to see my grandfather and my dad, I should go to your house to see uncle and aunt. But I'm afraid they might think too much, so I won't go today. I will definitely visit when I get the chance. I really miss them. All right, let's settle it like that." Suddenly, Shen Qinglin leaned closer to Chen Ji and kissed him, then shyly looked out the car window. "All right, you can." After parting, Chen Ji hurriedly drove his own car back as the person installing the surveillance was coming soon. As the car passed the village intelligence base, it immediately attracted the attention of those women. One woman couldn't help but say, "Isn't that Chen Ji's car? I recognize it." Rural women are straightforward. Although they fear Neo Jinjiv and worry about offending her, this remark clearly contradicted Neo Jinjiv's claim that Chen Ji's car had been taken by the court. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, Neo Jinjiv immediately got angry and retorted at the woman, "Are you the only one with eyes? Don't we recognize that it's Chen Ji's car? It's just a broken car worth over 100,000, right? I've heard he bought it on loan, and he hasn't finished paying it off yet." As she spoke, she curled her lips. "A car like this, we wouldn't even look at it if it were in our house. It's simply pathetic. After finally managing to get married, to buy such a cheap car and still be in debt, how embarrassing. Just think about it. When our Chanqian got married, she bought a big Benz. Our Yanyan hasn't even gotten married yet, and she's already driving a BMW to play around. Anyway, we have money, so we can play however we want." As soon as this was said, the other women chimed in with compliments. To these ordinary rural women, Mercedes and BMW were unattainable luxuries. They didn't know much about cars. They only knew that Mercedes and BMW were expensive. If they knew a bit more about cars, they would realize that Neo Jinjiv's eldest daughter Chen Qian got a Mercedes A200 when she married, and Chen Yan drives a white BMW X1, which is considered the cheapest in the BMW series. In fact, whether it's Chen Qian's Mercedes or Chen Yan's BMW, they simply bought a car brand, spending a limited budget to show off and buy what they considered luxury car brands. Fortunately, rural people generally don't understand cars. As soon as they see a Mercedes or BMW, they get intimidated, so the show-off effect of Neo Jinjiv's family still works pretty well. In the past, whenever Neo Jinjiv mentioned her daughter driving a Mercedes or BMW, she would receive compliments from the women, and that was her most satisfying moment. But today, for some reason, even when the women praised her, she seemed out of sorts and somewhat distracted. The main reason was that she felt as if she had been deceived. The news about Chunji's enormous debts that he couldn't repay and how he was being blocked at the door by creditors every day was something she learned yesterday from Yang Lanxiang Qin Guomin's wife during her trip to the market. The two families were relatives. Qin Guomin was the village head of Beitan village, and the opportunistic Qin Shaoxin surely kept close ties with his cousin. Niu Jinzhi ran into Yang Lanxiang at the market, and they would always chat for a while. Yang Lanxiang was not one to tolerate nonsense. Her son had just bought a brand new Mercedes which Qinji snatched away. With her fiery temper, she would definitely report it to the police immediately and bring people to Chun Shaoli's place to create a scene forcing Qinji to return the car right away. However, Qin Guomin was cautious and firmly refused to let the matter escalate, which left Yang Lanxiang seething with anger. Now encountering Niu Jinzhi, she had finally found someone to vent her frustrations, openly cursing Chunji in front of her. She exaggerated the situation, claiming Chunji had stolen her son's Mercedes worth over $1 million, painting him as a heinous criminal. Niu Jinzhi loved hearing such tales. Wasn't Chunji considered the beloved grandson in his grandfather's eyes? It would be best if he were arrested and sent to prison. She wanted to see if his grandfather would still cherish him then. Today, Chunji had a woman drive him back in an Audi. Niu Jinzhi chose not to mention Chunji stealing the Grand Mercedes, instead saying that Chunji's car had been taken by the court. She simply didn't want the women to know that Chunji currently had a Grand Mercedes in his possession. Whether it was stolen or taken by force, as long as others knew Chunji was driving the Grand Mercedes, she would find it completely unacceptable. Yang Lanxiang claimed her son's Mercedes cost over $1 million instantly, making Niu Jinzhi's daughter's Mercedes look inferior, as her daughter's car was only worth around $20,000, the cheapest type. Niu Jinzhi couldn't stand being outdone, so she kept her lips sealed, not revealing that Chunji might have returned in a Grand Mercedes. But now seeing Chunji return in his own Nissan, Niu Jinzhi was equally upset. Wasn't Yang Lanxiang clear? Chunji had taken her son's Mercedes and left his old dilapidated Nissan behind, switching cars for a while. Yang Lanxiang even claimed that Chunji was committing robbery, which was a criminal offense, and shouted that she would have the police arrest him. Niu Jinzhi was waiting to see that joke unfold. But now it appeared that the joke would not be happening. Chunji had returned with his own car, indicating that the Grand Mercedes had been returned. What was there to arrest him for? The more Niu Jinzhi thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling deceived by Yang Lanxiang. She stood up and walked to a corner to call Yang Lanxiang. As soon as the call connected, she angrily shouted, "Cousin, you must be exaggerating. Yesterday you told me Chunji stole your Grand Mercedes and wanted the police to arrest him. How could that possibly be true? Just now I saw Chunji drive back in his own white car. There's no way that could have happened. Why are you lying to deceive?" Originally, Niu Jinzhi thought that questioning Yang Lanxiang would lead her to find excuses, but to her surprise, Yang Lanxiang didn't make excuses and didn't curse Chunji as she had the day before. Instead, she apologized over the phone, saying, "Sister-in-law, I didn't deceive you. Chunji indeed switched cars with Xiaohui. I was very angry at the time, but this morning he returned the car and nothing inside it was touched. It seems he just wanted to have some fun driving it. Young people, after all, who wouldn't want to drive such an expensive luxury car? As long as he returns it quickly, I can understand." Yang Lanxiang's attitude had completely flipped, which made Niu Jinzhi very angry. She had initially thought they were on the same side, only to discover that she had switched loyalties in just one day. Fuming, she didn't want to listen any longer and hung up the phone, cursing Yang Lanxiang under her breath. Yang Lanxiang certainly understood the reason for Niu Jinzhi's outburst. Their families had been at odds, with Chunji's family always hoping for his misfortunes. This second aunt hoped for Chunji to be arrested, but it seemed that she would be disappointed. To appease Niu Jinzhi, Yang Lanxiang called her back. Niu Jinzhi answered angrily, saying, "What now? What other lies do you want to tell me?" "No, sister-in-law, please don't be angry. I just forgot to ask you. Chunji got divorced. Being his second aunt, you must know about it, right?" "What? Chunji got divorced?" Niu Jinzhi's mind immediately conjured up images of Chunji being intimate with his ex-girlfriend. With these connections, Yang Lanxiang's news seemed a bit credible. Originally, Chunji's divorce should be good news for his second aunt, who never wished him well. But considering the reasons behind the divorce, Niu Jinzhi couldn't feel happy about it. She speculated that Chunji might have rekindled his feelings with his ex-girlfriend, meaning that he had chosen to abandon his wife. This thought was hard for Niu Jinzhi to accept. Because any man who frequently changes wives must be very wealthy. If he were poor, it would be difficult to marry, let alone change wives. Only when life is too comfortable and one is wealthy would they think about stirring trouble and frequently change wives. The more Niu Jinzhi thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling increasingly suffocated, and she directly confronted Yang Lanxiang. "What does it matter to me whether he is divorced or not? Our families haven't had any contact for many years, you know that. I don't care whether he is dead or alive." Yang Lanxiang immediately realized that Niu Jinzhi had misunderstood and hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, do you think Chunji left his wife? That's not the case. It's his wife who left him. Isn't he in debt? The debt collectors have been blowing up both his and his wife's phones as she couldn't take it anymore, so they got divorced. However, his wife is quite nice. She even called me earlier to apologize. She said Chenji took Xiao Hu's car, and at first she didn't know, but later when she found out, she advised Chenji to return it quickly. She even said that through this matter she realized the true nature of Chenji and decided to divorce him. Look, even after the divorce, she still called to ask if Chenji had returned the car. What a good girl she is. Yang Langxiang's words left Neo Jinjiv confused again. Hearing that Chenji had divorced made her think the news might be true, but when it came to the part about Chenji being in deep debt and both of them being bombarded by debt collectors, she felt something was off. If Chenji truly owed so much money, how could he afford to buy an air conditioner and a large refrigerator for his grandfather and replace all the appliances in the house with the most expensive ones? How could someone in debt possibly have so much money? Furthermore, Neo Jinjiv had a lingering feeling that Yang Langxiang's words were dubious. Chenji's wife had divorced him, but still felt the obligation to apologize on his behalf. Did she have that responsibility? Everything about this situation felt unreasonable. In fact, it wasn't just Neo Jinjiv who felt this way. Yang Lanxiang felt it was strange too. Originally, as a cousin, she had hardly communicated with this cousin's wife. Now that the cousin's wife was a thing of the past, there should have been even less communication. Unexpectedly, the ex-cousin's wife took the initiative to call and apologize, speaking so intimately, it felt problematic no matter how one thought about it. But she couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Little did she know that Lu Hong was calling this ex-cousin whom she had hardly communicated with, apologizing and trying to steer the conversation in a different direction, all in an attempt to gather information. Lu Hong wanted to find out the specifics of Chenji's debts. After all, the fuse for Chenji's financial explosion was Lu Hong's brother fleeing with the money which had trapped Chenji. Chenji had been seeking Qin Guomin's help for a while. Lu Hong wanted to confirm if there was any deception behind the massive debt Chenji had incurred. She suspected that Chenji had discovered her infidelity and had set up a trap with Qin Guomin and others. The reason Lu Hong had submitted the divorce application and then suddenly had such thoughts was that she had found an entire bundle of thick red bills under the bed in the guest room. Initially, she had packed up all her belongings and brought them out, then went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Chenji, having made up her mind to leave that home and never return. However, today she realized there were still several items she hadn't taken, so she went back in the afternoon. After all, she still had the house keys. When she opened the door to search, she was shocked to find the bed covered in cash, and after counting, there was exactly 1 million. Staring at the pile of red bills in front of her, Lu Hong was completely stunned. Lu Hong came from a rural background with both parents being ordinary farmers and their financial situation being quite average. She had only worked for a few years, earning a modest salary. After getting involved with Chenji, she saw potential in him and believed he had a promising future. However, in reality, after being with her, Chenji had not only failed to thrive, but became increasingly unlucky. In short, Lu Hong had never seen a large sum of money. Now suddenly presented with 1 million yuan in cash, she felt dizzy. She even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if they didn't owe so much debt, and if her family truly had this million saved up. But she also understood that this was merely wishful thinking, as Chenji's debts were very real. Although she had submitted a divorce application thinking that a divorce would absolve her of the debts, the collection calls continued without cease. Of course, she knew that the cessation of the collection calls would take some time. What Lu Hong did not know was that Chenji had actually paid off his debts. However, the card companies and loan platforms had outsourced their collection operations to a third party. Until the creditors notified the third party to stop the collections, the calls and messages would persist for a few more days. Just when Lu Hong was at a loss regarding the million yuan, the phone rang. Seeing a strange number, she realized it was another collection call. She used to avoid answering unknown calls, but today, for some inexplicable reason, she picked it up. As soon as the call connected, the other party quickly verified her identity, clearly stating that she was the wife of the debtor Chenji. They claimed that Chenji had gone missing and demanded that Lu Hong inform him to repay the debt within 2 hours, or else they would come to his workplace and take various threatening actions, speaking in a harsh tone. Strangely, Lu Hong did not get angry this time. Instead, she earnestly asked, "Are you sure Chenji owes your platform money? Could there be a mistake? I think he should have money and shouldn't be in debt." This immediately made the collector feel they had caught her in a trap, stating, "As Chenji's wife, since you know he has money and still owes debt, what does that make you? This is a case of malicious loan fraud which seriously violates the law, and you must bear the corresponding legal responsibilities." Lu Hong was not intimidated, or in fact, she felt a thrill of joy and asked, "What kind of legal responsibilities? Can you still arrest him?" The other party replied, "The legal responsibilities cannot be defined now. A lawsuit needs to be initiated, and after case acceptance and review, a judicial decision will be made." Lu Hong couldn't help but ask, "If there is 1 million yuan in cash at home right now, and he still owes you money, does that make it serious?" For some reason, the other party fell silent. Perhaps the collectors thought that a normal person would not speak like this, as if mocking them. Subsequently, the collector issued a series of threats demanding that the responsible party resolve the debt within 2 hours, or else they would take action. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hong began to speculate about the origin of the million. Perhaps out of guilt, she initially thought that Chen-ji had discovered her affair and wanted a divorce, but feared she might claim part of the assets. So he staged a scenario where his younger brother ran away with money and the debts exploded, hoping Lu Hong would take the initiative to file for divorce. After all, with debt hanging over their heads and no assets to divide, Lu Hong could only leave with nothing, allowing Chen-ji to break up and take revenge on her. Based on this speculation, Lu Hong called Yang Lanxiang, trying to extract information. But after the call, she dismissed this theory. She believed Chen-ji wasn't that foolish. If he wanted to transfer assets during a divorce, it wouldn't be necessary to create such a debt crisis, as it would greatly affect his credit score, and Chen-ji wouldn't joke about his future. Since Chen-ji's debt crisis was real, where did this million come from? It was neatly laid out under the bed, as if afraid of being discovered. Could the money have an illegal source? The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more it made sense. Under normal circumstances, Chen-ji would never have been able to produce a million, and its sudden appearance was likely due to theft or robbery. The thought that this money might be the proceeds of Chen-ji's crime made Lu Hong feel both frightened and a hint of malicious pleasure. She felt that something bad was about to happen to Chen-ji. She immediately dialed Wang Qiuyang's number. Wang Qiuyang had both arms broken and had just undergone surgery last night. Today, as the anesthesia wore off, he was in severe pain. The ringing of the phone made him extremely irritable. His sister, who was keeping him company, picked up the phone and looked at it, saying it shows a female client named Lu. Should I answer it? Upon hearing it was Lu Hong, Wang Qiuyang, in immense pain, snapped, "Hang up, don't answer it. This bitch has ruined me. If it weren't for her, would my arm have been broken? What a jinx." His sister quietly hung up the phone. She understood her brother well. He was a philanderer, and their marriage was in shambles, currently in a cold war. When her brother was hospitalized, many relatives and friends came to visit, yet his wife was nowhere to be seen, highlighting the poor state of their relationship. The female client named Lu, who called earlier, was undoubtedly one of the women involved with her brother, and because of her, his arm had been broken. His sister thought to herself that her brother was over 30, and as a gym owner, she found it hard to say anything. Just as the call ended, it rang again, still Lu Hong. His sister hung up again, but the other party persisted, repeatedly dialing. Wang Qiuyang was frustrated to the point of exploding, saying, "You answer it, and hand it to me. I want to ask this filthy woman what she wants." Wang Qiuyang's irritability was understandable. He was exhausted both physically and mentally. The physical pain was one thing, but the psychological blow was even greater. All along, Wang Qiuyang had held himself in high regard, believing he was wealthy and tall, a typical handsome and rich man. Among the female clients at his gym, 90% of those with even a little charm had been conquered by him. He especially loved to conquer other men's wives, as it gave him an immense sense of superiority to have won over the spouses of men like Chen-ji, who were not doing well. However, what happened last night completely shattered that sense of superiority. His pride in his physique was easily crushed in front of Chen-ji, who toyed with him like a puppet. His arms were easily broken, a total dimensionality reduction attack. Moreover, he had thought that with his wealth and connections, he could turn things around with the help of his friend Captain Lu Weidong of the public security team, but he never expected things to turn so quickly. Lu Weidong said that he was highly likely to suffer a silent loss. The surveillance in the detention room was inconsistent. When Wang Qiuyang chased Chen-ji, the surveillance was normal and recorded everything. However, the footage of how his arm was broken was missing. They could only infer from the fragmented surveillance that he had chased after Chen-ji, and there were traces of his fists on the wall, suggesting that he had punched the wall too hard and broken his arm. While this explanation was tenuous, Lu Weidong advised against further investigation, as delving deeper would expose his own misconduct during the case. Even if the truth about Wang Qiuyang's broken arm was uncovered, he would still face disciplinary action. Currently, Lu Weidong was under scrutiny from the supervisory body. Whether to continue the investigation depended on Chen Sinyu's attitude. Thus, Lu Weidong advised Wang Qiuyang to take the loss silently. Wang Qiuyang was extremely frustrated. He finally understood the saying, "There is no eternal friendship, only eternal interests." Lu Weidong sacrificed him for his own benefit. He was betrayed by a friend, but felt powerless to resist. If he insisted on uncovering the truth, Lu Weidong would be the biggest obstacle, potentially leading to dire consequences. What shocked him even more was that Lu Weidong told him that Ding Haowei, the captain of the criminal police team, was a classmate of Chen-ji. It turned out that the suggestions from the criminal police colleagues were traps set for them. After living for over 30 years, Wang Qiuyang had never felt so powerless. The confidence and vigor he once possessed now seemed so laughable. He realized he had been the fool all along. In this dreadful psychological state, as he looked at his two severed arms, Wang Qiuyang naturally thought of the trigger, Lu Hong. He felt that all his misfortune was caused by her. He began to recall what Lu Hong had told him about her marriage to Qin Ji. At that time, both believed Qin Ji was a jinx, having faced misfortune since childhood and continued to encounter setbacks at work. But now Wang Qiuyang himself was unfortunate. From another perspective, Qin Ji graduated from a prestigious university and started at a high point in his career, yet after knowing Lu Hong, he began to suffer. Wang Qiuyang had sailed smoothly for over 30 years only to find himself in this dire situation after meeting Lu Hong. It turned out that Lu Hong was the real jinx. As he wallowed in his miserable emotions, Lu Hong continued to call incessantly, and Wang Qiuyang naturally erupted in anger. His sister answered the phone and held it to his ear. Without waiting for Lu Hong to speak, Wang Qiuyang roared, "Why are you calling, you wretched woman? Don't you know I can't take? Isn't it enough that you've cursed me? What do you want?" Lu Hong, holding the phone, was momentarily stunned. She understood that Wang Qiuyang was in a bad mood due to his broken arm, but he shouldn't unleash such fury on her. Words like wretched woman and jinx pierced her heart like daggers. This was perhaps what they called guilt of the guilty. These two terms were the ones Lu Hong could least bear, yet Wang Qiuyang had just hurled them at her. Tears streamed down Lu Hong's face as she choked, "Yangzi, even if you scold me, I can handle it. But how can you call me a jinx? Woo woo woo." Originally, Lu Hong thought she had found her true love in marrying Qin Ji. Who would have thought that he was a jinx, turning her once good life into a mess and making her a debtor? Later, Lu Hong managed to get involved with the gym owner Wang Qiuyang. He was impeccable in every aspect, financially well off, and his looks and physique were beyond reproach. Though he was a married man, Wang Qiuyang assured Lu Hong that he would divorce soon, so she didn't pay much attention to his marital status. Lu Hong thought she had escaped the fiery pit that was Qin Ji and could start anew, but before her good days began, Wang Qiuyang's arm was broken. Moreover, from Wang Qiuyang's words, he blamed Lu Hong for the broken arm. This outcome was beyond Lu Hong's expectations. At the public security team, Lu Hong felt that Wang Qiuyang had a special charisma, being both wealthy and powerful, and she thought she had found the right person. Later, when the public security team detained Wang Qiuyang and Qin Ji, Lu Hong felt a sense of vindication. She knew this was a deliberate arrangement by the public security team. When Qin Ji arrived at the team, he was filled with hostility towards her and Wang Qiuyang, and they would fight on sight. The public security team clearly wanted to give Wang Qiuyang a chance to teach Qin Ji a lesson. Lu Hong knew that Qin Ji had been practicing combat sports and keeping fit, but she believed Wang Qiuyang was stronger. Last night, Lu Hong waited at the entrance of the police station for Wang Qiuyang. After waiting for a while, without seeing him, Qin Sinyu's wife appeared and started questioning her. Then she saw Qin Ji come out unscathed, and an ominous feeling struck her. Sure enough, after inquiring further, Lu Hong received shocking news: Wang Qiuyang had both arms broken. No need to ask, it had to be Qin Ji. Lu Hong understood how great a hatred a man could have towards someone who had put a green hat on him. Locking the two of them in the same room was practically a recipe for disaster. During the time at the public security team, the sight of Lu Hong and Wang Qiuyang sitting together had already made Qin Ji clear about their relationship. Lu Hong knew Qin Ji would eventually find out and didn't want to hide it. She thought that with Wang Qiuyang's protection, she need not fear Qin Ji. But she never expected Wang Qiuyang to be no match for Qin Ji, who brutally broke both his arms. Even more frightening was that Qin Ji would not have to bear legal responsibility. Lu Hong was now terrified. Why had she never realized Qin Ji had such capabilities? She knew that Qin Ji could ruin her, and Wang Qiuyang was no longer able to protect her. At that moment, as Wang Qiuyang hurled insults at her without restraint, Lu Hong felt wronged, but could only endure. She couldn't fall out with Wang Qiuyang, nor did she want to give him up so easily. More importantly, she needed to discuss something with Wang Qiuyang. She had discovered that Qin Ji had acquired $1 million in cash through illegal means, and needed to think about how to use this to send Qin Ji to prison. Lu Hong had no experience in this area and no acquaintances, as she could only rely on Wang Qiuyang. Only by sending Qin Ji to prison could she feel at ease, and she even thought that if Qin Ji were to kill or rob someone and be executed, it would be better, thus completely resolving her troubles. Lu Hong wiped her tears, holding back her grievances, as she choked, "Yangzi, please don't be angry. I have something important to tell you. Are you able to talk right now?" "What the hell do you mean it's not convenient? Just say it quickly." Lu Hong lowered her voice and said, "I came back to get something and found a lot of cash hidden under the bed in the guest room. I counted it, it's a full $1 million. Think about it, he's in debt up to his ears, and I know the economic situation at home. He can't even come up with 10,000, let alone $1 million. If he had $1 million, he would have paid off his debts long ago. It's perfectly good money, neatly hidden under the mattress, obviously afraid of being discovered. I suspect this money is either stolen, fraudulent, or perhaps even obtained through murder and robbery. He thought that once I left home, I wouldn't return and that no one would discover the money under the bed. But unexpectedly, I came back to look for something. What should we do now? Should we call the police immediately and arrest him? I think it would be best to have him arrested and executed. Wouldn't that be revenge for you?" Wang Qiuyang fell silent, quickly assessing the significance of this information to himself. Lu Hong was right. Given Chunji's current financial state, he couldn't possibly produce $1 million in cash. Hiding the money neatly under the mattress indicated a guilty conscience, and that the source of the money was suspicious. Whether it was stolen or robbed, that $1 million was enough to make Chunji suffer. This might only be part of his ill-gotten gains, with more hidden elsewhere. Wang Qiuyang, having witnessed Chunji's skills, had no doubt that he had obtained money through illegal means. He paused and said to Lu Hong, "Don't leave now. Oh, keep an eye on that money. He'll discuss this with a friend first to see how we should handle it. This is a great opportunity. We must seize it and take this guy down. I think this might just be part of his stolen money, so look for other places to see if there's more. He'll contact you again after I've discussed it." Wang Qiuyang's friend could only be Lu Weidong. He had many police friends, but most were grassroots officers, and the highest rank among them was the team leader of the public security team, Lu Weidong. Wang Qiuyang had his sister find Lu Weidong's number, called him, and explained the situation, asking what they should do. Unexpectedly, Lu Weidong hesitated on the other end of the line. "What you're describing is a case of an enormous amount of unexplained cash found in a non-public official's home. Under normal circumstances, this would not be classified as a case of unexplained property. Moreover, what you're stating is merely speculation without specific evidence. There haven't been any recent theft or robbery cases, so we have no way to start." Hearing this, Wang Qiuyang became anxious. "What we're saying is not baseless speculation, it's a logical chain of evidence. He owes nearly $1 million in debts and cannot pay. His debts have exploded. His wife knows the family's financial situation best. Given his circumstances, he can't even come up with 10,000, so how could he have $1 million? Hiding the money under the mattress with its suspicious source isn't that evidence." Yet Lu Weidong still felt this couldn't serve as a basis for filing a case. This left Wang Qiuyang in a panic, nearly jumping out of bed in anger. In his view, the $1 million hidden under the mattress by Chunji was undoubtedly obtained through illegal means. He never expected Lu Weidong to be so dogmatic. Clearly, he could logically prove the money's suspicious origins, yet he refused to file a case. Was Chunji really going to get away with it? Later, after Wang Qiuyang's persistent persuasion, Lu Weidong agreed to temporarily summon Chunji. He thought Wang Qiuyang made a valid point. Since the money source was suspicious, summoning Chunji for questioning might reveal clues. Once there was substantial evidence, they could file a case for investigation, potentially uncovering a major crime. To be on the safe side, Lu Weidong asked Lu Hong to take a photo of the 1 million yuan and send it to him. From the photo, the 1 million was neatly placed under the mattress, and this way of storing money was indeed very suspicious. Considering Chunji's current financial situation, there are many doubts surrounding him. However, without any other direct clues or evidence, it is certainly not enough to file a case based solely on this irregularity. Moreover, without a case filed, the Public Security Bureau does not have the authority to investigate Chunji's accounts and transaction records. It seems that the only way forward is to summon Chunji for questioning. Lu Weidong immediately arranged for his subordinate to call Chunji and notify him to come to the public security team. By this time, night had already fallen. Chunji was having dinner at home while being lectured by his father. To be precise, it couldn't be called a lecture. Given Chen Shaoli's current spirit, how could he have the confidence to lecture his son? He was merely feeling sorry for his son's money and was earnestly persuading him. "Shaoji, I have now come to believe that you indeed made some money through part-time jobs. But even if you made some money, you can't spend it like this. In the past 2 years, your work has not gone smoothly. You've experienced unemployment and company closures. Just look at it. With your degree from a prestigious university, you ended up delivering goods together with Chen Sinyu. It's perfectly normal for life to have its ups and downs. When times are tough, being able to bend and stretch is something I think is admirable. But after making some money through part-time work, you should be frugal. You can't just go spending freely as soon as you have money. What's the point of spending so much? How can it have no meaning?" Chunji replied with a smile, "Everything I bought is needed by our family. You've said before that all the things in our house are basically from 30 years ago. While other families in the village enjoy the benefits of modern technology, our family has been stagnant. Now that we have money, shouldn't we catch up? I feel like this is just the beginning. In a few days, I plan to renovate the house. Let's get rid of all the old furniture from 30 years ago and replace it with new ones." "Stop right there." His father interrupted him directly. "When did I ever notice you were so showy? Renovating the house. The furniture is fine, why change it? With the things you just bought, like this huge refrigerator, it's usually just me and your brother at home. How much can we even store in such a big refrigerator? It won't be utilized much and it wastes electricity." Chunji defended himself. "This new kind of refrigerator, despite its size, uses less than a kilowatt per day. It's energy efficient, though our old refrigerator consumes much more electricity. Don't give me those grand theories." His father waved his hand. "Even if it uses no electricity at all, just buying this refrigerator costs over 10,000 yuan. How many years would it take for us to spend 10,000 yuan on electricity with our old refrigerator? And what about the television? Buying such a big TV, are we opening a cinema at home? In any case, it's just for your brother to watch. Oh, does it really make a difference whether it's big or small? The air conditioner is definitely the last thing you should buy. Once it's installed, it'll just sit idle for years. It'll be hot for a few days, but we can endure it. Air conditioners are the energy guzzlers. Even if you buy one, I wouldn't be willing to turn it on. Chen-ji exclaimed, please don't say that, it frightens me. The money has been spent, but it's already purchased, and it can't just sit there as decoration. Dad, it's so hot we must turn on the air conditioning. Moreover, if the convenience store has air conditioning on, the food won't spoil easily. His father sighed, I'm just worried about how recklessly you are spending money. Didn't you notice? Your aunt is also feeling the pinch. Your aunt and I have discussed it. You bought things for your grandfather, and that's fine. At his age, he deserves to enjoy a bit. However, buying so many things for our family is really unnecessary. Is all the money in your hands already spent? The 30,000 yuan you sent me the other day, I haven't touched it. I'll send it back to you. Chen-ji hurriedly pressed his father's hand. Dad, just keep it and spend it. I'll buy whatever you want. I have money in my hands. You should be able to see that I genuinely earned some money this time. In the past, buying a house, a car, getting engaged, and getting married was indeed quite tiring. Think about it, I haven't really given you much money, have I? When I had no money, I gave you less, and now that I have money, I can give you more. Otherwise, I can send you another 20. Saying this, he took out his phone again. His father, startled, quickly held his son's hand. Forget it, let's leave it at this for now. I won't ask you to send it back. You don't need to send me money either. The 30,000 hasn't been touched yet. I'll ask you for it again once I've spent it. His father didn't dwell on the matter of installing surveillance and didn't ask how much it cost. It was evident that today's events had frightened his father. However, he didn't want to show his fear to his son, so he held back and didn't discuss what happened during the day. Neither father nor son spoke of the matter. After all, every situation has a beginning. Being bullied, especially for a family that has been powerless to resist for many years, will inevitably face fear, difficulties, and unimaginable other challenges in the beginning of their resistance. Who made the family have so many historical issues? These matters are like a festering sore. They must burst eventually, and when they do, it will require enduring pain to completely resolve this ailment. The current situation is that the more one comforts his father, the more it seems to cover up the truth, which only amplifies his father's fear. Thus, it might be better for everyone to be ostriches, choosing to ignore and face this unknown danger and fear with an attitude of avoidance. Before dinner was finished, Chen-ji received a call from the public security team. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Chen-ji thought it was still a collection call, so he rejected it. Although he had repaid all his debts, there were still sporadic collection calls these days. The response from the platform was that they had already notified a third-party collection agency, but they couldn't completely stop the calls all at once. It would take about 3 to 5 days for the collection calls to gradually disappear. Later, as the unfamiliar number continued to call, Chen-ji answered. The caller identified themselves as from the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau's public security team. After confirming Chen-ji's identity, they requested him to come to the public security team for questioning. Chen-ji thought it must still be about Wang Xiaoyang's broken arm. He knew very well that if the police truly wanted to investigate the truth behind Wang Qiuyang's broken arm, even if the surveillance footage was damaged and there was no direct evidence, they could still prove through forensic examinations that his arm was broken due to external force. It wasn't broken by smashing a wall. At that time, only 2 people were in that room, making it easy to conclude that it was he who broke Wang Qiuyang's arm. However, since Ding Haowei had manipulated the public security team to distort the truth and engage in misconduct, they were afraid to thoroughly investigate this matter. Now that the public security team wanted to summon him, it would mostly just be a formality. Thus, Chen-ji did not take the matter to heart, saying, I can't make it right now. I'm not in Jiangzhou. I've returned home. There's something going on at home. Let's wait a few days, and he'll come over when I return tomorrow. That's not acceptable. You must come over immediately. The tone of the other party became somewhat severe. The issues you're involved in are quite serious. It's not a matter of when you feel like coming. This is an order for you to come over now to accept questioning and investigation. I truly can't come right now. There's something going on at home. How about tomorrow? When I return, I'll head straight. What time tomorrow? Before 10 in the morning, please. All right, well, wait until 10 tomorrow morning. If we don't see you by 10, we will send someone to fetch you. After hanging up the phone, Chen-ji pondered the situation. Since he said he couldn't return due to matters at home, and the other party did not insist too much, it indicated that the situation was not serious. However, from the other party's tone, he could sense a kind of urgency that suggested it wasn't merely a formality. He wanted to call Ding Haowei to inform him of the situation and ask for his opinion. However, he quickly dismissed that. Even though they were old classmates and had a good relationship in the past, it seemed excessive to suddenly restore their bond by calling him for no good reason. Aside from not wanting to annoy him, he also didn't want to appear incapable to him, as if he had no ability to solve problems and was constantly leaning on him. Then he decided to go over tomorrow and see what the other party wanted to ask him. Chen-ji spent the night at home, and the next morning after breakfast he returned to Jiangzhou and went straight to the Public Security Bureau. The ones questioning Qinji were two officers from the Public Security Bureau, and he was sure he had never seen them before. One officer asked questions while the other was responsible for taking notes, and their expressions were quite serious, with the questioning officer's tone being very stern. As soon as he opened his mouth, he struck hard. "Qinji, I believe I don't need to explain to you why you have been brought. Go ahead, tell us your situation." Qinji smiled. "What do you want me to say? How would I know why you called me here?" The other party raised his voice. "Stop harboring any illusions. If we didn't have certain information, we wouldn't have called you over." Qinji replied, "Since you already know everything, why do you need to ask me?" The other party slammed the table. "Mind your attitude. Let me tell you, there is a big difference between you confessing and us telling you what we know." Although Qinji had never been in such a place, he had heard of these interrogation tactics used by the police. Moreover, he felt no guilt and was not afraid of the intimidation tactics. He calmly said, "You don't need to threaten me. Ask whatever you want and I will tell you the truth about what I know. As for what I don't know, no matter how skilled you are, I can't answer you. It seems you don't want to cooperate. I am fully cooperating, but it's just that your vague questions leave me unsure of what to say." The other party sneered. "It seems you still don't recognize the current situation. Fine, I can give you some time to think." Saying this, he instructed the recording officer, "Keep an eye on him, let him reflect here. When he feels like sharing, he can call for me." After speaking, the officer left. The recording officer closed his notebook and remained silent, staring at Qinji. Qinji was not in a hurry. If they wanted to stay here and do nothing, he could do that too, as he had nothing pressing to. By noon, another officer came to replace the recording officer and brought Qinji 2 steamed buns and a small bowl of vegetables. Qinji laughed. "This is quite good. Coming to your place, I even get fed." The officer shot him a glare, but remained silent. After eating, they continued to wait in silence. Qinji knew that such summons should not exceed 24 hours. Moreover, for ordinary cases, the summons should not exceed 8 hours. As time passed, Qinji's thoughts became clearer. He felt that the reason the other party had called him over must be for another reason, not just about Wang Qiweyang's broken arm. Because if they wanted to ask about that incident, the other party wouldn't need to resort to intimidation tactics. The words they had used when he first arrived were clearly meant to scare him, trying to extract useful information that they didn't already possess. And the matter regarding Wang Qiweyang did not require such tactics. Now Qinji was somewhat puzzled about what they wanted to know from him. By the time it was almost closing time, the questioning officer returned. His tone was even harsher than before, using intimidation tactics to pressure Qinji again. However, Qinji was completely unfazed by his tactics. If it were only about Wang Qiweyang's arm, there could be some trouble if they pressed him hard. But if it wasn't about that matter, Qinji felt even less guilt and was unafraid of their intimidation. Seeing that Qinji was not responding to their tactics, the other party seemed to be losing patience. So he directly started to escalate the issue. "Qinji, it seems I need to give you a little hint. Where should I start?" He seemed to be pondering thought for a few seconds, and then said, "How about we start with the 1 million you have hidden under your mattress? What do you have to say about that?" Qinji was stunned. He never expected that the other party's elaborate intimidation was ultimately due to the discovery of the 1 million hidden under his mattress. They clearly believed that this 1 million was ill-gotten. However, since they had no other leads or evidence, they summoned him to get him to voluntarily disclose the source of the money. Qinji couldn't help but laugh. "Am I supposed to tell you where this money came from? I'm not a public servant, I have no obligation to report my assets to you. However, I must state that I have always been a law-abiding citizen and would never engage in illegal activities. This money is legitimate and above board, but I currently have no obligation to provide a clear explanation to you." The other party sneered. "Since you don't want to explain why you hid this 1 million under your mattress, let's change the topic. You owe so much debt that you can't repay it, and now the debts are exploding. At such a young age, you're facing credit issues, and you will definitely be sued and executed next. Don't you want to use that 1 million to pay off your debts?" This question seemed to leave Qinji speechless, and he fell silent. Qinji pondered for a moment before replying lightly, "You seem to know me quite well. However, the information you've heard is rather outdated, as I have already settled my debts. Now I am free of any obligations. Do you really think we would believe you?" The other party said as they pulled out their phone, opened several screenshots, and held them up in front of Qinji. "Look, just moments ago your wife received quite a few collection messages. Does this look like you've paid off your debts?" Qinji stared seriously at the other person and nodded. "Indeed, I have paid them off. Believe it or not. Qinji, be honest with me." The other person slammed the table in frustration, utterly enraged by Qinji's nonchalant expression. "Do you think it's amusing to lie with your eyes wide open, eh? Your defiant attitude will only add to your troubles." The other person's rage did not intimidate Qinji. Instead, he stood up, preparing to leave. "Sit down," the other party shouted again. Qinji contemptuously glanced at him, saying, "I really won't sit down." He pointed at the screenshots on the other person's phone. "Look closely, this is a collection message sent to my ex-wife just now." Then I'll call this platform. You can listen. Saying this, Chunji took out his phone and dialed the official customer service number of the platform. During the call, he communicated with the customer service representative, further confirming that his debts on that platform had been entirely settled. Moreover, the customer service representative detailed how to issue a proof of settlement and apologize for the collection calls and messages not stopping promptly. He had the call on speakerphone, and the two police officers listened intently. After hanging up, Chunji's mocking expression intensified. May I ask, do you trust my conversation with the customer service, or do you believe the false information provided by my ex-wife to ruin me? The two police officers were left speechless. Chunji continued, let me clarify, I am now fully certain that this situation was orchestrated by my ex-wife. She discovered 1 million in cash under the bed at home and confidently told you that this money was ill-gotten, certainly acquired through illegal means. You have no evidence regarding this nor any leads, so you summoned me here to intimidate me. But I am upright and innocent, and no matter how you try to scare me, you will not get the results you desire. Therefore, I hope this conversation ends here. You have no reason to detain me for an entire day. How can I go now? The two police officers exchanged glances. The one in charge of the questioning stood up and walked out, clearly to seek approval. Shortly after, he returned, awkwardly giving Chunji a smile and saying, we will continue to investigate. For now, it may be a misunderstanding. Mr. Chen, you may go home, but we hope you can continue to cooperate with our work if there are any further questions. Chunji replied coolly, cooperating with the police is a citizen's duty. If there are any more issues, however, I would advise you to not take one side's word for everything. It would be best to conduct a thorough investigation and take action only when you have sufficient evidence and leads. The two police officers could only awkwardly smile as they politely escorted him to the hallway. At that moment, LV Weidong stepped out from another office, hands behind his back, glaring at Chunji's back with a dark expression. The two police officers asked him, Team Leader LV, should we hurry to notify Wang Qiuyang that Lu Hong is still at home, watching over 1 million in cash? If Chunji suddenly returns, she might be caught off guard. Notify whom? LV Weidong snapped. Those two are no good, they only bring us trouble. If she's caught off guard, she deserves it. Having left the public security team, Chunji immediately drove home. Upon arriving home, he opened the door to find the place in disarray. Lu Hong was crouched by the bed in the guest room, frantically trying to tidy up the tossed blankets, while the 1 million in cash was prominently displayed on the mattress. Hearing the door open, Lu Hong's body stiffened, and she slowly turned her head, locking eyes with Chunji. A flash of panic crossed her gaze, quickly replaced with feigned calmness as she stood up, nervously tugging at her clothing. Seeing this, Chunji's anger surged. He strode to Lu Hong and demanded, what are you doing here? Why are you turning my house upside down? He deliberately emphasized the words, my house. Lu Hong took a step back, her eyes darting as she murmured, I was just checking. You know this money is suspicious. How could I not be worried? Chunji scoffed coldly, worried. I think you want to report me to get me locked up and keep the money for yourself? How heartless of you. We were once married, and this is how you treat me. Lu Hong scoffed disdainfully, saying, married. Look at you now, you were deep in debt, and suddenly so much money appears. Who knows if you've done something illegal? I don't want to live in fear with you. Chunji, furious to the point of laughter, stepped forward, grabbing a bundle of cash and waving it in front of Lu Hong. Don't you think this money is suspicious? Let me tell you, I earned this through my own efforts. I have plenty of money now, while you only know how to be vain and ungrateful. Lu Hong's eyes were fixed on the money, revealing a greedy glint, but she stubbornly said, who knows if it was earned cleanly or not? Since you have money and we aren't officially divorced, yet this money is marital property and you owe me half. Chunji slammed the money down on the bed, pointing at Lu Hong's nose and saying, with you like this, do you still think you deserve my money? Not a chance. You went behind my back to find the police, trying to get me locked up. Do you think I would let you succeed? And what's going on with you and Wang Qiuyang is already public. This is just the beginning. Lu Hong was intimidated by Chunji's forceful demeanor. She bit her lip and in a cowardly manner said, don't go too far, I deserve a share of that money. She was clever enough not to respond directly to Chunji, but instead focused the conversation on the money. Chunji could see through her diversion. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he coldly chuckled. All right, you want the money, huh? But you should take a look at what state you're in right now. With your intentions to deceive me, you won't see a single cent. Now get out, this house is no longer yours. Lu Hong wanted to say something more, but seeing Chunji's cold gaze, she realized she wouldn't get anywhere. She could only gloomily grab her bag and mutter as she walked away, you wait. This isn't over. Watching her frantic retreat, Chunji shot back. I never intended for this to be over. Bang! Lu Hong slammed the door and fled. Listening to the sound of high heels fading away in the corridor, gradually seeming to sink underground, Chunji knew that this money could no longer be kept here. Or rather, the dream of sleeping on a pile of money had already been realized and indulged in, so it was time to save it quickly. Since he had already shown off his wealth, keeping so much cash at home would only attract thieves. Once Lu Hong turned against him, her heart was dark enough. She was convinced that her money was obtained through illegal means, and immediately sought connections with the police, clearly determined to get him into trouble. If Lu Hong was so eager to divorce him because of his debts, it had already broken Chen Ji's heart. This time her intention to get him into trouble had thoroughly enraged him. In principle, one should reciprocate when attacked. Since the other party had started attacking him fiercely, he would not hold back either. Whether it was her or Wang Qiuyang, this matter was far from over. That night, Chen Ji called a locksmith to come and change the door lock. Seeing how thoroughly Lu Hong packed her things during the divorce, he knew she had no intention of coming back after leaving. He didn't expect that she would come back to search, even reaching the second bedroom. Therefore, changing the lock was necessary. Since the divorce application had been submitted and the divorce agreement notarized, this home had nothing to do with Lu Hong anymore. In principle, she no longer had the right to enter this house without permission. However, since the divorce certificate had not yet been obtained, he couldn't accuse her of breaking the law. The next day, when the bank opened, Chen Ji went to deposit the 1 million, still using his brother's identity and bank card. Since the divorce had not been finalized, he didn't want any property under his name. After depositing the money, he went to the hospital to check on Xingyu. Upon entering the ward, he saw Xue Meiwan feeding grapes to Xingyu. Chen Ji immediately pretended to vomit. "Isn't this disgusting? Why show off love while hospitalized? You only got a few punches. It's not like you can't move your hands, so why do you need someone else to feed you grapes?" Upon hearing this, Xingyu only intensified his actions, not only pretending to enjoy it, but also urging Xue Meiwan to feed him grapes while reaching out to touch her thigh. "You've just gone through a divorce, so I won't hit you while you're down. But I am a prime example of positive energy. You should learn from me in the future. An ugly wife and a thin quilt is the treasure of us old farmers. When you start your second marriage, you must adhere to this principle of choosing a partner. Don't just fixate on beautiful women, you must look at their hearts. Inner beauty is the most beautiful. That's right, don't be deceived by a pretty face. Stay away from women with hearts like snakes and scorpions." At this moment she realized, and was immediately furious, shoving a peeled grape into Xingyu's nostril. "Who are you calling ugly? After all this time, you've always thought I was ugly. Then why did you marry me and trick me into having 2 kids? Chen Ji hurriedly intervened between the two. Still, Xue Meiwan wasn't considered beautiful. At best, she was bearable. She knew very well what she looked like. However, her self-awareness did not mean she could accept others calling her ugly to her face. By the time Chen Ji pulled Xue Meiwan away, Xingyu, the injured party, was further beaten with several slaps. Finally quieting down, Xue Meiwan angrily said to Chen Ji, "Why hasn't the person who hit him sent over the medical fees yet? Look at how badly Xingyu has been beaten. We endured suffering, and he can't go to work. How much money is he losing each day? Moreover, I can't go to work either and must stay here to accompany him. We've been beaten, delayed our work, and have to pay out of our own pockets. This is just too much." The police who came that night said they would have the assailant send the medical fees, but they didn't keep their word. Chen Ji thought that the assailant had also come to the hospital, but not to deliver money. He was there for treatment, and even worse off, both arms were broken. However, Chen Ji did not want to discuss these matters with them. What if Xue Meiwan accidentally guessed that he was the one who broke that guy's arms? That would not be good if someone overheard. Originally, the night before, Chen Ji thought that since Wang Qiuyang had beaten Xingyu and he had broken Wang's arm, after all, he had money and he intended to cover Xingyu's medical expenses and lost wages, even wanting to give him a little extra. But now he reconsidered why he should bear this cost. Wang Qiuyang was a bastard who had no enmity with Xingyu, but still beat him so severely that Xingyu, such a fine young man, had to stay in the hospital for several days. Those who hurt others must pay the price. They cannot escape responsibility just because their arms are broken. Thus he said to Xingyu, "You need to call the inspector now and ask him to urge the other party to send the medical fees quickly. Just say that the hospital is pressing for payment and we can no longer cover it." Xingyu, feeling a bit guilty, said him not good with words, "Oh, why don't you call the inspector?" Chen Ji could tell that Xingyu was not actually bad at speaking. He was just psychologically affected by the police, which was why he did not want to make the call. Xue Meiwan also noticed Xingyu's little concern. Her personality was bold, and she had no psychological shadow regarding the police, so she immediately took out her phone to call the inspector. On the phone, she excitedly explained the situation to the inspector and requested that they urge Wang Qiuyang to pay the medical fees as soon as possible. She emphasized how badly Xingyu had been beaten, that they had already spent a lot on his treatment in the hospital, and that ongoing treatment would still be required, yet the assailant had not taken any responsibility. After hanging up, Xue Meiwan continued to grumble angrily that Wang is simply a scumbag, beating someone so badly and still trying to avoid paying. It's absolutely unacceptable. Chen Ji comforted her. "Lao, one, don't get really angry. We are in the right, so there's no need to fear him not compensating us. If the inspector doesn't take it seriously, well, keep calling. Not long after, the inspector responded stating that they had notified Wang Qiuyang and he would come to the hospital soon to handle the medical fee issue. Wang Qiuyang did indeed promise over the phone that he would go deliver the medical fees to the victim immediately, but he was only temporarily appeasing the inspector. After all, he had only hit Chen Xingyu, causing some superficial injuries, but Chen Ji had broken both of Wang's arms. That was a serious injury. Yet the one who hit was still at large, and there had been no sign of him sending a single penny. In other words, the seriously injured party had to pay medical fees and lost wages to the one with minor injuries. Is there any justice in this? After hanging up with the inspector, he called Lu Weidong. Once the call connected, he expressed his deep grievances about the unfairness he felt. Team leader Lu, is this how problems are handled in a society governed by law? Is there still law? Is there still fairness and justice? Moreover, the inspector just told me on the phone that my actions have already constituted bodily harm, and these medical fees are merely a part of civil compensation. He hopes I can face this positively and try to gain the understanding of the involved parties. If the involved parties insist on pursuing my legal responsibility, I might have to recover from these 2 broken arms in the clinic at the detention center. I feel utterly wronged. Team leader Lu, we absolutely cannot swallow this silent grievance. On the other end of the phone, LV Weidong was thoroughly irritated and coldly replied, the inspector is not wrong. Now you have to choose one: either deliver the medical expenses humbly and say some good words to gain the other party's understanding. If you feel wronged, then go to the clinic at the detention center and get your arm healed first. Wang Qiuyang's voice was tinged with a cry. Both of my arms are broken and I am severely injured. How can I deliver the medical expenses while humbly saying good things to them? LV Weidong sneered. How to go? Crawl there. With that, he hung up the phone. At that moment, Wang Qiuyang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the past, he felt he could do whatever he wanted with LV Weidong backing him up. For instance, that evening he had thoroughly beaten Chen Xingyu, who ended up being detained and fined. This was all thanks to his good friend, who was the captain of the security team. But now he suddenly realized that there were side effects to taking shortcuts. If he didn't have this connection with LV Weidong and both arms had been brutally broken, he absolutely wouldn't swallow this anger. Wasn't Chen Ji a classmate of the head of the criminal police unit? Then he could file a complaint. If the city wouldn't work, he could go to the province, and if that didn't work, he could go to the capital to appeal to the emperor. In a society governed by law, how could he not find a place to reason? But if he did that, it would inevitably implicate LV Weidong. At that time, it was LV Weidong who turned black and white upside down and arranged for the injured Chen Xingyu to be detained and fined. Wang Qiuyang and Chen Ji being in the same detention room was also arranged by him. If Wang Qiuyang insisted on making a scene, all the interests involved would be exposed, and LV Weidong would definitely be held accountable. Of course, now that things had developed to this point, Wang Qiuyang dared not continue to file a complaint, not because of friendship, but because he didn't want to implicate LV Weidong. In the face of self-interest, what was friendship? The key was that Wang Qiuyang understood that if he insisted on filing a complaint, LV Weidong would undoubtedly turn against him, becoming an enemy instead of a friend. This fight was handled by LV Weidong. If the incident escalated, it would be difficult to say how he would package the case. The key was that Wang Qiuyang understood that if he insisted on filing a complaint, LV Weidong would undoubtedly turn against him, becoming an enemy. There was no choice now but to swallow the bitterness, at least for the time being. As for how to take revenge on Chen Ji later, Wang Qiuyang himself didn't know, feeling that hope was slim. Aside from being wealthier than the other party, he realized that in terms of fighting, he was no match for Chen Ji, and regarding backing, Chen Ji's support was much stronger than his own. He could only call a friend over and entrust him to deliver the medical expenses to Chen Xingyu. When the friend heard this, he stared at Wang Qiuyang as if he were a monster. Did I hear you wrong? Did you not say that both your arms were broken by him? Now you want to hold him criminally responsible and make him pay for your medical expenses. He hasn't sent a penny, and you want to give the one who beat you the medical expenses. Did he break your arms or your legs? You were just hit a couple of times, right? You deserve to have your arm broken. After being hit a couple of times, we still have to compensate him for medical expenses. Is there such a topsy-turvy thing in the world? Wang Qiuyang felt embarrassed and couldn't explain the situation, only vaguely saying, I have my own arrangements. You just deliver the money first. His friend said, Yangzi, this is not your style. We always bully others. When did we let someone ride on our... Not only can we not deliver him medical expenses, but we also need to make them send the expenses over first. Wang Qiuyang said with a serious face, I called you here to do the job. Just do as I say. Why say so much? Seeing Wang Qiuyang's bad expression, his friend didn't say much more and reluctantly went to deliver the medical expenses. Watching his friend's indignant expression, Wang Qiuyang felt worse than eating shit. After thinking it over, he vented his anger on Lu Hong. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this woman was a jinx. This incident started because of her. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge silent loss. Moreover, the key was that if he hadn't discovered a million hidden under her bed the day before, LV Weidong wouldn't have had such a huge opinion of him. This wretched woman had simply ruined him. Last night, Lu Hong went directly to Wang Qiweyang's hospital room. She knew that Wang Qiuyang had been hospitalized with a broken arm and that his wife had not shown up, so she grew bold and openly came to the ward. Some things couldn't be clearly explained over the phone, and it was inconvenient to call. Moreover, Wang Qiuyang had to have his sister hold the phone to his ear, which was even more inconvenient, so it was best to discuss face-to-face. After Lu Hong arrived at the ward, Wang Qiweyang's sister, who had good insight, found an excuse to leave, leaving only the two of them in the room. Lu Hong immediately shouted angrily at Wang Qiuyang, "What happened? How did Chen Ji get released? Did he escape from prison? He's back home now, and just now I was almost beaten by him. That bastard's gaze was like a madman. I know he must hate me to death. He's back." Wang Qiuyang was also taken aback. It can't be so easy to let him go. If he was released, LV Weidong would definitely inform us. There must be something wrong with this situation. In Wang Qiuyang and Lu Hong's understanding, the million hidden under Chen Ji's bed definitely came from an improper source. This reasoning was logical. Chen Ji was deeply in debt and couldn't pay it back. When things exploded, let alone a million, he couldn't even produce 10,000. Additionally, if he had money, he would definitely use it to pay off his debts and wouldn't keep it at home. Even if he hid it at home, why hide it under the bed? This clearly indicated something was wrong. Wang Qiuyang immediately called LV Weidong to inform him that Chen Ji was back home and asked what was going on. On the other end of the phone, LV Weidong said impatiently, "What's going on? Ask your all-knowing girlfriend. Don't ask me." Wang Qiuyang felt inexplicably choked. "Captain LV, why are you angry? Aren't we dealing with the surname Chen together?" "Shut up." Before he could finish his sentence, LV Weidong shouted to interrupt him. "The public security organs welcome you to provide valuable clues to illegal crimes. But if you fabricate facts to report out of ulterior motives, you will bear corresponding legal responsibility." Wang Qiuyang was even more puzzled. Why did LV Weidong suddenly start talking in bureaucratic terms? He exchanged a glance with Lu Hong and said, "Captain LV, can you clarify? If there's a problem, we can fix it." LV Weidong replied, "I don't know if Chen Ji has money or not. We have no authority to check his account, but we can be certain he doesn't owe any debts." After saying this, LV Weidong hung up the phone. Both of them were stunned. After a while, Wang Qiuyang suddenly shouted at Lu Hong. He hung up. "Why are you still putting the phone to my ear?" Lu Hong finally came to her senses and quickly put the phone aside. "Why did Captain LV deceive us? Is he in cahoots with Chen Ji now?" Lu Hong asked. Wang Qiuyang said irritably, "How is that possible? They don't even know each other. Tell me the truth, does the one with the surname Chen owe money or not?" Lu Hong became anxious. "How can you not believe me? If he didn't know money, would I treat him like that? Look at these harassment calls and collection messages. Do you think I made them up?" Lu Hong took out her phone and showed Wang Qiuyang the collection calls and messages. "Look, there was just a collection call that I missed, and there are several messages sent today." Wang Qiuyang thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that these collection calls and messages are a scam? Perhaps the personal information of the one with the surname Chun was leaked, which is why there are so many scam calls." Lu Hong replied, "That's impossible. At first I answered these collection calls. They were from loan platforms or third-party collection agencies, and their attitude was terrible. They even threatened to come to my workplace and file a lawsuit." To prove her words, Lu Hong redialed the collection call, but couldn't get through. It just kept ringing with no answer. She then tried another number which connected, but no one spoke on the other end. Now Lu Hong was confused. What's going on? Why is there no response when the call connects? Aren't they eager to contact the debtor? Wang Qiuyang, who had seen more of the world, coldly said, "Many collection calls can't be connected when you call back. Even if it rings, the other end is often a machine, not a real person. Then how do we contact the debt collection platform?" Lu Hong muttered to herself, "Or we could try a legitimate bank." She browsed through the collection messages and called the official customer service number of a bank mentioned in one of the messages. This time the call connected, but since it wasn't made from Chun Ji's phone, the customer service representative said they couldn't verify the debtor's information. Lu Hong felt bewildered, her understanding wavering. Could it be that Chen Ji really doesn't owe money, and that this whole situation is a farce he orchestrated to leave her and walk away with nothing? If that's the case, it would explain why he hid $1 million cash under the mattress. In other words, Chen Ji not only didn't owe money, but he also had over $1 million in savings. But if the money were in his own account, Lu Hong might find out during the divorce, so to protect his assets, he withdrew $1 million in cash and hid it under the mattress in the guest room. Because Chen Ji knew that Lu Hong never went to the guest room, he thought hiding it there was foolproof. The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more she felt it was true. She also recalled that Chen Ji was very scheming. For instance, he had vowed to avenge his father since childhood. Over 20 years had passed, and he felt he hadn't reached a point of wealth and power suitable for revenge. For years his family had been bullied, yet he never retaliated, enduring and hiding. Lu Hong could completely imagine how deep the scheming of someone who understood endurance and concealment from a young age could be, and how strong his willpower was. For someone who could endure for over 20 years when he discovered his wife was cheating, setting up a debt trap to deceive her should be quite easy. The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more she felt the entire logical chain was flawless. This was indeed the case. She secretly rejoiced that if she hadn't left something at home, she definitely wouldn't have returned to that painful place, let alone check the guest room, thus uncovering Qin Ji's meticulously laid trap. Thinking of this, Lu Hong regretted deeply. During the day, she had stared at that million for an entire day without daring to take a single cent. Because at that time she believed it was illegal gains, and taking it would make her a criminal. Now she thought if she had known that money was saved by Qin Ji behind her back, how great it would have been to move it all while he was away. With $1 million in hand, she could attack or defend. At the very least, she could split 50,000. Such a great opportunity slipped away just like that. But at this moment, Lu Hong didn't dare to rush home to take that money, as she couldn't forget the cold gaze Qin Ji had fixed on her when she left. Originally, Lu Hong had openly appeared in the hospital planning to accompany Wang Qiuyang during his recovery. Since she had accepted Wang Qiuyang as her new partner, she intended to deepen their relationship while he was injured and hospitalized. But now she had no mind to accompany him. She had to return to her temporary residence and carefully plan for the future. She wondered if there was still a possibility for her and Qin Ji. Upon discovering that Qin Ji was surprisingly wealthy, Lu Hong suddenly realized that Qin Ji's capabilities were extraordinary. He had just graduated and entered a large company with an annual salary of 200,000. Later, when he was blacklisted after changing jobs, it had nothing to do with him. It was because his supervisor took the entire team to switch companies, angering the big shots in Jianghao's new energy industry. The new energy company they joined, Jiping Auto, was disbanded, which could only imply that Qin Ji was unlucky. It didn't indicate his abilities were lacking. On the contrary, being unemployed and blacklisted, yet still managing to save $1 million indicated his astonishing earning potential. The more Lu Hong felt Qin Ji was capable, the more she thought Wang Qiuyang was quite average. She used to think Wang Qiuyang was impressive, but unexpectedly he was easily overwhelmed by Qin Ji breaking 2 arms in a short time. She had thought Wang Qiuyang was surrounded by wealthy and powerful friends who were well-connected in various departments. However, when faced with Qin Ji, the two were in the same room, and he ended up with broken arms at Qin Ji's hands, becoming a case with no head left to suffer in silence. Forget about revenge, he didn't even dare to report it. What good were wealth and power? That night, Lu Hong was completely sleepless. By dawn, she made a final resolution: no matter what, she could not divorce Qin Ji. Ultimately, Qin Ji was still a potential stock. His height, appearance, and hidden abilities were all superior to Wang Qiuyang. Wang Qiuyang appeared wealthy and powerful, running a large gym, but he was a playboy, and she felt their relationship was merely a game. Moreover, he wasn't even divorced, and all sorts of conditions indicated that he was unreliable. In contrast, thinking of Qin Ji, who had been devoted to her since their relationship began, aiming for marriage and family life, he was the truly reliable man. In the morning, Lu Hong called her workplace to ask for leave again, then estimated that Qin Ji had left for work. She immediately went home. She took out her keys to open the door, but found it impossible to unlock. It was then she realized Qin Ji had changed the lock. However, this didn't stump Lu Hong, as she quickly called a locksmith company saying she had left her keys inside and asked them to come unlock the door. Current locksmith companies are quite regulated. When they arrived, they asked Lu Hong to prove she was the homeowner. Lu Hong was very angry. "You're just a locksmith. Why is it more troublesome than dealing with the police? Am I supposed to prove that my father is my father? Just open the door, and you can see the wedding photos on the wall. If there are no pictures of me on the wall, you can call the police on me." They were arguing, which attracted the neighbors. The door across opened to check the situation. Lu Hong immediately had a witness, asking the neighbor to confirm she was the mistress of the house. The neighbor, unaware that the couple was going through a divorce, naturally corroborated her claim. With a guarantee, the locksmith proceeded to unlock the door. Upon entering, they indeed found her wedding photo on the bedroom wall, further proving her identity as the mistress. Thus, as Lu Hong requested, they changed the lock cylinder. After the locksmith left, Lu Hong rushed into the guest room and lifted the bedsheet to find the bright red million. But to her great disappointment, the neatly arranged million had vanished without a trace. Staring at the empty space under the bed, Lu Hong felt a bit dazed. Did she dream yesterday? Was there really no million? Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Of course, her current confusion was causing such a daze. The fact that Qin Ji had so quickly transferred the assets made Lu Hong very anxious, and she regretted startling him, letting Qin Ji know that she had discovered the hidden assets. She just didn't know whether Qin Ji had relocated the million in cash to another hidden place or deposited it in. Taking advantage of Qin Ji's absence, Lu Hong entered a frenzied search mode. Every movable or openable place was thoroughly searched by her. For instance, she lifted the lid of the toilet tank, Although it seemed empty, she still reached in hoping to find something invisible to the eye. If they were living in a bungalow, she would probably pry open the floor tiles and dig 3 feet down. After an exhausting search, the house was left in disarray, and finally Lu Hong sat despondently on the floor tiles. She had to admit that she had alerted the enemy. Qinji had already moved the money, and it was clear she wouldn't find it at home. Lu Hong began to seriously contemplate and guess the method Qinji used to handle the 1 million. One possibility was that he hid it in cash, and the other was that he deposited it in the bank. She pondered that given the urgency of last night, she couldn't think of any place where Qinji would confidently hide the money. The likelihood of cash being hidden was slim, leaving only the possibility of a bank deposit. With this thought, Lu Hong felt a surge of excitement. Although they had submitted their divorce application, they hadn't yet obtained the divorce certificate. During the 1-month cooling-off period, as long as one party disagreed, they would need to go through litigation to divorce. For now, they were still a couple. She had to claim half of the 1 million that Qinji had saved during their marriage. If she could find evidence of the deposit, she would be able to secure 500,000 when filing for divorce. The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more excited she became. She got up and stepped over the mess, heading straight to the hospital. She knew that Wang Qiuyang had a wide network with acquaintances in various units, and she wanted him to check with his banking connections about Qinji's account balance. At that moment, Qinji was at the hospital keeping watch over Xinyu, completely unaware of Lu Hong's chaotic actions back home. He was busy helping Xue Meiwan count money. Wang Qiuyang's friend had sent over 30,000 yuan. Xue Meiwan was overjoyed. Xinyu only had superficial injuries, was on N4 for anti-inflammatory treatment, and would be fine in 2 to 3 days, costing just a few thousand. This 30,000 was enough to cover even lost work time, relieving her of anxiety. Xue Meiwan took the money, her hands slightly trembling. The other party looked at her with disdain. Make sure you count it right. Money should be counted in person. Once you leave, I want to acknowledge it. Write me a receipt. Sure, no problem, I'll write you a receipt. Xue Meiwan readily agreed, searching for a pen and paper while handing the money to Qinji. Qinji, help me count and see if it's enough. As Qinji counted the money, he felt embarrassed for her. He knew that Xue Meiwan wasn't inexperienced with money, nor was she greedy. He just thought that the other party wouldn't compensate her. Having heard that the other party was wealthy and powerful with connections in the police station and even ties to the underworld, he thought such people would never compensate for their actions. Xinyu had suffered from the beating, unable to deliver goods while in the hospital, losing his salary and attendance bonus, while Xue Meijuan, staying by his side, lost her salary and bonus too. Xue Meiwan didn't earn much, just 2,000 a month, working as a stock clerk at a small supermarket with an additional 200 for perfect attendance, so she could make at most 2,000 too. Because of the incident, both of them lost their attendance bonuses and had to pay their own medical expenses. Their family had a mortgage and car loan with 2 children to support. Xinyu's mother helped take care of the kids and cook, and after deducting the mortgage and car loan, their salary was barely enough for the family's expenses. Now, aside from this incident, they would have to borrow money to get through the month. To their surprise, the underworld actually compensated for the beating, which naturally excited Xue Meiwan. Once the money was counted, the person took the receipt written by Xue Meiwan and left. Watching Xue Meijuan's happy expression, Qinji poked Xinyu, my reputation has been completely tarnished by your wife. How had he not noticed before that she was so money hungry? Had she never seen 30,000 yuan? Was it really worth getting so excited that her hands trembled? Xinyu made a face of shame. I also feel embarrassed, it's too degrading. Xue Meiwan glared. What do you two know? This is unexpected joy, do you understand? That's why I'm a bit excited. When I first heard that the assailant was wealthy and powerful, running a gym with ties to the underworld, I thought it was over, it would be a wasted effort. Even though the police were taking statements, I felt it was just a formality, not taking real action. To my surprise, they actually compensated. Xinyu and I both have lost wages now, and I'm no longer anxious about staying by his side since the money can be made up. Speaking of which, hurry up, go do what you need to do. Didn't Xinyu say you wanted to go with Jinyu to kill chickens? Then quickly contact Jinyu and check the factory. If it's suitable, go ahead. If not, come back quickly to deliver goods. Qinji pointed at Xue Meiwan and said to Xinyu, listen to how she speaks, so pompously as if it's for my benefit. In truth, this woman had a belly full of schemes. She was just afraid that I would stay here and take credit, and if the police were watching, they wouldn't reimburse her for the bed-watching fees and compensation for lost wages. Lawan, did I guess right? Get lost, the farther the better. Xue Meiwan kicked Qinji out forcefully. You and Xinyu are cut from the same cloth. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Qinji took the opportunity to walk out, waving to Xinyu, I'm off to busy myself. Call me if there's anything. Even though Qinji wasn't short on money, now paying for Xinyu's medical and lost wages was different from compensating Wang Qiuyang. Seeing the happy expressions of Xue Meiwan and Xinyu after receiving compensation, Qinji felt balanced inside. At first, when I saw Wang Qiuyang having connections in the security team, twisting the truth to detain Xinyu and finding the feeling of helplessness and anger was simply terrible. Now that the situation had reversed with the other party suffering 2 broken arms and still needing to compensate, the feeling was simply too satisfying. After leaving the hospital, Chun-ji drove straight to the used car market. This car, the Nissan Qashqai, had always been driven by Lu Hong to work, and only occasionally did Chun-ji use it when he had matters to attend to. He never expected Lu Hong would drive it home with another man for such activities, which made Chun-ji furious, feeling the car had been tainted and was very dirty. It had to be sold immediately. Necessary items like the dash cam must be removed, as that was evidence of Lu Hong's infidelity. Though it might not necessarily be needed, it had to be preserved. Once the car was sold, the transfer could happen right away, and the license plate needed to be chopped. Chun-ji asked the other party for a plate with one corner cut off. He wanted to buy a new car immediately. He wouldn't want to leave it parked on the street. With this original license plate, he could enter the community, an underground garage, through recognition. After selling the car, Chun-ji headed straight to the Audi dealership. He had always liked the Audi Q7, and now that he had the means, he had to buy one. Among the BBA brands, Audi was relatively low-key, unlike the other 2 brands that were so ostentatious. Besides, some entry-level cars from the other 2 brands felt like just buying a badge, exposing the owner's attempt to show off despite lacking funds. Upon arriving at the dealership, Chun-ji pretended to be just browsing, not showing any intention to buy immediately. Coincidentally, the Audi dealership in Jiangzhou was running a limited-time promotional event. The most expensive Audi Q755 TFSI Prestige model was officially priced at over $800,000, but during the promotion, it was only $619,000 along with plenty of gifts. If he opted for financing, the price would drop below $600,000. Hearing that financing would save him money, Chun-ji was tempted. He believed financing was essential for him at this time. After all, he hadn't completely divorced yet, so buying a car would count as marital property. Although the division of assets had been notarized, if Lu Hong were to get entangled, it would be troublesome to argue over the car. After financing, he could pay off the first 3 installments, just 3 months later, and then pay off the full amount. By then, he would have completed the divorce, so he wouldn't have to worry about Lu Hong claiming any property. He calculated the figures. Paying off the first 3 installments, and then repaying the full amount would mean the discounted car price would basically cover the interest and penalties. He also understood that among those who financed a car, very few paid it off early. Being able to repay the loan on time was already considered a good client. Thus, Chun-ji immediately decided to finance the purchase and bought the Prestige model. Because it was a limited-time promotion, it was in stock, and all the paperwork could be processed right there at the dealership. In less than 2 hours, Chun-ji had taken delivery of his new car and received a temporary license plate. Coming out of the Audi dealership, driving his new car, Chun-ji felt a sense of joy that comes with good fortune. He drove onto the elevated expressway, enjoying a pleasant drive around for over an hour. After more than an hour, he had a basic understanding of the car's features and was beginning to feel a sense of unity with the vehicle. In high spirits, he went to buy a lot of braised dishes and other food items, and even purchased a can of draft beer, planning to relax and celebrate at home. Upon reaching the entrance, he placed his original license plate in front of the car, and indeed, he was smoothly allowed to enter the community. However, as he just drove in, he saw Lu Hong standing by the roadside, waving at him energetically. Chun-ji stopped the car. "Let me get in." In fact, Chun-ji had already caught a glimpse of Lu Hong earlier. When he got out of the car to hang the license plate, he felt someone staring at him. A glance in that direction revealed Lu Hong standing by the roadside at the entrance, frozen in place, staring at him as if he were a monster. Chun-ji couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, does this woman think I've stolen a new car from somewhere? Now that he saw her waving for a ride, Chun-ji definitely wouldn't pay her any mind. Not only did he not stop, but he also pressed down on the gas, speeding past her. After parking the car in the underground garage, Chun-ji carried the groceries he had bought along with a large jar of draft beer upstairs to his home. But he found he couldn't open the door. He found it strange. How could the newly changed lock be broken? Yet he felt it was unlikely, as being unable to open the door shouldn't be related to the new or old locks. He placed everything down on the ground and began trying various methods to unlock it. But no matter what he did, the key simply wouldn't turn, as if it didn't fit at all. Chun-ji was at a loss. That seemed he would have to call the locksmith company to come and see what was wrong. At that moment, a resident from the opposite door came out and greeted Chun-ji. Noticing Chun-ji trying to unlock the door, the neighbor asked curiously, "What's the matter? Is it not working again? Did Lu Hong just change the lock this morning? Doesn't a new lock need some time to adjust?" Chun-ji was taken aback. "She changed the lock this morning." "Yes, she called the locksmith company to replace it. The locksmith company required her to prove she was the homeowner, otherwise they wouldn't change it. I was the one who verified it for her." Chun-ji was speechless. This woman was indeed haunting him. After seeing her flee with her tail between her legs last night, he thought she was scared, but unexpectedly, she returned this morning. She didn't let him in when he changed the lock, yet she had the locksmith change it, and now she couldn't get in herself. This suddenly reminded Chun-ji of how that car was tarnished by those two scoundrels, and he sold it because he found it dirty. Wasn't this house the same? It had also been tainted by that couple. Moreover, ever since Lu Hong filed for divorce, he had no intention of living here anymore and planned to sell the house. It seemed he needed to expedite the sale of the house to prevent this woman from constantly harassing him. After all, they hadn't obtained the divorce certificate yet. How could she come in and change the lock on a house they once shared, and he was helpless against her? But if he moved elsewhere and she still dared to enter, or even change the lock, that would be illegal. After all, moving to a different place would mean separation, and the new residence would be private space, where Lu Hong had no right to enter without permission. As he contemplated calling the locksmith company again, the sound of high heels echoed in the hallway, and Chun-ji knew Lu Hong was coming up again. Lu Hong greeted the neighbors as if nothing were amiss. Then she turned to Chun-ji and said, "How did you come up so quickly? I forgot to tell you that I changed the lock today. You'll definitely not get in with the old key." In front of the neighbors, Chun-ji didn't want to say much. However, once they entered the house, Chun-ji's anger flared up. He saw that the house was in utter disarray, with items from the shoe cabinet, fridge, and wardrobe all thrown on the floor. Even if it had been ransacked by thieves 3 times, it wouldn't have been this bad. There was no need to ask. This was Lu Hong taking advantage of his absence to search for that 1 million. Chun-ji was so furious that his hands trembled and his fists crackled. If it weren't for the principle of not hitting women, he would have beaten her to a pulp long ago. Reflecting on it, what had she done during these days? A person without morals should at least retain some humanity, right? Why does a woman become so detestable once she reveals her monstrous side? Lu Hong looked at Chun-ji's clenched fists and felt a chill run down her spine. She knew she had repeatedly challenged Chun-ji's limits, and he was on the verge of exploding. In the past, she had seen him endure silently in the face of problems, but once he struck, he was not one to hold back. Hadn't Wang Qiuyang's arms been broken just like that? She quickly began to tidy up, saying, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to come back so early. Oh, I was rushing." In fact, this was the truth. She thought Chun-ji had gone back to work and wouldn't return so early, wanting to quickly clean the house before he came back. Moreover, she had gone to the supermarket to buy meat, fish, and various ingredients along with red wine, preparing to cook a nice meal for a warm dinner together and drink some wine. Taking advantage of a slight drunkenness, she planned to say sweet nothings. After all, hadn't Chun-ji been craving her body, but repeatedly rejected? Tonight, she wanted to satisfy him once while tipsy, making it a small reunion after a separation. As long as she made Chun-ji happy and played the emotional card, they could bring both families into the discussion. She would argue that their divorce would hurt their families, and that their relationship hadn't deteriorated to the point of being previously because of family debts. Both of them had significant psychological pressure and were in a bad mood. Looking back now, these were just normal ups and downs in life. If they thought it through, they could get past it. They had weathered storms together and could strengthen their bond. After playing the emotional card, she would then take the initiative to seduce him, and the couple could go wild once more, essentially repairing the rift between them. Lu Hong thought this plan was perfect, so while tidying up, she began to warm up. "Honey." As soon as she spoke, Chun-ji immediately interrupted. "Stop, I can't accept that. Please have some self-respect, and don't randomly call relatives." Okay. Lu Hong pondered for a moment, and continued, "I admit I've been a bit out of control lately. Maybe I'm still too fragile and can't handle the pressure. However, there are some things I must clarify with you. I have no relationship with Wang Qiuyang. I only met him at the gym as a client. We who work out together have had a few meals with him, which you know. We've helped each other a few times, and that's it. He hit Chun Sinyu because Chun Sinyu reacted too violently upon seeing me with him, which angered him. You know how temperamental gym owners can be. They like to resort to violence. At that time, I was also angry with Chun Sinyu, feeling that he wrongly accused me. Later, when you went with me to the security brigade, I deliberately sat next to him, mocking you out of spite. You didn't believe me, which hurt me deeply. When I proposed divorce, you didn't even try to hold on to me, which hurt even more. I just wanted to provoke you. There was nothing else." While tidying up, Lu Hong defended herself, and Chun-ji remained silent, not interrupting her. He had solid evidence of her relationship with Wang Qiuyang and didn't need to say much to her. Chun-ji didn't immediately kick Lu Hong out because he saw she was working hard. He let her clean up first, and once it was tidy, she could leave. Chun-ji understood that the 1-month cooling-off period set by the Civil Affairs Bureau was intended to create obstacles for divorce. Many impulsive couples reconciled during this month. Furthermore, if one party has a change of heart and does not agree to the divorce, it cannot proceed. Therefore, even if he and Lu Hong submitted a divorce application, as long as she expresses her desire not to divorce, he cannot simply leave. The next step would only be to file for divorce, which would prolong their marriage for several more months. Now, whenever Chun-ji saw this woman, he was filled with negative emotions, disgust, annoyance, and hatred. He wanted nothing more than to end their legal relationship. It seemed that for now he could not drive her away. If he did, it would only reinforce her belief in her financial security, leading her to become even more entangled with him. The only solution was to make her once again disappointed in him, to provoke her into turning against him. For a woman as fickle and materialistic as her, this was all too easy. Before long, Lu Hong had tidied up the house neatly and cleanly. Her diligence and speed indicated that she was highly motivated. With the house clean, Chun Ji ignored her. After all, he had bought ready-made meals, and he simply opened a bottle of beer on the dining table and started eating and drinking by himself. Lu Hong rushed out from the kitchen calling, "Don't eat yet. Look at the fish and shrimp I bought, and the pig stomach and bean sprouts you like. I can have it ready soon, and we can eat it hot together. It'll be great." Chun Ji took a sip of beer, smacked his lips, and replied, "You can eat what you bought. I'm fine with this. Besides, I wouldn't dare eat what you made. What if you drugged it? I'd have nowhere to regret it." Lu Hong's expression darkened as she swallowed hard, wanting to say something. But seeing Chun Ji's resolute attitude and his continued eating and drinking, she could not just snatch the cup and chopsticks from him. With no other choice, she returned to the kitchen to continue her work. Although Chun Ji wasn't eating her food, at least he was drinking. As long as he was drinking, Lu Hong believed she still had a chance. She quickened her pace, setting aside the time-consuming dishes and hurriedly prepared a few simpler ones to bring to them. However, Chun Ji refused to eat her dishes. His words about fearing she might drug them seemed like a petty retort, but he was genuinely wary of that possibility. Having experienced the depths of this woman's shameless behavior, Chun Ji was well aware that he must not let his guard down. Lu Hong took off her apron and returned to the bedroom to change into an especially sexy loungewear. Then she returned to the dining table, opened a bottle of red wine, and said to Chun Ji, "Don't drink so much. A beer is too cold and not good for your stomach. Have some red wine instead." Chun Ji shot her a cold glance. Is red wine not capable of being drugged? Lu Hong felt momentarily choked by his response. Since Chun Ji was so cautious around her, she understood that further words would be futile. Thus, the two former spouses sat at the same table, each eating their own food. While eating, Lu Hong began to play the emotional card, saying how much hurt their parents would suffer if they got divorced, especially mentioning that Chun Ji's grandfather was nearly 80 years old and had been looking forward to having a grandchild. She was the only granddaughter-in-law, and he was closer to her than to his own granddaughter. She regarded him as her own grandfather. As she spoke, Lu Hong seemed to be moved, her voice trembling as tears began to fall. Chun Ji remained silent, allowing her to ramble on. He had been drinking from a 20-kilogram can of beer, and by now he had consumed more than half, feeling somewhat tipsy with a flushed face. Listening to Lu Hong's emotional outpouring, Chun Ji also seemed touched, with his eyes reddening. Of course, this was not an act. He did not possess the skills of a professional actor to instantly shed tears when sadness was required. His reddened eyes were a true reflection of his thoughts about his grandfather. His grandfather had faced many hardships in life, and over 20 years ago, due to his mother's infidelity and pursuit of wealth, he had greatly harmed his grandfather. Little did he know that over 20 years later, his grandfather's granddaughter-in-law would cause the old man to suffer the same pain again. Chun Ji felt sorrow for his grandfather and could not bear it. He thought that if Lu Hong had not cheated, and if she had simply proposed divorce due to the pressure of debt, he would absolutely not divorce her if he could keep her. However, infidelity was a line that no man should cross. It was often said online that there were only 0 instances or countless instances of cheating. Once a woman cheated, she could never change. Moreover, Chun Ji could not tolerate it at all. He could endure breaking up with Shun Qinglin for the sake of his family, but he could not bring himself to forgive Lu Hong for the sake of his family's feelings. Furthermore, Lu Hong's desire not to divorce was merely because she believed she had money now and did not want to leave for the sake of financial security. What use was there in keeping such a woman? However, while Chun Ji thought this way in his heart, he did not voice it. With his red eyes fixed on Lu Hong, he said, "Tell me the truth. After saying so much and expressing a desire not to divorce, is it truly because you want to consider both sides' elders' feelings, or is it because you discovered I have $1 million in savings? He'll be honest with you, but don't be upset. Both factors you mentioned are true. After we submitted the divorce application, you have no idea how painful it was for me. You mentioned that if we divorce, both sides' elders will be hurt. I didn't say it out loud, but I have been thinking about it all along. In other words, I definitely have to consider the feelings of our elders. Additionally, previously I felt I could not go on living solely because of the overwhelming debt. Not only would I be unable to sustain our life going forward, but the other party was pressuring me heavily, even blowing up my contacts and threatening to call my workplace. If it came to that, I would be unable to work. At that point, unable to repay a mountain of debts, we would both be unemployed, unable to care for our families, and unable to sustain our own lives. Thinking of all this, do you think I could not collapse? I don't know if you can understand, but I have a clear conscience. I just want to survive. I'm not heartless. I'm not someone who can only share wealth with you, but cannot share hardship. You need to understand me. As a weak woman, deciding to divorce you was incredibly painful for me. So you mean that if I didn't have that $1 million in savings and was still facing a debt crisis, you would still insist on divorcing? No, that's not what I meant. Lu Hong quickly clarified, I mean before experiencing the divorce I might have been very fragile and had a particularly low tolerance. At that time I was only thinking about how to survive immersed in the pain of not being able to go on living. But after going through these past few days, and after the intense pain of submitting the divorce application, I learned my lesson. I realized that I could not bear the pain brought by divorce which far outweighed the pain caused by debt. Once I came to this realization, I felt much stronger and that debt was not so terrifying. As long as we both are determined and united as a couple, we can face any hardships together and get through them. Discovering that you have $1 million in savings was merely the trigger for my determination. You mean your determination is to quickly find backdoor connections and report me to the police hoping they arrest me? No. Lu Hong shook her head vigorously. Can't you sense my good intentions? Since we met, I have cared for you deeply, fearing that something might happen to you. When I saw the hidden $1 million cash under the bed, I was terrified. My first reaction was to think, did you resort to illegal activities due to overwhelming debt pressure? If that were the case, you certainly wouldn't stop at just this once. If you succeeded this time, you would attempt something even bigger next time, risking your life in the process. You have no idea how worried I was. I was terrified. I genuinely feared that one day, if it were to come to that, I wouldn't be able to go on living. Thus, I had to prevent you from going further down the wrong path. I had to report to the police as a family member. If they find issues with you later, since it was reported by a family member, it would count as a confession. I just wanted to save you, fearing for your well-being. Can't you feel my concern for you at all? Lu Hong became increasingly emotional, breaking down in tears, covering her face and crying heartbrokenly. Watching the tears fall from her hands, Chen Ji couldn't help but admire this woman. How had he never noticed her impressive acting talent before? She was clearly speaking lies, yet as she spoke, it seemed even she was convinced and moved to tears. With such acting skills, even most professional actors would struggle to match. After she had cried for a while, Chun Ji handed her a tissue. Stop crying now. Just tell me, how do you plan to proceed with our relationship? Lu Hong wiped her tears and choked out, what else can I do? Of course I will quickly withdraw the divorce application and never do something so foolish again. Then we will live our lives well together. Even if we face debts in the future that we cannot repay, neither of us will run away from the pressure. Chen Ji fell silent, deep in thought. Lu Hong kept her warm and eager gaze fixed on his face. After a long time, Chen Ji asked, aren't you curious about where that new car I just drove came from? I assume you're very interested in my current financial situation. Lu Hong replied, as husband and wife, we should be transparent with each other. Perhaps my previous emotional issues upset you, so you kept some things from me. I can't blame you for that. We were both too young to remain calm under pressure. But there will still be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now that we've cleared the air as partners, we should both have the right to know about each other's situations, which is a necessary premise for deepening our relationship. In other words, I hope you will still tell me the truth. Chun Ji pondered for a moment before replying, let me think about it. He stood up and left the dining table, returning to the bedroom. Soon the sound of Lu Hong clattering dishes in the kitchen echoed in the dining room. After a while, she finished cleaning up, brought Chun Ji a cup of hot tea, and affectionately asked, aren't you going to take a shower? I'm going to take one now. Chun Ji seemed not to have emerged from his emotions, responding only with a cold snort. Lu Hong looked at him with a complex expression, sighed softly, and turned to take a shower. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, and after a while, following a gust of a hairdryer, Lu Hong emerged, fluffing her hair. She had changed into an even more revealing loungewear, showcasing her curvy figure. She walked directly into the bedroom, standing by the bed, caressing her hair, and softly said to Chun Ji, come on, let's go back to our room. Chun Ji shot her a cold glance. Not a chance. We have already applied for divorce, so I have no right to go to your room. Besides, there are precedents on trending topics. That case of marital rape was sentenced to 3 years, and I don't want to be in the news. Lu Hong instantly pouted playfully. Why are you so petty? I was just overwhelmed with emotions back then. The pressure was so great that I truly had no mood for anything else, so my words were a bit harsh. Are you still holding on to that remark? No, I've forgotten all about it, Chun Ji firmly denied. Lu Hong seemed amused by his anger. Does your current mood seem like someone who's forgotten? All right, then I'll take the initiative. Let me force myself on you. As she spoke, she began to remove her loungewear and was about to leap onto the bed. Chun Ji, startled, sat up straight on the bed. What do you think you're doing? I'm telling you not to mess around. Ooh, I really don't want to be in the news. You need to leave my room immediately. Lu Hong paused her actions, her eyes reddening again as she said in a choked voice, do you really hold such a grudge against me? It's hard to say whether I hold a grudge, but I tend to be a bit inflexible in my thoughts, and it takes me a while to come around. Let's discuss the future later. You need to leave for now. Lu Hong adjusted her clothes and said in a bitter voice, all right then. I was initially considering your feelings, worrying that after so many days apart you would feel pent up. Since you haven't adjusted your emotions, yet let's wait until tomorrow to withdraw the divorce application, okay? We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Lu Hong paused at the door and turned back to ask, Can you tell me where the Audi Q7 you drove earlier came? That was a new car. I just picked up the Topophyline premium version. Among the Audi Q7 models, this one is the most expensive. Oh, can you tell me where the 1 million cash is hidden? I'm sorry, but that's confidential for now and no comment. Lu Hong fell silent, then sighed softly. Tomorrow we must also take leave so that as soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens we can withdraw the divorce application. After saying that, she reluctantly returned to her room. Chunji secretly chuckled. Did she really think they would withdraw the divorce application first thing tomorrow? Well then, let's see how she changes by tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chunji sent a text message to the bank's loan. Chunji's mortgage had already been overdue for more than a month. During the first month of being overdue, the loan officer had already called to remind him to repay the loan as soon as possible. By this month, the bank's loan officers had intensified their collection efforts and explicitly informed Chunji that they would be sending personnel to collect debts in the coming days. Chunji knew that if credit cards and online loans became overdue, they were usually pursued by third-party collection agencies. However, mortgages were different. Since they were loans from local banks, their collection efforts would be more aggressive and direct, causing Chunji the most harm. Therefore, after winning the lottery, Chunji immediately paid off all his overdue credit cards and online loans on his phone, deliberately leaving the mortgage unpaid. In fact, he hoped that local loan officers would come to collect, allowing him to repay the full amount directly and use his financial strength to give the collection personnel a face slap, thus venting his frustration. Since they were local bank employees, their collection efforts, though intense and firm in tone, would never involve violating regulations like contacting family members or harassing workplaces. However, Chunji hoped they would break the rules. So he sent a message to the loan officer responsible for the mortgage. He was currently handling other debts, and his wife would be responsible for all communication regarding the mortgage. He also informed the officer that he planned to transfer the house to his wife's name, so he hoped they would not contact him anymore and just communicate with Lu Hong. He hadn't answered the bank's calls or texts for several days, temporarily going off the grid. Now that he actively replied and included Lu Hong's phone number, the bank's collection personnel immediately called her as soon as they started work that morning. Lu Hong was anxious to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to cancel the divorce application, urging Chunji to leave early in the morning, hoping to arrive at the bureau as soon as possible. Once it opened, they could be the first in line to complete their business. On their way there, Lu Hong received a call from the bank's collection agent, just as she and Chunji were nearing the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chunji was the one driving her there. Since last night until this morning, he had repeatedly expressed his fear that Lu Hong might poison him, adamantly refusing to eat the meal she prepared. However, since Lu Hong was determined to withdraw the divorce application, they could return to being a normal couple, so Chunji no longer stopped her from getting into his car. It was worth noting that this was the newly bought Audi Q7, the top configuration model. As soon as Lu Hong sat in the passenger seat, her eyes widened in astonishment, looking around in excitement, feeling almost breathless. She couldn't help but ask Chunji, "How much did this car cost? You didn't buy it with that 100,000, did you?" Chunji, hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "In your eyes, is 100,000 the only money I have to buy a car? No, I believe in my husband's capabilities." Lu Hong hurriedly shook her head, sincerely saying, "This car is fantastic. It's so much larger and more upscale than the Q5. Back when she drove that Nissan Qashqai to work, she felt quite satisfied. At least she was someone who owned a car. But after meeting Wang Qiuyang, seeing him drive an Audi Q5 made her feel instantly inferior when she looked at her own car." Wang Qiuyang was only in his early 30s but already owned a sizable gym, and according to his plans, he would soon open a branch aiming to establish a chain in the future. Look at him achieving success at such a young age and driving a luxury car. Lu Hong admired Wang Qiuyang genuinely, and gradually, she became one of his admirers. Now sitting in the Audi Q7, Lu Hong realized what it meant to compare goods. Compared to the Audi Q7, the Q5 seemed small and lacking. This brand new Audi Q7 was gleaming and looked exceptionally high-end. The car sped toward the rising sun on the bustling streets with tall buildings lining both sides. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting specks of light on the car's body, while the shiny glass reflected brilliantly. Lu Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "The sound insulation in this car is amazing. Inside you can't even hear the engine, and the chassis is stable, gliding smoothly like a gentle stream." Chunji remained silent, merely chuckling coldly. He knew well that this vain woman had been completely conquered by the allure of the car. To put it plainly, she was conquered by the owner of the luxury car. As expected, Lu Hong looked at Chunji with eyes full of admiration. Her tone of voice turned respectful. "Can you tell me the truth? Did you take on a side job?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Hong's eyes were still scanning the interior of the car. The disappointment and disdain she felt toward Chunji a few days ago had completely vanished. She knew that Chunji actually had significant professional ability and potential. Chun-ji had studied computer science at Beijing Normal University for his undergraduate degree and graduated with a master's in control science and engineering from Beijing University of Technology. During his master's program, Chun-ji had even published a paper at a top international conference in the field of artificial intelligence, showcasing his impressive abilities. In this difficult year, when graduates faced unemployment, Chun-ji was fiercely sought after by various new energy companies as soon as he graduated, highlighting how recognized his professional skills were. To care for his family, Chun-ji returned to his hometown of Jiangzhou, joining the renowned Ligon Automobile, ranked among the top 3 in the new energy sector, working in the company's intelligent manufacturing team, with an initial annual salary of 200,000. At that time, his future seemed bright. This was also the reason Lu Hong fervently pursued him after they met. Although Chun-ji's family background was not ideal, his personal capabilities made him a potential stock in Lu Hong's eyes. Later, Jiping Automobile, a top-tier conglomerate in the country, aggressively entered Jiangzhou, offering high salaries to poach talent, leading Chun-ji's team under the leadership of Supervisor Xiao Yi to collectively resign. At that time, the HR department of Ligon Automobile desperately tried to retain this critical manufacturing team, even having boss Zhai Xiangxing personally intervene, but ultimately they could not keep them. This also led Zhai Xiangxing to be infuriated, declaring, "Unless you all work at Jiping for life, you will never find a job in the entire Jiangzhou new energy sector." Lu Hong had supported Chun-ji back, then believing that following the team in making such a choice would lead to greater development in the future. But who could have imagined that Jiping Automobile would suddenly dissolve, leaving Chun-ji and the others unemployed, and under Zhai Xiangxing's influence they were blacklisted in Jiangzhou's new energy industry. At that time, Lu Hong had advised Chun-ji to leave Jiangzhou and pursue opportunities in the new energy sector in other major cities. However, Chun-ji believed that once he left Jiangzhou for other large companies, it might be years or even decades before he could return. He would then be unable to take care of his family nearby. His family situation was indeed special, as Chun-ji was the only pillar of support in his household. When he first became unemployed, Chun-ji felt he couldn't enter the new energy industry publicly, but might be able to participate in some companies' research and development teams as a part-timer. So he had tried to help other manufacturers or institutions with research and development on a part-time basis to earn money. However, due to Zhai Xiangxing's overwhelming influence in the industry, potential employers hesitated to hire him. Thus, he couldn't even find part-time work. But now, as Lu Hong sat in this brand new Audi Q7, she firmly believed that Chun-ji had found a strong company for part-time RD work and had achieved some results, earning a considerable reward. After all, he could afford such an expensive car, so his compensation must be substantial. The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more she felt her guess was correct, looking at Chun-ji with eyes full of admiration and reverence. She even felt that she had previously underestimated Chun-ji, as he might have carved out a new path in the industry. Perhaps he would bring her more unexpected surprises in the future. Just as they were nearing the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Hong's phone rang, showing an unfamiliar local number. As Lu Hong answered the call, she casually remarked to Chun-ji, "Have you cleared all your debts?" Although there are still occasional collection calls, it seems that the collection issue has a certain inertia, and it's not something that can be completely stopped all at once. "Hello, who is this?" On the other end of the line, the bank's collection agent spoke with a polite yet firm tone. "Hello, may I speak with Ms. Lu Hong? I am the staff member responsible for mortgage collections. Your husband Chun-ji has been overdue on his mortgage for over a month, and we have contacted him multiple times without a response. Today we received his message stating that you would be responsible for communication regarding the mortgage issues. We will arrange for staff to visit in the coming days for collection, so please handle it promptly." Lu Hong's face, which was once full of smiles, instantly stiffened. She widened her eyes in disbelief and quickly turned to look at Chun-ji, her gaze filled with anger and doubt. The debt collector patiently explained, "Ms. Lu, our system's overdue records are clear and accurate. There is no mistake. If the payment is not made by the end of the day, we will initiate the relevant legal processes, so please take this seriously." Lu Hong frowned tightly and raised her voice. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. He has earned quite a bit of money lately. How could he not be able to pay this mortgage? Please check again." The debt collector maintained a professional tone in response. "Our records are accurate. We can provide you with detailed information regarding the overdue duration and amount. If you have any questions regarding the payment amount or process, you can contact the bank's customer service at any time. However, the urgent matter at hand is to address this overdue payment as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Lu Hong was so furious that her breath quickened, her ample chest heaving violently, seemingly speechless from anger. After a long while, the car arrived at the entrance of the Government Affairs Hall. Lu Hong seemed to suddenly wake up, raising her hand and slapping the dashboard hard. She shouted fiercely at Chun-ji, "You shouldn't have been plotting against me all along. You said you were working part-time and making big money, saving over $1 million and buying luxury cars. Who said I was working part-time? I never said that. Chun Ji quickly interrupted, trying to defend himself. Shut up. Lu Hong continued to yell in anger. You are still in debt. Even the mortgage is overdue. Are you trying to deceive me into not getting a divorce so you can continue to have me and your family take care of you for free? I knew it. You've been playing the emotional card all along, wanting to maintain a complete family, afraid of hurting your family. But look at you. You can't even support yourself, yet you want to take care of this and that. Look at your current state, having been blacklisted by the industry and achieving nothing. You have fallen to the bottom of society, doing all sorts of lowly jobs, yet you are still plotting against me. I thought you truly had the ability to turn things around, but it turns out it was all fake. Chun Ji was still trying to argue. Who said it was all fake? Look at this car. Didn't I just buy it? Nonsense. If this car was really bought by you, I would eat it raw. Lu Hong's bright red lips moved up and down as if she would really eat the car. I must have been blind to have chosen you. This marriage is definitely over. Don't even think about dragging me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw the divorce application. It's not going to happen. Open the car door and let me out. Chun Ji seemed somewhat flustered by this sudden turn of events, yet still tried to maintain his composure, trying to stop Lu Hong from getting out of the car. Lu Hong, listen to me. It's not like that. Though I haven't made as much money as you think, the mortgage overdue is a misunderstanding. My financial situation is a bit chaotic right now. I just want to reorganize things. The mortgage overdue is quite troublesome, and the local bank will really come knocking. Ew, I just wanted you to manage it for now. I never intended for you to pay the mortgage. I truly have money now. Oh, just buying such an expensive car is proof of that. You can't prove anything. Lu Hong raised her hand to gesture for Chun Ji to stop. She was trying to suppress her emotions, and her speed of speech had slowed down. But the ferocity on her face betrayed her inner turmoil. Chun Ji, I beg you, just let me go. Stop being stubborn. If you have money, why don't you pay the mortgage first? The mortgage is only a few thousand a month. It's not like I'm asking you to pay it all at once. If you can't even manage that, how could you afford such an expensive luxury car? I dare to bet my head that this car is definitely not yours. Who knows where you borrowed it from to fool me? And that 1 million in cash hidden under your bed, I don't even know where you borrowed it from. You purposely left it there for me to see. You've been a liar from the beginning, always deceiving me. I, Lu Hong, swear to the heavens that from today onward, I sever all ties with you, Chun Ji. We have nothing further to do with each other. Whoever entangles with the other again will face the wrath of heaven and not die a good death. Lu Hong's words were ruthless and malicious, and Chun Ji's face flushed red, seemingly enraged. Lu Hong, how can you just turn your back like that? What did you say last night? We both believe that divorce would hurt our parents, and that's our consensus. Am I wrong to think this way? Divorce affects not just us, but also both sets of parents. They will also be hurt. If we don't divorce, we can face problems together and fight together, and you said the same thing. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Lu Hong angrily slapped the dashboard. Her posture seemed like she wished she could use the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms to smash the car into pieces. Chun, I beg you, stop using sweet words to deceive me, okay? Can't you just let me off the hook and give me my freedom? Chun Ji seemed to have also been provoked, his face cold as he said, Who suggested we come here to withdraw the divorce application? Who urged me to hurry out early this morning to be the first in line? Just because I received this one phone call, you say you've turned your back, and you say it so viciously. Hearing your tone, it sounds like you wish I would be struck by lightning. Is there really such deep hatred? Lu Hong was so angry, she was trembling all over, extending her delicate fingers and pointing at Chun Ji. Chun, let me tell you, I won't believe anything you say, nor will I forgive you. Just wait for your own demise. With your character, you will definitely end up poor and lonely for the rest of your life, and this is all your own doing. If you still want me to withdraw the divorce application, go dream about it. At this moment, the ferocity on her face contrasted sharply with the worship she had previously shown Chun Ji, revealing her ruthlessness and snobbery. Lu Hong turned around and began to kick the car door with her foot. Open the door and let me out, or I will smash the car. I know this is borrowed from someone else. If I smash it, you will never be able to afford it in your lifetime. Bang! Chun Ji pressed the car lock open. Lu Hong opened the door and got out of the car, twisting her body, slamming the car door shut. The sound of her high heels clicking on the ground echoed sharply as she quickly left. Watching Lu Hong's retreating figure, Chun Ji knew that this woman was definitely going back to pack her things and leave that home. For her, there was nothing to miss about that home. The house had been a burden from the very beginning. After paying the mortgage for over a year, and with the decline in house prices, not only had the down payment been lost, but selling the house would not even cover the remaining bank loan. Chun Ji sighed, deeply leaning back in his seat, trying to calm himself. The act he had just put on alongside her felt quite intense. By now he had a deeper understanding of this woman and a more profound insight into human nature. Putting oneself in another's shoes, he was not a saint, as sometimes it was inevitable to be realistic in considering issues, but he would never be as ruthless and blatant as this woman. At this moment, Chun Ji's disgust for Lu Hong had reached an indescribable level. Lu Hong was avoiding that once home like a plague, and Qin Ji felt the same. Perhaps this is the opposite of love for a house, and it's Crow he no longer wanted to return to that home. Because he felt that as long as he returned, the shadow of that incredibly snobbish woman would linger in the house, and that feeling would surely be terrible. Qin Ji turned on the car's dashcam, replaying the scene of Lu Hong blowing up in the car. He definitely needed to find a place to store this evidence. Once he truly had money, he believed that soon Lu Hong would discover he was wealthy. Without asking, the attitude of the materialistic woman would surely undergo a 180-degree turn. At that time, whether it was the sordid matters recorded in the dashcam from back when or the entire process of her going crazy in the car, now he would replay it for her, helping her to remember. Qin Ji started the car, heading straight for the real estate company. He had a classmate working there as an agent, so he wanted to ask if there were any suitable properties for him. He wanted to buy a slightly larger place, just in case, for example, in winter, to let his grandfather, father, and brother come to the city to spend the winter. They had never lived in a house with central heating. Qin Ji's classmate, who works as a real estate agent, is a girl named Lin Xinran. In fact, there are only a few of his female classmates from middle school with whom he still keeps in touch. However, he not only has contact with Lin Xinran, but also added her on WeChat, occasionally chatting a bit, simply because they were once desk mates. During that time, their relationship was quite good. Qin Ji was good at studying and handsome, and Lin Xinran had a bit of a crush on him. However, due to his family's poor financial situation, he naturally did not date early in middle school and has never been in a relationship in high school. Nevertheless, their classmate relationship has always been harmonious. After graduating from middle school, they went to different high schools and now have little interaction, only occasionally chatting on WeChat. Qin Ji made a phone call first to confirm that Lin Xinran was at the company and told her he would come to find her in half an hour. Upon arriving, Qin Ji found a place to park his car, and as soon as he walked into the company, Lin Xinran spotted him and hurriedly stood up from her desk to greet him. Reuniting with an old classmate after a long time, Lin Xinran was in a good mood and smiled brightly, saying, "You must be a rare guest. What wind brought you here? Where are you coming from?" Qin Ji looked at her, dressed in a blue professional outfit with a cheerful demeanor, and said without thinking, "You've become more beautiful. When did you transform from the former duck lady into a swan?" Lin Xinran shot him a playful glare and said, "Just compliment me, no need to put it that way." Qin Ji chuckled, "That's just my speaking style, you know that well enough." "Of course I know, I've experienced it since we were kids." In a few exchanges, it felt as though they had returned to their middle school days from over a decade ago. Lin Xinran asked Qin Ji, "What brings you to see me? Are you treating me to a meal, or is there something else?" She gestured towards a small meeting room, saying, "Let's sit over there and chat." Qin Ji followed her and said, "I definitely came to talk about the house. I want you to help me sell my current house and see if there are any good listings for a larger one." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xinran paused. "Then you can sit at my desk first while I check for you. It seems you've struck it rich. You're looking to change to a bigger house just 2 years after getting married. How big do you plan to get?" Qin Ji replied, "As large as possible. By then, grandpa, dad, brother, and sister will all come to live together." Lin Xinran glanced at him and exaggeratedly said, "You really have struck it rich. With so many people living there, it has to be a spacious flat." Then she looked around and quietly asked Qin Ji, "How about a villa? A high-quality listing that can be snagged at a bargain." A villa, eh? Qin Ji had not really considered it. Although he could easily afford a villa now, his mindset had not yet shifted from that of an ordinary person. When thinking about upgrading to a larger house, he instinctively thought of a spacious flat and had never dared to imagine a villa. However, hearing Lin Xinran mention a quality listing, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Seeing Lin Xinran's mysterious demeanor, he also whispered, "If it really can be snagged at a bargain, a villa isn't off the table." At her desk, Lin Xinran pulled up the housing information for the community where Qin Ji lived. She looked and said, "The lowest transaction price for the same model in your community has reached 73000. However, some owners are still listing it for nearly 8000. After all, they spent over $1 million back then. The price has dropped too severely over the past 2 years, and many owners are unwilling to face reality." "How much are you planning to list your house for?" Qin Ji replied, "Below 700. I want to sell it quickly." Lin Xinran looked at him in surprise. "Why are you in such a hurry to sell? Your house has advantages in location and floor, and you should be able to sell for more than 73000. Selling below 700 is a significant loss." Qin Ji smiled. "It's just to sell it quickly. Finding an old classmate, I simply want to take a shortcut. My plan is to change the house as soon as possible." Lin Xinran felt a bit helpless. "With your price, is it even necessary to list it for sale? Our company can buy it directly." Qin Ji responded, "That would be perfect. When can you buy it?" "I need to hurry and pay off my loan." Lin Xinran exclaimed in surprise, "You still have a loan on this house?" In her view, since Qin Ji wanted to upgrade to a larger house, he must have struck it rich. With money, how could there still be a loan on this house? Qin Ji understood her thoughts Don't look at me like that. To be honest, I not only have a loan on this house, but it's also overdue by more than a month. Lin Xinran's mouth dropped open in disbelief as she looked at Chunji. Old classmate, you must be joking, right? With your intelligence and capability, how could you have a loan on this house that has been overdue for more than a month? I really can't believe it. Chunji replied earnestly, I'm telling the truth, not joking. Since your company can buy it directly, please help me with the process. I need to pay off the loan quickly and then close the deal. Lin Xinran nodded. I'll handle it and communicate with the supervisor to see how much the highest price they can offer. Of course, we need to see the property first. By the way, you aren't joking about wanting to upgrade to a larger house, are you? Chunji replied, I'm not joking. I want to sell this house to buy a bigger one. Didn't you just say there are bargain villas? Tell me about the villa situation. Lin Xinran made a shushing gesture to Chunji, signaling for him to follow her to the meeting room. Once they reached the meeting room, Lin Xinran closed the door and let Chunji sit on the sofa. She said seriously, old classmate, we can talk about anything openly, but you must not hide anything from me. Joking aside, we need to take this work seriously. I think with your mortgage already overdue, there must be an issue with your finances. How could you have money to buy a larger house, let alone a villa? Can you share the specific situation with me? Chunji replied, the specific situation is that I want to upgrade to a larger house. If I can buy a villa, I can consider it too. I have a question for you. Why are you being so secretive about selling the house, as if you're afraid of being overheard? Lin Xinran said, since you have the means to consider a villa, I'll share the homeowner's situation with you. But I only say this because I trust you. You must keep it confidential. This homeowner, you must know him, is Lin Fengwen, the boss of Yaotian Group. I am from the same village as him, and we are relatives. I call him Erdi. He trusts me, which is why he entrusted me with the house selling information, asking me to quietly find a buyer. If the deal goes through, we can go through our company's account, and the commission won't be less for him. But before the sale is finalized, he doesn't want the information to leak. There are two reasons. The most important reason is that his company is facing financial difficulties, and he can't secure loans from banks or personal loans anymore. You must know about Dahe Group, a top-tier feed aquaculture and cold chain enterprise in the country. Dahe Group knows that his company is on the verge of collapse and wants to seize the opportunity to acquire it for $1 billion. However, Lin Fengwen wants to make one last push by selling the house and car to keep the company running. He believes that this prolonged downturn will soon reverse and better days are coming. He just wants to hold on a bit longer. To put it bluntly, it's a gamble. Once the money runs out, it won't be too late to sell the company to Dahe Group. So this is a business secret, and he can only let me help him sell the house in secret. There is also a secondary reason. You know that Lin Fengwen has been involved in aquaculture since he was young, starting from scratch and being a prominent figure in our town and county for over 40 years. Now that he has come to the point of selling his house, he still finds it hard to face and wants to keep it as quiet as possible. Chunji nodded thoughtfully and said, oh, so it's him. This was the second time he had heard about Lin Fengwen and Dahe Group's predicament. He had once been tempted to get involved when he first heard it from Jinyu, but he quickly dismissed the idea since he didn't understand aquaculture. He didn't expect to be connected with Lin Fengwen again now that he was looking to buy a house. Lin Xinran poured a glass of water for Chunji and then sat down opposite him. She leaned slightly forward, fixing her gaze on Chunji's eyes, and said, old classmate, I've explained the situation to you. Now I need to confirm with you again. You mentioned wanting to switch to a bigger house. Even a villa could be considered. Is that really true? We can joke around normally, but when it comes to matters concerning the Yaotian Group, this is no laughing matter. After all, this involves a large company, and one could say this is the last bit of my second uncle's fortune. If the Dahe Group finds out he is having difficulty selling the property, he will have even less leverage in negotiations with them. So regardless of whether you end up buying a villa or not, this is a secret I share with you out of trust, and we must. Moreover, if you can truly come up with the money, I can take you to see the house this morning. Looking at the fair, charming face before him, Chunji felt a moment of daze, a sense of familiarity surging within him. Recalling their middle school days when they were all young, it now felt like growing up alongside childhood friends. One couldn't help but sigh. Girls change a lot as they grow older, becoming more beautiful. In middle school, Lin Xinran had an ordinary appearance, was short, and had dark skin. But now at 29, she had matured into a charming woman, her skin not only remaining unaffected by age, but rather becoming even fairer and more delicate. Chunji opened his mouth and said, I haven't been joking about buying a house. From the very beginning, I planned to switch to a larger place. After you listened to my needs, you suggested I consider a large flat, so let's focus on that. Later, you mentioned the possibility of snagging a villa, so let's consider that as well. But I'm worried about whether you actually have the financial means to do this, Lin Xinran said with a frown. You've been overdue for over a month, though I suspect your credit must not be good, and it's likely you can't secure a loan. Can you come up with over 10 million in cash? Chunji was startled and exclaimed, why do you need over 10 million? Isn't that supposed to be a bargain? The most expensive villas in Jiangzhou are just over 20,000 per square meter, right? Even if we calculate it at 20,000, if a villa is over 500 square meters, the total price would only be around 10 million. Lin Shinran explained. You're right, that villa was bought for nearly 30,000 per square meter back then. But now the asking price has been halved. In fact, he has two villas both located in Faley Manor. One is 2 stories with an area of 350 square meters. The other is 3 stories with over 400 square meters. These 2 villas were purchased for over 20 million at the time. Even if property prices have dropped now, if a genuinely interested buyer comes along, it can still sell for around 13 to 14 million. But now he only needs 10 million to sell, and all the furniture and appliances in the villa will be included. Chun-Ji asked in confusion. If it's so cheap and obviously a bargain, why doesn't your company keep it for it? Lin Shinran replied. If it's bought for personal use, then it would indeed be a bargain. However, if our company keeps it, it would be considered an investment. Currently, the economy is in a downturn and wealthy individuals are selling off their properties. Aside from the truly super rich who buy for personal residence, villas no longer hold investment value. At the time, I didn't go into detail with my supervisor about the homeowner's situation, or I just mentioned that there might be a villa available for a bargain. The supervisor was very clear our company would not take on such assets as they involve large investments, long return periods, and are difficult to sell. If we purchase it and can't find suitable clients for a long time, it will become a non-performing asset. This would severely slow down our company's cash flow. Chun-Ji nodded and said, I understand. Since we can go see the house this morning, let's hurry and go take a look. However, my family doesn't have many members, so one house will be enough. Lin Shinran hesitated slightly and said, that's fine, as selling one villa is still a sale. Actually, I originally hoped to encounter a major client who would buy both villas together, even if it meant slightly lowering the price. But a client who can buy both at once is hard to come by, as selling one is still better than nothing, especially since he urgently needs the money. All right, wait a moment while I contact them, and then I'll take you over. Meanwhile, while Chun-Ji and Lin Shinran were discussing villas, Lu Hong was causing a scene in the bank. When the bank's collection agent called, they initially reported their employee number, which led Lin Shinran to find their superior and directly report this collection agent. She took out the divorce agreement that she and Chun-Ji had notarized along with other divorce documents, her emotions running high. She pointed at these documents with her slender fingers and said to the bank leader, Sir, please take a close look. Although Chun-Ji and I haven't received the divorce certificate, yet we have already clearly divided our assets and debts in all respects, and we have no relations anymore. But this collection agent from your bank harassed me based solely on a text message from Chun-Ji threatening me in various ways. One moment, they say they will come to my house, the next they say they will do something else. Coming to my house is fine, a go-ahead, I haven't lived there for a long time. That used to be my home, but now it's a completely unfamiliar place to me. You can seal it if you want, auction it if you want, do whatever you like. But please do not harass me, an unrelated person. You have seriously impacted my work and life. Lu Hong rambled on, and the bank leader was thoroughly annoyed by her. They had no choice but to call over the collection agent to apologize to Lu Hong and assure her that they would not harass her again. The bank leader also said quite a bit to support her. Seeing that she had basically achieved her goal, Lu Hong coldly smiled and said, Originally, I didn't want to discuss this with you, but unexpectedly Chun-Ji used this method to trick me. So let me tell you the truth. He actually has money, he just wants to default. He has at least 1 million in his hands right now. The bank representatives were taken aback and completely disbelieved her words. Lu Hong knew they wouldn't believe her, so she directly took out her phone to show them the photos and videos she took when she found 1 million cash hidden under her bed. Lu Hong also informed the bank personnel that she reported to the police out of concern that Chun-Ji's money might have illicit origins. Of course, in the end, the police found no evidence that this money had an illicit source, but that doesn't mean that he obtained this money through legitimate means. The bank leader and the collection agent exchanged glances, their expressions becoming very serious. They said, regardless of where this money comes from, if he has money but refuses to repay the loan, he is already suspected of committing a crime which constitutes malicious loan fraud. Lu Hong replied, I don't care about that, or it has nothing to do with me. This house was originally bought with his down payment, and he has always been the one repaying the mortgage, so it has no relation to me at all. The bank personnel considered the information Lu Hong provided to be quite important and immediately accessed Chun-Ji's account to check his financial status. The bank discovered that Chun-Ji indeed had many overdue debts after retrieving the records. However, since his debts had only just become overdue, they had not yet reached the point of being reported to credit agencies, which is why the bank had not noticed earlier. Moreover, they saw that he had cleared all his debts just a few days ago except for the mortgage, leaving them puzzled as to why. After Lin Shinran learned about this situation, she immediately cooperated with the bank and provided them with an important piece of information. Just yesterday afternoon, I saw him suddenly driving back in a newly acquired Audi Q7, and he told me it was his purchase. I felt that the arrival of this car was suspicious. Either it was obtained through illegal means or it was borrowed from someone else. The bank continued to review Chenji's information and found that he indeed had an Audi Q7 registered in his name, but it had just been purchased through financing yesterday. Lu Hong was astonished to learn that the car truly belonged to Chenji. However, upon hearing that he had financed the car, she was incredulous and asked, "How is that possible? He is already in debt. How can he still take out a loan to buy a car?" The bank personnel explained to her his debts have just become overdue and he quickly repaid them all, so his credit report has not shown any issues yet. Lu Hong was utterly baffled by Chenji's series of actions. Recently, Chenji had experienced a financial crisis, lost his job, and faced industry ostracism. These were all undeniable realities. In other words, it was absolutely true that Chenji's life and financial situation had fallen into dire shape. No matter how he managed to temporarily gather money to settle his debts, it was impossible for him to have the means to buy an Audi Q7. Even if it was a financed loan, Lu Hong felt that Chenji could not afford it at the moment. However, learning that he had purchased the car through a loan also indirectly proved that he genuinely had no money. Moreover, that 1 million was definitely not his own. If he truly had money, why would he need to take a loan to buy a car? After all, car loan interest is particularly high. Anyone with a bit of money would avoid financing a vehicle. Instinctively, Lu Hong felt that Chenji had begun to give up. Perhaps the impact of the divorce had hit him too hard, causing him to lose his composure. Or perhaps he simply wanted to flaunt his wealth with a luxury car to avoid the divorce. Lu Hong sneered inward. She thought to herself that Chenji was deliberately creating a facade of having $1 million cash, pretending to hide it under the bed to mislead himself. Now, disregarding his already deteriorating financial situation, he was trying to impress others by taking out a loan for a nice car. In order to avoid divorce, this guy was indeed going to great lengths. Lu Hong believed that Chenji's reckless creation of a false impression of wealth would soon lead him to a second financial crisis. And this time it would surely be more severe than the first, with even more debts, leaving him with no chance of recovery in his lifetime. In any case, no matter how this guy pretended, Lu Hong would not be fooled again. After leaving the bank, Lu Hong headed straight to the hospital. She decided that from now on her focus would be entirely on Wang Chuyang. Since she had already taken a day off, she would accompany Wang Chuyang at his bedside. From now on, after work, she would be by his side every night. Only now did she realize that Wang Chuyang had a clearer perspective on things. The day before yesterday, when Lu Hong learned from the police that Chenji had cleared all his debts and that there was no evidence to suggest that the cash he had was illegitimate, she began to form her own judgment. Considering Chenji's capabilities, she believed that he must have circumvented the industry blacklist and secretly found a company to assist with research and development, earning a significant amount. That was how he could repay his debts so quickly and still save up $1 million in cash. However, Wang Chuyang, through his connections at the bank, looked into Chenji's account and found that he only had a few thousand yuan. Thus, Wang Chuyang believed that Chenji was merely putting on a show to mislead Lu Hong and achieve his aim of avoiding divorce. However, Lu Hong did not adopt Wang Qiweyang's viewpoint. She felt that Wang Chuyang did not understand Chenji's abilities, while she knew all too well that Chenji was no ordinary person. He had simply faced bad luck in his work over the past few years. As long as he was given an opportunity to showcase his intelligence and talent, making money would be no problem for him. Yesterday at the hospital, she seemed to agree with Wang Qiweyang's perspective, but in her heart, she had already resolved to return home and explain things clearly to Chenji. Then the two of them would bury the hatchet and continue to maintain their marriage. Lu Hong was quite shrewd. She understood Chenji very well. As long as he had no debts and began to make money, his future would be limitless. If she gave up on Chenji and tried to rely on Wang Chuyang, there would actually be a lot of uncertainties involved. First of all, Wang Chuyang was too fickle, which was difficult to manage. Furthermore, he still had a wife and had not yet divorced, which also carried a lot of variables. After thinking it over, it seemed wiser to hold on to Chenji, who was already beginning to make money. However, Lu Hong did not expect that Wang Qiweyang's assessment would turn out to be accurate. Chenji was indeed setting a trap, causing her to misjudge him to avoid the divorce. Fortunately, she had not contradicted Wang Chuyang at the time and even showed her agreement with his views. Wang Chuyang had no idea that last night she had been contemplating reconciling with Chenji. Thus, things between her and Wang Chuyang remained harmonious. From then on, she would focus on seizing this excellent man. Lin Xinran, after finishing her call, said to Chenji, "Let's go, it's all settled. Erdi Yi is quite busy and usually isn't home. Erdin Yang is at home." As they exited the company, Lin Xinran asked Chenji, "Did you drive here? Are we going to take one car together or drive separately?" Chenji replied, "Let's take my car. I'll give you a ride back later." "Why are you so lacking in romance?" Lin Xinran made a face as if looking at a monster. She exclaimed, "It's been over a decade since we last met, and you're asking me to help you buy a house. After we finish viewing the property, it'll be noon. Don't you plan to treat me to a nice meal?" "Actually, I really don't have that plan," Chenji replied earnestly. As the saying goes, good wine should not be wasted and beautiful women should not be taken for granted. Someone like me who is just ordinary never dared to hope for the chance to have lunch with a beauty as stunning as you. Lin Shinran couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're much more entertaining than you were in school. Back then you always looked so burdened with a frown on your face. Didn't you notice that I was always trying to make you happy? But my efforts were always in vain. Now it's great that you're making me happy instead. Seeing you become so cheerful truly makes me happy." As they talked and laughed, they arrived at Chunji's car. Lin Shinran looked at the Audi Q7 in disbelief, and then turned to Chunji asking, "Is this your car? This car has keyless entry." Chunji walked over and pulled open the door, saying, "Who cares whose it is?" "Just," Lin Shinran exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. "Wow, old classmate, impressive. A brand new car, it seems you've really made some big money." Chunji rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "Not really, I haven't earned that much. This car is—" Lin Shinran carefully admired the car's interior and sincerely said, "I've been in luxury cars before, but sitting in a luxury car owned by my own classmate feels quite different. It's rather reassuring. Too bad you bought it on loan. If you had paid in full, I'd feel even more secure." Chunji replied, "You don't need to worry, I'm not borrowing money from you. It's not that I'm afraid you'll borrow money from me, I'm mainly worried about whether you can afford a villa. If you need a loan for a car, how could you have money for a villa? Don't worry, as long as the house is good and the price is right, I won't make it difficult for you." The car soon arrived at Lin Shinran skillfully parked the car in the parking lot outside the community. Faili Manor is one of the top high-end residential areas in Jiangzhou, with strict management and security measures making it impossible for outside vehicles to enter. The two of them completed a detailed registration at the entrance of the community, and the security guard specifically called the homeowner to confirm before letting them in. Having grown up, this was Chunji's first time visiting such a high-end residential area, and he couldn't help but feel curious. As he walked, he carefully observed the surroundings. He saw that the landscaping in the community was exceptionally well done, lush and green everywhere. There were also several fountains with flowing water and scenic bridges filled with poetic charm. The community is divided into independent villas and townhouses, and regardless of the architectural style, the spacing between the buildings is particularly wide. It's important to know that the spacing between these buildings represents the actual cost of land acquisition by the developer, which is one of the reasons why Faili Manor has such high property prices. Arriving at Lin Fengwen's home, Chunji saw that it was a 3-story independent villa. The yard of the villa was particularly large, with carefully designed pavilions and rockeries. Just by looking at the design of the yard, one could tell that the owner of this house is quite wealthy. Naturally, this also aligns perfectly with Lin Fengwen's status. After all, decades ago, he was already a well-known breeding professional in the area. Over the years, Yaotian Group has developed into a large enterprise that integrates breeding, hatching, meat, chicken, and duck processing, and cold chain logistics, establishing a complete industrial chain from seedling cultivation to terminal product distribution. As Junyu said, this is a very capable large enterprise. However, it has recently encountered a historically low market situation lasting too long, which directly led to a rupture in Lin Fengwen's capital chain. This has resulted in the difficult situation of needing to sell the house for a final gamble. Lin Shinran pressed the doorbell of the villa and introduced to Chunji, this 3-story one is currently occupied by their family. The other 2-story unit is over there. Originally, Uncle Air bought that 2-story one for his son, as he has one son and one daughter, with the daughter being older and the son younger. However, his son is in Japan, and due to the current economic downturn, Uncle Air doesn't want him to return. So he plans to sell both houses, giving $5 million to his son and using the other $5 million to keep the company running until the last moment. If this $5 million runs out and the market still doesn't improve, he will sell the company and return to transform the wasteland with Ant Air. He has already contracted the wasteland, making preparations on both fronts. Soon someone came out to open the door. The door was opened by a woman in her 50s. Lin Shinran quietly said to Chunji, "This is the housekeeper of Uncle Air's family." The two followed the housekeeper into the villa and saw a woman in her 60s coming out to greet them. Lin Shinran called out from a distance, "Ant Air?" Chunji knew that this must be Lin Fengwen's wife. Lin Shinran introduced, "Ant Air, this is my classmate Chunji. He is interested in buying a house." "Chunji, we are classmates. You can also call her Ant Air." Chunji quickly called out Ant Air. He carefully examined the woman, noticing she appeared somewhat plump and had a kind expression. Moreover, from her demeanor, she seemed very simple, even carrying that unique rustic air of a farmer, clearly indicating that she had come from rural origins. After all, Lin Fengwen is a billionaire farmer entrepreneur and also a representative of the Municipal People's Congress, quite famous in the local area. Thus, regarding Lin Fengwen's entrepreneurial journey, Chunji, being his fellow townsman, had heard all about his legendary experiences since childhood. He also knew that when Lin Fengwen was just a small chicken farmer, he had already married this Ant Air. Ant Air was from a neighboring village and was a native farmer. After marrying him, it was only natural for her to help him with raising chickens. Initially, the couple supported each other and gradually built their success together. Later, as their business grew larger and developed into a group company, Aunt Air basically stopped participating in the management of the company and became a full-time housewife. To describe it in the words of local rural women, she had already made it and could just enjoy life at home. From Aunt Air's complexion, it was evident that she had been living quite well in recent years. She should be in her 60s, but she didn't appear old, and there weren't many wrinkles on her face. However, at this moment, Aunt Air didn't seem to be in a good mood. She appeared somewhat listless. When it was mentioned that they were selling the house, and that Chun-Ji was here to look at it, her eyes instantly reddened. Especially when she heard that Chun-Ji was from Nantan village, her emotions became even more agitated. With reddened eyes, she said to Chun-Ji, "So we are fellow townsfolk. My family is from Hiwa village, and your uncle Air is from Dongling village. We're all from the same town as your Nantan village. Child, please excuse my emotions. In the past, my family was known to be quite wealthy in our town, and who would have thought it would come to this? After you go back, you still need to keep this a secret for our family. It's a bit hard to let go of this face. As for when I and your uncle Air go to transform the wasteland, let others say what they want then." Chun-Ji could see that Aunt Air was essentially a simple and kind rural woman, naturally possessing her own sense of modesty. Seeing Aunt Air speak so heart-wrenchingly, Chun-Ji felt a bit uncomfortable too. Lin Shinran beside him was sniffing repeatedly, clearly feeling emotional as well. However, this was not the time for sentimentality, as they were here for business. As long as they found a good house and could finalize the deal quickly, it would also be a help for this family. Chun-Ji looked up from the first floor to the third and couldn't help but admire sincerely. After all, he was a farmer entrepreneur worth billions. Whether it was the materials used for decoration or the redwood furniture along with various state-of-the-art appliances, while not the pinnacle of luxury, it still exuded a sense of opulence. It was evident that a considerable amount of money had been spent on the renovations, furnishings, and appliances. Given the price he was currently aiming to sell for, it was indeed a significant loss. Lin Shinran was right. If it was for self-occupation, it was indeed a great opportunity to seize. However, after some consideration, Chun-Ji reckoned that his family wasn't large, and his grandfather and father might not be willing to live in the city. Even if they occasionally came to stay, they might not be accustomed to it. In other words, at least for the time being, it was highly likely that he would be the only one living there. A 3-story house of over 400 square meters would feel quite empty with just one person. So he suggested going to see a 2-story house instead. This 2-story house was also a standalone villa with a larger area per floor than the 3-story one. Similarly, the materials used for the decoration were very luxurious, though the style had a hint of freshness. This aligned with Lin Xinran's comment that this house was prepared by Lin Fengwen for his son's family, as young people preferred such a style. The furniture and appliances were all present, but it was clear that the house had hardly been lived in, as everything was. Chun-Ji immediately fell in love with this house. Such a great property, kept so well and nearly In other words, Lin Fengwen had put a lot of thought into preparing this small home for his son, who never got to live in it, and now it was fortuitously falling into Chun-Ji's hands. Moreover, he felt no psychological burden in seizing this opportunity. As long as he could quickly finalize the cash transaction, it would indeed be a great help to the seller. However, Chun-Ji still felt a bit incredulous, unable to believe that he could come across such a great opportunity. Of course, he didn't doubt Lin Xinran's honesty, but it was still necessary to confirm a few details with her. He pulled Lin Shinran aside and quietly asked her, "Are you sure there are no other issues with this house? For example, any mortgages or situations where it might have been sold multiple times? Don't overthink it. I trust you." After all, Lin Fengwen's large corporation has been operating for decades, and now that he's in such dire straits, there's no telling if he might resort to unconventional means. So whether or not this house is worth buying rests solely on you, the professional, to ensure. Lin Shinran replied, "I understand your concerns. You're worried that I might lower my guard because of my familial ties to second uncle and act out of sentiment. Rest assured, feelings are feelings and business is business. I haven't been in real estate for just a year or two, though I know how to keep things clear. Not just for you, but for any client, I will maintain strict oversight. Otherwise, if any issues arise, it won't just be a hassle for me, but it will also implicate the company. I will rigorously oversee all inspections concerning the house. By the sound of it, you're quite fond of this 2-story one." "Yes, I'm quite taken with it. We don't have a large family, and if everyone were to move over, it would be sufficient. The 3-story house is a bit too big for us, and we can't fully occupy it. So we won't consider it. What about the price? Do you have any thoughts?" Chun-Ji waved his hand and said, "With your second uncle's situation, how can we take advantage of it? The price they proposed is already a significant loss for them, and I feel uncomfortable trying to negotiate it down further. Since this price is already a steal, I'm content." Lin Shinran playfully punched Chun-Ji lightly on the chest with her fist and said, "I never expected you to be such a sudden wealthy guy. At such a young age, you can afford to buy such a great villa outright. I truly envy your wife. How did she ever have the foresight to choose you?" Chun-Ji said nothing, merely giving her a knowing smile. Lin Xinran walked over to discuss with second aunt and informed her that Chunji had decided to go for this house. It was evident that second aunt felt somewhat sad. She could only bring Chunji to see the house, but when it came to the actual transaction, it was necessary for the owner Lin Fengwen to be involved. For instance, both parties needed to communicate some preliminary details regarding the house transaction, such as payment methods, handover times, etc. These discussions had to be held between Lin Fengwen and Chunji. Thus, second aunt called Lin Fengwen, updating him on the situation and asking if he could return. On the other end, Lin Fengwen said, "I'm not busy right now. Have Xinran wait at our place for a bit, he'll be back shortly. Hand the phone to her, he'll speak directly with her." Second aunt handed the phone to Lin Xinran. Lin Xinran called out second uncle. Lin Fengwen said, "Xinran, your efficiency in handling matters is truly commendable. You've found a buyer so quickly. I must thank you, you've truly relieved my urgent need." Lin Xinran hurriedly expressed some polite words stating that it was all part of her job and nothing special. Lin Fengwen said, "All right, let's not exchange pleasantries. I heard from second aunt that the buyer is your classmate, right? You two can have some tea at home, I'll be back shortly." As it was approaching noon, "I'll treat you both to lunch and discuss the house matters." After hanging up, Lin Xinran noticed second aunt had moved to the other side, discreetly wiping her eyes. She told Chunji second uncle will be back soon, "Oh, let's just wait here for a bit." Then she hurried over to comfort. This scene made Chunji feel a slight sense of guilt. However, upon considering that he was buying this two-story villa outright, as long as both parties reached an agreement, the transaction could be completed swiftly, which was much simpler than those requiring loans. In reality, he was helping Lin Fengwen. With this thought, he felt much more at ease. His gaze swept across the exquisite decorations inside the house and the well-kept garden outside. The thought that in just a few days this house would completely belong to him, that it would be his home, filled him with immense joy. After all, during the waiting time, he had nothing to do, so he began to check the various details of the villa upstairs and downstairs. Feeling the smooth wooden handrails of the staircase, looking at the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room along with the fully equipped furniture and appliances, he found it somewhat surreal, imagining the bits and pieces of life he would have here. After all, just a few days ago, he was a debtor facing a financial crisis. Yet now he was already driving a luxury car and preparing to buy a villa. Fate is indeed a strange thing. When you strive desperately, life can still be a mess, yet unexpectedly happiness can suddenly appear in front of you. While he was lost in thought, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was surprisingly a call from his neighbor across the hall. He picked up the phone, and the neighbor's somewhat anxious voice came through. "Xiaochen, where are you? You should hurry home and take a look. I don't know where 3 people came from. They are at your door, fiddling with your security door, trying to pick it or force it open. At first I thought your lock was broken again, but then I realized it was something else. They are actually installing an outer lock on your security door from top to bottom, putting in a whole row of them." I stopped them and asked what they were doing. They said Lu Hong hired them, claiming there was $1 million cash at home, and they were afraid it would be stolen, so they needed to install many locks. This is clearly not right. Upon hearing the neighbor's account, Chen Ji was immediately infuriated, never expecting that Lu Hong could be so malicious. However, his anger soon dissipated. As he looked at the luxurious decor and various high-end furnishings in the villa before him, comparing it to his small 2-bedroom apartment, he felt more joy than anger at that moment. It seemed that everyone to some extent had a penchant for novelty and a distaste for the old. He was no exception. In the face of such a lavish villa, Lu Hong's act of merely damaging the security door could be overlooked. Chen Ji said to the neighbor, "It's fine, let her vent her anger. I don't mean to be embarrassed, but we had a little disagreement, so she resorted to this method of revenge against me. Let her be, it's just a security door. I can always replace it with a better one later." After hanging up, Chen Ji felt that while he wouldn't let it bother him, he couldn't let that woman's wickedness and ruthlessness go unchecked. He had to find a way to make her feel frustrated. Thinking of how materialistic Lu Hong was, he felt that the villa he was about to acquire was a perfect prop. Thus, he took out his phone and recorded a video narrating as he filmed. For instance, when filming the floor, he would describe, "Look at this marble floor imported from Italy. Just look at the texture, it's natural and exquisite, smooth as a mirror." Then he filmed the luxurious mahogany furniture in the living room and the enormous television wall. When he reached the tall floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, he introduced, "This is ultra-white glass imported from Germany, completely transparent and without impurities." The view outside unfolded before him without reservation. "Look at my little garden. It contains several rare flowers from around the world. In the center of the garden, I also installed a small fountain. Right now the fountain is off, but when it's on, the water sprays catch the sunlight and sparkle like scattered crystals, particularly beautiful. Now I'm going upstairs to show you the staircase made of solid wood which exudes sophistication. Especially when I touch the handrail, I emphasize that it is crafted from sandalwood, which has a warm texture and a lingering wood fragrance. Intricate carvings adorn it. A look at the flowing lines and unique shapes, all showcasing the craftsmanship and ingenuity of the artisan. Just the handrail alone cost a pretty penny. He captured the most luxurious aspects of the house and posted the video on social media, setting it to be visible only to Lu Hong before hitting send. After doing all this, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He felt a bit of anticipation, eager to see how that materialistic woman would react upon seeing this social media post. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Lu Hong sat by the bedside intently peeling a peach. After finishing, she lovingly fed it to Wang Qiuyang. The scene appeared tender and warm. As Wang Qiuyang enjoyed the peach, he remarked, "Your approach is quite clever. If I install a slew of locks on the security door, even if he hires someone to unlock it, it will take a while. He won't be able to get in right away. He will surely be furious." Lu Hong chuckled triumphantly, saying making him furious is just a minor punishment. Locking the door means that even if he gets furious, there's nothing he can do. If the couple quarrels and threatens divorce, it will surely escalate, which is a domestic issue that the police can't resolve. If I weren't worried about it escalating, I'd just hire someone to weld the door shut. He caused you this injury and still refuses to admit it. We will remember this grudge. Next, we definitely need to think of a way to retaliate. We can't suffer in silence. Wang Qiuyang's eyes immediately filled with malicious intent. Is it really that simple to get revenge? I want that guy to face double the punishment. He broke 2 of my arms, so I will definitely break all his limbs. I swear I won't rest until I avenge this. Lu Hong gently wiped his mouth and comforted, those are future matters. Your main task now is to recover from your injuries. Wang Qiuyang nodded. After finishing the fruit and rinsing his mouth, he began to rest his eyes. Lu Hong also started to scroll through her phone out of boredom. Suddenly, her body jolted, her eyes widening in shock as she involuntarily exclaimed, "Is this?" Her tone was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Wang Qiuyang abruptly opened his eyes. "What did you say?" Lu Hong, somewhat flustered, replied, "Nothing." However, the envy and longing in her eyes betrayed her. Wang Qiuyang asked, "What exactly did you see?" "Don't rush me. Let me take another look. I think this guy is playing tricks again, but should be the same old tricks. Last time he flaunted $1 million in cash, then recklessly took out a loan to buy an Audi Q7. He really put in a lot of effort to win me back. Now he's starting to post on social media again, falsely claiming he has a villa." Wang Qiuyang burst out laughing. "Let me see that. Has he lost his mind? Just a few days ago, he was drowning in debt, unable to pay off hundreds of thousands. Now he dares to post on social media claiming he owns a villa. Does he think everyone in the world is an idiot? Will they believe whatever he says?" Lu Hong leaned against the hospital bed, and the two watched the social media video together. As they watched, they mocked and ridiculed him, concluding that Chunji must have really lost his mind due to the divorce. Chunji and Lin Xinran waited for more than half an hour by the 2-story villa before Lin Fengwen returned. The two were also sizing each other up. Although Lin Fengwen already knew over the phone that the one wanting to buy the villa was Lin Xinran's classmate, they seemed to be of similar age. However, when he actually met Chunji, he was still somewhat surprised, realizing that such a young man could afford to buy a villa outright, indicating extraordinary capability. Especially when he learned that Chunji was from Nantang village, he regarded him with newfound respect. A young man from the countryside, who could spend nearly 5 million to buy a villa before turning 30, was indeed rare in the entire city. Chunji also had a good first impression of Lin Fengwen. In fact, he had been aware of Lin Fengwen's reputations. However, being such a prominent rural entrepreneur, Chunji, being younger, had never interacted with him and had never seen what he looked like. Now that he saw Lin Fengwen, he still exuded the simplicity of a farmer in his attire and demeanor. Perhaps due to the poor market conditions over the past 2 years, Lin Fengwen appeared noticeably haggard. However, he did not seem downcast. He still appeared quite spirited. Now that the head of the household had returned, he naturally took Chunji on a thorough tour of the place. While visiting, Lin Fengwen said to Chunji, "At this point, I won't even mention how painful it is for me to. However, I must gladly inform you that this is the house I prepared for my son and daughter-in-law. After all, he is my only son, so I put a lot of thought into this house. The items inside the house are also the best. The key is that when they get married, according to our customs, the wedding has to be held in our hometown. So their wedding was held over there on the 3rd floor, and after it was done, they temporarily stayed there and never moved back here. Now that I'm selling it to you, I actually feel somewhat balanced in my heart. After all, we are from the same town. In terms of age, you are even younger than my son, so I consider it a duty to help you, the younger generation, and it feels worthwhile. Just now, Xinyan also told me that you feel this price is already very low, so you feel embarrassed to negotiate further. Young people are straightforward in their dealings. I thank you here on behalf of my family." Chunji quickly expressed his gratitude, meaning that he already felt he had gained an advantage, so how could he negotiate further? Lin Xinyan, on the other hand, treated it as a business matter. Since both parties had reached a buying intention, she took photos of both the inside and outside of the house. In other words, everything in this house now belongs to the new owner, and the original owner cannot touch it. According to Lin Xinyan, since neither party has any objections, if Chunji's funds are in place, they can go to the housing authority in the afternoon to complete the transfer procedures. It's actually quite simple to exchange money for the house, but Chenji said, how about we handle the transfer tomorrow? In the afternoon, I need to go back to my hometown to bring my brother over. This house needs to be transferred under my brother's name. Lin Xinyan, being his classmate from middle school, must have a clear understanding of his family's situation. Hearing this, she felt quite puzzled. Your brother. Forgive my bluntness, but given his situation, why would you want to transfer the house to his name? Chenji replied, to be honest with you, the money for purchasing the house isn't mine. A relative of ours just arrived, and he provided the funds. His requirement is that after buying a large house, it must be transferred to my brother's name. This means that when we are all old, having a large house under my brother's name will serve as a security for him in the future. Do you understand? Oh, I see now. Both Lin Fengwen and Lin Xinyan expressed their understanding. So it's settled. This afternoon, Chenji will go back to his hometown to pick up his brother, and tomorrow they will go for the transfer. Lin Fengwen invited Chenji and Lin Xinyan to have dinner at his home. He made it very clear that even if Lin Xinyan hadn't helped so much since they were at the home of the second uncle, they must have a meal before leaving. Moreover, Chenji is also a fellow townsman. Now that he is at the city home, it is essential to stay for a meal. Chenji, meeting him for the first time, surely would decline politely a few times. Lin Fengwen solemnly stated, Xiaoqin, we are from the same town. To use the words of our elders, we are all from the same commune. Now that you are at my home, if you leave without having a meal, that would mean I am neglecting my fellow townsmen. Our two villages are not far apart. I know many people from your village. Without going far, just talking about Chen Xiaoxin from your village, do you know him? Chenji chuckled. Of course I know him, we are from the same village. My second uncle is a petty and opportunistic person, and Chenji feels ashamed of him. He certainly wouldn't say, of course I know him, he is my own second uncle. This uncle's family views their own as enemies, and Chenji is truly unwilling to mention him. The reason why brothers have become enemies is a historical issue, but the reasons are not complicated. Only two. First, back then the eldest brother Chen Xiaoli learned to drive, and the family bought a large truck, becoming a professional transporter. A few years later, the younger brother Chen Xiaoxin also learned to drive and followed his brother on long hauls. Since the younger brother had just obtained his driving license, it was inevitable that he would be inexperienced in handling situations on the road, so the elder brother certainly had to scold him. When the younger brother resisted, he would be kicked by the elder brother. This was normal among brothers, but Chen Xiaoxin bore a grudge. He quit after less than a year of following his. Besides what he said about being beaten and scolded by his brother, the main reason was that he couldn't endure the hardships of long-distance driving. So the family found him a job driving a small car at a breeding farm through connections. This laid the groundwork for the rift between the two brothers. At that time, Chen Xiaoxin earned very little driving a small car, while the elder brother made more money driving the large truck on long hauls. Therefore, the younger brother behaved very respectfully in front of the elder brother. Later, when Chen Xiaoli's backyard caught fire, and he had his leg broken with no one to turn to for help, he lost his ability to work and his family's situation plummeted. At this time, Chen Xiaoxin brought up all the trivial matters from their past, all about how the elder brother treated him poorly and wronged him. The more he talked, the more conflicts arose, and the brothers gradually became unable to interact, eventually becoming enemies. Perhaps because of their difficult lives, relatives and friends avoided him, so he regarded his brother as an enemy. As a younger brother, the best way to deal with it was to dig up the old grievances of being beaten by the elder brother and clearly express his hatred for him, leading to a complete severance of ties. However, the tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. Chenji is unwilling to mention Chen Xiaoxin, but Lin Fengwen seems quite emotional when he talks about him. While leading Chenji and the others back to the villa on the third floor, he said, however, Chen Xiaoxin has some. You must have heard that he set up a small processing factory for washing duck intestines. All the raw materials for the factory come from the leftover materials from our cold storage in Shashi town. When he initially wanted to establish this processing factory, there was a competing business. Don't underestimate this job. The profits from a small processing factory can be quite substantial. For us rural folks, running a small processing factory can lead to remarkable income. At the time, the competing business had a somewhat distant familial relationship with me, so I didn't want to provide the raw materials to Chen Xiaoxin. However, there was no way around it. He had a cousin who was an official. You surely know his cousin, who is currently a standing committee member of our city's party committee and the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Chen Xiaoli. Chen Xiaoxin actually used Chen Xiaoli to plead for leniency, so in the end, all the leftover materials were provided to him, and his small processing factory was established. I must say Chen Xiaoxin is quite good at handling matters. Over the years of collaboration with the cold storage, he has gotten along quite well with the management personnel there. Especially at my place during holidays and special occasions, he always comes to check on me. However, in recent years, the breeding industry has faced a downturn, and I have noticed he has changed. My company is losing money every day. Illogically, some downstream processing units should also be affected. For instance, the duck intestines processed by Chen Xiaoxin have seen a sharp decline in price, which is due to the industry's winter, and all related industries are struggling. Unexpectedly at this time, Chen Xiaoxin came to stab me in the back. He used the significantly reduced selling price of the processed products as a reason to demand that the cold storage drastically lower the price of the leftover materials. In short, my company's losses are of no concern to him, but he must ensure his profit margin. This is somewhat unethical, and he even threatened the cold storage that if they did not reduce the price of the raw materials, he would stop production. You must know that his processing factory has been running for so many years, and now, in the industry's winter, if he stops the cold storage's leftover materials would just go to waste, and they would have to find a place to deal with the garbage, which would be a hassle for the cold storage. There was no choice but to agree to his price, which is tantamount to being coerced by him. At this point, Lin Fengwen turned around and smiled at Chen Ji, saying, "I apologize for speaking ill of your fellow villager behind your back during our first meeting. But you should be able to see that I indeed have some feelings about Chen Xiaoxin. Now that I see someone from the same village as him, I can't help but vent my frustrations. To be honest, if I can get through this hurdle and the market improves, my company can be revived, and I will definitely cut off his supply of raw materials. As soon as the supply of materials is halted, his small processing factory will immediately go bankrupt. Then I will find another company and start a new processing factory. Or I might invest 100 or 80,000 myself to build a factory and process the leftover materials, ensuring that this treacherous little man who backstabs allies can no longer profit from me." Chen Ji had not yet spoken when Lin Xinran, feeling indignant, said, "Second uncle, you are absolutely right. We must not be polite to such small-minded people. When the market is good, they are overly accommodating. Once the market turns bad, they immediately turn hostile and threaten you. They take advantage of good times and betray allies when difficulties arise. Such traitors must be decisively replaced." Chen Ji could only agree with Lin Xinran, saying, "What you said is very true. Although business is about pursuing profit, we must not betray our allies for the sake of profit." Though Chen Ji's words were sensible, they were merely echoes of Lin Xinran's sentiments, rendering them somewhat meaningless. Lin Fengwen, although coming from a farming background, had been through the grind of running a business for many years and was quite astute. He could clearly sense that Chen Ji was reluctant to discuss Chen Xiaoxin, so he decided to change the subject and inquire about Chen Ji's current work situation. Lin Xinran eagerly answered on his behalf, saying, "Second uncle, Chen Ji is one of the top students among his classmates. He's a graduate student from Bailey University of Technology, and his major offers great job prospects in the capital. However, he returned to Jiangzhou to take care of his family. His first job was at Liguang Automobile, where he earned a salary of 200,000 right after joining." Lin Xinran glanced at Chen Ji as she spoke. "Later I heard from classmates that you switched jobs to Jiping Automobile." Chen Ji smiled wryly and said, "That's right, our entire team switched to Jiping Automobile. However, Jiping Automobile disbanded last year, so we all became unemployed." Lin Fengwen showed a look of surprise, asking, "So you're currently unemployed?" But then he recalled that Chen Ji had mentioned earlier that the money for the villa was provided by a relative of his family, and the house was to be transferred to his brother's name to ensure his brother's security in the future. Thinking about this, it made sense that Chen Ji could buy a villa even while unemployed. As the conversation continued, Lin Fengwen noticed that Chen Ji truly was a graduate of a prestigious university, and both Liguang Automobile and Jiping Automobile were major players in the new energy sector. This gave Chen Ji a certain level of insight at such a young age. Lin Fengwen felt a sense of camaraderie with this young man, and being fellow villagers from the same town made him feel considerably closer. During the meal, Lin Fengwen said to Chen Ji, "Our two villages are not far apart. I have many acquaintances in your village. Given your age, your father should be around the same age as me, right? What is your father's name? Perhaps I know him." Chen Ji hesitated for a moment, but eventually answered honestly, "My dad's name is Chen Shaoli." Off. Lin Fengwen's expression suddenly changed. Lin Xinran, confused, did not understand why second uncle's expression had shifted. Lin Fengwen smiled wryly, saying, "Little Chen, I'm sorry for speaking ill of your second uncle right in front of you. I did not mean to offend." Lin Xinran suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's what happened. That Chen Xiaoxin is your second uncle." Chen Ji smiled awkwardly, saying, "That's right, he is my actual second uncle." Lin Fengwen felt a bit awkward, but quickly adjusted his mood, saying, "I have not had any dealings with your father, but he was quite a well-known figure in our area back in the day. He was a prominent figure in the transportation sector, and I envied him greatly when he became a transport professional. At that time, I had just started raising chickens. I truly envied your dad for being able to buy a big truck for transportation at such a young age." Chen Ji replied, "Yes, my dad said we did quite well early on. However, some issues later arose in the family, leading to our decline." Lin Fengwen nodded, choosing not to pursue that topic further. This subject might be somewhat taboo for Chen Ji, and Lin Fengwen also reflected on his own situation. He too had once prospered and become a well-known farmer entrepreneur, but now he was on the brink of bankruptcy. After a moment of silence, Lin Fengwen said, "Logically speaking, this is our first meeting, and I shouldn't be so ignorant about the situation, yet here I am complaining about your second uncle's shortcomings. But in recent days I have indeed been quite overwhelmed, and emotionally I've been struggling to hold it together. Especially during this time, the atmosphere in the company has been tense, with everyone calculating their own interests, looking for ways to secure their own futures, creating a sense of chaos. So whenever I mention such people, I can't help but complain." Chen Ji said, "Don't take it to heart. What you said earlier isn't really slander, it's just stating the facts. Of course he is my second uncle, so I will refrain from commenting. But there's one thing I don't quite understand, if I may speak. With such a large enterprise, and given that this downturn has lasted so long, even if you sell your house, it won't sustain you for long. After a while, once the money runs out, you will still be forced to sell the company to Date Group. Why would you want to suffer the loss of 2 properties for nothing?" Lin Fengwen replied, "You make a valid point, but you don't understand the characteristics of the breeding industry. Of course, I'm also taking a gamble with this. If I win the gamble, my company worth over $1 billion will be revitalized. If I lose, it will vanish into thin air, and I will have no connection to it. You must understand this has been my life's work for decades, and I am truly unwilling to toil for most of my life only to end up with just 2 properties. So I must make one last effort. If I lose, I will do so completely and utterly. I believe Shinran has already told you that I have contracted a barren mountain. If I lose my wife, and I will go there to transform the wasteland and retire. Currently, my company is losing tens of thousands every day. Selling your 2-story house could fetch 470,000, which would only sustain me for a month. In fact, I plan to hold on for just 1 more month. After selling this 3-story house, I will give that money to my son, who is doing business in Japan, as a bit of additional capital. You might not understand why, given that this industry winter has lasted so long, I insist on holding on for just 1. Let me tell you, over the decades, I've witnessed too many breeding enterprises collapse. It can be said that until now, there are only 1 or 2 breeding businesses left in our county. Survival in the breeding industry relies on one principle: perseverance. So when faced with a downturn, everyone is just holding on, waiting to see who can last until the end. I've seen a large breeding enterprise that held on until they simply could not anymore, ultimately choosing to shut down, with the owner running off with the last of the money. However, just the day after he fled, the market began to improve and prices skyrocketed. This means that if he had held on for just 1 more day, he could have weathered that winter. But since he fled, he no longer had a chance to return. I've seen several cases like his, so I must persevere until the last moment. Moreover, I'm not gambling without basis. The market fluctuates like a roller coaster, always rising and falling. When the market reaches its peak, it will start to decline, or once it reaches the bottom, it will rebound, much like the cycles of the moon. This industry winter has lasted too long, and I believe the time for a rebound will not be too far off. However, I can no longer leverage any debt. The bank won't lend me money, and private loans are also unavailable. It can be said that I have reached the final moment of desperation, with selling my house being my only hope." After introducing himself, Lin Fengwen looked at Chen Ji, a glimmer of hope appearing on his face. "Little Chen, though we are meeting for the first time as fellow townsmen, it feels as if we have known each other for ages. Coming from the countryside, we tend to speak directly and aren't afraid of being blunt. I just want to ask you something. The relative who financed your family's purchase of a villa must be quite wealthy, I imagine. Could you possibly inquire if he would be interested in buying my Yaotian group? Of course, I don't intend to sell at a high price. It's just that Day Group has been acquiring these so-called bad assets across the country for years, and their tactics have been quite ruthless. My company is clearly worth over $1 billion, yet they only offer me $100 million. This means they have known for a long time about my debts. That $100 million is barely enough to cover my debts. Once the debts are settled, I will have nothing left. All the hard work of my life has been turned into a gift for them. Do you think I can find balance in my heart? Sometimes at night, I can't sleep, and like an old farmer, I stubbornly think of resisting to the end. I would rather go bankrupt and owe debts for a lifetime than give these vampires a penny. But the next day, facing reality, that stubborn thought vanishes like smoke. Now I hope that some organization or wealthy big boss steps in to buy my company. Even if I get $100 million, I wouldn't sell to Day Group. However, the entire economy is currently in a downturn, and it's uncertain how long this winter in our industry. Past experiences provide no reference for the current market. In other words, aside from the industry leader Day Group, I can't find anyone willing to buy my company during this cold winter in the industry. Now that I've met you, I can't help but have a lucky thought. If your relative is wealthy, would he be willing to take this risk? Of course, if he has enough funds to support for a while, I guarantee that we can definitely weather this wave of industry wind. Once the market improves, my company will immediately be valued at over $1 billion, and his investment will yield several times the return. Naturally, I can't guarantee that this wave of industry winter will end soon, so this investment does carry risks. It's possible that purchasing my company for $100 million could lead him to lose several hundred million in the coming time, potentially dragging him to financial ruin as well. This possibility is not non-existent. So I'm just putting this idea forward for you to consider. If you think it's feasible, discuss it with that relative and see if he's willing to take the gamble. Oh, Chunji nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Buying your company is indeed a high-risk, high-reward. However, there is one issue. The reason why only Dae Group has been willing to offer a price for your company thus far is not just because they can afford 100 million, but because Dae Group has mature management and operational resources. Once they acquire your company, they can smoothly take over and continue operations. But if another unrelated company were to take over, whether during this cold winter or even when the market is good, they might not be able to run your company well. Am I right? Lin Fengwen nodded vigorously. You've hit the nail on the head. However, I suggest that your relative consider my company. There are ways to manage it. Even if he knows nothing about our industry, that poses no problem. As long as he can put forth 100 million to pay off all my debts and has enough funds to support operational costs for a while. As for the management and operation of the company, I can handle it for him. In other words, this transaction would be conducted secretly with him, absolutely confidential to the outside world. The actual owner of the company would change, but on the surface, it would still be my company, still under my management and operation. Not only would I remain, but all my staff would remain unchanged as if nothing had happened, and everything would continue as normal. Following this model would actually be more beneficial than Dae Group acquiring my company. After all, once Dae Group takes over, there will be changes among some of the senior management personnel. Although they are quite mature in management, such changes will still have some impact on the normal operation of the company. In other words, no matter how smooth the transition is, there will always be issues of handover and adjustment. But if this handover is conducted secretly, simply changing the actual owner, while everything else remains unchanged, there won't be any transition process to worry about. Of course, the other party wouldn't completely trust me and would not relinquish control entirely. At the very least, he must assign his own people to critical departments like finance. I would only play the role of a senior worker. If this works out, it would be the best outcome for me. Not only would I be free of debt, but I could also find a relatively high-paying job. Because of the confidentiality, I could maintain a bit of my dignity in the end. Of course, I'm only thinking this way. Whether your relative is interested or has the courage to take this gamble entirely depends on their willingness. Yes, Chunji echoed, but I just don't know if he's willing to take this risk. Well, I can discuss the situation with him when I get back and see if he's interested. This meal held at noon did not involve any drinking because there were matters to attend to in the afternoon, yet the atmosphere remained joyful. After all, Chunji's decision to purchase that second-floor property alleviated Lin Fengwen's urgent financial situation, giving him the funds to sustain for another month. For Chunji, it reignited the desire to acquire Yaotian Group. Moreover, it felt like a worthy gamble. Because he could easily come up with several hundred million, the key was that just a few days ago, when he heard from Zhenyu, he quickly dismissed the idea of seizing an opportunity due to his complete lack of understanding of the aquaculture industry. Furthermore, it would be challenging for him to assemble a reliable management team in a short period. However, the handover plan Lin Fengwen provided was tailor-made for him. No need to understand the industry, just having several hundred million would suffice. If luck were on his side and the market turned favorable shortly after the takeover, then investing just over 100 million would be enough. Then the company would quickly regain a value of over $1 billion, profiting immensely during this surge in the market. As they finished their meal and prepared to part ways, Lin Fengwen smiled at Chunji and said, "Little Chin, you're quite profound. Actually, I have some understanding of your family's situation. At least I know that your second uncle is not on good terms with your family. Because I once mentioned to your second uncle that your family was the first in our town to become a millionaire, and he looked down upon it. From his words, I could tell he looks down on his elder brother. Moreover, he once clearly told me that he has not been in contact with his brother's family for a long time. That's why I brought it up. I want to let you know that at least in Shashi Town and Chang'an County, he can't turn the tables on you. If he bullies your family again, just give me a call. Even though my company is on the verge of bankruptcy, I still have some influence in our area." Watching Chunji and Lin Xinran walk away, Lin Fengwen turned to his wife and said, "I think I've figured it out. Which relative funded their villa purchase?" "You actually guessed that." His wife replied, incredulous. "Do you know their family so well?" Lin Fengwen said, "I heard it from Chen Xiaoxing. That man loves to borrow prestige from powerful connections, sometimes deliberately name-dropping his wealthy, influential relatives. He has an elder sister living in the provincial capital. Do you know who her husband is? He's the founder and CEO of Dingji Weiye Real Estate, a billionaire whose personal fortune exceeds tens of billions. So if Chunji's paternal aunt is that affluent, wouldn't it be effortless for her to casually allocate several million yuan to secure a home for her intellectually disabled nephew? A gesture meant as lifelong assurance. So that's how it is. Now it all makes sense. I was genuinely astonished just moments ago. Who among us has relatives generous enough to hand over millions for a villa? Now I see. Chunji's aunt is truly extraordinary." After stepping outside, Chunji and Lin Xinran got into the car and he prepared to drive her home. Lin Shinran said, "We've barely stepped out. Why rush back so soon? You came to see me for 2 reasons: to sell your apartment and to buy a new home. I've already secured the villa purchase for you. Now, let's expedite the sale of your current flat. Take a look at my second uncle's villa. It's exquisite, meticulously renovated, ready to inhabit the moment you arrive. He's never lived there himself, not even a single day, so all that effort ends up benefiting you entirely. Once the title transfer is finalized tomorrow, you and your wife need bring nothing but your bedding. You can move in immediately. So do prioritize selling your apartment. Let's go view it now. If you approve, I'll report to our company right away. I estimate 70,000 yuan would be acceptable for our acquisition. Tomorrow morning you'll complete the villa transfer. By afternoon your own flat can be officially transferred out. How's that for efficiency? In just 2 days you'll acquire a villa and dispose of your apartment." Lin Shinran's proposal was perfectly sound, yet Chen Ji couldn't possibly take her to his current residence. Hadn't his neighbor called him earlier? Lu Hong had hired 3 repairmen to install an entire row of external locks on his front door. Neither he nor Lin Shinran could enter, and worse, she'd witnessed the utter disarray of his crumbling marriage, shaming him irreparably before an old classmate. Chen Ji hastily improvised, "There's no issue with viewing the flat now, but I do have something urgent to attend to. Chen Xinyu messaged me just now. Yesterday, I'd already planned to return to our hometown today. He asked me to deliver the eggs, milk, and other gifts I'd brought to the hospital straight to our village. It's quite time sensitive. He's being discharged this afternoon, so I must leave immediately. Shall I drop you off first, then head straight to the hospital? Then tomorrow morning we'll finalize the villa transfer, and this afternoon we'll visit your apartment. How does that sound?" "Chen Xinyu's hospitalized," Lin Shinran exclaimed, astonished. With his burly frame, 2 solid blows wouldn't even faze him. How on earth did he end up in the hospital? What's wrong with him? "Oh, just a minor ailment," Chen Ji stammered, fabricating further. "He stumbled while delivering goods. Nothing serious, just a slight injury. He'll be discharged after a few days. Then I'll accompany you there," Lin Shinran declared. That shameless rascal Chen Xinyu, daring even among classmates, quietly won over Su Meiwan without anyone noticing. "I haven't seen them since their wedding. Hearing now that an old classmate is hospitalized, I absolutely must pay a visit." Chen Ji quickly objected. "There's really nothing to it. Just a trivial injury, and he's being discharged today. Why bother going?" But Lin Shinran was immovable. She insisted on going regardless. Chen Ji had already stated Xinyu's discharge was scheduled for that afternoon, rendering a hospital visit unnecessary. Yet Lin Shinran simply longed to reconnect with a classmate she hadn't seen in years. This chance presented itself perfectly, not only to reunite, but also to gently tease the newlyweds. Even among close classmates, romance had struck without warning. Fine Chen Ji realized resistance was futile and reluctantly agreed to take her along. Only then, grasping the truth of that old saying, "One lie demands 10 more to conceal it." Once lies begin, cracks multiply everywhere. Since they were visiting a patient, Lin Shinran bought a large fruit basket at the hospital entrance. Chen Xinyu was admitted to Ward 2 on the 8th floor. Carrying the basket, Chen Ji guided Lin Shinran upward in the elevator, then almost unconsciously hurried her down the corridor toward the ward his own pace, feeling strangely furtive. Lin Shinran, puzzled, asked, "Do you have something urgent this afternoon? Why are you walking so fast?" "Ah, yes, urgent business." Chen Ji nodded vaguely. "Let's hurry. Just a quick glance, then we'll leave." In truth, he dreaded an unexpected, awkward encounter. Wang Qiuyang was hospitalized on the same floor. Chen Ji feared Lu Hong might be visiting him at that very moment. Though Lin Shinran had never met Lu Hong, she'd learned of Chen Ji's marriage last year, and, out of sheer curiosity, had insisted via WeChat that he send her a photo. What kind of stunning beauty could possibly convince you to marry her? Thus Lin Shinran was effectively acquainted with Lu Hong. Should they meet face-to-face in the corridor, Chen Ji knew conversation would freeze, and humiliation would be absolute. Fortunately, fortune spared them. The corridor held no sign of Lu Hong. Chen Ji tugged Lin Shinran swiftly through the hallway and into the ward before exhaling softly in relief, wondering whether Lu Hong had even come to the hospital at all, or whether his own anxiety had merely conjured phantoms. In fact, Chen Ji was mistaken. Lu Hong, having taken the day off, had been at the hospital all along, tending to Wang Qiuyang. At that moment, she stood in the hot water room, filling her thermos. 2 nurses entered, chatting cheerfully. One teased the other, "So now you've finally given up? Your heartthrob. Turns out he's already married. Look how affectionate they are. How enviable. Even when he walks, he holds his wife's hand tenderly. For days he's visited the patient alone. I assumed he was still single. If he were, surely I'd stand a chance. Honestly, he's the most strikingly handsome man I've ever seen. My very first glance left me utterly speechless." Such light-hearted banter between young women was ordinary enough. Lu Hong, focused on filling her kettle, paid no attention. But what the nurses said next jolted her to stunned silence. A little nurse said, "Forget it. That handsome guy named Chen Ji, I admit he is tall and good-looking with a particularly great physique, but he isn't so handsome that a single glance would leave one mesmerized. I don't even know you. You were the one who came up with him that day, and you saw he drove a brand new luxury car here. Was it that new luxury car that dazzled you? Also, when it came time for the patient to pay the hospital fees, even before the fees were delivered, Chun-ji didn't even blink and paid the fees for his friend. Didn't you say he looked very wealthy when he went to pay the hospital fees? I see it wasn't that handsome guy Chun-ji who dazzled you, but rather his wealth that knocked you out. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Chun-ji is already a married man. We can only admire him from a distance, just a fleeting glance. We can't truly think about such a wealthy, handsome guy. However, his wife is quite beautiful, looking great in her work uniform, clearly someone who works at a bank. A match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. Which match are you referring to? Is it the talented Kai or the money-obsessed Kai? You are the one who is money-obsessed. The two immediately started to tease each other. Lu Hong, however, was somewhat dazed, so distracted that she almost burned herself with the boiling water she was holding. The wealthy and handsome Chun-ji that these two little nurses were talking about was clearly her ex-husband. The same man who went to great lengths to trick her into not divorcing him, that scoundrel. What? Before I even get the divorce certificate, he's already tricked another good woman into his clutches. And they're holding hands visiting Chin Sinyu in the hospital. This scoundrel. For some reason, an unnamed fury surged in Lu Hong's heart. She decided to go check on Sinyu's hospital room. I want to see what this uniformed beauty the nurse spoke of looks like working at a bank. Is this scoundrel Chin-ji trying to cheat not only for sex, but also for money? Or could it be that the 100,000 cash was borrowed from this uniformed woman? The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more she felt it must be the case. Back in the hospital room, she slammed the thermos onto the nightstand, turned around, and headed straight for Chin Sinyu's room. Wang Qiuyang was confused by her sudden anger and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Hong ignored him. Angrily arriving at Chin Sinyu's hospital room door, she happened to see Chin-ji and a woman coming out from inside. Both of them were carrying a lot of items. These were gifts brought by friends and relatives who came to see Sinyu, including milk boxes of eggs and fruits. The woman was indeed wearing a blue uniform. The tall woman looked especially good in her uniform, the stiff material showcasing the smooth lines of the outfit. The elegant and noble blue highlighted her fair skin, presenting a refined image of a sophisticated urban female professional. What made Lu Hong's anger boil even more was that Chun-ji and this uniformed beauty were indeed acting very affectionate. Although Chun-ji's hands were already full, he still attempted to grab 2 boxes of milk from the woman's hands, insisting she place them under his arm to carry. "Chun-ji." Lu Hong pointed at Chun-ji and shouted angrily, "You cheater, where did you con another good woman from this time? Did you tell her that the Audi Q7 you just bought wasn't financed and that you've bought a villa? How many more lies do you intend to spread?" Just as Chun-ji and Lin Xinran stepped out, they were startled by Lu Hong's loud accusation. Upon realizing it was Lu Hong, Chun-ji's expression immediately turned cold. Lin Xinran, looking confused, couldn't help but ask, "What on earth is all this?" "Chun-ji didn't lie about buying the villa. Oh, I helped him check it out." In the next moment, Su Meijuan, also holding numerous large and small boxes, came out. Seeing Lu Hong blocking their way, Su Meijuan became furious. She rushed past Chun-ji and Lin Xinran, shouting, "You shameless woman, how dare you show up here? I've been looking for you for days. They'll tear you apart today." While cursing, she dropped the gifts in her hands and tried to pounce on Lu Hong. "What do you want?" Lu Hong pointed at Su Meijuan, trying to sound fierce, but instinctively stepped back. Su Meijuan was a strong woman, and Lu Hong knew she was definitely no match for her. Moreover, she was well aware of how much Su Meijuan hated her, and her heart had already shrunk in fear. "Meijuan, stop!" Chun-ji shouted from behind. "This is a hospital. There are patients here. Why are you causing a scene?" While saying this, he also set down the gifts in his hands and pulled Su Meijuan back, whispering, "The hallway is under surveillance. If you make the first move, she'll definitely pin it on you. Just stand there and watch me." This remark proved effective. Su Meijuan immediately recalled the 30,000 yuan that Wang Qiuyang had just sent, realizing that they were indeed in the right. If she acted first and tore Lu Hong apart, if Lu Hong reported it, that 30,000 yuan would likely come back to her. Chun-ji stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Hong. "I will count to 3 and you immediately get lost. If not, I'll make that scoundrel in the hospital study again how 2 arms are broken. I mean what I say, 1, 2. Lu Hong turned around and walked back, throwing down a harsh remark. "You just wait." Lin Xinran was completely stunned. She asked Su Meijuan in a daze, "Who was that? She looks so much like Chun-ji's wife. Who else could she be?" Su Meijuan glared at Lu Hong's retreating figure. "A shameless woman, utterly shameless." Lin Xinran asked Chun-ji, "What's going on here? Did we make your wife misunderstand something?" "Misunderstand?" Su Meijuan jumped in. Just as she opened her mouth, Chun-ji covered her mouth, saying, "Shut up, you big mouth. Hurry and help carry the things down, I have things to do this afternoon." Lin Xinran was a smart person. Seeing Chun-Ji's disapproval, she stopped asking questions. Behind them, a pair of malicious eyes had been watching them closely. Lu Hong dared not show herself, but continued to peep from the doorway. She was leaning far out of the hospital room, showing a posture that was very much like someone who was more concerned about the front. Chun-Ji and the other two were laughing as they entered the elevator, but Lu Hong remained in her peeping position, leaning against the door frame, lost in thought, because she felt that she was once again at a loss. Originally, Lu Hong and Wang Xiaoyang had firmly reached a consensus that Chun-Ji could never possibly. They even believed that if Chun-Ji temporarily paid off his debts, it would be like robbing Peter to pay Paul, as they had no idea where he borrowed the money from. So just now, Lu Hong directly brought up the topic of Chun-Ji buying a villa to expose him. However, she never expected that the woman in uniform would support Chun-Ji, stating that he was indeed looking at the villa with her assistance. This made Lu Hong reconsider. Could it be that Chun-Ji really had the financial capability to buy a villa? Of course, Lu Hong would never believe that he could pay for it in full. But considering how reckless he was now, if he dared to take out a loan to buy an Audi Q7, why wouldn't he dare to take out a loan to buy a villa? With housing prices dropping so drastically, many wealthy individuals were anxious to offload their properties. Moreover, banks have been continuously lowering down payments and interest rates, and some real estate companies even offered zero down payments. The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more she felt this possibility. Wang Xiaoyang, lying in the hospital bed, had been staring at Lu Hong with a surprised expression. Seeing her frozen at the door frame for a long time, he couldn't help but angrily ask, "What's wrong with you? What on earth is going on? You're being so mysterious and secretive. Are you here to keep vigil or to solve a case?" Lu Hong was jolted awake by his words and hurried back to the bedside. Gritting her teeth in anger, she said, "I just saw that bastard Chun-Ji again. He came to see Chen Xinyu. That guy really has some tricks up his sleeve, even bringing along a beautiful woman in uniform. I used to think he was honest, but it turns out he's really scheming, having already found a way out behind my back. What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Wang Xiaoyang coldly threw out this question. Lu Hong quickly shook her head. "Pa, jealous of him? That guy is just someone I've played with and tossed aside. He can find whoever he wants. The key is that the woman just now defended that guy, saying buying a villa was true, and she helped him look at it. That's where the problem lies." Wang Qiwiyang's voice turned even colder. "Exactly, there is indeed a problem. This needs to be thoroughly investigated. If that bastard really bought a villa, you'll regret it for a lifetime if you divorce him. While the marriage hasn't been finalized yet, you need to quickly confirm whether that guy has truly made money. If he really has, it's still not too late for you to go back. Oh, just when he's trying desperately not to divorce you, you can have a good life together. Stop talking nonsense. It's you who's jealous." Lu Hong pouted at him. "I'm not trying to avoid divorce from him. I'm afraid that guy really has money and might hide his assets, leaving me at a disadvantage. Also, if he truly has money, it counts as marital property, and I must get half of it. If his money gets transferred, isn't it still ours?" Wang Qiwiyang's expression finally softened. "Haven't we checked several times already? His accounts have been thoroughly investigated, and that guy has no money at all. Moreover, the fact that he cannot repay his debts is a reality. It's impossible for him to suddenly strike it rich in just a few days, right? Winning the lottery isn't that quick either." However, Lu Hong shook her head thoughtfully. "No, there must be something wrong. I suddenly realized I overlooked an important factor. That is, the processing site they partnered with may have secretly started operating, and it's likely doing quite well, plus Chun-Ji has already started receiving money from it." Wang Xiaoyang was baffled by her words. "What processing site?" Lu Hong sat by the bed, adopting a posture to discuss seriously with Wang Xiaoyang. "Let me explain the origins of his processing site, and you help me analyze what's going on." At this point, even though Lu Hong felt that Chun-Ji might really have some money, she didn't dare to hope for a reconciliation. She knew in her heart that she had hurt Chun-Ji deeply, and he had seen through her as well. No matter how she explained, Chun-Ji would never believe her. It had come to this, and there was no turning back. Now she suddenly thought that Chun-Ji might have received money from the processing site, allowing him to pay off debts and make down payments on an Audi Q7 and a villa. In Lu Hong's view, Chun-Ji's reckless spending on high-leverage cars and homes was a form of revenge against her. As a man, the greatest instinct is to showcase his strength in front of a female. Therefore, the best way for Chun-Ji to take revenge on Lu Hong would be to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion after their breakup, making his ex-wife regret not seizing this golden goose. The more regretful the ex-wife is, the more satisfaction the man derives. Indeed, Lu Hong felt that was Chun-Ji's intention. Since she couldn't go back and share in the riches with Chun-Ji, she wouldn't let him enjoy it alone. She didn't want Chun-Ji to see her as a joke, thinking she would spend her later years in regret and sorrow. In other words, Lu Hong had to sabotage Chun-Ji's chance of turning his life around. She said to Wang Qiaoyang, "I've mentioned Chun-Ji to you before. His first job was at Liguan Automobile, where he was assigned to the company's intelligent manufacturing team and worked there for 2 years. Afterward, the top 2 domestic financial groups invested in Jiping Automobile, hiring talents from various car manufacturers with high salaries. Under the leadership of Supervisor Xiao Chunji's team collectively switched to Jiping Automobile. You remember all this, right? Wang Xiaoyang impatiently replied, yes, you've said it several times. Also, Liguan Automobile ranks in the top 3 nationally in the new energy sector and is the first in Jiangzhou, definitely an industry giant. When their team switched, the owner of Liguan Automobile, Zhai Xiangxing, personally came to try to retain them, but he couldn't keep them. The intelligent manufacturing team is the core department of the company, and their departure caused significant losses, angering Zhai Xiangxing. At that time, he declared that unless Xiao Yi and the others stayed at Jiping for life, they would never find work in Jiangzhou's new energy industry after leaving Jiping. Zhai Xiangxing even held influence in the national new energy industry. Later, Jiping Automobile unexpectedly disbanded, leaving over 6,000 people unemployed. Due to being blacklisted by the industry, Xiao Yi and Chunji's team could no longer find work in Jiangzhou's intelligent manufacturing sector. By now, most of the team members have left Jiangzhou for jobs elsewhere. Chunji, due to his special family circumstances, was unwilling to leave Jiangzhou and could only take on odd jobs to make ends meet. Right? I can recite what you just said. Lu Hong said, yes, I've mentioned Chunji's work situation several times. But there's something I forgot to mention and have overlooked all along. Long before Chunji joined Liguan Xiao, he had a small processing site, which was not large and could be called either a processing site or a small factory. I finally realized that Chunji's sudden wealth stems from this processing site. Now we need to find a way to cut off that guy's financial source from this processing site. Wang Qiuyang looked bewildered. After so much explanation from Lu Hong, he still did not understand how Xiao Yi's processing point related to Chunji's sudden wealth. Lu Hong had no choice but to start from the beginning. Xiao Yi's processing point utilizes his technical advantages and connections in the new energy industry to process some automotive accessories, earning some extra income on the side. Later, Xiao Yi took out a loan of 20 million to expand the scale and purchased advanced equipment. He personally led a smart manufacturing team and during his spare time built a smart manufacturing workshop that mainly produced automotive seats and other small components. After Chunji joined, Xiao Yi recognized his abilities and brought him into the processing point, symbolically allowing him to invest 200,000, granting him a 1% stake in the processing point. At that time, the processing point was valued at over 40 million, so 200,000 was considered a preferential treatment. The other 15 members also held 1% each. Chunji joined the processing point for less than half a year, and the large model language he had been developing at school was successfully applied to the manufacturing scene of the processing point. This significantly upgraded the intelligence level of the processing point's equipment, increasing production efficiency by 30%, and the overall savings in labor costs drastically reduced product costs by about 5%. As a result, Xiao Yi rewarded Chunji with an additional 2% of shares, meaning he now held 3%. At that time, the processing point was quite profitable, and during the dividend distribution, all members chose not to take their shares, but to reinvest them back into the processing point. After their team jumped to Jiping Automotive, all products processed at the processing point were supplied to Jiping. Other new energy vehicle manufacturers in Jiangzhou under Zhai Xiangxing's call severed all business ties with Xiao Yi. Later, Jiping Automotive suddenly disbanded, leaving Xiao Yi and the others not only unemployed, but also the processing point completely shut down. Moreover, Zhai Xiangxing secretly instructed the bank to cut off Xiao Yi's loans. Unable to repay, the processing point was seized. However, because there were still 16 other shareholders, the bank could only temporarily seal the processing point and could not auction it off. Thus, the processing point remains sealed to this day. I remember at the beginning Chunji and Xiao Yi discussed sneaking into the processing point to operate underground. But the problem was that they faced industry ostracism in Jiangzhou. Even if they produced products, no companies would cooperate with them, so this proposal was temporarily shelved. However, I know they never gave up and were always striving for breakthroughs, hoping to find cooperating companies through advanced technology and price advantages to open up the situation. I always thought they were being ostracized by the top tycoon in Jiangzhou, and at least within Jiangzhou, it would be impossible to make a living from new energy, let alone reopen the processing point. So I had been overlooking this factor. Now, after filtering through all the factors that allowed Chunji to obtain money, I finally confirmed that if he had money, it must have come from this processing point. In other words, I can be certain that this processing point has definitely secretly reopened. That's easy. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyang was extremely excited and immediately shouted, "Report him. We have to inform both the bank and Zhai Xiangxing. Of course, before reporting, we need to first gather evidence of his secret reopening. Do you know where their processing point is?" "I definitely know. Chunji has taken me there several times." Wang Qiuyang was so excited, he almost struck a fist in his palm. "Quickly tell me the exact location of the processing point, so I can send someone to investigate. As long as we confirm they are secretly working, we can take photos as evidence, but we mustn't alert them. Then notify the bank and Zhai Xiangxing to catch them in the act." This way they won't just think about sharing profits, the penalties could leave them devastated. Wang Xiuyang became increasingly excited, looking as if he couldn't wait to jump out of bed and personally investigate the situation at the processing point. For the past few days, Wang Xiuyang had been making bold claims about wanting to take revenge on Chen Ji, but his bravado lacked confidence. It could be said that the display of strength by Chen Ji had left him with a significant psychological shadow. He felt that if it came down to a real fight with Chen Ji, he would be no match. As for hiring someone to kill, he didn't have the guts for that. However, now that he had heard Lu Hong's description of the processing point, Wang Xiuyang felt that an opportunity for revenge against Chen Ji had arrived. Though he couldn't fight him head-on, as long as he could catch him in a weak moment and cause trouble behind his back, Wang Xiuyang felt quite confident. Without further ado, Wang Xiuyang immediately made a phone call to arrange for someone to investigate. Lu Hong volunteered to personally guide them to the processing point. Chen Ji and the two women came downstairs carrying gifts arriving by his car. Just as he opened the back door, Xue Meijuan's eyes widened. She was stunned for several seconds before exclaiming, "Chen Ji, what's going on? How did you get a new car again? Whose did you steal this time?" Chen Ji shot her a glare. "Who do you look down on? I'm driving a new car, and look how uncomfortable that makes you feel. Do you think I can't afford a new car?" Xue Meijuan muttered, "Wasn't the last Big Benz stolen? You said it yourself." Lin Xinran listened confused. "What kind of code are you two speaking in? Stealing a Big Benz, aren't you afraid of being caught by the police?" Xue Meijuan laughed. "You hit the nail on the head. If someone steals a Xingyu, they would definitely get caught. But Chen Ji has the ability to steal a Big Benz and be just fine." Impressive. I admire that. Lin Xinran couldn't help but give Chen Ji a thumbs up, then said to Xue Meijuan, "But this car doesn't seem to be stolen. He told me it was bought on loan." "You bought this on loan?" Xue Meijuan expressed disbelief. Just a few days ago, Chen Ji had financial troubles, and now he could loan to buy a car. Wasn't it said that financial troubles would make one a blacklisted person with no ties to banks? Yet in front of Lin Xinran, Xue Meijuan held back her suspicions. Though they were close classmates, it was best not to let Lin Xinran know. Seeing such a nice new car, Xue Meijuan clearly felt envious. "Chen Ji, such a nice car must be very comfortable to ride in, right? Why don't we go back to your hometown together? What trouble are you adding?" Chen Ji replied, "I have important matters to attend to at home. Why would you Besides, Xingyu is to be discharged later. You need to run some errands for him and help him back home." "Help him?" Xue Meijuan retorted. "He's perfectly fine now. He can handle his discharge himself and just take a taxi back. After all, we've already taken care of his things. I really do have something to do back home. Don't you remember the last time I said your granduncle's fortune teller is especially accurate? I want to go find him to predict Xingyi's fortune this year. After this incident, I was a bit frightened. It's better to get a reading for peace of mind. In case of any illness or disaster, we can avoid it." Hearing her say this, Chen Ji felt a stir in his heart. He currently had a significant decision to make. Although one shouldn't fully believe in divination, he had previously verified that his granduncle truly had a knack for predicting the future. Having his granduncle make a prediction could provide him with some reference. For instance, he could ask his granduncle when the current winter in the breeding industry will end. From a probabilistic standpoint, things that have been separated for long will eventually come together, and those that have been together for long will eventually separate. The industry winter has lasted for so long, so warmer days should be approaching. However, the market is abstract and unpredictable, and no one can say for sure. Therefore, combining historical context and current industry status with a rough prediction and having his granduncle provide a metaphysical reference could be a good approach. Additionally, having AI predict future market trends would provide another reference, increasing confidence. Thus, he no longer rejected Xue Meijuan, saying, "You go up and tell Xingyu quickly, then hurry back down so we can leave." Unexpectedly, upon hearing about the fortune-telling, Lin Xinran also wanted to join in the fun. "I'll go too. Is your granduncle the one who can tell fortunes? Let him predict when he'll find my Prince Charming." "Oh, come on," Chen Ji said with a black line across his face. "I have important matters to attend to at home. Why are you all joining in on the fun?" Originally, Chen Ji planned to send Lin Xinran back and then check on his home. He noticed that his front door had been fitted with an external lock by Lu Hong, and he needed to see what was going on. He would also have to find a repairman to remove the external lock, otherwise how could he get home? But now these two women had turned into tailgaters, making it impossible for him to return home. The divorce was already shameful, and with that woman locking the door, if Lin Xinran and the others saw it, it would be too embarrassing. There was no way around it. He had to leave it for now and deal with it after returning from his hometown. He took Lin Xinran and Su Meiwan directly back to his hometown. Along the way, Su Meiwan was restless in the car. She looked around and touched everything, clicking her tongue. "Chen Ji, you brat, you're doing well to buy such a nice car at such a young age." Chen Ji corrected her. "I didn't buy it, I got it on loan." "Getting it on loan doesn't mean you didn't buy it." Su Meiwan retorted. "If you want me and Xinyu to get a loan, could we even afford the down payment? We would still have to pay back the car loan, which we can't afford either." In a few days when Sinyu is better, let him borrow the car, so he can take me out for a spin, a little trip. I've never been in such a good car, I have to enjoy it. Chun-ji exchanged a glance with Lin Shinran and felt Su Meiwan was like this back in school. Her family conditions were average, and she had an ordinary appearance, so she positioned herself very low, considering herself among the lower tier of her classmates. Years later, she still saw herself at the bottom of society. When she saw things belonging to the upper class, she felt envious, but didn't dare to hope for ownership. Although Sinyu had a car and a house, the house was a one-bedroom apartment, the smallest type, with a monthly mortgage of over 2,000. With 2 children at home and her mother helping to watch them, the 5 of them were cramped in that little house. Just thinking about it made one feel suffocated. As for the car, Sinyu's was a second-hand domestic vehicle bought in installments. He had purchased it over 2 years ago with a 3-year installment plan that was nearing completion. By the time they returned to the village, the sun had already started to set. Sinyu's home was at the back of the village, so Chun-ji first dropped Su Meiwan off and took out the things from the car. Su Meiwan insisted on leaving 3 boxes of milk in the car, one for Chun-ji's grandfather, and the other 2 as gifts for the fortune-telling. Since Chun-ji's great-uncle was a relative, and he had to pay for the fortune-telling, he couldn't go empty-handed. Chun-ji only left 1 box in the car, saying, "This box is enough for Grandpa. When we go to my great-uncle's place, just take some other stuff from my little shop. I heard that old blind man doesn't drink milk." At that moment, Lin Shinran remembered that although she was following Chun-ji, it wasn't specifically to visit his home, but he was indeed going home. As an old classmate, it was inappropriate for her to show up without a gift. After leaving Sinyu's house, when Chun-ji was driving home, Lin Shinran insisted he turn around and make another trip to the town. Chun-ji laughed and asked, "We just came from there, or what are you going to do in town again?" "Never mind that, I forgot something anyway, it's not far, just a few minutes away, let's go again." Seeing Lin Xinran's insistence, Chun-ji understood her intention. She must be planning to buy a gift after mentioning gifts earlier. To avoid making Lin Shinran feel awkward, Chun-ji had no choice but to drive back to the town. Lin Shinran, having heard that Chun-ji's family ran a small shop, was unsure what kind of gift to buy. Later they went to a tea shop and bought 2 boxes of tea leaves, one for Chun-ji's grandfather and one for his father. Chun-ji felt a headache. Did women's thinking really come from the same mold? Just a few days ago, his ex-girlfriend had also come to his house to buy tea leaves, and now an old classmate was doing the same. Chun-ji smiled and said, "Since you've brought gifts, you must have dinner at my house tonight." Lin Shinran replied, "I won't be eating at your house. I just called my mom and said I'm going back. I haven't been home for a long time, and finally I'm back. My mom is going to make braised pork for me. I've been craving it for days. I'll eat at home, and after that we can go together to find your great-uncle for fortune-telling." Lin Shinran and Lin Fengwen were both from Dongling village, which was about 10 miles from Nantian village, just a few minutes by car. Chun-ji thought that since he was back, he should also visit his grandfather to see how his electrical appliances were working. The sun was tilting westward, and it was getting late. He couldn't let his dad cook for him, so he needed to cook for himself. There was no time to drop Lin Shinran off. He decided to let her drive his car home and come back after dinner. He jumped out of the car and told Lin Shinran, "You drive, get familiar with this car's performance first. After you drop me off at home, you can take the car back to eat braised pork." Lin Shinran also didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the driver's seat. At that moment, the village information base at the village entrance was bustling with activity. Most of the members had arrived, and under Niu Jinjuan's lead, they were waiting to see a good show. At noon, Chen Shaoli rode his old electric tricycle to the town. Niu Jinjun wanted everyone to see how disheveled Chen Shaoli would look when he returned, or perhaps he would even come back crying. Niu Jinjun said excitedly, "I just called Yin Yin. They haven't finished drinking yet. Young people get so caught up in fun that they lose track of time. Look, the sun is already tilting westward, and they haven't even finished lunch." Immediately, Niu Jinjuan's loyal sidekick Little Broadcast chimed in, "If they've been eating for so long, does that mean Chen Shaoli has been accompanying them in the hotel for the meal?" Niu Jinjun feigned anger and glared at her, accompanying them to eat. With Chen Shaoli's appearance, he could even sit at the table. He's just there serving them. Originally, Xiao Duan wanted him to kneel the whole time. You all know how fierce Xiao Duan's brothers are, and they are not to be trifled with. But since Xiao Duan and Yin Yin considered Chen Shaoli to be their uncle, they spared him from kneeling and just made him stand by and watch. When they had drunk to their heart's content, Chen Shaoli would serve a toast to each person and apologize. Finally, when they finished eating, Chen Shaoli would pay the bill, and that would be the end of it. Only Yin Yin had a soft heart and cherished her family ties, unlike Chen Ji, that heartless child who was ruthless and didn't spare even his own relatives. If Yin Yin and Xiao Duan were like him, his friends would have long since broken Chen Shaoli's other leg. Women chimed in praising Yin Yin for her kindness and also praising the second son-in-law Duan Xiao for his abilities. Many farmers from several surrounding villages listened to him. He could earn a lot of money just by running errands and managing things without having to work hard, truly a capable person. This was the moment Niu Jinjun enjoyed the most. She raised her head slightly, closed her eyes, and tilted her lips, fully savoring the women's compliments. She also looked forward to the climax of the day, anticipating the disheveled appearance of Chun Shaoli when he returned. All of this was thanks to his son Chun Ji. After all, it was Chun Ji who had offended the second son-in-law and second daughter. Not to mention that he had even torn the ear of one of their friends, a bald woman. Chun Ji had caused such a big mess. Sending Chun Shaoli to apologize and pay for the drinks would have been enough, and it was already a great favor. Currently, Neo Jinjun hated Chun Ji to the bone. The last time Chun Ji came back, although he didn't directly deal with Neo Jinjun, he still didn't even greet her. But that day, Neo Jinjun felt that Chun Ji's series of actions after returning home, like buying major electrical appliances and killing the village chief's dog, without facing any consequences, made her lose face in the village information base, deepening her dislike and hatred for Chun Ji. In the evening, Neo Jinjun was even more driven to rage. This was because her second daughter Chun Yen returned crying, saying that in her grandfather's orchard Chun Ji had embarrassed her and even hit her friend. Under Chun Ji's instigation, Duan Xiao even slapped her, and now she and Duan Xiao had completely fallen out and were breaking up. With her daughter being hit, Neo Jinjun felt both heartbroken and furious, wishing she could immediately help her daughter regain her dignity. But seeing her daughter cry like that, she knew she couldn't bear to have her daughter break up with Duan Xiao. He was handsome and strong and was the leader of this area. Not only the village's farmers, but even other villagers looked up to him. This gave Neo Jinjun as a mother-in-law some face. How could she bear to let go of such a good son-in-law? So she comforted her daughter, Yin, don't cry. Your mom will stand up for you. It's normal for young people to quarrel, but he shouldn't resort to violence. I'll call Xiao Duan and have him come over to apologize. If he doesn't have the right attitude, I'll have your dad find someone to deal with him. But Chen Yan's focus wasn't on this. She stamped her foot and shouted, it's not about him at all. It's Chun Ji. It's all that bastard. He doesn't give me face, and even hit our friend. It was him who instigated Duan Xiao to hit me. The problem lies with that bastard. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. She cursed while crying even louder. Yes, that bastard deserves to die 1,000 deaths. He should have died long ago. Neo Jinjun echoed her daughter. This was truly her heartfelt sentiment. This fueled her hatred for Chun Ji to new heights. How dare he not only make her uncomfortable, but also bully her daughter and her friends. This matter must be avenged. For many years their family had always been dominant, while the Chun Shaoli family had been submissive. When did they dare to make their own family cry like this? This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Neo Jinjun immediately called her husband. Chen Xiaoxin was drinking at the Green Source Hotel in town, enjoying himself. When he saw it was his wife's call, he thought she was checking up on him and reluctantly answered. As soon as he answered, Neo Jinjun's cries came through. Where have you been? Hurry back home, your wife and child are being bullied to death. We can't live like this anymore. Neo Jinjun also heard many people shouting while drinking on the phone, making her even angrier. You enjoy yourself out there, don't come back any way you want. See us mother and daughter when you do. Chen Xiaoxin was baffled by her outburst and was startled, thinking something major had happened at home. Calm down, quickly tell me what's going on. Neo Jinjun cried and scolded as she exaggeratedly recounted today's events. Upon hearing that there wasn't anything major at home, Chen Xiaoxin felt relieved. Regarding what Neo Jinjun said, other than Chun Ji instigating Duan Xiao to slap their second daughter, there wasn't anything that directly offended their family. As for Chun Ji pulling the ear of Chun Yan's friend, that was a problem between Chun Ji and someone else, and had nothing to do with their family. However, what shocked Chen Xiaoxin was that Neo Jinjun reported that Chun Ji had killed the village chief's big wolf dog, yet the village chief didn't seem to react. This is not scientific. The village chief's big wolf dog was more formidable in the village than people. Killing the big wolf dog, how could the village chief let this go? Chen Xiaoxin felt there was something off about his wife's words. Calm down, I know what to do, I will handle it. After hanging up, Chen Xiaoxin had two thoughts. First, that Chun Ji had become capable enough to make his wife and second daughter cry, and that this matter certainly couldn't be left alone. Second, he needed to confirm the truth about Chun Ji killing the village chief's big wolf dog. If it was true, although the village chief wouldn't go as far as to take Chun Ji's life, it was indeed necessary to make sure he suffered for it. Thus, Chen Xiaoxin immediately called Hao Chong, pretending to be concerned. They usually got along well, and hearing this news, he wanted to call and ask, but in reality, he wanted to verify the truth. As soon as the call connected, he heard Hao Chong's unfriendly tone asking, "What do you want?" clearly filled with emotion. Chen Xiaoxin quickly laughed and said, "It's nothing, village chief. I just heard a rumor and thought it was a hoax. I don't know how it got around the village. They said your big wolf dog was killed by that kid Chun Ji. Can he really do that? Give him 100 guts." "Shut up." Before he could finish, Hao Chong angrily interrupted. "Since you know it's a rumor, why are you calling to ask me? Are you out of your mind? When did my family ever raise dogs?" After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Xiaoxin stared at the hung-up call, dumbfounded. The village chief's big wolf dog had not been around for just 1 or 2 years. The big wolf dog had bullied people in the village, biting people, and even killing other dogs, so it definitely existed. Why would the village chief deny having a dog? Chen Shaoxin felt that this matter was truly suspicious. So he called Hao Shun again to find out what was really going on with the village chief's dog. To his surprise, when Hao Shun heard Chen Shaoxin asking about the dog, he immediately yelled hoarsely, "Don't mention dogs, don't talk to me about dogs. I'm allergic to dogs. From now on, anyone who discusses dogs with me will have to face me." He hung up the phone again. Chen Shaoxin stared at his phone, feeling even more confused, increasingly convinced that things were getting complicated. Until he called the brigade accountant Chen Shaoxin, he finally learned that the village chief's big wolf dog had indeed died. What happened? Chen Shaoxin was extremely surprised. How did the big wolf dog die? Who killed it? It may not necessarily be a person who killed it. Chen Shaoxin, being quite slick, spoke in an apparently uninformed tone. Anyway, I heard people say the big wolf dog died on the street, and I dragged it back with my little electric car. As soon as Chen Shaoxin heard this, he knew that Chen Shaoxin wasn't telling the truth. He definitely knew something, but was avoiding the topic. He didn't ask further and hurried home after finishing his meal. After coming home and hearing his wife and second daughter's account, Chen Shaoxin was even more astonished. He knew that Chen Ji had practiced free fighting, hitting sandbags, and even trained with flying knives, but he had always doubted its effectiveness. Now, hearing his second daughter say that Chen Ji could pull the bald girl's ear with a chopstick, and his wife saying that Chen Ji kicked the big wolf dog to death, his martial prowess was astonishing. Chen Shaoxin couldn't help but gasp in shock, finally realizing just how capable Chen Ji was. Moreover, he had always been patient. He never expected this kid to be so scheming. Yet he couldn't understand why Chen Ji had suddenly stopped enduring after all these years. What puzzled Chen Shaoxin even more was who exactly the village chief was. In his youth, he was involved with gangs in the city and came back to the village to dominate. The big wolf dog being killed was a slap in the village chief's face. Oh, how could the village chief swallow this anger? Strangely enough, the village chief really did endure it and ultimately let Chen Shaoxin take away the dead dog. Moreover, Niu Jinjun said that Hao Shun was also nearly killed by Chen Ji, yet the village chief didn't intervene for Hao Shun, which was too unbelievable. Could it be that Hao Chong had grown older and lost his courage, no longer daring to fight? But Chen Shaoxin immediately dismissed this thought. Hao Chong was not someone who would suffer in silence. Chen Shaoxin really wanted to know what was happening, but from the tone of Hao Chong, Hao Shun, and Chen Shaoxin, he could clearly sense that they were all hiding something. Seeing Chen Shaoxin lost in thought and not speaking, Niu Jinjun cried out again, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Either call that kid over to apologize on his knees or find someone to drag him out and beat him half to death. Our daughter, Yin has been spoiled since childhood. I haven't even dared to slap her. How could he instigate Duan Xiao to hit her? Of course I won't let Duan Xiao off easily, but that Chen Ji, the instigator, must not be spared." Ever since Chen Ji was brought back by his ex-girlfriend in a four-anged car, Niu Jinjun had been seething with anger. One thing after another, it felt like her chest was blocked. If this resentment didn't vent, it would suffocate her. Chen Shaoxin glared at her and scolded, "Calm down, I haven't figured out what to do yet. Besides, Yin wasn't slapped by him, it was Duan Xiao who hit her. Later I will call that kid over and deal with the one who hit first," and he even retaliated. How could he dare to hit our daughter before marriage? If they get married, won't he be beating her every day? Chen Shaoxin's considerations were more profound than those of his wife and child. Chen Ji's violent beating of Hao Shun and kicking the big wolf dog to death was clearly a breaking point, and the sudden display of martial prowess was also frightening. Previously, he thought that Chen Ji's family was easy to bully, but now he had to reconsider. Moreover, Chen Ji hadn't directly confronted his family. Going to find trouble now wouldn't be justified. But Niu Jinjun was feeling stifled and relentless, shouting, "What are you still considering? Hurry up and that kid Chen Ji didn't leave tonight. His car is parked at his house. Now if someone goes to block him at home and drags him out for a beating, I would feel much better." Chen Shaoxin was utterly annoyed by her, and despite trying to use kind words to persuade her, he ultimately couldn't hold back and slapped Niu Jinjun across the face. "Are you satisfied now? If you don't stop, I will kick you to death." This slap actually made Niu Jinjun too scared to cry out anymore. Mother and daughter stared at Chen Shaoxin as if he were a monster. These years' life at home had been smooth sailing with good moods and emotions, and there had been no infighting. But what was going on today? He actually hit his wife. His expression was so terrifying. Both his wife and daughter were frightened into silence. This matter was suppressed that night. The next morning after breakfast, Chen Shaoxin warned his wife and daughter not to provoke Chen Ji. He reasoned with them emotionally, saying, "No matter what, that is my elder brother's family, and Chen Ji is my nephew. After all, we are family. Why create trouble? In recent years, the two families have had no contact, so just keep your distance and avoid provoking him." His wife and daughter remained silent, secretly feeling disdainful. They could tell he was wary of Chen Ji, fearing him because of his reputation for being able to fight. They didn't believe his talk of familial bonds. For years, Chen Shaoli's family had been treated as enemies, avoiding contact. Hadn't his wife and children learned that from him? Where was the familial affection from him as a younger brother? Chen Shaoxin arrived at the duck intestine processing factory and called Duan Xiao over, giving him a severe reprimand. He instructed him to apologize to Chun Yin and reconcile. Although Duan Xiao was the head of the chicken with a few underlings, he still held some fear towards Chen Shaoxin. Chen Shaoxin ran the duck intestine processing factory and was making a considerable profit, with rumors circulating that his net worth was in the tens of millions. With wealth and influence, he mingled well in town, maintaining good relationships with notable figures, including local party committee officials and police officers. Duan Xiao was respectful in front of him. After being scolded, he followed his father-in-law's orders and went to a jewelry store to buy a bracelet for Chun Yin, bringing a gift to apologize at her home. Chun Yin was waiting for him to apologize. Seeing him soften and speak sweet words, she forgave him. They reconciled and immediately began discussing how to regain their face. Duan Xiao, being a prominent figure in the nearby villages, could not swallow the humiliation of being publicly embarrassed by Chen Ji. Moreover, his mother-in-law kept urging him to find someone to confront Chen Ji, insisting that there must be a resolution to this matter. While discussing this, a loyal subordinate rushed to report to Niu Jinjuan. Chen Ji has already driven back to Jiangzhou. Chen Shaoli is still limping, carrying some fruit which he says is for his daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, my foot. Niu Jinjun cursed fiercely. You've been divorced for a long time, and didn't you see he already found a new partner yesterday? However, the fact that Chen Ji had left was somewhat good news. A monk may leave, but the temple remains. This debt should be settled with Chen Shaoli. They all tacitly understood that they preferred to pick on the weak. Taking revenge on Chen Shaoli would be easier than on Chen Ji, posing no risk, yet yielding the same effect, if not more satisfying. With just a chopstick, Chen Ji could accurately knock off a large earring. If aimed at an enemy, wouldn't the chopstick pierce into flesh? Moreover, he had kicked a large wolf dog to death, which made Duan Xiao tremble with fear, knowing it wasn't easy to kill a dog with one kick. He had never heard of anyone's dog being killed like that. Thus, the three of them ultimately reached a consensus to target Chen Shaoli. After some preparation, they called a bald woman to lead a few people to threaten Chen Shaoli, loudly proclaiming they would chop Chen Ji into pieces. When had Chen Shaoli ever encountered such a situation? In front of him stood a woman, bald, wearing large earrings with dark lips and wielding a large machete. Chen Shaoli felt dizzy at the sight. Upon hearing that they would chop his son, he desperately pleaded with them to spare his son, offering to take his place. The bald woman achieved her intended effect, but did not agree to let Chen Shaoli take his son's punishment. Instead, she issued a stern warning that they would return the next day. They threatened Chen Shaoli to bring his son back to face the music. The bald woman and her group had come during the day, while Chen Ji was being questioned by the security team, unaware of the events happening at home. Chen Shaoli certainly would not call his son. His son had stated that from now on he would not be bullied by anyone. If his son found out about this, wouldn't it escalate? Since the bald woman claimed to be a friend of Chun Yin, Chen Shaoli had no choice but to seek help from her. Of course, he couldn't handle it himself. Their families had not interacted for many years, and his involvement wouldn't be effective. He could only entrust an old neighbor to go to Chen Shaoxin's home and ask him to act as a mediator. After several trips back and forth, the old neighbor finally told Chen Shaoli, Shaoxin's family hasn't said much, but his son-in-law Duan Xiao is relentless. He said that Chen Ji embarrassed him, making it difficult for him to lead his younger brothers in the future. The only way out was to host a banquet at the Green Source Hotel in town, where you would apologize and toast everyone. Of course, he would have to pay for the meal. Only by gaining the forgiveness of his younger brothers could this matter be considered resolved. Chen Shaoli was overjoyed at the prospect of settling the issue with a banquet and immediately expressed deep gratitude and agreement. So he closed his small shop that morning. He prepared a meal for his son Chen Daji, telling him to eat at home, and then rode his rickety electric tricycle to the Green Source Hotel in town. Niu Jinjun gathered her subordinates at the village intelligence base, eagerly anticipating how embarrassing Chen Shaoli would be upon his return. She was truly looking forward to seeing Chen Shaoli's mortified appearance, even imagining him returning in tears. This malicious anticipation filled her with delight. Unable to wait, she had already called Chun Yin. She had initially thought it was just about having a drink, but didn't expect it to last from noon until the sun was setting, going on for several hours. However, from Chun Yan's reports, she learned that Chen Shaoli was not made to kneel. He was simply made to stand by and serve. Chen Shaoli, being a cripple with one leg shorter than the other, could hardly stand. He was constantly shifting his weight from one leg to the other, appearing in great pain. This gave Niu Jinjun even more malicious pleasure as she vividly described the scene to her subordinates. However, the expressions of these subordinates varied. Some laughed uproariously, while others showed signs of sympathy. This made Niu Jinjun very displeased, feeling that these women were not loyal enough to her, lacking the admiration she expected. As the sun began to set, some women could no longer sit still, wanting to go home early to prepare dinner. Neo Jinjun would not let them leave, saying, "Just wait a little longer." Just now Yin Yin called and said they have started eating. Once they finish drinking, they will disperse, and that cripple will return soon. We've waited all afternoon, isn't it, just to see his miserable state? I'm curious if he'll come back crying. Don't leave yet, it's not too late to go home after watching the show. As she spoke, a black car approached. It was shiny and appeared to be new, with a logo of 4 rings large, and one woman couldn't help but exclaim, "Another car with 4 rings. Where did this car come from? It looks very expensive." Other women nodded in agreement. Although they didn't recognize the car as an Audi Q7, they could tell it was not cheap just by the appearance. Neo Jinjun also stretched her neck, curiously staring at the car, wondering whose house it was headed to. She didn't recognize an Audi Q7, but she knew the 4-ring logo belonged to Audi. Seeing the size of the car, she understood it must be expensive. Instinctively, she felt that this car was worth more than the vehicles her husband and 2 daughters drove. Her eldest daughter drove a Mercedes and her second daughter drove a BMW, but she knew those were the cheapest models. As for the car her husband drove, it was merely a Volkswagen Magotten, said to be a class car, not even qualifying as a luxury vehicle. When the Audi slowed down at the intersection and turned slowly, a sharp-eyed woman couldn't help but shout, "Isn't that Chenji in the car?" Another woman exclaimed, "Oh yes. It's a woman driving, as she's not the one who brought him last time. How come he changed again? Didn't they say Chenji got divorced and wanted to get back with his ex-girlfriend? Is he leaving his ex-girlfriend behind and changing to someone new?" Neo Jinjun said nothing, her fiery gaze fixed on the car. She desperately wanted to see the dog couple inside the car, clearly through the glass. The news about Chenji's divorce was heard by Neo Jinjun from Yang Lanxiang, who related to her. As for whether Chenji wants to remarry his ex-girlfriend, that is merely speculation among the women. Neo Jinjun was actually quite reluctant to discuss this topic. This was because the woman who brought Chenji back that day was driving an Audi. Although she thought Audi cars were inferior to Mercedes-Benz and BMW, they were still luxury vehicles, and it was said that some Audis were particularly expensive. Thinking of this made Neo Jinjun feel a tightness in her chest. Now Chenji had another beautiful girl who drove an Audi taking him home, and this car was even bigger and looked better than the previous one, shining brightly, clearly a new car. This instantly made Neo Jinjun extremely jealous. How much luck did this kid Chenji have to always be with wealthy women? Oh no, while the women he was with were indeed wealthy, they were not aunties, but rather stunning young ladies. Neo Jinjun felt even worse. She was directly experiencing symptoms of shortness of breath. However, those women were all captivated by the brand new luxury car, and no one noticed Neo Jinjun's expression, continuing to exclaim, "This is an Audi. How much do you think it costs? At first glance it looks particularly expensive. Oh, just look at this car, it's really big." Neo Jinjun could no longer listen and exploded in anger, shouting, "Just because it's big means it's expensive. A coffin is also big. Does that mean coffins are expensive too?" Neo Jinjun's shout was like hitting the brakes on the heated discussion among the women. Everyone turned to look at her, suddenly realizing praising and envying Chenji here was equivalent to slapping Neo Jinjun in the face. She had always looked down on her uncle's family and did not wish for them to do well, hating that her father favored Chenji, this grandson. Now seeing this grandson repeatedly brought home by different beautiful women in luxury cars, how could Neo Jinjun not feel upset? She was already feeling bad enough, and with the women discussing so enthusiastically, each one envious beyond measure, Neo Jinjun could hardly bear it. The women no longer dared to speak, but curiosity got the better of them, and they couldn't help but focus their attention on the brand new luxury car. According to their gossiping nature, they could hardly resist running over to take a closer look. They even asked about Chenji's relationship with that woman, how much the car cost, and why the woman was so wealthy. However, seeing Neo Jinjun's grim face, the women dared not approach to inquire. Under Chenji's guidance, Lin Xinran parked the car across from his house. Chenji looked towards his home and said, "Why is the convenience store closed? My dad's tricycle isn't at home. Where could he have gone?" Saying this, he got out of the car first, and Lin Xinran followed suit. Knowing that Chenji's father was not home, she did not walk with him into the house, but was instead drawn to a group of old men playing stones under a large poplar tree. Lin Xinran used to play this kind of stone game when she was young and was quite skilled at it. However, after starting school and working, she spent most of her time in the city and hadn't interacted with the older men who played stone games in her hometown for a long time. Now seeing the old men playing stones in front of the convenience store, she immediately became interested and went over to watch. As she watched, she squatted down and quickly integrated into the old men's game. Chenji entered through the front door and saw his brother watching TV inside. He asked, "Where's Dad? What is he doing?" Chen Daji, seeing his younger brother return, jumped up from the sofa in joy. "Little Ji, you're back. Did you buy something delicious for me? Did you buy a gun?" Yes, it's all in the car," Chenji replied. "I'm asking you, where did Dad go?" Dad went to the town. He said he was going to eat. I had lunch by myself, Daji replied. Upon hearing this, Ji felt something was off with the timing. His brother seemed to imply that their father had gone to eat lunch in the town before noon, but now the sun was already setting in the west. How could it take so long to eat lunch? Moreover, very few relatives and friends were dealing with their family now. With their father leaving the convenience store closed, who was he going to eat with in the town? He asked his brother, who did Dad go to eat with? Daji shook his head. I don't know. Ji felt increasingly suspicious. Even if their father had gone to eat with someone in the town, he wouldn't still be there now. The sun was already setting. Besides, since the family had encountered troubles, their father had long stopped drinking. If he was just eating, he definitely wouldn't stay out so late without coming back. He felt that his father must be out for more than just a meal, so he took out his phone and called his father. But the phone kept ringing and his father did not pick up. Ji had a foreboding feeling in his heart, as something must have happened to his father. Ever since the day he killed the village chief's big wolf dog and completely tore ties with the village chief, he had been on edge. Especially at the village committee, he had also confronted the local gangsters, clearly provoking people he shouldn't. Given how their family had been in the village over the years, constantly enduring and letting others bully them, it only led to the villains becoming more aggressive. Endurance leads to bullying. If you don't endure, you will still be bullied, so there is no need to endure anymore. The only way out was to use violence to counter violence and thoroughly subdue the other party. However, this process would surely be both frightening and painful for the family. But there was no other way of force. To this point, he could no longer act like a pushover. Although it would be painful, a counterattack was necessary. However, after the counterattack, it was evident that his father both felt relieved and was also fearful. And Ji on the surface pretended to be unconcerned, but inside, he was also anxious, not worried about himself, but mainly afraid that those people would resort to underhanded tactics against his family. That's why he installed many surveillance cameras around the house, monitoring both the inside and the street outside the front door. In these recent days, whenever he had nothing to do, he would pull out his phone and check the surveillance to see how things were at home. Especially at night, as long as he wasn't sleeping, he would occasionally check to see if anything was amiss at home. Only when he saw that his father and brother were fine could he relax. At this moment, Ji was already feeling the worry and fear brought on by the impending pain. He was genuinely concerned that something life-threatening might happen to his father. If that were the case, perhaps pretending to be a pushover might be the best way to deal with being bullied. He continued to call his father while quickly heading outside. He wanted to ask the neighbors if anyone knew where his father had gone. Then he would hurry to the town to look for him. Just as he reached the corridor at the front door, he saw Grandpa Sen walking in with a cane. Seeing Ji come out, Grandpa Sen raised his hand to stop him, then, as if afraid of something, turned to glance outside before mysteriously pulling Ji back inside. Little Ji, you finally came back. Grandpa Sen opened with this statement. Ji's heart sank, and he immediately felt a chill all over. He grasped the frail hand of his third grandfather and urgently asked, "Third grandfather, please tell me what happened to my dad." "Your dad just went to the town to host a banquet and apologized to someone." "Who did he apologize to?" Third grandfather shot a reproachful glance at Ji and said, "Isn't it because of the trouble you caused? When did you offend Yin Yin and her friends? How could you dare to provoke someone like that?" Upon hearing this, Ji roughly understood the situation and his heart calmed down a bit. It was only about Chun Yin and those little gangsters. The problem wasn't that serious. Just now he thought it was Hao Chong and those gangsters in the sandfield starting to retaliate against his family. Those people were ruthless and cruel. If they targeted his family, it would definitely not be a small matter. As for Chun Yin and those little thugs, he had provoked them, and they actually came to bully his father, who was a disabled person. The saying goes, disasters do not harm family members, and such people shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. However, from third grandfather's perspective, Ji had indeed provoked someone he shouldn't have. Third grandfather described how the bald woman brought a group of gangsters to the small store to threaten Shaoli. As he spoke of the bald woman's appearance and those fierce gangsters, third grandfather's body trembled involuntarily. It was evident that although those people did not threaten third grandfather, he still felt an immense fear. Based on the timeline provided by third grandfather, Ji quickly opened his phone to check the surveillance footage from that day, only to find out that when he was summoned to the security team, it was exactly when the bald woman and others came to threaten his father. Watching the surveillance video showing the bald woman and others threatening his father, even slamming a large knife on the table, Ji's anger surged instantly. If he had seen the surveillance footage that day, he would have rushed back home immediately. Ji held third grandfather's hand tightly, feeling that third grandfather's hand turned icy as he recounted the bald woman's strange appearance. It was evident how terrifying the bald woman was, leaving a significant psychological shadow on third grandfather. Ji comforted him, saying, "It's all right, third grandfather. She's just a woman with a shaved head and big earrings. Oh, what's so scary about that? Who can't blacken their eyes and lips?" She's just trying to scare people like that. You don't need to worry. My dad went to the biggest hotel in town. I know where it is. It's the Green Origin Hotel. He'll go over and call my dad back. Third grandfather immediately panicked, saying, "You mustn't go, Xiaoji. I'm telling you now, hurry up and leave. Don't let those people see you. Your dad went to host a banquet and apologize. You can come back after this is over. Your dad hasn't returned yet, and we don't know the situation. If you go to the town now, it will only make things worse." Seeing third grandfather nearly in tears, Chunji didn't want to provoke him. So he complied, saying, "All right, I'll listen to third grandfather. He'll hurry and hide from them, and when my dad comes back, he'll have him call me." Yes, you're a good child. Hurry and go," third grandfather urged as he pushed Chunji. Chunji quickly walked out of the house. He was stunned to see Lin Shinran squatting among the old men, even starting to gesture and direct others in their chess game. Chunji was speechless. There was no time for more words. He had to rush to the Green Origin Hotel. It was already afternoon. Who knows how much torment his dad had suffered there. He quickly walked over, grabbed Lin Xinran's arm, and pulled her up, saying, "Hurry, we need to go in a bit of a rush." Hey, what's the rush?" Lin Shinran asked in confusion as she was being pulled along quickly. "Don't ask now, I will tell you on the way." Chunji opened the front passenger door, pushed Lin Shinran, and then turned to start the car. He swiftly backed into the alley, turned around, and the car kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped away. The dust wafted over the village, and the women waved their hands to shoo it away. Neo Jinjiv scolded loudly. Damn it, is he some uneducated brat who hasn't driven before? Driving so fast, is he rushing to reincarnate? Why didn't he crash on the road? She was filled with anger and cursed especially fiercely, using all kinds of vicious words. She couldn't help but be angry. Originally, the women's envious and jealous comments had been suppressed by her, but just now seeing Chunji pulling that girl to the car, the women who had been watching suddenly exploded, and they started to... It seems this isn't a new fling. Ew, just look at how close they are pulling and tugging like that. They must be old lovers. Another woman said, "Not necessarily old lovers. You know how young people are these days. They're quite open. They can sleep together on the first day they meet. As long as they've slept together, pulling and tugging isn't unfamiliar at all." How many women does Chunji have in total? He just broke up with one, brought back another a few days ago, and now he's bringing back yet another one. I know at least 3 of them. While they were discussing heatedly, the dust stirred up by the Audi Q7 engulfed them, interrupting their various gossip. Although these discussions hadn't fully unfolded the topic of Chunji having many women, once again crossed Neo Jinjiv's bottom line. It made her feel that this topic was simply unacceptable, and it was very uncomfortable to listen to. As the car sped away, she cursed and uttered various curses in the direction the car disappeared for a long time without stopping. In the car, Lin Shinran noticed the somber expression on Chunji's face and the speed of the car that seemed to fly, knowing that something must have happened. What happened? Chunji replied, "A few days ago I offended some small gangsters. Those bastards didn't dare to do anything to me, but they bullied my dad, making him host a banquet at a hotel in town to apologize to them. He went at noon and hasn't returned yet. My dad is already disabled. It's been several hours, and I don't know what kind of torment he's enduring." "Then why are you going alone?" Lin Shinran hesitated to finish her sentence. She meant that since it was a group of small gangsters, if Chunji went and there was another conflict, could he handle it? But then Lin Shinran thought of Chunji's family situation. After all, the 2 villages weren't far apart, and several classmates were from Chunji's village. Everyone knew his family's situation. They had also heard that Chunji practiced martial arts by beating sandbags since he was young to avenge his father. When they were desk mates, Lin Shinran had even asked Chunji about his martial arts training. But it was clear that this was Chunji's privacy or a taboo topic, because Chunji hadn't spoken to her for several days after that question. After that, Lin Shinran dared not bring up such questions again. Looking back now, she felt that Chunji should know some martial arts. However, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. With so many people on the other side, wasn't Chunji walking into a tiger's den alone? Moreover, Lin Shinran believed that responding with violence to violence was not the best way to handle things. After a moment of silence, she tentatively suggested, "How about we call the police? We live in a society governed by law. The police won't let those people act recklessly." Chunji remained silent, his expression cold. Lin Shinran knew he would not heed her advice. After all, he was young and impulsive. In his fury, his mind was probably only focused on rushing over to beat down the bastards who bullied his father. Calling the police wouldn't satisfy his need to vent his anger. This made Lin Shinran very worried. "Chunji, I know you don't like hearing advice to calm down, but I must still urge you to remain calm. Our goal now is to minimize the harm to your father. If you act impulsively and get into a fight with them, the situation will escalate, causing even more damage to Uncle. We're not children anymore. We need to consider the consequences when faced with situations." Chunji shot her a glance and said in a low voice, "You don't need to worry, I'm not that impulsive. I'm also thinking about calling the police, but before that I want to check out the situation at the hotel." What would I tell the police if I don't even know what's going on? Upon hearing this, Lin Shinran felt much more at ease and quickly nodded, saying, You're right, hey, let's go check the situation first. If you can't go in, I can check it out inside the hotel. The car quickly arrived at the town, and Chun-ji parked the car by the roadside opposite the Green Source Hotel, gazing toward the hotel. At this time, it wasn't yet dinner time, and the hotel hadn't received any guests, with only a few cars parked in front. His eyes immediately fell on the left side of the hotel entrance, where his father's old tricycle was parked all alone. On the right side of the entrance, several cars were parked, including a modified Porsche Cayenne. Next to the Cayenne was a blood-red BMW X1, which Chun-ji recognized as Chun-yan's car. There was also a van and a cherry car. Chun-ji's gaze returned to his father's lonely, dilapidated electric tricycle. Seeing it alone, he seemed to visualize the scene of his father limping on one leg, being bullied by a group of thugs. His father had been threatened by gangsters to come and drink and apologize. Their purpose was to torment him, and they would never allow him to sit comfortably and drink and eat with them. Those brutes would do everything possible to make his father suffer. His father had arrived before lunch, and now the sun was already setting. After several hours, he must have been serving tea and pouring wine for those brutes, enduring humiliation. Moreover, his father with a limp could hardly stand for long. Those brutes would surely notice this, and deliberately delayed things until now to prolong the suffering of this disabled man. Chun-ji couldn't bear to think further. The scenes in his mind were extremely distressing. At the same time, his hatred for Duan Xiao Chun-yen and the bald woman had reached its peak. An uncontrollable rage blazed within him. However, Chun-ji was not an impulsive person. Even with his heart full of hatred and fury, he could force himself to remain rational. After all, he and his father had been bullied and insulted since childhood, yet they had endured for all these years, hadn't they? This long period of restraint had cultivated Chun-ji's exceptional composure. Although he had decided to no longer endure and to retaliate against those who had long been remembered as enemies and those who bullied his family. But he had three principles for revenge. First, minimize the harm to his family. Second, deliver the greatest blow to his enemies. Third, ensure he could retreat unscathed after the conflict. Impulsiveness would only ruin things, completely violating his three principles of revenge. Therefore, as his anger burned fiercely, Chun-ji appeared even calmer. He said to Lin Shinran, It seems the only option is for you to take the risk. Go into the hotel and inquire with the front desk or wait staff about the situation at the table. You know my dad has a limp, and do you see that old tricycle at the door? That's my dad's car. Just say you're a relative of mine, and ask why they haven't left yet after drinking for so long. Inside there will be a bunch of thugs. Are you scared? Lin Shinran smiled sweetly and said, Don't worry, I'm not that timid. Besides, I haven't provoked them. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. Chun-ji nodded. Right, just subtly inquire and find out the situation. How you phrase it is up to you. I'll just ask as much as you can, but definitely don't go into the private room. Lin Shinran looked at Chun-ji meaningfully and said, I understand, don't worry, I won't go in. Wearing a blue work uniform and high heels, Lin Shinran confidently walked into the hotel. Chun-ji then dialed Jun-yes number, saying, Hey, what are you doing? On the other end, Jun-yu replied, What else? I'm in the workshop, killing chickens. Do you remember that Duan Xiao we encountered last time at Grandpa's orchard? Is that bastard familiar with the people at the police station? Jun-yu was visibly taken aback, saying, Why are you asking about him again? Did something happen? Cut the crap and just answer my question. Yes, very familiar. Duan Xiao always hangs out with a bunch of thugs drinking and fighting. He's definitely a regular at the police station, getting called in every few days. How could he not be familiar? So you mean he's just a frequent visitor to the police station, but doesn't have any deep connections there, right? Exactly, that's what I mean. All right, I got it. Hey, don't hang up. Jin-yu called out on the other end. You definitely have something going on. What happened? Is that guy causing you trouble again? If he is, he'll go find Brother Feng. You saw it last time. As long as Brother Feng says a word, that guy immediately turns into a lapdog. Nothing's happening right now. I will contact you if something comes up. Chun-ji hung up the phone directly. He didn't want Jin-yu to get involved. Jun-yu was working in the cold storage while Duan Xiao and those thugs were roaming around town. If he got into a conflict with them, it would also be a problem for Jun-yu. Soon Lin Shinran came out of the hotel, returning to the car with an angry expression. I found out clearly that group of thugs is still in the private room drinking, and Uncle is inside too. They have been drinking since noon, making it impossible for the waitstaff to finish their shift, and some have to stay on duty. The front desk staff were also furious, saying that those people often came to eat and never settled down. This time they even brought in a middle-aged man with a limp. That man clearly offended them. As soon as he entered the hotel, those thugs started yelling at him. When they got to the private room, they directly chased the room service staff out, making the middle-aged man serve them instead. They forced him to run up and down fetching cigarettes and alcohol. According to the upstairs staff, that middle-aged man originally had a limp and couldn't stand for long. In the private room, he kept begging them to let him sit for a while, even if it was just squatting on the floor, but they wouldn't let him sit and insisted he stand straight. How could a man with a limp possibly stand straight? Lin Shinran grew more furious as she spoke, saying, even the waitstaff couldn't bear to watch, feeling that these people were too cruel. How could they treat a disabled person so viciously? Lin Shinran stopped speaking upon seeing Chun-Ji's eyes turning red, glistening with tears. Lin Shinran couldn't help but hold Chun-Ji's hand, comforting him. It's okay, we've come here, let's hurry and call the police. Chun-Ji nodded through gritted teeth and pressed the gas pedal, speeding away. Upon arriving at the police station, Chun-Ji explained the situation to the officers and took out his phone to show them the surveillance footage from that day where the bald woman and her accomplices were seen entering his home with a large machete. All of this could prove that his father was being extorted, and as a disabled person, he was also suffering inhuman torment. Clearly, the police were familiar with the bald woman. After watching the surveillance video, one of them chuckled, "Isn't this the one known as the flare?" Chun-Ji was somewhat confused and pointed at the bald woman in the video, asking, "The flare you're talking about refers to this woman, right?" "Yes, that's her nickname. She's a regular around here." Just then, a young police officer walked in from outside. He appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old, of average height, with a buzz cut and bright, energetic. Chun-Ji did not recognize the officers at the town's police station, but judging by the insignia, he speculated that this officer might be a squad leader or a registration officer. The officer approached Chun-Ji and Lin Shinran, asking, "What happened?" The officer who took the report said, "Director Dong, they are here to report extortion. It's that group with the flare." Upon hearing the police address the incoming officer as Director Dong, Chun-Ji realized that this person was either the head or the deputy head of the station. He understood that the head of a police station usually held a higher rank. Typically, the head would be at least a 2-din officer, or even 2-2, while it was rare for a 1-12 second-level sergeant to be the head, unless they were newly promoted or temporarily acting as the head. With this in mind, Chun-Ji deduced that Director Dong was likely a deputy. Chun-Ji quickly said to Director Dong, "It's not just this bald woman. The main organizer should be someone named Duan Xiao. They are currently at the Green Source Hotel." Director Dong's face showed anger. "I guessed it would be these guys. Let's gather a few people, and he'll lead the team to respond." Chun-Ji handed the car keys to Lin Shinran, saying, "You should go home and eat some braised pork. I'll go with the police. But the situation isn't resolved yet. How can I leave with peace of mind?" Lin Shinran refused. "You being here is useless and only adds to the chaos. The police will handle it, so don't worry." Saying this, Chun-Ji forcefully shoved the keys into Lin Xinran's hand and quickly followed the police towards the patrol car. In the patrol car, Chun-Ji reiterated the general situation to Director Dong and also explained the backstory of his feud with Duan Xiao and his group. He then took out his phone again, showing Director Dong the surveillance video of that day when the bald woman and her group threatened his father at the convenience store. Director Dong's expression grew angrier as he pointed at Chen Shaoli in the video, asking Chun-Ji, "Is this your father? What happened to his leg?" Chun-Ji replied, "My dad's leg was brutally broken by someone years ago, and it has remained like this ever since." Director Dong looked at Chun-Ji in shock. What happened after he was disabled? What could be done? Chun-Ji said flatly, "There was no way to seek justice. It was a wasted beating." Director Dong's expression turned to one of astonishment. To break someone to the point of disability and nothing was done. Who are these people that are so powerful? Chun-Ji said, "This is a long story. I will explain it to you in detail later when I have the chance." Director Dong nodded, choosing not to say more. Chun-Ji could see that Director Dong likely hadn't been in the job for long. He hadn't become jaded yet, and still maintained a sense of righteous indignation towards social injustices. Previously, he had heard that Hao Chong and his gang were well connected in town, familiar with prominent figures, and often socialized with the police, drinking together frequently. Given Director Dong's displayed sense of justice, he likely wouldn't associate with people like Hao Chong. Perhaps he was an anomaly among his colleagues, or he had just been transferred. In truth, Chun-Ji felt very conflicted inside. He wanted to suggest to the police to keep watch near the hotel, waiting for them to finish drinking so his father could settle the bill at the front desk, thus solidifying their extortion evidence. Chun-Ji intended to closely monitor them, especially the main culprits like Duan Xiao, Chen and the bald woman, ensuring they would be held criminally responsible, firmly refusing mediation or forgiveness. However, he also wanted to rush in with the police immediately, not wasting a moment to rescue his father, as he could not bear to see his father humiliated and tormented by those bastards. But then he remembered that the police had their own methods for handling cases, and he couldn't dictate to them, so he decided to wait and see what they planned to do. The patrol car arrived near the Green Source Hotel, and Director Dong ordered the driver to stop. He instructed several officers accompanying him. "You guys keep an eye on the entrance of the hotel. If Duan Xiao and his group come out, don't let them escape. Keep everyone in place waiting for an investigation. I'll go in first to ask about the situation." As Chun-Ji followed Director Dong out of the car, Director Dong noticed Chun-Ji wanted to follow him inside. He paused, thought for a moment, and went back to the car. He said to everyone in the car, "You all hand your phones to me." Several officers exchanged glances, their faces full of anger, and were reluctant to cooperate. Chun-ji observed this scene, further confirming that Director Dong was indeed an anomaly in the police station, not aligned with the others. Seeing that several officers were unwilling to hand over their phones, Director Dong said, "If you don't hand over your phones, that's fine. But if news leaks, you'll all be considered suspects, and I will report it truthfully." The officer driving sarcastically replied, "Director Dong, are you being too cautious? With Duan Xiao and the flare, do you really think they're worth warning? You must think highly of them." Director Dong remained insistent, pressing, "So are you handing them over or not?" After exchanging glances filled with resentment, the officers reluctantly handed over their phones. Director Dong took the phones, emphasizing, "There are several cameras around here, so don't try anything funny. Just as I said, keep an eye on things here and follow my commands for all actions." The officers were clearly angered, looking disdainfully at Director Dong, ignoring him further. Director Dong took Qin-ji into the hotel to inquire about the situation at the front desk. As Lin Xinran had previously said, the attendants were very angry about the thugs bullying the disabled. Upon seeing the police, they all began to recount the situation in the private room. Listening to the attendant's account, Chun-ji was even more furious, his fists involuntarily clenching, and Dong asked, "How much did the table cost?" The front desk looked and said, "It's 6,800. Dong then surveyed the surveillance in the hall and asked the front desk, "There are no cameras in your private rooms, right?" The front desk replied, "There are no cameras in the private rooms." Dong nodded and said, "Take me to your surveillance room." The hotel surveillance room is on the second floor. Dong reviewed the surveillance footage, seeing the group of thugs bringing Chun Shaoli into the hotel, along with scenes of Chun Shaoli running errands up and down the stairs. Chun Shaoli, in his 50s and with a limp, initially managed somewhat despite his disability. However, after a few hours, he clearly struggled, needing to hold onto the stairs to rest several times, sweat pouring down his face, indicating he was exhausted. His injured leg was also causing him significant pain, requiring him to stop and rub it occasionally. Chun-ji stood behind Dong's chair, watching his father suffer, his eyes moistening again as he struggled to hold back tears, clenching his fists tighter. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the third floor. They looked at the surveillance footage of the third-floor corridor, seeing Duan Xiao and others emerging from the private room, all loud and swaying, clearly having drunk quite a bit. Chun Shaoli followed behind. Although he was a cripple, he carried 2 cases of alcohol with several packs of cigarettes on top. It was evident he was physically drained, barely able to move the 2 cases of alcohol. Yet under the thugs' urging, he gritted his teeth and limped onward. Chun-ji swayed slightly, nearly unable to hold back from rushing down to take the alcohol from his father and smash it over these thugs. But he held back again. He knew that only when these people reached the ground floor and his father settled the bill captured by the surveillance could their extortion crime be substantiated. He had to send these people to prison. If he just rushed down to beat them up, it would be too lenient on them. In the past, his uncle's family looked down on his family, and the 2 families never interacted, with his aunt often bullying him, but those matters only made Chun-ji angry, not to the point of deep-seated hatred. However, today Chun-ji harbored a deep hatred for his cousin Chun Yin, knowing she was one of the main culprits in this matter. In this case, he would not spare familial ties and was determined to send her to prison as well. The thugs moved quickly, reaching the ground floor lobby first, while Chun Shaoli was barely moving, falling far behind. His slow arrival at the ground floor lobby clearly displeased the thugs, who pushed and shoved him, taunting and insulting him in various ways. Under their harassment, Chun Shaoli felt as helpless as a blade of grass in the ocean. Duan Xiao was particularly impatient with Chun Shaoli's slowness. Just as Chun Shaoli placed the 2 cases of alcohol on the ground and hadn't straightened up, yet Duan Xiao kicked him from behind, knocking him onto the alcohol cases, and the thugs burst into laughter. Chun Shaoli was knocked over and insulted, yet he didn't dare to protest, instead turning to Duan Xiao with a sycophantic smile. Seeing this scene, Chun-ji could no longer hold back his tears, and they streamed down his face. Though he had never seen his father's youth, he could imagine that his father, once the first transport entrepreneur in the area, was tall and handsome, far superior to these thugs in both status and family background. Back then, his father was spirited and had once been young and arrogant. But now he had become a disabled person, enduring all the bullying and insults from others to protect his son from the mafia. Chun Shaoli, forcing a smile at the thugs, struggled to get up and hurried to the front desk to settle the bill. Seeing him start the payment, the thugs also prepared to leave. At that moment, Duan Xiao covered his private parts with one hand and looked around, his gaze landing in the direction of the restroom, clearly desperate to relieve himself. He staggered out of the crowd, walking unsteadily toward the restroom. This made Chun-ji's spirits lift. He looked over all the surveillance footage in the hotel again. In fact, while watching the footage earlier, he had noticed that the surveillance cameras were poorly placed with several blind spots. Now the monitor at the restroom door was still black, indicating that camera was broken. Chun-Ji nodded silently, retreated, slipped into the fire escape, and quickly descended. Relying on his memory from watching the surveillance, he navigated through the blind spots like a weasel and slipped into the ground floor restroom. At this moment in the restroom, Duan Xiao was standing at the wall-mounted urinal humming a tune with delight, completely unaware that someone had entered. Chun-Ji stood at the restroom door peering inside. All the stall doors were open. Clearly at that moment Duan Xiao was the only person in the restroom. Chun-Ji quickly closed the restroom door, locking it with a click. Only then did the drunken Duan Xiao turn around, realizing something was off. But just as he recognized Chun-Ji's face, before he could react, Chun-Ji charged in front of him. Chun-Ji raised his leg and struck Duan Xiao's knee pit fiercely, causing Duan Xiao's 200-pound body to collapse like a boneless piece of meat, crashing down onto the ground. His knee hit the tiled floor with a dull thud mingled with Duan Xiao's cries of pain. Chun-Ji pressed down on his neck with his right hand, forcing his fleshy face against the wall-mounted urinal. At the same time, he raised his left hand to press down on the flush handle, water gushing out and instantly submerging Duan Xiao's mouth and nose. Duan Xiao struggled desperately, his hands flailing in the air, his feet stomping on the ground, splashing water everywhere. But his neck was firmly held down by Chun-Ji, rendering him unable to move. His mouth and nose submerged in water, he could not breathe, only producing bubbling sounds. The desperate struggle resulted in a torrent of water pouring down his throat. Chun-Ji's cold voice echoed in his ear. "I heard you like to make others pay for you, right? My dad is already limping, and you deliberately made him stand for several hours. That felt great, didn't it? More satisfying than shoving your head into a urinal, right?" Duan Xiao's temples bulged as he struggled even more vigorously, clearly on the verge of suffocating. Yet Chun-Ji showed no mercy, pressing down even harder on his neck. With each exertion he muttered, "A bill of 6,800. Cigarettes and alcohol packed. Top-tier consumption." As Duan Xiao's struggles grew weaker, it was evident that if he remained submerged any longer he would drown. Chun-Ji suddenly released his grip, and Duan Xiao hurriedly raised his head, gasping for air. But before he could recover from the terror of narrowly escaping death, Chun-Ji had already seized his right wrist. Duan Xiao instinctively clenched his fist to resist, but Chun-Ji twisted it violently, smashing his fist against the wall. Bang! 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 Chun-Ji used all his strength to slam Duan Xiao's fist against the wall. With each impact, Duan Xiao's knuckles began to crack, blood trickling down his fist, dripping onto the tiles, mixing with the splashed water, forming a shocking red stain. Soon Duan Xiao's fist was a bloody mess, and the once pristine white tiles were splattered with blood. However, Chun-Ji seemed still unsatisfied, and grabbed his other hand to slam against the wall. He coldly said, "You enjoy bullying people, don't you? Today let me show you a taste of a life worse than death." Duan Xiao broke into a cold sweat from the pain, his face contorted in agony, completely unable to struggle and only able to emit painful groans. In the end, Chun-Ji dragged him away from the spot and delivered a harsh knee strike to his stomach. Duan Xiao let out a muffled cry, collapsing to the ground and starting to vomit violently. Chun-Ji released him and walked slowly to the sink to wash his hands, taking a tissue to dry them before finally opening the bathroom door, slipping out like a cat. He turned around a few blind spots in the surveillance and arrived in the hall. At this moment, Chen Shaoli had just finished settling the bill. Several small thugs were threatening him, loudly demanding he move the cigarettes and alcohol to the car. When Chen Shaoli bent down to lift the alcohol, he was the first to spot Chen Ji, exclaiming in surprise, "Xiao Ji, what are you doing here?" His shout caused the thugs to turn around and look at Chen Ji, including the bald woman. It was truly a case of enemies meeting very much at odds. Perhaps the one who hated Chen Ji the most was the bald woman. After all she had suffered at his hands during the orchard incident. Seeing Chen Ji appear now, the bald woman, whose face had been flushed from drinking, turned an even deeper red, her eyes filled with rage. She cursed, "I'll kill you." With that, she pulled out a dagger from her waist and charged at Chen Ji. Amidst Chen Shaoli's shout of "Xiao Ji, run!" the bald woman's dagger had already lunged toward Chen Ji's chest. But the dagger did not reach Chen Ji. He firmly grasped the bald woman's wrist. Taking advantage of the momentum, he sidestepped while delivering a powerful punch to her forearm. Ah! Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and the bald woman's scream, Chen Ji delivered another kick to her stomach. This kick sent the bald woman flying off the ground, crashing several steps away onto the tiled floor, instantly knocking her unconscious. The other thugs were initially stunned but quickly reacted, erupting in chaos, shouting and cursing as they rushed toward Chen Ji. Chen Ji quickly retreated. He had two purposes for doing this. First, he knew that Dong was watching the surveillance, and by being attacked by the thugs while retreating, the camera would accurately capture him being chased. Second, retreating quickly could spread the thugs out, preventing him from being surrounded, allowing him to take them down one by one. When Chen Ji was nearly against the wall, he finally began to counterattack. Fueled by immense rage, he attacked with full force, showing no mercy. Amidst the shrieks, the thugs were all knocked to the ground, writhing in pain and letting out various cries. In the end, the only one left standing was the dumbfounded Chen Yan. Meanwhile, Chen Shaoli was already so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Having already been limping on one leg, he was completely exhausted from the intense physical exertion of the afternoon, and witnessing such a fierce fight left him so shocked that his injured leg could no longer support him, unable to stand at all. Chen Ji quickly walked over, supporting his father's arm, slowly helping him up. "Dad, are you okay?" Chen Shaoli tightly grasped his son's arm with the other hand, staring at him with tears welling in his eyes, unable to say a word. "Chen Ji!" Chen Yan suddenly shrieked in anger, rushing in front of Chen Ji and pointing a finger at his nose. "You dare to hit my friend? You're dead." With that, she attempted to claw at Chen Ji. At this moment, Chen Ji no longer wished to indulge her, raising his hand to push her arm aside, while delivering 2 hard slaps to Chen Yan's face. The 2 slaps were so fierce that Chen Yan's cheeks rapidly swelled, visibly inflating. "Ah!" Chen Yan let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Chen Ji, you're dead. How dare you hit me?" Chen Ji pointed at her nose and shouted angrily, "Shut up. You heartless thing, do you believe I'll kill you? This is your own uncle, and you dare to torture him like this? Do you still consider yourself human? You beast doesn't deserve to live." Chen Yan opened her mouth wide, frozen in place, no longer daring to. At this moment, Dong came down from the 2nd floor, and as soon as Chen Yan saw the police, she immediately pointed at Chen Ji and shouted, "Officer, this man hit me." "Shut up." Dong sternly rebuked, "Cover your head and squat down." Chen Yan stood there dumbfounded, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Did this officer know Chen Ji? However, she then recalled that her father was very familiar with the people from the town's police station, and the chief had even come to their house for drinks. It was clear that this officer did not recognize her identity. Chen Yan immediately started throwing a tantrum again. "Is this officer real or fake? If you were a real cop, how could you not recognize me? Do you know who my dad is? Chief Zhu goes to my house for drinks all the time." Before Chen Yan could finish her sentence, Dong grabbed her wrist, yanked her back, and instantly cuffed her. Dong even kicked her behind the knee, forcing her to squat on the ground. Chen Yan was simply the type to look for trouble. If she hadn't mentioned Chief Zhu, Dong had no intention of cuffing her. But seeing her so arrogant and claiming that Chief Zhu visited her house frequently, he had no choice. But Dong went to check on the bald woman who lay unconscious on the ground. He saw her right forearm was completely broken, the bone piercing through the flesh, blood gushing out. Dong couldn't help but look up, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Ji before pulling out his phone to call for an ambulance. He also instructed a waiter go outside and have the police car come and tell them to all come in. Soon several policemen were called in from outside, and upon seeing the scene before them, they were taken aback. Just one glance at the situation made it clear that an intense fight had just erupted. At first, they thought these thugs were just drunk and didn't take Dong seriously, directly confronting him. However, it soon fell off. Could Dong really take down 6 or 7 thugs by himself? Even with the complainant added in, it seemed impossible for them to have been beaten this badly. But upon learning from the waiter that the thugs lying on the ground had all been defeated by Chen Ji alone, they were even impressive. "You're so strong you could represent the country in the Sanda World Cup." Perhaps the hotel's female waitstaff also thought the same, especially since they had just witnessed Chen Ji effortlessly sweeping these thugs away. His moves were simply so cool. It felt like the fight they had just seen was more exciting than any movie, especially since those thugs had no power to fight back. Under Chen Ji's fists and kicks, they were like fragile puppets being knocked down one by one, rolling on the ground and screaming, which was truly satisfying to watch. Women are naturally attracted to strength. At this moment, the female waitstaff looked at Chen Ji with starry eyes. The ambulance from the town clinic arrived. Everyone first lifted the bald woman onto the ambulance, while the thugs on the ground, groaning, also demanded to go to the hospital, with some claiming their ribs were broken, others saying their organs had been shattered. Let them all get on the ambulance and go to the hospital. Dong had a few policemen follow along to check them out, and then bring them all back to the police station. Once the ambulance left, Dong suddenly realized that he had overlooked the mastermind behind this extortion case, Duan Xiao. Having seen him go toward the bathroom on the surveillance, could that guy be particularly cunning, slipping away when the situation turned bad? He immediately rushed toward the bathroom. Dong Shua stood frozen at the bathroom door. He saw Duan Xiao kneeling inside, face down, covered in vomit, his hands bloodied, propping himself up as if he had been trying to stand. For some reason, he couldn't get up, and every time he exerted himself, he began to vomit again. Dong Shua asked sternly, "What's wrong with you? Did you drink too much?" Duan Xiao looked up at Dong Shua, spat out the filth from his mouth, and gritted his teeth, saying, "It was Chen Ji, that bastard, who did this to me." Dong Shua snorted coldly, "Can you get out by yourself?" Duan Xiao shook his head heavily, "I can't walk, I can't stand. That bastard nearly beat me to death." Dong Shua had no choice but to call again for an ambulance from the clinic. Duan Xiao was too hefty, over 200 pounds, and his body had gone limp, shaking all over, making him feel even heavier. The medical staff from the clinic couldn't lift him at all, so they had to bring in a stretcher to carry him out. In the hotel lobby, Duan Xiao lifted his head, struggling to sit up. His trembling finger pointed at Chun-Ji. Dong Shua, it's him, it's this bastard who did this to me. Chun-Ji chuckled. I've been with Dong Shua since I got here. When could I have done this to you? Has this bastard lost his mind? He doesn't even know who beat him. Dong Shua shot Chun-Ji a knowing glance. Chen Shaoli looked at his son in horror. Xiao-Ji, you didn't really do this, did you? That I wish I had. If I had caught that bastard then, I would have beaten him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, and he wouldn't be able to make a fuss here. Dong Shua said to Chun-Ji and his father, why don't you come with me to the police station to give a statement? Since the police car had been taken away by a few officers, they could only ride in Chun Shaoli's electric tricycle back to the station. Chun Yin was still squatting there with her hands cuffed. Dong Shua requested that Chun Yin also be put on the electric tricycle to go with them. But Chun-Ji firmly opposed this. He said to Dong Shua, in terms of blood relation, she is my cousin, but she is also one of the main offenders in today's incident. You saw my dad's condition. This niece of mine actually tortured her own uncle in this way, as she's a beast without humanity. I absolutely won't let her on my dad's tricycle. Dong Shua silently nodded and had to drag Chun Yin up, cuffing her to the leg of a table, intending to have the officers come back to take her later. Chun-Ji let Dong Shua and his father sit in the back of the tricycle while he drove. The 2 boxes of Haiji Lan and 6 packs of Taishan cigarettes were also loaded onto the tricycle, as these were pieces of evidence of the suspect's extortion. Dong Shua took a picture of the receipt just issued by the front desk and handed it to Chun-Ji, saying, you hold on to this, it's also evidence. I just need to take a picture. When we need to present evidence in court later, you will need to show the original receipt. As the 3 got on the tricycle and were about to leave, Chun-Ji suddenly noticed Lin Xinran standing by the pillar near the hotel steps. Chun-Ji slammed the brakes. I told you to go home. Why haven't you left? Lin Xinran's expression was somewhat complicated. So much has happened here. Do you think I can leave at ease? Chun-Ji knew she must have witnessed the scene in the hotel lobby earlier. He waved his hand comfortingly. All right, it's all over now. We're just going to the police station to give a statement. You should hurry back home. They'll come by after dinner. Once we're done at the police station, my dad and I will ride the tricycle back. Watching Lin Xinran hesitate, Chun-Ji called out, do you still want to come to the police station? If you keep dragging this out, they'll get angry. Seeing Chun-Ji's face grow serious, Lin Xinran nodded. Then you call me when you get home. I will, Chun-Ji muttered, starting the tricycle. You're too fussy at such a young age. Lin Xinran watched the tricycle leave before finally driving home. Chun Shaoli, sitting in the back of the tricycle, was extremely surprised. Xiao-Ji, who was that girl just now? Chun-Ji replied, you don't recognize her. She's my desk mate from middle school. Lin Xinran. Oh. Chun Shaoli nodded, looking as if he wanted to say something more, but upon glancing at Dong Shua, he swallowed the words he was about to say. In fact, Chun Shaoli wanted to remind his son not to get too close to other women. If Lu Hong found out, it would affect their marriage. Moreover, the village had already started gossiping about their marriage. It was even more necessary to be cautious. But in front of outsiders, especially since one was a police officer, such words couldn't be spoken. The reason Chun Shaoli was so sensitive was that rumors about Chun-Ji and Lu Hong's divorce had already spread throughout the village. With the news about Chun-Ji's negative reputation spreading, Neo Jinjiv would definitely amplify it. One must understand that the village's small shop was also a hub for local news. As the owner of the small shop, Chun Shaoli had surely heard the rumors about his son and daughter-in-law's divorce. Hearing this rumor, Chun Shaoli was taken aback and hurriedly asked where the rumor had come from. He found out it originated from Neo Jinjiv's mouth, and it was said with such conviction. Chun Shaoli was furious. His son had only been married for a little over a year and was living happily, full of hope to have a grandson. How could it be said they were getting a divorce? Originally, their family was already falling apart. If his son got a divorce, it would be adding insult to injury, making it even more fractured. Moreover, it would give the villagers something to gossip about, saying the wife ran off. It would be a hereditary issue. He immediately thought about calling his son, but was afraid he wouldn't tell him the truth, so he decided to call Lu Hong. Of course, he couldn't just call Lu Hong and directly ask, are you and Chun-Ji divorced? Instead, he casually inquired about Lu Hong's current work situation, mentioning that he hadn't called in days, just wanting to chat a bit. He joked, so how's Xiao-Ji been? He hasn't made you angry, has he? This kid can be so stubborn sometimes. He can be a bit thick-headed. If he does something stubborn again, don't take it to heart. It will pass after a while. He doesn't mean any harm. Lu Hong affectionately replied on the phone, Dad, you can rest assured. I know his temperament. He can be quite stubborn, but he's much better now. When we first met, we often quarreled, but we've now gotten used to each other. Little did Chun Shaoli know that while he was subtly probing Lu Hong for information over the phone, Lu Hong had already guessed he had heard the rumors about their divorce. This was merely a phone call to gather information. But how could Lu Hong possibly let Chun Shaoli know the true situation? She was well aware of the Chun family's dynamics, especially how much her former father-in-law valued his only granddaughter-in-law. One could say that Chun-Ji's grandfather had spoiled this granddaughter-in-law to know and always eagerly anticipating the day he would hold his great-grandson. If they found out that she had divorced Chun-Ji, they would never allow such a thing to happen. I believe those two old men would drop everything and rush to Jiangzhou, even resorting to threats to ensure that the couple would not go through with the divorce. Moreover, one could imagine that they would also summon their own family members to persuade the couple. If that were to happen, it would undoubtedly lead to a lot of trouble. Lu Hong would never let such a thing occur. As for obtaining the divorce certificate a month later, by then the two would have already turned their raw grain into cooked rice, and she would no longer be a member of the Chen family, making it impossible for them to find her. Chen Shaoli was satisfied with the answers he received over the phone, justifying his thoughts by concluding that the rumors in the village were all due to Niu Jinjiv's meddling. His sister-in-law had always looked down on the poor and feared the rich. Their family was struggling and falling apart, which made her the target of ridicule and bullying. Last time his son came back, Chen Shaoli heard from his elder sister that in their father's orchard his son almost got into a fight with Chun Yin and some of her friends. This incident must have offended both mother and daughter, so it was understandable that such rumors would arise. Yet the gossip in the village had certainly rung alarm bells for Chen Shaoli. Their family was already in disarray. He could not allow his son to follow the same path he had taken. Thus he was contemplating how to address this matter when his son returned. Now seeing his son being so intimate with his female classmate heightened Chen Shaoli's already nervous disposition. He even thought that the commotion his son had caused in the hotel could be overlooked. At this moment, the most important thing for his family was to ensure a stable marriage for his son and daughter-in-law, avoiding any tragedies like the one he experienced. Upon arriving at the police station, Director Dong personally accompanied another officer to take statements from the. As expected, he was indeed the deputy director of the police station, named Dong Qingming. After taking their statements, he allowed them to leave. The extortion case was relatively straightforward, and the conflict arising from the extortion was clearly captured on surveillance. The bald woman was seriously injured, but she had pulled out a knife to attack Chun-Ji upon seeing him. Chun-Ji's act of breaking her arm was purely instinctual self-defense. Moreover, after Chun-Ji kicked the bald woman out, the unlawful assault ceased, and he immediately stopped his defensive actions. In other words, Chun-Ji's actions met all criteria for legitimate self-defense, as the hotel surveillance clearly showed. Thus, Chun-Ji was deemed to be acting in self-defense and bore no responsibility for the bald woman's injuries. The same applied to the other thugs who were knocked down. When they attempted to attack Chun-Ji, he merely knocked them down, which could be considered leniency. In Dong Qingming's eyes, these individuals deserved what they got, and even then they got off lightly. As for Duan Xiao, who was kneeling in the restroom bloodied and vomiting, claiming that Chun-Ji was responsible for his injuries, Chun-Ji outright denied it. At this point in the statement-taking, Dong Qingming paused his questioning, muttering to himself in confusion, how strange. At the time, Chun-Ji was with me watching the surveillance, so who could have beaten Duan Xiao to that extent? Hearing this, Chun-Ji understood that Deputy Director Dong was hinting at something. Indeed, Dong Qingming continued to inquire, Chun-Ji, did anyone else come to the hotel with you? Yes, Chun-Ji replied, my female classmate Lin Xinran, but she probably didn't come inside. You can ask the hotel staff about that. The other officer was busy typing away. Chun-Ji realized that Deputy Director Dong had indicated that he had been with him the entire time, watching the surveillance, leaving no time to go to the restroom to beat up Duan Xiao. The hotel surveillance could also prove that Chun-Ji had never been to the restroom. From this, Chun-Ji could tell that Dong Qingming was truly a police officer with a sense of justice. As a witness present in the hotel, Chun-Ji knew that although Dong Qingming hadn't directly seen him enter the restroom on the surveillance, he had every reason to suspect him. However, during the statement, Dong Qingming proactively mentioned that while Chun-Ji was with him watching the surveillance, he had gone directly from the monitoring room to the lobby, forming a complete chain of evidence, proving he was not at the scene of the assault. In other words, the hint that Dong Qingming gave Chun-Ji during the statement was akin to the two of them forming a defensive alliance. Should any investigation arise, both would maintain a consistent account of events at that time. Additionally, without direct evidence from the surveillance, even if Duan Xiao was severely injured, it would be impossible to place the blame on Chun-Ji. After leaving the police station, Chun-Ji rode an electric tricycle with his father. He remarked, this Director Dong seems to have a strong sense of justice. This is what a true police officer should be like. Why haven't I heard that our police station has such good officers before? Chen Shaoli shook his head, saying, I don't know, I never dealt with anyone from the police station, so I'm not familiar with them. In fact, I believe they should handle things this way. Everyone saw clearly that the bald woman was trying to stab you. You were forced to fight back. Breaking her arm was unavoidable. Once a fight breaks out, who can control the severity of their actions? Of course, I know you did it on purpose, but we cannot admit to that. Chen-Ji laughed, saying, Dad, I've discovered you can be quite ruthless too. Chen Shaoli smiled wryly, saying, it's not that I'm ruthless, everyone has to have some backbone, right? That bald woman is certainly no good. People regardless of gender lose their humanity once they stray onto the wrong path. Chunji looked back at his father as if seeing him in a new light and said, "Dad, I have to look at you with new eyes. To be honest, the last time I came back, I kicked the dog from the Hao Chong family to death and also beat up Hao Shan. I had made up my mind then that I would no longer tolerate it. No matter who bullied us, we would fight back. But my biggest worry was that it would bring harm to you, making you anxious and fearful of their retaliation. Now that I hear you speaking like this, it seems like there's more of a sense of relief." Chen Shaoli chuckled, saying, "My mindset today is different from that day. Back then when you beat up Hao Shun and killed Hao Chong's dog, I was indeed mostly scared. However, today what Yin Yin and her friends did to me truly hurt me deeply. Initially, I thought that losing money would avert disaster, spending some money on drinks and food, and enduring some humiliation would be okay. I thought that if I apologized to them, it would be over and I could stop worrying. But they tormented me the entire afternoon. In fact, I regretted it long ago. Even though I am now missing a leg and am disabled, if it weren't for the fear that they would cause you trouble in the future, I would have loved to confront them. Fortunately, you came and helped me vent this pent-up frustration. My perspective has shifted as well. You are right, always enduring like this is not a solution. In any case, if we keep bearing it, they will bully us. If we don't endure, they will still bully us. So why should we keep enduring? Besides, you've practiced martial arts since you were little and are so good at it. From now on, we won't be afraid. Anyone who dares to bully us must be dealt with decisively.